Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Revenge of a ruthless goddess hoarding supplies. The world is frozen. The apocalypse has arrived. Chun Feng was betrayed and killed by his wife and brother. He is reborn half a month before the end of the world. My name is Chun Feng. By the time you read this, I've already been reborn. There is still half a month until the apocalypse, but I'm not worried at all. I have hoarded tens of billions worth of supplies. This time, I will make those who betrayed me pay the price. Add to your collection, put on your bookshelf, and watch me turn the tide step by step, brutally beating the traitorous couple, living carefree in the apocalypse, and reaching the peak of my life. Hey, I just want to hoard supplies and take revenge. What does it mean that all the goddesses are rushing to my house? Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Pain, excruciating pain. Chun Feng lay in a pool of blood, the knife embedded in his chest, rendering him completely immobile. He never expected that his wife would stab him while he was sleeping. How go? Kill this waste and take his spatial ability. Our family of 3 can be self-sufficient and never rely on this waste again. As Su Qing finished speaking, Wang Hao twisted the knife, causing Chun Feng to feel as if his eyes were about to burst from pain. Watching the two of them act so intimately, he struggled several times but couldn't get up. Why? Wasn't I good enough to you? You conspired together to kill me. Wang Hao snorted coldly, looking down at him with contempt. Chun Feng, haven't you understood yet? Xiao Ming is my and your wife's child. These past 2 years, thanks to you taking care of them. Boom. As soon as this was said, Chun Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After the apocalypse arrived, resources were already extremely scarce, and he had fought desperately to keep this family alive for so long. Wang Hao was his brother before the apocalypse, and they had a great relationship, but they lost contact after the world ended. 3 months ago, Wang had been left in the icy wilderness, about to be dismembered and eaten, when Chun Feng happened to find him. Even knowing that resources were scarce, Chun Feng rescued him without hesitation. But in the end, the other party wanted to kill him. He had misjudged the person, rescuing a wolf. Betrayed by his brother, cheated on by his wife, and the son he had raised for 2.5 years wasn't even his own. He was filled with hatred. If I get another chance, I will never let you go. Ha ha, save that for the king of hell. Wang Hao laughed coldly and suddenly pulled out the knife, blood gushing out. Chun Feng felt a pain that pierced to the bone, and his vision began to blur. You traitorous couple, I will not let you go even as a ghost. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, he felt the world spinning, nauseous, and suddenly jolted awake. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, he looked up and saw the high-rise buildings outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the blue sky. What's going on? Didn't I die? He looked around in confusion. The environment was strangely familiar. An office desk, a sofa, and a secretary in black stockings with a hot and sexy figure. Is this my old company's office? The hot air from outside hit him, making him shiver. After the apocalypse, the world was covered in ice and snow, with low temperatures enveloping everything. How could there be such warm weather? Manager Chun, what's wrong? Zhao Huan put down the documents in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. It's nothing. You can go out first. Chun Feng suppressed his shock, and after Zhao Huan left, he hurriedly took out his phone to check the time. August 1st, 2080. I've been reborn back to half a month before the apocalypse. Half a month later, on August 15th, 2080. On this day, in the midst of summer, a heavy snowfall fell globally, lasting for 6 months, plunging the entire Earth into an ice age. In just 6 months, 90% of the Earth's life became extinct in this exaggeratedly low-temperature environment. Countless people died in this natural disaster. Extreme cold combined with the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse led to a drastic reduction in the global human population. After 2 years, from a population of 10 billion, only 800 million remained. In such harsh conditions, all edible items disappeared, and eventually, the only food left was humans. All rules, laws, and order on Earth completely collapsed. As long as people could fill their stomachs, they would do anything. In this harsh environment, if Chun Feng hadn't awakened his spatial ability, it would have been impossible to protect his family. Not only did his family survive, but even the child Chen Xiaoming he raised was chubby and healthy. Damn, how ironic. The son he raised for 2.5 years turned out to be someone else's. Calculating the time, Su Qing must already be pregnant with Wang Hao's child. A fierce light erupted in Chun Feng's eyes. Since heaven gave him a chance to be reborn, he would not let Su Qing and Wang Hao, this treacherous couple, off the hook. You wait for me. I will make your lives worse than death. Huh? Chun Feng suddenly froze, a flash of light appearing in his mind. This is The space I awakened before? He waved his hand in disbelief, and the cup on the table instantly disappeared. With a thought, the cup reappeared on the table, and the hot water inside remained unchanged. Great! With this space, I can hoard enough supplies and live as freely as I want after the apocalypse arrives. Chen Feng was overjoyed. In the second year after the apocalypse began, a giant meteor fell to Earth, carrying a virus that mutated countless people, and many awakened their abilities during this process. Chen Feng was one of them, awakening his spatial ability. Unfortunately, in his previous life, when he awakened his ability, resources had already been snatched clean by survivors, leaving nothing for him to hoard. This time, he would seize this opportunity. After all, in the apocalypse, even a single pack of instant noodles daily could make people willing to serve you, and a single sausage could make women undress for you. In a resource-scarce apocalypse, human life was worthless, let alone dignity. Mastering resources equated to having absolute power. Of course, it wasn't just about having supplies. He also needed weapons. When all order collapses, whoever has weapons will have the power to speak. As the saying goes, while neighbors hoard grain, I hoard guns, neighbors are my granary. In just a few minutes, he had arranged the main tasks for the next half-month. 1. Hoarding supplies, which relates to his quality of life after the apocalypse and is of utmost importance. 2. Revenge against Su Qing and Wang Hao, this treacherous couple, as well as those who had hurt him in the past. Chen Feng would not let a single one escape. But first, he needed to sever ties with that bitch Su Qing. Aren't you with Wang Hao? I'll help you too. Chen Feng called his secretary directly, and after arranging the company's affairs, he began to take a leave of absence. Hoarding supplies required money. Lots of money. But that was nothing for Chen Feng. Knowing that the apocalypse was imminent, he had to convert all his assets, houses, cars, everything, into money to hoard supplies. Having made a plan, Chen Feng hurried home. As soon as he entered the house, he heard voices coming from the bedroom. How go? It will be troublesome if Chen Feng found out about me being pregnant with your child. How could that waste possibly find out? At worst, you just have to serve him well for a night, and then let him help me raise the child. How good, you're so bad. Hurry. While that waste is still at work, let me have some fun. Although he already knew about their affair, hearing it live still made Chen Feng furious, his whole body trembling. By the way, find a way to get that useless guy to make some money. I'm planning to change to a sports car to take you out for a ride. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Chen Feng trembled all over, unable to contain his anger any longer, and kicked the door open. Traitors couple, your calculations are pretty good. Huh. Chapter 2 Divorce. A sudden loud noise startled the two people who were still being affectionate. Brother Feng, aren't you at work? Wang Hao nervously looked at Chen Feng while hastily getting dressed, clearly not expecting the other party to return at this time. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have seen such a wonderful scene. Chen Feng glared angrily at the two. He had treated Wang Hao like a brother and took care of Su Qing meticulously, never letting her go out to work. But in the end, he worked himself to death outside, while they not only kept a man at home, but also bought him a sports car with her money. In his previous life, at this time, Su Qing had directly asked Chen Feng for money under the pretext that the family needed it. Chen Feng, blinded by love, tried every means to raise one. 5 million, even resorting to usury. Who would have thought that as soon as he gave the money to Su Qing, Wang Hao had bought a sports car, and Su Qing scolded him for being useless. A sincere heart was not worth feeding to a dog. Honey, don't misunderstand. Wang Hao came over just to help me find something. Slap. Without thinking, Chen Feng slapped Su Qing across the face. You good for nothing, you dare to hit me? Su Qing had never suffered such humiliation and immediately began to curse. I just brought a man home. What's wrong with that? How dare you hit me? Brother Feng, hitting your sister-in-law is your fault. Wang Hao said seriously, not feeling he did anything wrong, but instead blamed Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the two of them, who were playing their parts so well, his fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling with rage. He wished he could kill these two enemies right away. But the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and the law hadn't collapsed. He had to endure. Divorce. Bring the marriage certificate, and we'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Feng said coldly, startling Wang Hao and Su Qing on the spot. Wang Hao thought, I haven't even bought the sports car yet. What do I do if you divorce now? Su Qing, on the other hand, completely didn't want to let go of Chen Feng, the money bag. Honey, don't be impulsive. I have good news for you. I'm pregnant. It's your child. Su Qing wanted to use the child to hold onto Chen Feng, just like she had successfully done in her previous life. Back then, when Su Qing said she was pregnant, Chun Feng became completely obedient to her, even borrowing money from Yuzhiri without a second thought when she asked for one. 5 million. Huh. Don't think I don't know whose bastard is in your belly. You want to trick me into raising someone else's son? Chun Feng looked at Su Qing disdainfully. If you don't want the video of you cheating to spread in the family group and the neighborhood, hurry up and go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Of course, he didn't have the video, but it was enough to scare these two. As expected, upon hearing this, Su Qing gave up resisting and turned to get the marriage certificate. Chun Feng had anticipated this. Su Qing was a typical hypocrite, wanting to have it both ways. Clearly, she could cheat, but she was also very concerned about her image. Divorce is fine, but this house belongs to me. This is my compensation for the loss of my youth, what I deserve. Su Qing looked at Chun Feng as if it was only natural. The house was bought by Chun Feng before marriage, so it was considered premarital property and had nothing to do with Su Qing. However, Chun Feng didn't want to continue arguing with her and immediately agreed. He was pressed for time. He originally wanted to cash out the house, and since Su Qing wanted to fight for it, he would agree. He had already thought of a way to cash out, with Chun Feng leaving empty-handed. The divorce procedures were completed in just half an hour. When Su Qing returned to the residence, Wang Hao hurriedly approached her. Did you really divorce him? Sui nodded. He left everything behind just to get a divorce. I couldn't stop him. No way, you can't divorce. Where'll I get the money for the sports car? Who will take care of our child? Wang Hao said. Qing Qing, think of a way to definitely remarry him, understand? Su Qing felt very displeased upon hearing Wang Hao's words, but had no strength to refute. Chun Feng was indeed her best option, with a monthly salary of over 50,000 all handed over to her, and he was even completely obedient to her. Although Su Qing considered herself good-looking and in good shape, she didn't think she could hook up with those top rich second-generation heirs. Moreover, those rich second-generation heirs were notoriously fickle, constantly changing the women around them. Even if she managed to hook one, how long could she stay by his side? He's just angry right now. Once he calms down, if you have a good attitude and give him some benefits, won't he come back to you like a lapdog? All right, I'm a bit tired. Su Qing unhappily returned to her room. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chun Feng went directly to find a loan shark. In his previous life, he borrowed money to buy a sports car for Wang Hao, but in this life he was doing it for himself. The house is in Yudai Longting, 180 square meters. I need 5 million in cash now, to be repaid in 13 days with interest. Chun Feng sat in the chair and handed over the property certificate. He didn't intend to repay the money. They could directly take the house. He specifically chose 13 days to give a loan shark 1 day to collect the debt. Just enough to let that bitch Su Qing experience the feeling of being kicked out of her home. The property certificate is here. If I don't pay back the money in 13 days, the house is yours. Hearing Chun Feng's words, the loan shark's boss was stunned and quickly instructed his underlings to verify the situation of the property certificate. Once verified, he became excited. Yudai Longting was famous for being a wealthy community, and even if Chun Feng sold this place at a loss, it could still fetch 6 million. This was practically money being delivered to their doorstep. Mr. Chun, the money has already been transferred to your card. It's been a pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. Thinking about what Su Qing would face in 13 days, he felt much better. 5 million in cash was still far from enough. It would only be enough to stock up on living supplies. He now needed food, water, generators, diesel, fuel, and even various weapons and transportation to travel in the snow. More importantly, he needed to build a safe house that could withstand extreme cold. All these things would cost far more than 5 million. However, he didn't care at all. He had plenty of ways to make money. On Antique Street, there was a porcelain piece worth 200 million waiting for him to pick up a bargain. In his previous life, he had found a priceless blue and white porcelain piece on Antique Street. Unfortunately, by that time, the apocalypse had already arrived, and money and antiques had become worthless. It was already dark. Chun Feng drove to the most luxurious restaurant in the area. He planned to arrange picking up a bargain for tomorrow. You useless person, instead of serving my sister at home, you come here to enjoy yourself alone. You need to be taught a lesson, don't you? Just as he sat down, a figure approached Chun Feng, grabbing his collar and questioning him with an unfriendly expression. Chapter 3, Are You Brain Dead? This person was Su Jiqiang, Su Qing's younger brother, who had been unemployed since graduation and spent his days idling around and being unproductive. Because Su Qing's parents had a serious preference for sons over daughters, Su Jiqiang was spoiled and would ask for money from his family whenever he needed it. Since Su Qing's family was short on money, they naturally turned to Chun Feng for support. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Qing's family was crazily draining Chun Feng's resources. Next to Su Jiqiang was a woman in black stockings and high heels, looking about 70% attractive, named Zhao Qian, who was Su Jiqiang's girlfriend and an extremely materialistic woman. These two haven't stopped bullying Chun Feng. Recently, Su Jiqiang has been preparing to marry Zhao Qian and needs a 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, which they naturally think Chun Feng should pay. In the last life, Chun Feng was the one who ended up being the fool. But now, whoever wants to be the fool can be. With so much money, isn't it better to buy food and drinks? However, looking at the arrogant Su Jiqiang in front of him, Chun Feng still suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, "I came over to handle some business and didn't expect to run into you guys. What coincidence?" Facing Chun Feng's smile, Su Jiqiang felt quite pleased, thinking his sister had trained this useless person quite well. "Stop with the smirking. Remember to pay for the meal today." After saying that, he directly sat down with Zhao Qian and started ordering. Zhao Qian couldn't even be bothered to look at her useless brother-in-law, Su Jiqiang. He was so pathetic that he didn't dare to show any temper when someone grabbed him by the collar. He wasn't a real man at all. Zhao Qian crossed her legs and pretended to be sophisticated while ordering from a menu. "Darling, this steak is 688 yuan per serving. Can I order it?" Without a second thought, Su Jiqiang nodded. "If you want to eat it, order it. We aren't short on money. Let's get 2 servings. After saying this boldly, Su Jiqiang couldn't help but feel that it was really expensive. He had only brought 2,000 yuan with him today, originally thinking it would be enough for a meal. But he didn't expect the steaks to cost almost all of it. Fortunately, he ran into Chun Feng, and it would be fine as long as he paid today. Chun Feng couldn't help but laugh at this scene, thinking to himself, "Keep pretending. Soon you'll be the one crying." In a short time, to show off, Su Jiqiang had ordered nearly 5,000 yuan worth of dishes, gradually losing himself in Zhao Qian's repeated darling. Seeing him so smug, Chun Feng decided to stoke the fire. "Jiqiang, how can you have steak without red wine?" "No red wine, no soul. Who asked you to butt in?" Su Jiqiang shot a look at Chun Feng, clearly annoyed. Of course I know to order red wine. But when he checked the prices, he couldn't help but gasp. The cheapest bottle was 19,000 yuan. However, seeing Zhao Qian's excited expression, he ordered a bottle anyway. "Darling, I love you." Looking at the table full of dishes, Zhao Qian was very satisfied and immediately took out her phone to snap pictures. Although she usually lived a relatively exquisite life, it was all fake refinement, and she was just a materialistic person. How could she be as carefree as she was now with Su Jiqiang? Although she knew Su Jiqiang was unemployed, so what? As long as he could come up with money, that was enough. Zhao Qian's gaze turned to Chun Feng at the neighboring table, who was eating ravenously without caring about his image, and she immediately looked down on him. He was quite handsome, but with such poor manners. What was the difference from a country bumpkin? In truth, Chun Feng couldn't be blamed. He hadn't eaten such good food in 2 years. In the apocalypse, when supplies were scarce, he even had to eat cockroaches since their protein content was 7 times that of beef. "Darling, my parents are asking for a 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. Are you ready?" Halfway through the meal, Zhao Qian suddenly asked, looking at Su Jiqiang with eager eyes. "Don't worry, it's all set." Su Jiqiang smiled smugly, glancing at Chun Feng, who had already finished his meal. "Brother-in-law, remember to transfer the betrothal gift to my card before noon tomorrow. I needed to propose." Su Jiqiang's tone was firm, as if he was instructing Chun Feng to do something that was a matter of course. "Betrothal gift? Whose betrothal gift?" Chun Feng wiped his mouth and looked at the two with a half-smile. Did they think he was an ATM? "Of course it's mine. Didn't you hear that I need to propose? Are you brain dead? If you want to propose, you should provide your own betrothal gift. Why come to me?" Chun Feng, shedding his usual weak image, laughed coldly and said, "We're not related, and your wife isn't giving me any. Why should I give you a betrothal gift?" Su Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not expecting Chun Feng to dare speak to him like that. But in an instant, he reacted and swung a punch at Chun Feng. "You worthless piece of trash. You need a beating, don't you?" However, before he could reach Chun Feng, he was kicked back. You dare hit me? Worthless piece of trash. Do you believe I can make my sister divorce you right now?" Su Jiqiang groaned while holding his stomach in pain, and Zhao Qian stood beside him, dumbfounded and unsure what to do. "Divorce? Chun Feng coldly shook a divorce certificate in front of him. Don't threaten me with that. I've already divorced your sister. You still want money from me? Try in your next life. Su Jiqiang's face was filled with disbelief. How could this useless person have divorced his sister? Wasn't he supposed to be her loyal lapdog? But with the divorce certificate right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. The commotion attracted the manager's attention, who quickly arrived with security. Gentlemen, this is not a place for trouble. Hurry, this person hit me. You need to deal with him, or I'll file a complaint. Su Jiqiang hurriedly cried out to the manager. Sir, causing trouble in our Mingwei restaurant. Please give us an explanation, the manager said, looking displeased. Causing trouble here is just shooting yourself in the foot, right? Actually, I have a business proposition to discuss with you. Can you make a decision? Chun Feng ignored the manager's words and directly asked. Now is not the time for business discussions. I want to book 100 tables at 10,000 yuan per table. If you can take the order, I'll pay half the deposit immediately. Wow, 10,000 per table. 100 tables means 1,000,000, and you're ready to pay 500,000 right away. There aren't many opportunities for such big business this year. The manager was stunned. This was clearly not trouble, but a potential benefactor. Can this business be discussed? Chun Feng looked at the manager. Of course, we can discuss it. I'll arrange it right away. The manager was extremely excited and quickly brought over a pen and paper. After signing the contract, Chun Feng immediately transferred 500,000 yuan. Zhao Qian, right? Chun Feng looked at Zhao Qian and grinned. This guy has no money at all and can't provide you with the life you want. Why don't you consider marrying me? I'll give you a 1,000,000 yuan betrothal gift. Chapter 4. What are you doing here? Zhao Qian was taken aback by this statement, her heart racing. Chun Feng was being so generous, directly booking a 1,000,000 yuan banquet. Spending that much on a meal indicated that his assets must far exceed that amount. Moreover, Chun Feng was much more handsome than Su Jiqiang. The fact that he was willing to offer a 1,000,000 yuan betrothal gift made her extremely excited. Remember to contact me after you think it over. I'm a responsible man. Chun Feng made a phone gesture to Zhao Qian and turned to leave gracefully. You bastard. You're asking for it, aren't you? I'm going to ruin you. An enraged Su Jiqiang wanted to rush over to find trouble with Chun Feng, but he was stopped by the manager. Get away from me, or I'll report you. I'm sorry, sir. Your total bill today is 25,100 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? This is absolutely impossible. Chun Feng is his distinguished guest. It's the first time he has seen someone so generous. How could he allow him to be harmed? Let him pay. He is my brother-in-law. Do you know the consequences of stopping me? The manager immediately looked at Su Jiqiang with a dumbfounded expression. It's the first time I've seen someone so shameless. You don't even consider others as people. Yet you want them to pay for your meal? Two of you, who gave you the guts to try and eat for free in our Mingwei restaurant. With a wave of his hand, the manager summoned several security guards who surrounded the two, each looking fierce and menacing. Zhao Qian had never seen such a scene and was scared out of her wits, pulling Su Jiqiang and anxiously saying, Hurry up and pay. What are you standing there for? I don't have that much money. Su Jiqiang was almost in tears. He had 2,000 on him, but it was nowhere near enough. No money? Damn it. You ordered such expensive dishes without money? Do you really think we're easy to bully? Break his legs. I have money. I have money. Just wait a moment. I'll make a call. Terrified, Su Jiqiang took out his phone and called Su Qing. Upon hearing that Su Jiqiang had spent over 20,000 on a meal, Su Qing was also quite angry. However, since he was her brother, she didn't want to say too much. She borrowed some money from various sources and finally managed to bail Su Jiqiang out. What is wrong with you? Spending so much on a meal, my money doesn't come from the wind. As soon as she got home, Su Qing couldn't help but complain to Su Jiqiang. She hadn't saved any money over the years, and now that she was divorced from the ATM, she couldn't take out much cash at all. If Su Jiqiang continued to squander like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. It's all that useless Chun Feng's fault. Su Jiqiang's eyes were filled with resentment, and he couldn't help but complain to Su Qing. Sister, just divorce that useless Chun Feng. Why are you giving him so much money? That money is enough for my bride price. Su Qing frowned, clearly not understanding what Su Jiqiang meant. Chun Feng left with nothing. Where would he get the money? What? Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang jumped up from the sofa. Sister, you said that useless man left with nothing. You're not lying to me, are you? Su Qing took out the contract and handed it to Su Jiqiang. When he saw the clauses regarding property distribution, he became even more excited. Sister, that useless man tricked you. He is hiding a lot of money. Hurry up and call him to get it back. It's all ours. Seeing Su Jiqiang's excited expression, Su Qing was even more confused. Hiding money? How much could he possibly have? Over the years, Chun Feng's salary card has been in my hands, and I only gave him 200 a month. He couldn't possibly have saved much. Sister, that useless man booked 100 tables at Mingwei restaurant today. That's a million. We've been deceived by that useless man all these years. I estimate he has at least several million in cash. Suing gasped, feeling a bit dazed. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Hurry up and call him. No matter what, we have to get the money back. Okay, I'll call right away. In the Emperor's suite of a 5-star hotel, Chen Feng kept calling restaurants to book banquet tables. With the apocalypse approaching, it's not easy to get cooked food, and it's even harder to find good quality dishes. He was trying to stock up on some of the meals prepared by chefs on the spot. Inside his space, everything was at a standstill. No matter how long he left hot water in, the temperature wouldn't change. As for chicken, duck, fish, meat, and various necessities, Chen Feng planned to do a $0 purchase on the night of the 14th. Although he had many ways to make money, he still had to save where he could at this time. Money had to be spent wisely. Steak, foie gras, roast duck, let us go. Ding, ding, ding. While frantically calling various restaurants to book items, Chen Feng saw a call from Su Qing and hung up without a second thought. He could guess why she was calling. It was just because Su Jiqiang went back and mentioned his banquet booking, trying to get money from him. To Su Qing, he was just an ATM. Not long after he hung up, Su Qing called again, and this time, Chen Feng didn't hesitate to block her. Keeping her on would only delay his booking speed. After making a round of calls to nearby restaurants, Chen Feng then turned to takeout options, ordering everything from barbecue, spicy hot pot, to delicious frog fish heads. It was tea until midnight when most businesses had closed that Chen Feng finally calmed down a bit. In just one short evening, he had spent over 2 million. Damn it, spending money feels so good. Chen Feng indulged himself. In his previous life, although he earned 50,000 a month, all his salary went to that bitch Su Qing. While others lived freely, he only had a few hundred for pocket money each month, living like a dog. This was the first time he experienced such a carefree spending spree. There were still many places to spend money, such as houses and renovations, which were the most important. He needed to create a residence that could withstand extreme cold, so he could live comfortably after the apocalypse arrived. Around 10 the next day, Chen Feng went to the antique street, found the antique based on his memories from his previous life, and sold it for 200 million. The antique was worth over 2 billion. It would fetch a higher price at auction, but he was eager to sell it and let it go for 200 million. Antiques only have a half-month shelf life. After that, they become worthless scraps. Once the funds arrived, Chen Feng immediately went to the sales office of Yudai Longting. This was the community where Su Qing's family currently lived, and buying a house here would make it easier for him to take revenge. After all, when the entire world is covered in snow, he wouldn't be able to deal with his ex-wife's family if he were in another community. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? As soon as Chen Feng walked into the sales office, Zhao Qian, in high heels, greeted him with a surprised look on her face. Chapter 8 Being of Villa. Last night, Chen Feng left a very deep impression on Zhao Qian, even if he was showing off. The fact that he could take out 1 million to book a banquet was not something just anyone could do. He had much more potential than Su Jiqiang, who couldn't even pay for a meal. She had been struggling without Chen Feng's contact information, but unexpectedly, he came to find her today. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Qian's excited expression, but quickly remembered. Zhao Qian was the salesperson at this sales office. I'm here to look at houses. Bring me the information for Villa number 3. Chen Feng said with a slight smile. What? You want to buy Villa number 3? Zhao Qian immediately exclaimed in excitement, looking at Chen Feng in disbelief. Villa number 3 is worth 100 million. Anyone who can afford a villa in Yudai Longting is a top-tier rich person. What? Has the villa already been booked by someone? No. I'll go get the information for you right away. Zhao Qian ran off to get the information, making the other salespeople envious. A villa worth 100 million, even if the commission is relatively low, would still amount to nearly 1 million. That's money they could never earn in their lifetimes. Zhao Qian moved quickly, and when she returned with the documents, she had undergone quite a transformation. Her high heels were replaced with Valentino. Her black stockings accentuated her long legs. and her professional skirt was changed to a very short bodycon skirt. Even the neckline of her top was intentionally lowered, revealing an enticing view. This was a classic speed-boosting outfit. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, she had treated him like a worthless nobody while being with Su Jiqiang, barely glancing at him. And now, when presenting properties to him, she seemed almost eager to stick to him. Chen Qian, I'm very satisfied with the house, but I need to test the soundproofing and the bed shock absorption. How about we go try it out? Chen Feng unabashedly took Zhao Qian's hand, causing her face to flush red. Ugh, can't you discuss this privately with me? So annoying. Zhao Qian didn't speak, but a very disdainful voice came from beside them. Chen Feng looked up and was instantly stunned. This person had an extremely hot figure, and the dress she wore accentuated her curves in a very enticing way. Her long legs could definitely make countless people drool. The key was her unbelievably beautiful face, which made it impossible to look away. She was definitely a top-tier, goddess-level beauty in Chen Feng's eyes, scoring a solid 97 points. Lin Feier, a fragment of memory from his previous life, flashed in his mind, and Chen Feng instantly recognized her. She was a minor celebrity who had gained some fame in the industry due to her outstanding looks and acting skills. If things continued this way, she would surely become very popular in the future. Unfortunately, she encountered the apocalypse, and in a world where humanity had deteriorated, beautiful women faced dire situations, especially someone of Lin Feier's goddess caliber. In his previous life, a group of men broke into her residence, and she was never heard from again. The outcome was predictable. Beauty, we'll be neighbors from now on. If you run out of food, remember to come find me. I'll share my sausages with you. Chen Feng said with a smile. Pervert. Lin Feier snorted coldly, her face turning red as she hurriedly left. How could a kind gesture be taken as something disgusting? Chen Feng was speechless, while Zhao Qian looked at him nervously. Chen Feng, do you know her? No. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Feier was too beautiful. If she had to compete with her, she wouldn't stand a chance. Let's go see the house. If it's suitable, I'll pay today. Hearing this, Zhao Qian excitedly took Chen Feng to view the villa. Shortly after the two left, Su Jiqiang arrived at the sales office. After searching around and not finding Zhao Qian, he inquired with a puzzled expression. Sister Zhang, have you seen Qian Qian? Oh, Xiao Su. Qian Qian took a client to see the villa. Just wait a moment. Sister Zhang looked at Su Jiqiang meaningfully, as if she were looking at a fool. Xiao Su, Qian Qian is going to strike it rich this time. If this villa sells, her commission will probably be close to $1 million. A female sales associate nearby struggled to suppress her laughter. You better treat our Qian Qian well. After all, we don't have another capable one like her here. Don't worry. I will definitely treat her well. Su Jiqiang was excited, but couldn't help feeling confused. Why did these people sound so strange? Capable? Su Qian's workability was just average. How could she be considered capable? After waiting for half an hour at the sales office, Su Jiqiang couldn't stand it anymore and went to the break room to ask about the situation. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a chorus of mocking voices came from inside. Su Jiqiang, that dog is probably going to end up with nothing. Who could blame him? After all, that a top-tier rich guy, while Su Jiqiang doesn't even have a job. How can he compete for a woman with him? Several sales associates were discussing, their tones mixed with envy and jealousy. Don't say that. Qian Qian isn't that kind of person. A young female sales associate couldn't help but murmur. What are you thinking? If she weren't that kind of person, would she dress like that? Didn't you see how low her neckline was? Ha! That rich guy clearly said he wanted to test the bed shock absorption. Who knows? They might be rolling in bed right now. Besides, with $1 million in commission, even if that rich guy is just playing around, she has no reason to refuse. Su Jiqiang is nothing, no capability, and no looks. A female sales associate sighed, saying that if it were them, they would definitely leap right in. Unfortunately, they didn't have that opportunity. So, the capable you were talking about means this, huh? At the door, Su Jiqiang could no longer hold back and kicked open the break room door, startling the group of sales associates. Xiao Su, you scared us to death. Why did you kick the door? Damn it, where's that bitch? Villa number 3, Xiao Su, don't do anything reckless. Qian Qian isn't what you think. The others tried to persuade him, but Su Jiqiang, blinded by anger, rushed towards Villa number 3 without listening. Damn it, dare to steal my woman? You must be tired of living. Su Jiqiang was furious, and as he arrived at Villa number 3, he saw a scene that made him seethe with rage. Chun Feng was just helping Zhao Qian out of the villa, and the two looked quite intimate. "You worthless coward, planning to take my place, huh? I'll take you down today." Without thinking, Su Jiqiang swung his fist at Chun Feng. Chapter 6. We're gonna get rich this time, looking at Su Jiqiang, who suddenly attacked him. Chun Feng showed no mercy and kicked back. If it were before, Chun Feng might not have been able to handle Su Jiqiang, but now. He was a man who had survived for 2.5 years in the harsh environment of the apocalypse. In a world where resources were scarce, he had managed to support his entire family. And in terms of skills, Su Jiqiang's wound be worthy of carrying his shoes. Feels good. After kicking Su Jiqiang to the ground, Chun Feng couldn't help but slap him again. In his previous life, he had been bullied terribly by Su Jiqiang's family and had been suffocating. Now, he finally found the opportunity for revenge. "How dare you hit me? I'll fight you." Su Jiqiang, unwilling to back down, prepared to get up and retaliate, but was stopped by Zhao Qian. "Su Jiqiang, have you had enough of this?" Zhao Qian's face was filled with displeasure. Her good mood was significantly affected. More importantly, she was worried that Chun Feng would decide not to buy the house because of Su Jiqiang, which would be a significant loss. Qian, I just got hit by him, and you're still defending him?" Su Jiqiang couldn't believe it. It hadn't been long, and his girlfriend was already siding with someone else. "So what if he hit you? You deserved it. If you hadn't attacked, Chun Feng wouldn't have fought back." After Zhao Qian finished speaking, she nervously approached Chun Feng again. "Mr. Chun, I'm truly sorry. I'll make sure to educate him properly when I get back." Chun Feng waved his hand to indicate it was fine. "Someone like him, I don't even consider him." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiqiang, already imbalanced, became even angrier. He never expected this guy to be so arrogant. But just as he was about to explode, Zhao Qian pulled him away again. "Mr. Chun, regarding the house. Well, I wasn't particularly fond of this villa, but considering your excellent service attitude, I decided to go ahead and finalize it. Let's sign the contract." Chun Feng looked meaningfully at Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang understood. Chun Feng was indeed the so-called rich man the salespeople talked about. The one who wanted to buy a villa and take his girlfriend to have some fun. "Damn, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Enough. How long are you going to keep making unreasonable demands? Just because you're useless and unemployed doesn't mean you should make me lose my job too." Zhao Qian scolded sharply, leaving Su Jiqiang speechless. Chun Feng watched the two former enemies turn against each other with amusement, feeling very pleased. Unfortunately, there were only 2 weeks left until the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would have dealt with them properly today. "I want to start the renovation immediately. Is that okay?" "No problem. As long as you pay the down payment and sign the contract, the house is yours, and you have the right to do anything with it. But this villa is already renovated. Do you still want to spend money on renovations?" "Well, there are some places I'm not satisfied with and need to be redone." Instantly, Chun Feng's identity as a rich man became even more impressive in Zhao Qian's eyes. That's too extravagant. Signing the contract and making the payment didn't take much time. It was only 2 hours before Chun Feng got the keys. The smooth and quick payment process astonished Su Jiqiang nearby. This waste actually bought a villa. He must have more than a few million on him. This villa is worth 100 million, even if he only paid 20 million as a down payment. It seems he has even more cash. "All right, I have things to do. You just exercised, so go home and rest well. I'll find you when I need you," Chun Feng said, giving a provocative glance at Su Jiqiang before turning to leave. The exercise he mentioned was, of course, real exercise. He hadn't been idle while viewing the house, running around in the villa, which left Zhao Qian exhausted and even caused her fall. As for what Su Jiqiang thought, it was none of his concern. Sure enough, as soon as he left, their conflict erupted. "Did you really go to bed with that waste?" Su Jiqiang was furious. "Have you had enough of this? Chun Feng isn't as disgusting as you think. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to get angry." "Damn, it's only been a little while, and you're already siding with him?" Su Jiqiang was filled with rage. "If you didn't sleep with him, how could you possibly walk so unsteadily?" "I fell. If Chun Feng hadn't helped me today, I would have fallen even worse. Look at you. Instead of thanking him, you're causing such a ruckus." Zhao Qian complained, but her tone had clearly softened. Although she felt Chun Feng was intentionally flirting with her. She had dropped enough hints in the villa, almost dragging Chun Feng to bed, but he just pretended to be oblivious. This left Zhao Qian somewhat unsure. Her current goal was to stabilize Su Jiqiang, flirt with Chun Feng, and develop a relationship. Once she and Chun Feng were completely together, she would definitely dump Su Jiqiang immediately. Darling, you need to work hard, you know? I made quite a bit from the commission on today's house. If you don't work harder, how can I entrust my future to you? I have to say, Zhao Qian's tea art is also top-notch, easily confusing Su Jiqiang with just a few words. Don't worry, Qian, I won't let you down. And let me tell you, that kid's money is all mine. And that villa is mine too. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Look at what you're saying. Are you crazy for money? If Su Jiqiang wasn't obedient, she would have dumped him long ago. Su Jiqiang rushed home without stopping, just in time to find his family gathered. Sister, Dad, Mom. We struck it rich. We're rich now. Rich from what? Su Jiqiang's father, Su Dahua, stood up immediately. He loved playing mahjong, but wasn't skilled at it, and had lost quite a bit of money recently. Hearing rich made him restless. Chen Feng, that bastard, has a lot of money. Oh, I thought it was something serious. He just has a few million, and we already sent someone to collect it, right? Su Jiqiang's mother, Matsuelan, looked speechless. No, he has more than just a few million. That waste just bought a villa in our neighborhood, villa number 3, worth 100 million. Boom. This news hit Su Jiqiang's family like a thunderclap, and all three couldn't help but widen their eyes. How much did you say? Su King exclaimed in disbelief. 100 million. Are you kidding? Even if he has some money, how could he possibly have that much? This deal was signed by my girlfriend. How could I possibly be mistaken? Su Jiqiang was ecstatic, and he wants to renovate. I'm sure he has a lot of cash on him, and all of this is marital property. Sister, it should all belong to us. The family was even more excited, especially Su Dahua, who immediately put on his shoes and rushed outside. Hurry, take me to see our big villa. Chapter 7. Are you breaking the law? My goodness, this villa is too big. Upon arriving at villa number 3, the Su family was overly excited. This villa was not only large, but its facilities were clearly expensive, far superior to their elevator apartment. This yard is big enough to play football. I'll turn it into a mahjong parlor. Su Dahua had already made plans. He even began to fantasize about his future prosperous days. Dad, this is a villa. What you're suggesting is too low class. Su Qing looked at the villa with longing. She had always wanted to live in such luxury. Who would have thought that after a divorce, it would come true? Why waste such a large space on a mahjong parlor? Who cares what it becomes? Let us hurry inside and take a look. Yes, let us go inside. The four of them reached the front door, just about to enter when 2 security guards stopped them. Excuse me, this is a private residence. Unrelated persons, please leave. This is my home. How can we be unrelated? Su Qing said, visibly annoyed. Exactly. How dare you stop us from entering our own home? Do you believe I can get you fired? Su Dahua, who already had a bad temper, started yelling at the 2 guards. Sorry, the owner has no relation to you. The security guard frowned, holding his walkie-talkie, ready to call for backup at any moment. They had never encountered such shameless people before. What do you mean no relation? I'm Chen Feng's wife. We are his family. If you want to let us in, do you know what the consequences will be? Su Qing said angrily. Yes. This was bought by my son-in-law to honor me. I command you to open the door immediately. Sorry, the owner specifically instructed us. He is divorced and has no wife. The security guard spoke coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at the group. How shameless. Even after a divorce, they still want to lay claim to the owner's house. Chen Feng was somewhat well known in the neighborhood, notorious for being a pushover. The Su family didn't regard him as a son-in-law at all. Even a dog had more status than Chen Feng. In the past, they didn't know how to treat others well, but now after the divorce, they know to call him son-in-law. What? How can he do this? Su Dahua was instantly furious. Hurry, quickly call that useless waste. We've raised him for so many years. Even if he is a cold stone, he should have warmed up by now. Maquidan cursid. Clearly very angry. The security guard looked at a few of them with even more contempt in his heart. Who is raising whom? They knew very well that before getting married, Chen Feng was a well-known young talent in the community, and even the house was bought by him. But after the marriage, the Su family all moved in, and none of them worked, relying entirely on Chen Feng for their living expenses, acting as if it was a matter of course. How could they still have the face to say such things? Su Dahua and others cursed while trying to make calls, but unfortunately, none went through. In the end, the security guard, feeling a bit annoyed, began to chase them away, and they left reluctantly. That useless waste has such a big nerve. He even dares not to answer my calls. Matsuelan returned home with a displeased expression. Daughter, hurry up and think of a way to contact him. Let him come back and remarry, so we can at least give him a doghouse to live in. Otherwise, we will find a lawyer immediately and leave him with nothing. Sister, you should still say a few good words to that useless waste and coax him back. Su Jiqiang muttered. Qianqian's side is pressing for the bride price. It's not too late to deal with him after you bring him back. If we go to court, it will waste a lot of time. Upon hearing this, Su Qing did not delay at all and hurriedly began to contact Chen Feng. The phone was blocked, so she tried WeChat. There were plenty of ways to get in touch. A mansion worth 100 million is enough for her to live like a wealthy lady in the future. It's even better than marrying a rich second generation. There is no shame in apologizing. On Chen Feng's side, after leaving, he immediately found the largest security company in the area. This company not only protects people as safety, but also specializes in renovating residences. Often, when protecting certain important figures, they would renovate the target's residence, and over time, they became quite experienced in this area. Plus, many wealthy individuals like to build doomsday bunkers. So their business in this regard was doing quite well. I want to transform a villa into a doomsday bunker. Take me to see your manager. Chen Feng explained his situation to the salesperson, who immediately arranged for someone to meet him. Anyone looking to create a doomsday bunker is definitely a wealthy client. After all, ordinary people don't have that much money and energy. Building a safe house is an extremely expensive hobby with no practical use. Shortly after, a well-dressed man approached Chen Feng. Hello, sir. My name is Gao Mingyuan. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Gao Mingyuan was very polite, looking at Chen Feng while constantly pondering who this person could be. Among the rich in Qingzhou, there seemed to be no one like him. Could he be a new, wealthy individual? Chen Feng said, directly handing over the floor plan of his villa. This villa has 3 floors above ground and 1 basement, each floor being 500 square meters. Can you transform it into a doomsday bunker? Gao Mingyuan looked at the floor plan in his hand, pondered for a moment, and couldn't he help but say, Mr. Chun, generally speaking, doomsday bunkers are built underground. Transforming this villa might not yield very good results. Generally, buildings above ground can face serious issues during earthquakes. After all, no one can guarantee that the developer built it to a high standard. Chen Feng shook his head. He certainly knew that underground construction was the safest, but clearly, there was no time to deal with those issues. If he had more time, he would definitely create a better bunker. You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I say. Chen Feng cleared his throat and said, I need all the exterior walls reinforced with titanium alloy steel plates, enough to ensure they won't be blown open. All the windows need to be bulletproof. The entire interior of the villa should have extremely insulating materials, and there should be a heating system, along with a backup power supply, capable of maintaining a comfortable temperature indoors even at -80 degrees. Oh, and there must be various security systems to ensure that 100 or 200 people can't break in. There should be an air circulation system to ensure I'm not poisoned by gas. Can you do these renovations? Chen Feng smiled at Gao Mingyuan, only to find that the other party was already in shock, looking at him in disbelief. Gao Mingyuan swallowed hard and said, Mr. Chen, have you broken some heavenly rule? You want to build such a fortress? Chapter 8. Building the safe house. Chen Feng was also quite helpless. These were essential conditions to ensure he could live comfortably in a doomsday environment. You don't need to worry about these things. Just tell me if you can do it. Gao Mingyuan nodded. Chen Feng's requirements were not unreasonable. To be fair, it was a relatively low-spec safe house. After all, he had encountered even more extravagant requests. Our company is professional. We can fully meet these requirements. Please rest assured, Mr. Chun. That's good. But I'm a bit anxious. How quickly can you complete it? Mr. Chun, don't worry. We have absolutely no issues with efficiency. Given your situation, we can finish in 2 months. Too long. Chen Feng shook his head directly. After 2 months, the apocalypse could arrive, and a safe house that ISNT completed would be no different from a regular place. Hurry up, 1 month will do. Gao Mingyuan instinctively replied. He looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled gaze. For doomsday safe houses, builders generally care about safety. No one would care about the time. Some wealthy individuals even spend years to build safe houses. Too long. Chen Feng still shook his head, dissatisfied with this answer. 10 days. I have only 10 days. Now Gao Mingyuan was no longer calm, and even began to doubt whether the other party was here to cause trouble. What is this? You have so many requirements, and then tell me to complete it in 10 days. Do you think I'm easy to bully? However, Gao Mingyuan was ultimately a highly capable person, suppressing his discontent as he looked at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, what you're asking for is probably very difficult to accomplish. I understand your concerns, but my house's renovation is already done. All you need to do is reinforce it and meet my requirements. It's not impossible. Chen Feng had thought it through. Otherwise, he would never have used a large villa for renovation. Mr. Chen, you may not fully understand us. I could pay more. Gao Mingyuan was instantly speechless. If that is the case, then it can be discussed. First, calculate how much it will cost in total. Without any hesitation, Gao Mingyuan took out a notebook and began to calculate. After a moment, he listed all the materials and costs for Chen Feng. The total renovation cost is 200 million, but this is calculated based on a 1-month time frame. Chen Feng looked at the list and nodded directly. The general cost of villa decoration is typically equal to the purchase price. In other words, if it costs 100 million to buy a house, achieving a decent decoration effect would also require around 100 million for renovations. However, his renovation, without considering decoration, requires a staggering 200 million, which shows that this type of doomsday safe house is indeed very expensive. From the materials used, it seems that even explosives wouldn't work here. If you can complete the project within 10 days, I'll give you an extra 100 million. If you think that's feasible, I can sign the contract and pay the deposit right now. Hiss. Gao Mingyuan, who had been calm until now, couldn't hold back any longer, suddenly standing up and excitedly shaking Chen Feng's hand. Mr. Chen, I'll get the contract ready right away. Let's cooperate happily. 100 million. This is 100 million. If we subtract costs and labor from the previous 200 million, he could still make a decent profit, and this extra 100 million is almost pure profit. To speed up the process, the simplest solution is to add more people. Adding people is a must. For this 100 million, he has to push forward no matter what. I'll pay a deposit of 100 million first. After the house inspection, I'll give you another 100 million. If there are no other issues after living in it for a month, I'll pay the remaining 100 million. Does this payment method work for you? Chen Feng had considered this payment method. 200 million is enough for the other party to make a profit, and as for the final added 100 million, by then, the apocalypse would have arrived, and the other party probably wouldn't be able to collect it. Okay. Gao Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. After signing the contract and completing the advance payment, Chen Feng left the company amidst Gao Mingyuan's enthusiastic farewell. Quick, everyone in the company put down what you're doing. If we finish this order, this year's year-end bonus will double. The entire company instantly became excited. Gao Mingyuan didn't waste any time, quickly picking up the phone to arrange for materials to enter the site. By the time Chen Feng returned to the community, he found that workers had already started measuring his villa with instruments. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of money. This situation would only be useful for a short time. Once the apocalypse arrives, all money would just be a pile of waste paper. After greeting the security personnel, Chen Feng contacted the real estate agent in the community and spent 20,000 to rent an apartment and a warehouse in the community. The apartment would be his residence for the next 10 days, while the warehouse was needed for the many banquet orders he placed. Otherwise, if he directly stored things in his space in front of a crowd, he might get caught for research even before the end of the world. Money is being spent too quickly. Chen Feng lay on the bed, unable to help but sigh. He spent 20 million on buying a house, and now another 100 million on renovations. Originally, he had 200 million in his pocket, but in the blink of an eye, he was left with only over 80 million. However, Chen Feng wasn't worried about money at all. He had many ways to make money, and with the apocalypse approaching, having more money wouldn't matter much. Enough was enough. If necessary, he could mortgage his villa to loan sharks. Now, he no longer had to worry about the safe house or residence, but weapons were a big problem. Although he had spatial abilities and decent skills, not having firearms would still be challenging. Isn't there a saying, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns? The neighbor is my granary? However, in this place, obtaining such things was nearly impossible. It seems he still needed to hurry and go abroad for some zero-cost shopping. Chen Feng took out his phone and booked a flight to the United States. Due to work, he often traveled abroad, so visas and passports weren't a problem. And acquiring weapons in the U.S. was quite simple. Besides that, there were countless large department store warehouses there that he needed to check out. Isn't zero-cost shopping trending there? Now that he had been reborn, he certainly wanted to experience it. Just as Chun Feng finalized his flight and was studying the map for the warehouse locations, his phone suddenly vibrated a few times, and an unfamiliar number called in. "Hello, husband, it's me." As soon as he answered, Su Qing's complaining voice came through the receiver. "If you ignore me any longer, I'm really going to get angry." Chapter 9. I won't let this go. What the hell? Listening to Su Qing's mournful words, Chun Feng almost couldn't hold back. "So you were caught in bed with someone else, and it's still my fault? You're angry with me. What face do you have? Just say what you want." "I'm busy right now," Chun Feng replied impatiently. He didn't have time to deal with his ex-wife's family. Otherwise, they would have been taken care of long ago. "Husband, I heard you not only booked 100 banquet tables, but also bought a villa. Why didn't you discuss such a big deal with me?" Su Qing complained in a tone that was almost coquettish. "It's none of your business. If I want to buy a house, that's my decision. Why should I discuss it with you?" Chun Feng couldn't hold back and cursed directly. Su Qing was really shameless, acting as if nothing had happened and saying such things. Wasn't that treating herself as someone who could be easily manipulated? "Husband, are you still angry?" "I'm sorry. Okay. I was just confused for a moment. Can we reconcile?" Su Qing's tone became pitiful, as if she had genuinely done something wrong. "Husband, I really can't live without you. Come back, okay?" Listening to her words, Chun Feng almost believed her. If it weren't for being stabbed in the heart by Su Qing in his previous life and having seen her true colors, he might have softened. "Can't live without me? Heh, you can't live without my money and villa, can you?" Chun Feng replied coldly. If he didn't have the villa and money, with Su Qing's personality, she wouldn't even look at him twice. Seeing that Chun Feng was unyielding, Su Qing's expression turned sour. Next to her, Su Dahua and Ma Tsuolan also looked very displeased and snatched the phone to curse. "Useless. Don't take it for granted. We're here to negotiate with you. That's giving you a chance. If you come back now, we can even arrange a doghouse for you in the villa to enjoy. But if you don't listen to our arrangements, not only the villa, but we won't leave you a single cent. You useless thing, do you really think you're something? Don't forget you signed a clean break agreement. Your money and villa belong to our family." Su Jiqiang couldn't help but curse. And just as he was about to say more, he found that the other party had already hung up. "This useless thing actually dared to hang up on me," Su Dahua exclaimed, quickly picking up the phone to call back, but the line said it was turned off, clearly indicating he had been blocked. "This kid really is asking for it. Quickly find a lawyer. I must make him bankrupt." "Yes, find one right away. I want to see how long he can be so arrogant." Finding a lawyer is a bit time-consuming. Qian Qian is urging me for 1 million in betrothal gifts. "Sister, think of a way. Susikiang hesitatif. Wasn't it 500,000? How did it go up to 1 million? Suing Fronith. She said she made 1 million selling a house and isn't short of this little money. She just wants an attitude." Ma Tsuolan, upon hearing this, hurriedly looked at Su Qing, urging her to think of a way. After all, he was her only son, and she couldn't let him be unable to find a wife. Su Qing sighed and could only pick up her phone to call Wang Hao. As soon as Wang Hao heard that Chun Feng had bought a villa worth 100 million, he immediately became excited. He had never thought that he would one day own a villa. Su Qing's was his, and he would do anything to get it back from Chun Feng. "Chun Feng, your wife is mine, and I won't spare your villa either. Don't worry, dear, I'll find someone right away. That useless guy needs to be dealt with. Once I give him a beating, he will definitely obediently return the villa to us." After hanging up, Su Qing still felt a bit worried and called a lawyer. For some reason, the current Chun Feng made her feel like he had become a different person, and she felt a vague sense of unease inside her. After hanging up, Chun Feng's thoughts returned to the map. He had to be very careful about going to the ugly country, and his time was limited. It would be best to get everything he needed as soon as possible. Going on the same day and returning the next day would be ideal. With such a tight schedule, he had to make sure everything was arranged properly. After handling these matters, Chun Feng skillfully opened the food delivery app. Ordering takeout was something that needed persistence. Ding dong! Just as Chun Feng finished placing his order and was about to put his phone down to rest, a message came through. Picking it up, he found it was from Zhao Qian, Su Jiqiang's girlfriend. After buying a house from her, he had already added her contact information. "Chun Feng, are you resting?" "Not yet, what's up?" At her place, Zhao Qian held her phone, filled with nervousness. It was impossible not to be nervous in front of a rich man like Chun Feng. After all, this was related to her future happiness. If she could win over Chun Feng, she could directly become a rich wife without having to sell houses anymore. However, although Chun Feng said he wanted to marry her, He never took the initiative to contact her, which left her feeling very uncertain. Regarding the villa, the loan documents had already been submitted, and she believed it would be approved soon. Okay, thank you for handling the house issue for me. I trust you. Zhao Qian looked at the message from him. Her heart filled with joy. She then opened her photo album and carefully selected a prepared photo to send. Chen Feng, do you think I look good in this outfit? Chen Feng looked at the photo sent over and couldn't help but show a smug smile. Su Jiqiang, you think you're so arrogant, huh? I bet you never expected your girlfriend would actively flirt with me. The photo was quite revealing. Zhao Qian was wearing only a thin, sheer nightgown, even more private than a private photo. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian's figure and looks could only be considered average. If it weren't to annoy Su Jiqiang or to get back at Zhao Qian, he wouldn't even bother with her. After the apocalypse, with resources in his control, what woman couldn't he have? Looks good. Su Jiqiang really is lucky. I've never worn this for him. She is showing it off just for you. If you like it, she'll wear it for you every day. After a moment's thought, Chen Feng quickly forwarded the photo to Su Jiqiang, adding a comment. Your girlfriend's outfit looks pretty good. Did you buy it for her? After doing this, Chen Feng directly blocked Su Jiqiang on WeChat and opened the door to receive his takeout. Meanwhile, Su Jiqiang was so furious that he jumped up from his bed, smashing his phone. Chen Feng, you bastard. I won't let this go, just wait. Chapter 10. Senior tea artist in Villa Number 4 next to Villa Number 3. Lin Feier sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking exhausted. Even without makeup, her aura was hard to conceal. This is too much. That person is simply outrageous. Lin Feier pouted and punched the sofa with her little fists, seemingly trying to vent her anger. The construction next door in Villa Number 3 had been ongoing all night, preventing her from sleeping at all. Complaining over the phone had no effect whatsoever. To make matters worse, when she was starving in the middle of the night and wanted to order takeout, she found that all the businesses had stopped taking orders. In the end, guess what? She watched helplessly as the delivery guys entered the community and delivered to a building. The stream of delivery drivers never stopped. When she went downstairs to inquire, she found out that all those deliveries were ordered by the owner of Villa Number 3. This made her even angrier. She already had a very unfavorable impression of Chen Feng. Not only was the renovation noise keeping her awake at night, but now he was also preventing her from having a meal. This deep resentment made her grit her teeth in anger. Feier, what's going on next door? It's so noisy. A hot-bodied woman with a displeased expression walked out of the room. Her name was Xiao Lulu, Lin Feier's best friend and an actress. Although her fame was far less than Lin Feier's. She had originally come to stay with Lin Feier for a few days, but on the very first night, she was disturbed by the construction noise. It seems they are renovating, Lin Feier said, feeling resentful. This is unacceptable. If I don't go over and scold him today, he will think we're easy to bully. Xiao Lulu grabbed Lin Feier and rushed outside. She had a fiery temper and couldn't tolerate such things at all. Outside the villa, Chen Feng looked at the materials handed over by Gao Mingyuan and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I've already called all our workers over. We will definitely finish it within 10 days. Gao Mingyuan patted his chest to assure. Of course, if you called the entire company over, and even with all employees working in shifts, if you still can't finish, then you really don't deserve to earn this money. That's good, but you must remember one thing. Quality must be guaranteed. Mr. Chen, rest assured. We won't ruin our reputation. Gao Mingyuan said confidently. Are you done yet? How long are you going to make noise? While the two were talking, Lin Feier and Xiao Lulu angrily approached. Seeing Lin Feier, who looked haggard, with messy hair and wearing a nightgown, Chen Feng felt a sudden brightness in front of him. Even without makeup and in a loose nightgown, Lin Feier was still stunning. As for Xiao Lulu beside her, she was also quite attractive, with long legs and a great figure. Just by looking at her, Chen Feng could tell she had a certain level of beauty. The only regret was her generic influencer face, which made one feel aesthetic fatigue. Seeing the two so furious, Chen Feng quickly approached. Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. I just bought a new house and couldn't wait to start renovations. Did it disturb you? Even if you're renovating, can't you pick a better time? It's fine to renovate all night, but it's Saturday. Can't you let people rest? Lin Feier expressed her dissatisfaction, and her frowning, angry expression was particularly beautiful. TSK, TSK, TSK. If the apocalypse were to bring her home, she'd probably live at least 3 years less. Chen Feng hadn't spoken yet, but beside him, Xiao Lulu was sweetly pulling Lin Feier's hand and saying, it wasn't intentional, so don't get angry. Lin Feier looked at Xiao Lulu in disbelief. You were clearly angrier than me at home, so why is it my problem when we come here? Is it my fault because of your tone? But in an instant, Lin Feier realized what was happening. The usually unremarkable Xiao Lulu was suddenly speaking up for Chun Feng, which could only mean one thing. She had a crush on him. Hello. Sir, my name is Lulu. Let's exchange contact information so we can communicate easily if there are any issues in the future. Xiao Lulu blinked her eyes and leaned forward, revealing an alluring neckline. Senior tea artist. A term popped into Chun Feng's mind. She was a type similar to Zhao Qian, but much more beautiful and at a higher level. However, Chun Feng didn't care at all and took out his phone to exchange contact information. So what if she's a tea artist? At worst, during the apocalypse, he could give her a loaf of bread. He could afford it. Once we finish today, the noise will be much less, and it won't affect you, big star. You don't mind, right? Not all, Mr. Chun. You can renovate as long as you want. It won't affect us. Xiao Lulu quickly replied, causing Lin Feier to pinch her waist in frustration. What a shameless person. Can't you see clearly? This is a scumbag who plays with women, and you're fawning over him. Back at their place, Xiao Lulu excitedly pulled Lin Feier. I didn't expect your neighbor to be such a talented young man. I thought he was just a bald old man. Lin Feier replied irritably, you'd better avoid him. He's not a good person. He can even collude with the salespeople to buy a house. Hearing this, Xiao Lulu didn't get mad. Instead, her eyes lit up. I'm much prettier than the salesgirls. It won't be hard to win him over. After discussing the renovation details, Chun Feng finally left the community. Today he planned to get a few vehicles, and if everything went well, finalize the snowmobile deal. After all, the snow would be several meters deep, and other means of transportation would be useless besides snowmobiles. Just as Chun Feng left the community, several thugs rushed out from a corner and surrounded him. What's up? Chun Feng looked at the thugs with a sneer. If it came to blows, he was confident he could finish the fight in 20 seconds. Just a bunch of idle thugs, nothing compared to those who risked their lives in the apocalypse. Break his legs. Su Jiqiang walked out from the corner, his eyes filled with resentment. Oh, isn't this Jiqiang? I even sent you pictures last night. Why aren't you grateful? If it weren't for me, you'd never get to see such beautiful pictures in your life. Su Jiqiang, who had already been seething with anger, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and swung it at Chun Feng's head. Today, I'm going to beat you so badly that your mom won't recognize you. Chapter 11. Just break one hand watching the incoming attack. Chun Feng was unfazed. Even surrounded by several thugs, he easily dodged Su Jiqiang's attack. Besides Chun Feng's skills honed during the apocalypse, there was another crucial reason. He had awakened spatial powers, giving him far superior perception than ordinary people. At that moment, Su Jiqiang's movements seemed unusually slow to him. As he dodged the attack, he kicked out, sending Su Jiqiang crashing to the ground, screaming in pain. What are you still staring at? Get him! The thugs finally reacted and swung their fists at Chun Feng. But in just a moment, they were all knocked down, each one howling in pain. How did you get so strong? Su Jiqiang's scalp tingled, his face full of disbelief. This waste of space used to never fight back or retaliate. He seemed like a completely different person now. Not bad. You've learned to find people to help. Looks like I really need to teach you a lesson today. Chun Feng looked down at Su Jiqiang, his face full of mockery. Chun Feng, I didn't expect you to have some skills and hide such abilities. I am truly impressed. Not far away, Wang Hao also walked out with someone. Chun Feng felt indifferent at first, but when he saw the man beside Wang Hao, he was stunned. It was the Lone Shark Boss. The Lone Shark Boss looked surprised to see Chun Feng, not expecting to run into an acquaintance. But after a moment, he quickly regained his composure. It didn't matter if he knew him. Making money was what mattered most. What? Did I go too easy on you last time? You didn't learn your lesson. So you're here to cause trouble again? Chun Feng smiled at Wang Hao. Chun Feng, you're so arrogant. You hit Tiger's subordinate. You'll regret this later. Wang Hao said, quickly looking at Tiger beside him. Tiger, this bastard, please handle him. Hearing this, Tiger slowly walked out and looked at Chun Feng, saying, Mr. Chun, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It seems we are truly fated. Chun Feng smiled, while Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao's expressions changed, becoming tense. This waste actually knew Tiger, and it seemed they were quite familiar. Mr. Chun, friendship is friendship, business is business, and today's matter is your fault. Tiger smiled, but his tone turned cold in an instant, creating distance. Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tiger was still reliable. It is indeed my fault. Here, this 200,000 yuan is for the medical expenses of your brothers. Chun Feng said, transferring 200,000 yuan to Tiger without hesitation. Also, whatever they paid you, I'll double it. Can you help me resolve this trouble? As soon as these words came out, Wang Hao panicked, angrily shouting, Chun Feng, are you looking for death? How could Tiger be someone you can smack? Before Wang Hao could finish, Tiger slapped him, sending him crashing to the ground. Tiger, shut up. This is a waste. This is my brother. How dare you provoke our brotherhood here? Are you tired of living? Tiger said, kicking Wang Hao again, scaring Su Jiqiang so much that he didn't dare speak. Get them out of here and beat them up. I want them to remember this. Tiger, I am sorry. Please spare me. Chun Feng, I won't dare again. The two were no longer arrogant and immediately begged for mercy. Mr. Chun, look, since they are begging for mercy, just teach them a lesson. Hearing Chun Feng's words, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just break one hand. Wang Hao's and Su Jiqiang's faces immediately fell. Chun Feng, I won't let you go. You're dead for sure. Wang Hao's eyes were fierce, but just after making his threat, he was directly dragged away. Don't cause any fatalities, okay? Chun Feng said as he transferred 1 million to Lord Tiger without hesitation. He didn't believe Wang Hao would spend 500,000 to hire Lord Tiger. 1 million was more than enough. And indeed, when Lord Tiger received the 1 million, he couldn't help but look at Chun Feng with newfound respect, a bit incredulous. He had been in this business for so long and had never met someone as generous as Chun Feng. Mr. Chun, I heard you just bought a villa worth 100 million? Lord Tiger asked with a smile. Being in the money-lending business, he naturally paid attention to the circumstances of borrowers. While he didn't know all the details, he certainly couldn't miss the news about Chun Feng buying a house. Chun Feng looked at him. A thought flashed through his mind, and the corner of his mouth curved up. Yes, I have to thank you, Lord Tiger. If you hadn't lent me 5 million, I wouldn't have been able to make so much money in such a short time, nor would I have been able to buy a villa. As soon as these words were spoken, Lord Tiger immediately became interested. What kind of business can turn 5 million into 1 billion in just a few days? That's much more profitable than his high-interest loans. Seeing Lord Tiger's confusion, Chun Feng mysteriously said, to be honest, Lord Tiger, I've recently been trading virtual currency, and that 5 million turned into 20 million overnight with leverage. I even regret buying the villa now. I'm still raising money, preparing to make another profit from this opportunity. Wow. Lord Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. 100 million in one night? That's faster than printing money. If it were someone else, he would definitely be reluctant to believe it. But Chun Feng had indeed bought a house, so how could not believe it? How much do you need? 80 million, using my villa as collateral. This villa is worth 100 million, and I've signed a 300 million contract with a renovation company. If I can't repay the money on time, you can easily take out 90 million. Hiss. Instantly, Lord Tiger gasped, clearly tempted. However, he still suppressed his excitement. I need to think this over. After all, it's a huge amount of money. All right, but it needs to be fast. The market for virtual currency changes too quickly. I'll give you an answer tonight. Send me those contracts. Sure. Watching Lord Tiger leave, Chun Feng finally let out a cold laugh. The other party had taken a bait. Lord Tiger made a living off high-interest loans, not knowing how many people he had harmed. This could be considered as him acting on behalf of the heavens. After sending the documents to Lord Tiger, Chun Feng went to a well-known local car modification shop. Boss, give me 10 of those snowmobiles at your entrance. Chapter 12. Buying cars at the Thunder Modification Shop. Li Bingyao sat at the front desk, feeling drowsy. The modification industry was like this. The shop was usually quite quiet. She was still thinking about what to eat after work, when suddenly a voice brought her back to reality. Before her stood a rather handsome man. What's worse? He actually asked for 10 snowmobiles right off the bat. Sir, you're not joking, are you? The price of snowmobiles is actually quite average, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, with those modified at their shop costing around 100,000. Although 10 would only total around 1 million, her commission would still be quite substantial, almost 100,000. That's more than her annual salary. Of course, I'm not joking. Hurry up and arrange the contract. Chun Feng said with a smile, his eyes scanning the woman before him. The woman had a very hot figure, with curves that were even more perfect than Xiao Lulu's. At least a solid 10. Chun Feng muttered to himself. It was one thing for her to have a good figure, but her looks were also quite charming, giving off an irresistible allure. In ancient times, she would definitely be a femme fatale, causing chaos in the kingdom. Li Bingyao naturally felt Chun Feng's gaze. Although her face turned red, she showed no signs of shyness and even deliberately showcased her impressive cleavage when she brought over the contract. Mr. Chun, the total for 10 is 130,000. We only have 2 in stock, but don't worry, we'll have the rest ready for you in 5 days. All right, by the way, that modified Benz over there, is that from your shop? Chun Feng pointed at a nearby car, which looked very imposing even before modification. And after the modification, it became even more eye-catching. Yes, this is our ice and snow apocalypse model. It can completely adapt to icy conditions, and even on ice. It can drive smoothly. The heating and insulation effects inside are excellent, and it can function normally even in the harshest weather at -40 degrees. Chun Feng looked around and felt it was quite good. After the apocalypse arrives and the heavy snow stops, he would indeed need such a vehicle. This is much more comfortable than a snowmobile. How much is it? 130,000. I meant, how much for this Benz? Li Bingyao was taken aback, thinking she heard wrong, but upon seeing Chun Feng's serious expression, she realized he was indeed looking to buy a car. Is this car not for sale? It is for sale. This car is 600,000. If Mr. Chun is interested, we can negotiate the price. Li Bingyao's face flushed as she subtly lowered her neckline a bit. No need, just write up the contract for me. Can I drive it away today? Li Bingyao was stunned again. This guy was really wealthy. Looking at Chun Feng before her, she almost wanted to leap into his arms. Such a handsome and rich man. And she just happened to meet him. Mr. Chun, I'll get the paperwork done for you right away. Will you be paying in full or financing? Li Bingyao pulled Chun Feng back to her seat, and Chun Feng felt her soft body pressing against his arm, smiling at her. He didn't refuse Li Bingyao's advances. After all, she looked really good. Although she couldn't compare to Lin Feier, she was at least a solid 90%. If it's financing, your commission should be much higher, right? Just arrange the financing for me, but it has to be quick. Upon hearing this, Li Bingyao became even more excited. Chun Feng was simply too considerate. Mr. Chun, you're so nice to me. I'll handle it right away. The entire process went very smoothly. When Li Bingyao learned that Chun Feng also owned a villa worth 100 million during the loan processing, she lowered her neckline even more. However, Chun Feng didn't waste much time here. Before the apocalypse arrives, he still had a lot to do. After driving away from the Thunder modification shop, Chun Feng went straight to a Michelin restaurant. He ordered a variety of prepared foods, effectively booking the entire place, with the kitchen staff making sparks fly as they worked. Every time a batch was ready, Chun Feng had them sent to the car in the underground garage, and only after those people left did he store the items in his space. High-end Western cuisine, Chinese banquet dishes, ordinary street food, takeout, whatever Chun Feng came across. He didn't let any of it go. The Su family. Su Dahua looked at Su Jiqiang, who was lying on the sofa with bandages wrapped around his hands, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. You two useless fools. You can't even handle one loser. What use do I have for you? Uncle, it's not that we're useless. It's that the loser has teamed up with Lord Tiger, and we have no way to deal with him. Wang Hao said unwillingly. Dad, sister, you have to avenge me. That worthless piece of trash broke my hand. Call the police. I can't believe that scumbag is so arrogant. He hurt someone. He deserves to be locked up. Ma Tsuelon shouted angrily, insisting on calling the police. Mom, don't be reckless. If we call the police, Lord Tiger won't let us go. Su Qing's face darkened. Lord Tiger was not an easy character, and once provoked, they would not have a good outcome. What should we do then? We can't just let him be so carefree, can we? Su Jiqiang said unhappily. They had already found a lawyer, but the lawyer needed time. Let's go. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, let's make a big deal out of this and confront him at the villa Sudawakemandith. And the others wasted no time, heading straight to Chun Feng's villa. As soon as they arrived, they ran into Chun Feng driving back. Wow, that's a big Mercedes. It must be worth at least a few million. Wang Hao saw Chun Feng get out of the car and instantly became envious. Money, that's all his money. That damn Chun Feng actually used his money to buy a luxury car. How ungrateful. We've supported you for so many years, treated you so well. And you plot against us. Exactly. My daughter has taken care of you for so long, and now that you've made money, you shamelessly abandon her. Do you have no conscience at all? Watching Su Dahua and Ma Solon throwing a fit on the ground, Chun Feng had no intention of responding to them. After all, he was quite busy, and since it wasn't the apocalypse yet, even if he wanted to get revenge, it wouldn't be satisfying. A little action could lead to a lawsuit, which would bring even more trouble. But as he tried to leave, this family showed no signs of letting him go, directly grabbing his leg. "I don't want to fight. You'd better get out of my way," Chun Feng said coldly, and more people gathered around. They pointed at Chun Feng, one after another. "You still want to hit me?" Matsualan shouted again, crying out, "Is there no justice? This ungrateful man abandoned my daughter. And today he even had my son's hand broken. Neighbors, you must help me speak up." The onlookers looked at her with disdain. This is simply inhumane. And Chun Feng, observing the situation around him, finally had a sharp look in his eyes. Chapter 13. What do you get the face? Since you were shameless, don't blame me for being rude. Chun Feng initially wanted to let the Su family enjoy a few good days. But since they came to bully him, he was too lazy to give them any face. "Su Qing, where do you get the face to come here and make a scene with your family?" Hearing this, Su Qing raised her chin, feeling completely justified. She even asserted, "What do you mean making a scene? Shouldn't there be a reasonable explanation for your actions?" "Exactly. This villa is ours. Isn't it only natural for us to take back our things? You scumbag even brought people to drive us out. Do you have any humanity left?" Su Dahua and Ma Tsolan were shameless people. Throwing a fit was second nature to them, and they kept cursing at Chun Feng, causing the onlookers to show increasing disdain. "I always thought this little Chun was a good son-in-law, diligent and hard-working, but I didn't expect him to be such a scoundrel. Sigh, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. What's the difference between him and a beast? Ha, shameless. If he met me, I'd beat him to death." The neighbors were indignant, and not far away in Villa Number 4, Lin Feier and Xiao Lulu sat by the window, watching everything that happened below. "I told you that Chun Feng is not a good person. Do you believe me now?" Lin Feier's opinion of Chun Feng plummeted to an all-time low. At first, she thought he was just a scumbag using money to play with women. But today she learned that he not only abandoned his wife, but also had someone hurt her family and even rob their property. If he weren't pushed to a dead end, who would make a fool of themselves in public? However, Xiao Lulu didn't listen to Lin Feier at all. Her eyes fixated on the Mercedes behind Chun Feng. "That car must be worth a lot, right? A Mercedes itself is worth millions, and since it's modified, it must be even more expensive." Upon hearing this, Lin Feier rolled her eyes. "So you didn't hear a word I just said? Did you even listen to me?" I know, don't worry, I'm not stupid." Although Xiao Lulu agreed cheerfully, her gaze couldn't help but drift toward Chun Feng and his group. Chun Feng was now divorced. Pursuing such a wealthy and handsome man was the most normal thing. Besides, she was much more impressive than his ex-wife, both in figure and looks, completely able to overshadow her. More importantly, she didn't believe anyone could resist her charm. Meanwhile, Chun Feng, under the shouts of Su Dahua and his wife, had already become a heartless man. The surrounding neighbors looked at him with disdain. Su Qing watched this scene, unable to suppress her sneering. "Chun Feng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You had to reach the point of tearing your face apart. You brought this on yourself. Today, I can't take you down?" Su Qing thought, pitifully approaching Chun Feng, holding his hand and saying, "Husband, how about we remarry? I promise to treat you twice as well in the future. As long as you agree to remarry me, I won't hold the incident with my brother against you." The crowd shook their heads, feeling sorry for Su Qing. "It seems we were wrong about this girl before. She's such a good woman, simply a virtuous wife and mother." "Exactly. I always thought she was lazy and uncaring, but I didn't expect her to be so virtuous. This Chun Feng is simply a beast, not human." We were all deceived by him. In an instant, some neighbors changed their attitudes toward Chun Feng drastically, thinking that his previous hard work was all an act. "Are you done pretending?" Chun Feng looked at Su Qing with a cold smile. "Husband, I slap." Before Su Qing could finish her sentence, Chun Feng slapped her across the face, leaving her dazed. Su Qing was stunned, and the crowd was also shocked. They didn't expect Chun Feng to be so shameless and even strike her directly. "Scum, you slap." Su Dahua was about to angrily curse when he was also slapped down by Chun Feng. "You shameless waste. Today I will slap." Chun Feng showed no mercy, giving Matsualan another slap that made her see stars. "So refreshing. I've never felt so good before. You better not go too far. Do you believe we will call the police?" One neighbor couldn't stand it anymore and was about to step forward to say something, only to see Chun Feng rubbing his fist, and he retreated. Taking that slap would be too much of a loss. "Chun Feng, do you really think we are easy to bully?" Su Qing scolded, her gaze icy, clearly in a state of extreme anger. I think I'm easy to bully. Who gave you the face to cause trouble here? Chun Feng looked at the other person with a speechless expression, then turned his gaze to the group of neighbors present. Since everyone is here today, and this shameless family is making such a fuss, then I won't hold back anymore. Chun Feng opened his mouth, but the neighbors looked at him with disdain. You've already hit someone. How can you still have a nerve? Chun Feng ignored them and continued. You all know how this family has exploited me. I'm a senior executive in a company, earning $50,000 to $60,000 a month, so I should be living quite comfortably. But what's the reality? The money in my pocket has never exceeded $200. What are you saying all this for? You're a man. Shouldn't you support your family? So Sikyang scolded. How can you even talk about supporting family? You're over 20, you don't work every day, you eat my food, use my things, and live in my place, and now you even want me to pay the wedding dowry? I'm not your dad. Where do you get the face? Su Jiqiang's face turned a mix of green and purple from being countered, but he still gritted his teeth and said, My sister married you. Isn't it only natural for you to do something for this family? Go to hell with what's natural. I worked myself to death for this family. I can accept raising you 3 useless people, but this woman is good, spending my money to support her boyfriend, and expecting me to buy sports cars for her man and raise kids. Does she really think I'm an idiot? Is there any law? Is there any justice? Wow. The neighbors around heard this, and their expressions changed instantly. The Su family is too shameless, right? Any man would be unable to tolerate this. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering and defaming my daughter. Su Dahua shouted angrily. Slander? Fine, I just happen to have a video of them in bed together. And since the neighbors are all here today, let them judge whether I'm slandering. Chun Feng said, taking out his phone and preparing to post the video in the community group. Chapter 14 Prove it to me. Seeing this scene, Su Qing, who had been angry, was completely panicked. If the video of her and Wang Hao in bed was sent to the community group, she would truly lose all face. Bruce. She would probably be pointed at wherever she went. Su Qing hurriedly stepped forward to block Chun Feng. Honey, are you really going to go this far? Stop. I'm not your husband anymore. Your whole family treats me like an ATM. What do I deserve? Chun Feng said lightly, besides, we've been divorced for a long time. It has nothing to do with us anymore. The group of neighbors instantly understood upon seeing this scene. It seemed that Chun Feng was right. The Su family was clearly in the wrong, constantly exploiting him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. The Su family is truly shameless, like a family of parasites. And now that he has divorced, they still refuse to let Chun Feng go. Exactly. I just remembered Su Dahua usually plays mahjong extravagantly and loses a lot of money. I thought he was rich, but it turns out he was asking his son-in-law for money. Look how good Chun Feng is. And Su Qing is clearly not a good person, and she is even cheating. The neighbors instantly turned their anger towards Su Qing's family, making them feel utterly ashamed and wishing they could find a hole to hide in. In the end, not knowing what to do, they scurried away from the scene. Chun Feng, since you say you've been divorced, you should know that you left with nothing. I advise you to give me all the money in the villa, or I might leave you a little. Su Qing's tone turned resentful, threatening viciously. This time, Chun Feng hadn't even spoken when the surrounding neighbors couldn't help but start to criticize. Su Qing, it's one thing for you to support a man, but now you want to take from your ex-husband? Can you have some shame? Exactly, you didn't cherish your husband, and now you want to make him go bankrupt. That's really too malicious. Su Qing's face was exceptionally ugly. When did her personal matters become the topic of discussion for these outsiders? Besides, I'm just here to get back what belongs to me. Am I wrong? Chun Feng, wait for me. Su Qing left with a harsh remark. The neighbors all began to curse, having never seen such a shameless woman. Xiao Chun, we neighbors all know what kind of person you are. Don't worry. We'll speak up for you, right? You've divorced, and coincidentally, my daughter is single. Do you want to meet her? Chun Feng instantly became a hot commodity, with a group of people eager to introduce their daughters to him. After much effort, he finally escaped their clutches. Back at his place, Chun Feng received a message from Su Qing sent from a strange number. I've already found a lawyer. Let us see what happens. Chun Feng didn't reply. He was too lazy to deal with it. There were many messages on WeChat, including one from Master, who had already made up his mind to take the deal, but offered only 70 million for the villa. Chun Feng didn't say much. He just accepted whatever price he could get for the villa, since it was all profit for him. After finishing up with Master, who, just as he was about to transfer the money, The other party suddenly inquired about virtual currencies. Mr. Chun, about that virtual currency you mentioned, is there any risk? I have some money I want to invest. Chun Feng's heart instantly soared with joy. This wasn't a loan shark. This was clearly a god of wealth. Chun Feng didn't hesitate and began to explain about virtual currencies, assuring him that if he invested with me, within half a month, I would guarantee at least a double return. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Let us take a gamble. I've put everything in. Can I possibly deceive you? Upon hearing this, Master Hu transferred 150 million to Chun Feng without hesitation. 70 million was for the villa, and 80 million was from Master Hu's personal funds. What a good person! Chun Feng accepted it with tears of gratitude. This person had given him a huge surprise by getting so much money. Half a month later, the apocalypse had long since descended. Paying back the money? Not going to happen. After sorting out matters with Master Hu, the restaurant also sent a message saying the banquet was ready and would be delivered tomorrow. At the bottom of the WeChat messages, there were a few from Xiao Lulu. Mr. Chun, I apologize on behalf of Fei. She was too thoughtless. I hope you won't take it to heart. Mr. Chun, your car is so cool. Can you take it for a ride? Chun Feng clicked on Xiao Lulu's moments, where the posts were either fierce or showcasing her legs, primarily flaunting her figure. One would think she was out selling herself. Sure, I'll definitely take you out for a good time when I have the chance. The shock absorption on my car is top-notch. After replying, Chun Feng tossed his phone aside, too lazy to pay any more attention to it. Early the next morning, the restaurant staff delivered the banquet, continuously bringing dishes to the warehouse he rented. Each time the warehouse was filled, Chun Feng would close the door and then receive it into his space. This process lasted for half a day, exhausting Chun Feng. However, the results were excellent. Hundreds of banquet tables would keep him fed for a long time, but it still didn't give him a sense of security. I need to keep ordering. I can't miss any place that can take orders. Chun Feng rubbed his neck and walked into the elevator, preparing to go home. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, Zhao Qian rushed in wearing high heels. Chun Feng, there are some things regarding the loan that I need to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for me to go to your house? Chun Feng looked at Zhao Qian, whose face was blushing, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Discussing things at home? Is this really about the loan? I can hardly point it out. Of course, it's convenient. Coincidentally, I have something to tell you as well. After getting off the elevator and returning home, Zhao Qian casually took off her little jacket, revealing an exceptionally sexy outfit. With black stockings and high heels, along with a perfectly fitted silk dress, she looked incredibly attractive. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile at the scene. This was clearly a carefully planned outfit, just to win him over. This dress is nice, much better than the one from last night. Chun Feng sat on the sofa and looked at Zhao Qian, who was trying hard to show off her hot figure. You still have the nerve to say that? I sent it specifically for you to see. But who knew you would turn around and send it to Su Jiqiang, which got me scolded by him instead. He asked about to break up with me. Zhao Qian looked resentful. I'm not like other men. If you want to be with me, then don't flirt with other guys. Hearing this, Zhao Qian realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to please him. I just think it's too cheap for that useless Su Jiqiang. Of course, I want to be with you. Ever since I saw you, I've liked you. How much do you like me? Prove it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately smiled seductively, half kneeling between Chun Feng's legs, burying her head down. Chapter 15. Can't stand this breath anymore. Chun Feng felt as if his head was about to explode in an instant. He never expected Zhao Qian would play this card with him, catching him completely off guard. Watching her work hard while pulling at his clothes. If Chun Feng didn't react now, he would truly not be a man. Without much hesitation, he directly picked up Zhao Qian, preparing to take the initiative. Chun Feng, I don't know if what you said still counts. Zhao Qian placed her hands on Chun Feng's shoulders, looking charming and full of affection. Of course it counts. As long as you completely cut ties with Su Jiqiang, I'll give you $1 million as a betrothal gift. Chun Feng answered very quickly, facing this former enemy without hesitation. If something was delivered to his door and he ignored it, he would be worse than a beast. Don't worry. Since I've chosen you, I will definitely cut ties with Su Jiqiang. And how could a useless guy like him compare to you? Zhao Qian looked at Chun Feng alluringly. Chun Feng was very willing to see Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang turn against each other. It would be best if they both suffered heavy losses. When Zhao Qian heard about the $1 million, she couldn't help but laugh inside. Who still cares about betrothal gifts at this time? Her mind was completely on Chun Feng's villa and luxury cars. After tonight, she could become a rich lady. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian couldn't wait to pounce on Chun Feng, and her clothes were quickly removed, revealing their true selves to each other. Ding, ding, ding. A phone call rang at an inopportune moment, causing both of them to pause their movements. When Zhao Qian saw that it was Su Jiqiang calling, a look of disdain appeared on her face, and without thinking, she hung up. He's a useless guy and wants to stop me from soaring to success. Is he out his mind? But when she turned back to Chen Feng, the phone rang again. Su Jiqiang is calling again. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said in an unyielding tone, "Answer it." "Ah, but we are now." Zhao Qian's pretty face flushed. And looking at Chen Feng, she immediately understood. Chen Feng was testing her. To be with him, she had to show her attitude and immediately cut ties with Su Jiqiang. "Su Jiqiang, you can't blame me." Zhao Qian couldn't help but punch Chen Feng playfully and said shyly, "You're so annoying. How do you have this kind of hobby?" Although she said this, Zhao Qian obediently answered the phone. "Qian, good news, great news." Su Jiqiang was excited on the other end, while Zhao Qian was filled with indifference and absent-mindedly said, "What great news can you have? You haven't gathered the betrothal gifts, have you?" She no longer cared about the million in betrothal gifts. She was about to win over Chun Feng. Why would she care about that? No, Chun Feng signed a clean break agreement when he divorced my sister, and all his current possessions are ours. Zhao Qian's actions froze, and she hesitated, quickly pushing Chun Feng away to grab her phone. "You're not joking with me, are you?" "Of course not. We've already hired a lawyer. That Chun Feng won't be able to flaunt himself for long when the time comes. Not only the villa, but even all the money in his pocket will belong to us." Su Jiqiang's excited voice echoed in the phone, and Zhao Qian hung up. Glaring at Chen Feng, "Is what Su Jiqiang said true? Did you sign a clean break agreement?" "Yes." Chen Feng didn't hide anything and looked at Zhao Qian with a smile. However, these slapped. Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, he was suddenly slapped, leaving him dazed. "Are you crazy? You signed a clean break agreement and are still flirting with other people as girlfriends? Do you have a problem with your brain?" Zhao Qian was furious, quickly put on her clothes, and angrily stormed out of the room. Damn. Chen Feng was completely stunned, covering his face and remaining in a daze for a long time before coming to his senses. "What the hell? You were the one who wanted to come to my house, and you wanted to cut ties with Su Jiqiang. I had my pants down, and you came up just to slap me? Damn it, I must take action. When the apocalypse comes, if I don't deal with you properly, I want to be surnamed Chun." Chen Feng was quite angry. He had never suffered this kind of grievance. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Qian was Su Jiqiang's girlfriend and his enemy, he wanted to disgust her. Just based on Zhao Qian's looks, he would even take a second glance. "No way, I can't stand this." Chen Feng saw the stockings and intimate clothes that Zhao Qian had left by the bed, and without a second thought, he picked them up and rushed towards the Su family. At the Su family, the family gathered together, their faces full of excitement. They had received news from the lawyer that with the divorce agreement in place, reclaiming the property was a done deal, although they had guessed this outcome from the beginning. Hearing it from the lawyer made them more assured. Qian, do you believe it now? Don't even talk about betrothal gifts if you marry me. You won't have to work anymore. Just stay at home and be a rich lady." Su Jiqiang said proudly, holding Zhao Qian's hand. He was unprecedentedly excited. Not only would he soon see Chen Feng suffer, but he could also get all his property into his hands. That's a villa. People always believed in you. Zhao Qian clung to Su Jiqiang's hand, rubbing against her arm. Su Jiqiang raised an eyebrow, feeling ecstatic. He could sense the softness coming from his arm, completely unblocked. "This girl is actually stirring up trouble in this situation. But you know my family's situation. I'm the only child, and now that you don't lack money, can you give me 2 million as a betrothal gift?" Zhao Qian said sweetly, and immediately, Su Qing and her parent frowned. Zhao Qian's bride price has already increased several times. Isn't she being too greedy? Fine, 2 million it is. Don't worry, we won't treat you poorly. Su Jiqiang decisively slammed his hand down, making Zhao Qian excitedly tremble. Meanwhile, Ma Solan and her husband shook their heads in disapproval. But with only one son, they could only agree, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. When they opened the door and saw Chen Feng, everyone immediately turned mocking. "Chen Feng, it's too late to beg for mercy now." Su Qing looked at Chen Feng with a cold smile, her attitude haughty. She had anticipated that he would come to plead with her, but it was already too late. Chun Feng, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might show mercy and leave you a couple of thousand. Su Sikyang Boostif. Looking at his arrogant demeanor, Chun Feng couldn't help but sneer. I didn't come to beg you. Saying this, he took something from his hand and stuffed it into Zhao Qian's arms. You left in such a hurry earlier that you dropped your clothes? I specifically brought them for you. Chapter 16. The target, ugly country in an instant. The expressions of everyone on the scene changed dramatically. Zhao Qian was even stunned on the spot, looking at Chun Feng in disbelief. She clearly did not expect him to have such audacity. Especially Su Jiqiang, upon seeing the clothes Chun Feng handed over, his face instantly darkened. His remaining hand clenched tightly, and his anger was hard to conceal. He had been pondering why Zhao Qian didn't wear any intimate clothing today. At first, he thought it was deliberate. He never expected it was because she was fooling around with Chun Feng. Damn it, I must kill you today. Su Jiqiang wanted to take action against Chun Feng, but Chun Feng didn't give him any chance and directly turned to run away. Am I still going to mess with you? Am I out of my mind? He had already ignited the fire today. As for what would happen to the Su family and Zhao Qian, he couldn't care less. Time to prepare. It's time to go to ugly country. He didn't want to waste any more time. Revenge? After the apocalypse arrives, he would have plenty of time. After Chun Feng left, Su Jiqiang directly slapped Zhao Qian across the face. The members of the Su family each stared at Zhao Qian with unfriendly expressions. You shameless woman. How do you still ask me for a bride price? Get out. Su Jiqiang cursed angrily, feeling very displeased about being cuckolded. Jiqiang, you've misunderstood me. I didn't have anything with Chun Feng. He is framing me. Zhao Qian pitifully covered her face, tears quickly streaming down her eyes. Framing you? Why are your clothes still with Chun Feng? Do you really think I'm stupid? Su Jiqiang was extremely furious, and Su Dahua beside him nodded repeatedly. This marriage really didn't need to continue. As for Su Qing, she coldly snorted and scolded. You are already my brother's girlfriend. Yet you still do such shameless things, sneaking around with another man behind his back. I see no need to continue this discussion. Su Qing was very angry that Zhao Qian had put a cuckold on her brother. Zhao Qian looked at Su Qing's righteous and serious demeanor, and couldn't help but sneer internally. Is this a joke? You yourself are cheating and think it's justified, and I'm not even married yet. Isn't it much better than you? However, she only thought this in her heart and quickly said, this is Chun Feng deliberately provoking our internal conflict. We can't fall for it. Jiqiang, uncle and aunt, you should seriously consider how cunning Chun Feng really is. Upon hearing this, the Su family fell silent. What she said was right. Chun Feng was too treacherous. This was entirely possible. Then how do you explain these things? Su Jiqiang was still uneasy, harboring suspicions. After all, those intimate clothes were gifts he gave to Zhao Qian. I lost these 2 sets a long time ago. It's probably that Chun Feng bribed my roommate to steal them. Darling, believe me, you're the only one in my heart, Zhao Qian said, pitifully pulling Su Jiqiang and begging. Su Jiqiang frowned, unable to tell the truth for a while. Just then, a lawyer walked in, directly presenting some documents to everyone. I've already investigated Chun Feng's situation. He currently has 1.8 billion in cash, as well as villas and luxury cars. Upon hearing this, everyone on the scene was completely stunned. How much? Their faces were filled with shock, and some even doubted their ears. 1.8 billion, that is how much cash. Su Qing was going crazy. Why did she divorce Chun Feng back then? If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Wang Hao to her home to play. Wouldn't it have been better to have such a money bag in her hands? Although she could still get the money back through a lawsuit now. The lawyer charges by percentage. With so much money, the lawyer's fee would probably be several million. Suing felt heartbroken. As for Zhao Qian, she was even more tightly clinging to Su Jiqiang, not letting go. Forget about villas and luxury cars, even with 1.8 billion in cash. She had to cling to Su Jiqiang for dear life. Hurry, you need to find a way to freeze his funds. Don't let him transfer it. Su Qing said immediately. This was the top priority. Don't worry, I've already started the legal process, but it will take some time. We must prove that his money is marital property. The lawyer said calmly. This lawsuit has no difficulty at all. This is definitely marital property. No matter how capable he is, could he earn so much money? Su Dahua cursed, but even so, they still had to follow legal procedures. Early the next morning, Chen Feng boarded a plane to ugly country, Florida. While at home, he had already planned this operation. The reason for choosing Florida was simple. It was chaotic, and he could easily obtain the weapons he wanted. Additionally, there were various large warehouses, as well as many seafood freezing facilities and ranches. It was the best place for him to implement a zero-cost purchase. With this one shot, he would live as lavishly as possible in the apocalypse. 2 hours later, after disembarking, Chen Feng met with the guide he had contacted earlier. In 2080, the speed of transportation globally had greatly increased. 2 hours was enough to reach any place in the world. "Oh, my friend, I've finally waited for you." The guide was a handsome man with an Eastern appearance, and upon seeing Chen Feng, he immediately gave him a big hug. "Yition, long time no see." Chen Feng smiled. The other party was a partner from their company, and Chen Feng often dealt with him, naturally becoming familiar over time. "Let us go. I've arranged accommodation for you. Let us eat first." "Yition, my time is quite urgent. Let us get down to business." Upon hearing Chen Feng say this, the smile on Yi Tian's face disappeared, and he became serious. "Chen Feng, even if you get those things, you can't take them back." Chen Feng shook his head and said, "Don't worry about these matters. I have my own arrangements." "All right, since you said so, I won't continue to persuade you." The contact has been made. After the two got in the car, they headed straight to a suburb. Chen Feng was not an ugly person, and naturally, he couldn't obtain weapons through legal channels, so he had to buy them from private hands. Of course, Florida doesn't support idlers. Even ordinary people here are more capable than the officials. The two arrived at a manor, and when Chen Feng saw the weapons, he was completely stunned. This was clearly not an illegal dealer. It was obviously a warlord. A warehouse full of stuff, enough to equip a group of people. "Did you bring the money?" The boss squinted at Chen Feng, while Yi Tian was left outside and couldn't come in. "Here's $1 million I need." "All right." The boss directly interrupted Chen Feng, aiming the weapon at Chen Feng's head. "Put the money down, and you can leave." Chen Feng was astonished. His expression instantly darkened. Chapter 17. Zero-cost procurement. This guy actually wanted to eat him. He never expected the other party to be so shameless. "Dear sir, I just came to buy something. Please don't joke around, all right?" Chen Feng's tone became extremely menacing. "Florida, indeed, doesn't support idlers. Fuck, if you say another word, I won't spare your life." The man sneered repeatedly, gesturing with the weapon in his hand, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. "Don't think I don't know that you have strict bans on such weapons over there. If I report you, would you believe I could get a commendation?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng no longer concealed his murderous intent. "I came here to do business with you, and you want to mess with me? Isn't that a joke? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will? I'll give you one last chance. Either hand over what I deserve, or I'll take it myself." Facing the weapon pressed against his forehead, Chen Feng showed no concern at all. He seemed completely unafraid. The man was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Feng to be so fearless. "Fuck, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish." The man didn't hesitate at all. Eliminating a person was very simple for them. Moreover, this was a foreigner. However, just as he was about to act, suddenly, he felt a void beneath his feet, and then he fell directly into Chen Feng's space. Crazy, running around causing trouble, thinking I'm easy to bully? In Chen Feng's space, a living person would instantly lose their life. Of course, no matter how long it took to get them out, they would still be a fresh corpse. He could open a spatial rift within a 3-meter range at will, and having someone threaten him in front of him was no different from seeking death. Looking at the weapons before him, he wasted no time and directly stored everything in his space. This was almost a warehouse full of weapons, more than enough. However, Chen Feng didn't hesitate at all and found Yi Tian to inquire about nearby weapon dealers. "You better not do anything reckless. I can't help you with this. If it goes south, it will be a huge problem." Yi Tian shook his head in refusal, as being caught would mean losing his life. "These people bullied us before, making our country unable to hold its head high. I'm just recovering a little interest for our nation and our homeland. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I happen to know a local tyrant. His stock is much more than here." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng directly shook his head. "Just give me the exact location. You shouldn't get involved in this." Although the apocalypse was imminent, Chen Feng didn't want Yi Tian to be caught in the last few days. That would be no different from killing him. Yi Tian didn't insist any further, gave Chen Feng the address, and hurriedly left. Chun Feng then arrived at the place Yi Tian mentioned. This place was much more exaggerated than the previous one, with guards already surrounding the area. Chun Feng looked around and began digging a tunnel in the grass 500 meters away from the warehouse. He could open the entrance of the space underground and then suck the soil in. Even rocks could be easily cut and stored in the space using this method. Back in the apocalypse, it was this skill that allowed him to protect his family very well in increasingly harsh environments. If it weren't for being ambushed by Su Qing in the end, he wouldn't have died, silently digging a tunnel to the warehouse. When Chun Feng saw the situation inside, his eyes widened even more. The weapons here were far more than the previous place, not to mention the common 470s. Even the Gatling guns that promote equality among all beings were present. With these things, I can completely form a powerful team in the apocalypse. Chun Feng was filled with emotions. Even if he encountered superpowers later, he could still fight back with these things. Chun Feng wasted no time and immediately collected all the weapons from this place, then left through the tunnel. He even remembered to fill the tunnel back up. The next stop should be supplies. Chun Feng murmured and, after bidding farewell to Yi Tian, started heading towards his planned destination. Before leaving, he reminded Yi Tian to stock up quickly. He had a good relationship with Yi Tian, and it was better to remind him. 3 hours later, Chun Feng arrived at the location of the Wonima warehouse and dug a tunnel to the exact spot. The supplies here were diverse. It was no exaggeration to say that everything needed for food, clothing, living, and use could be found. This time, Chun Feng didn't rush in like before. These warehouses had many staff during the day, so he waited until night fell, and only then did he emerge from the ground. Peau, bowl, fruits, vegetables, meat, seafood, cloth, and pants. He collected them all without hesitation. Wherever he went, it was like a locust plague, leaving only empty shelves. Who was there? Stop. Although his movements were light, he still caught the attention of a guard uncle. The supplies belong to the company, but your life is yours. Understand? Chun Feng aimed his weapon at the uncle, who almost wet himself on the spot. I understand. The uncle nodded in response. If he didn't understand, he might lose his life. After knocking him out, Chun Feng continued his zero-cost shopping. After emptying the Wonima warehouse, Chun Feng wasted no time and rushed to the Amazon warehouse overnight. In one night, Chun Feng gathered food, clothing, supplies, and entertainment. He even got 5 tanks and a bunch of track vehicles when passing by a base. When he counted his spoils and found a pile of snowmobiles, he felt heartbroken, exclaiming that he had lost big. If he had known that these things could be obtained for free in the ugly country, he shouldn't have bought them from the Thunder modification shop. Wasn't that a waste of money? These made outfits and various colored stockings are pretty good. There will definitely be a demand for them in the future. Chun Feng laughed like a pig. After the apocalypse, with his massive supplies, collecting a few goddesses would be a piece of cake. It's fine to have women, but you must handle it well. Unless absolutely necessary, you should never bring them around. Chun Feng mumbled, recalling the scene of Su Qing betraying him, which he still remembered vividly. His strength was decent, but he couldn't withstand a sneak attack. He thought about getting some fresh water and then going home. With this in mind, Chun Feng hurried towards the ugly country reservoir without a second thought. Chapter 18. You won't get a single cent the next day. The entire ugly country was in an uproar. There was immense chaos all over Florida. The warehouses of Wonima and Amazon were completely emptied overnight. They were all dumbfounded. Even if they used trucks, it would take days and nights to move everything. Yet, their warehouses had been emptied in just one night. The high-ups in ugly country took this situation very seriously, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Not only were the warehouses affected, but they also discovered that a reservoir had been drained overnight. Oh my God, could it be that God is punishing us? Not God. I'm an employee of Wonima, and I know what happened that night. It was done by one person. A user on a forum in Florida hurriedly said, "One person? Have you been drinking fake alcohol? How could one person move so many things?" A group of people began to scoff, thinking it was impossible for just one person to accomplish that. The entire network of ugly country exploded, with experts and professors flocking to investigate this paranormal event. However, it was clear that they wouldn't find any clues anytime soon. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was at home, trembling. He felt a bit confused, although there was no direct evidence. He sensed it was related to Chun Feng. The other party suddenly came to ugly country looking for him and weapons, which was not something a normal person would do. On his phone, Chen Feng had sent him a message urging him to stock up on winter supplies. If he really couldn't hold on, he could dig down 2 meters in his bedroom. There were things left for him. Yi Tian naturally didn't understand what Chen Feng meant, feeling utterly baffled. As for the protagonist of this series of events, he was already on the plane back home. He didn't have to worry about anything that happened next in Ugly Country. Even if they found out about him, they wouldn't have enough time to trouble him. As for Yi Tian, he had done what he needed to do. Whether he could hold on now depended on fate. Upon returning to his place, Chen Feng immediately lay down and slept for an entire day. After being worn out in Ugly Country for so long, he was truly exhausted. Once he had rested well, Chen Feng fell back into a busy routine, constantly ordering takeout. All the takeout businesses in the city were thrilled to see Chen Feng placing orders. Their big customer, a living Buddha, had returned. On the other side, Lin Feier was on the phone, her face full of resentment. What? What did you say? Your store's takeout has also been fully ordered? How could this be? There's nothing we can do. If people are willing to spend money, we can't refuse them. After hanging up, Lin Feier stomped her feet in anger. She had made so many calls, yet not a single takeout order had been secured. It was as if all the takeout in the city had been ordered by Chen Feng alone. This scoundrel, stealing the takeout orders. We will not rest until we have revenge. Lin Feier clenched her fists and punched the air a few times in frustration. Ultimately, feeling quite helpless, she headed to the supermarket. If she couldn't get takeout, she would have to buy ingredients and cook for herself. Chen Feng looked at the increasing orders of takeout, feeling more and more secure. In these days, he had spent over 20 million just on meals, and the pace was still accelerating. However, he didn't mind the rapid loss of money at all. It wouldn't be long before this money turned into waste paper, completely useless. Converting it into food was the best option. He needed to stock up on more action movies. Thinking about the future snow completely shutting down the world, he would have plenty of time. Watching more action movies and learning some skills was very important. Of course, besides movies, Chen Feng was also downloading games. While he was busy with these matters, Li Bingyao called to say the snowmobiles had arrived and were ready to be delivered to him. After sending a location, about half an hour later, Li Bingyao arrived with people. She was dressed in a very fitted jumpsuit, complete with black stockings and high heels, her figure perfectly outlined. Clearly, she had dressed up carefully for this visit. Chen Feng smiled, not hiding his gaze at all, his eyes continuously moving over her. Compared to Zhao Qian, Li Bingyao was truly on a whole different level of beauty. Mr. Chen, please take a look at these snowmobiles, and let me know if there are any issues. Feeling Chen Feng's gaze, Li Bingyao didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she puffed out her chest, secretly pleased. I trust you to handle this. Just let them unload it and store it in the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Li Bingyao quickly arranged for the workers to get to work. Just as they were unloading, Su Qing and Wang Hao came out of the nearby elevator, arm in arm. Wow, this looks really impressive. Wang Hao clearly saw Chen Feng, but completely disregarded him. Taking Su Qing to look at Chen Feng's car, it was obvious they were trying to show off and deliberately annoy Chen Feng. Darling, after some time, I'll take you for a ride in it. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled. This was much cooler than the sports car he initially liked. Huh, I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Chen Feng mocked, his smile unabashed. Chen Feng, if you give me this car and that villa now, I can still leave you $1 million. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. Su Qing's attitude was extremely strong, raising her chin arrogantly. Huh, if you have the ability, go take it yourself. Chen Feng looked down on her, thinking their plan was bound to fail. Ha, fail? We've already hired a lawyer. It won't be long before all your assets are awarded to us. Wang Hao was ridiculously arrogant, feeling he had reached the pinnacle of life. What? Do you want me to cripple your other hand too? Wang Hao shivered and quickly stepped back, creating distance from Chen Feng. You're a waste. You won't be arrogant for much longer. The opportunity has been given to you. Don't be ungrateful. Once the time passes, even if you kneel and beg me, I want to give you a penny. Suing spoke coldly. What are you? You're going to give me money? Laughable. Everything your family eats, wears, and uses is provided by me. Why do you have to say that? Chen Feng laughed heartily. With your little tricks, you think you can rob my money? Maybe in your next life. You don't know what's good for you. We'll see. Just as Su Qing was about to leave, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from her lawyer, she was suddenly delighted and quickly answered. Lawyer Huang, how is it going? Have you completely frozen? Chen Feng's money? Su Qing raised her voice a few decibels, her demeanor exceedingly smug, provocatively glancing at Chen Feng. Miss Su, I'm really sorry, but I just checked, and you won't be able to get a single cent of Chen Feng's money and assets back. Chapter 19. You miscalculated what? The expressions of Su Qing and Wang Hao, who were initially very pleased, changed drastically as they began to yell into the phone. Lawyer Huang, don't joke with us about this. Yes. He signed the agreement to leave with nothing. Why can't we get the money back? We are legal. Wang Hao was extremely unwilling to give up on fighting for this money. How could he? That's nearly 200 million in cash, a house worth 100 million, and several million in cars. None of these things could he obtain just by working. Chen Feng stood by, watching the two with a smile, as if he were watching a show. In his eyes, they were like two clowns, their every move extremely ridiculous. I have already checked. Chen Feng's money is not marital property. Lawyer Huang's voice came from the other end of the phone, causing Su Qing's expression to turn completely sinister. You're talking nonsense. So much money, if it's not marital property, could it have been earned after the divorce? With that much money, anyone with a brain could realize it was absolutely impossible to earn it after the divorce. Who can earn several billion just a few days after a divorce? Lawyer Huang, did Chen Feng give you money to trick us? Wang Hao's tone became very displeased, feeling there was a strong possibility of this. I hope you can speak properly. I am a principled person. Lawyer Huang responded with great dissatisfaction. As long as there is a way, this can be verified. I have no need to lie to you. That money was earned by Chen Feng in these past few days. On the day of your divorce, Chen Feng had 5 million come in. While I haven't found out how he got that money, the next day, he spent 200,000 to buy an antique and sold it for 2 billion. There is evidence for all of this. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face turned even more shocked. She looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. His actions had completely shattered her impression of him. No, he must have transferred the assets in advance. It must be that way. Wang Hao was still angrily shouting, unwilling to accept this. Who the hell believes this? Plus, he didn't even know Chen Feng was interested in antiques. We lawyers work based on evidence, Miss Su. There is no need to fight this lawsuit. You have no chance of winning. After saying this, Lawyer Huang hung up the phone, leaving the two in a state of confusion. What did I just say? Now you believe it, right? Chen Feng looked at the two mockingly, feeling as happy as could be. You must be up to something, right? You can't fool me. Give me back my money. Wang Hao rushed forward, grabbing Chen Feng by the collar, his eyes red and his expression ferocious. He was truly unwilling to accept that the huge sum of money and the luxurious house had completely slipped away from his grasp. He simply couldn't accept this psychological gap for a while. Are you asking for a beating again? Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped Wang Hao's hand away, while Su Qing next to him gnashed her teeth at Chen Feng. Did you know from the start that the antique could be worth 2 billion? She felt this was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could Chen Feng encounter such a valuable antique right after the divorce? Yes, how ruthless you are, planning to divorce me all along. I was blind to marry you. Su Qing scolded furiously, filled with resentment. Chen Feng looked at her angrily, rebuking him, and truly opened his eyes. What a shameless person. At this time, she still blamed him. I'm not as malicious as you think. I actually wanted to tell you that I found a treasure, but who would have thought that when I got home? You two were rolling in bed? Anyway, since it has come to this point, Chen Feng didn't care to add fuel to the fire. I originally wanted to buy it and let you live like a rich lady, but who would have thought you'd be so cheap, hooking up with a useless person? Who are you calling useless? Chen Feng, don't get too pleased with yourself. Believe it or not, I slap. Chen Feng didn't think twice before slapping him again. Want to take my money? Sorry, but you miscalculated. Although Wang Hao was furious, he didn't dare to speak further. He simply couldn't win against Chen Feng, especially since he had a broken arm. Su Qing was filled with regret. The current situation truly made her feel like she was going to burst with regret. How could she end up with Wang Hao at such a crucial time? Just a little more, and she could have become a wealthy lady, never having to worry about money again. Unfortunately, she ended up in this situation. Mr. Chen, everything has been taken off you. Li Bingyao came out with some workers, holding some documents and approaching Chen Feng closely, behaving intimately. She had heard Chen Feng and Su Qing's conversation clearly, and thought the latter was simply shameless. All right, I still have some documents at home. Do you want to come over to my place? Sure, I happen to have some things I want to discuss with you. Li Bingyao nudda. Watching the two leave, Wang Hao looked extremely unwilling. No, you must think of a way to get the money back. That money should have been ours. Wang Hao immediately looked at Su Qing next to him, feeling extremely unbalanced seeing Chun Feng living so well. How can you say that now? If it weren't for you insisting on causing trouble at home, we would have had a ton of money already. Sui nangrili scolded Wang Hao. She truly regretted being with Wang Hao. However, it was too late to say these things now. She didn't delay any longer and hurried back to her place to discuss how to handle this matter. On Chun Feng's side, after bringing Li Bingyao back to his place, the two naturally ended up doing what adults should do. Li Bingyao agreeing to come to Chun Feng's place already indicated a lot of issues. She originally wanted to win over such a wealthy person. During the last time at the modification shop, she almost jumped him. As for Chin Feng, facing such a beautiful woman who had come to him, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Li Bingyao was far superior to Su Qing and Zhao Qian. In terms of looks and figure, even Xiao Lulu couldn't compare, and she had a natural charm that was like a vixen. Her melodious voice could make one feel weak in the knees. How annoying. You don't even know to pity me. My stockings are torn. What will I wear later? Li Bingyao shrank into Chun Feng's arms, her face flushed, weakly punching his chest. I'd love to pity you, but you were clearly wilder than I was just now. Chun Feng looked at Li Bingyao in his arms, his face full of innocence. If this were ancient times, she would definitely be a vixen causing chaos. What are you saying? Li Bingyao was just about to explode when she suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Chun Feng. How did you? Chun Feng chuckled and immediately lunged at her. Little vixen, come and take another hit from me. Chapter 20. Do I look like a sucker to you? What did you say? We can't get a single cent? You're not lying to us, are you? How could this be possible? The angry voices echoed in the Su family home, and Su Dahua and his wife were so furious they flipped the table. How can anyone remain calm when money suddenly disappears like that? I wish I could trick you. Suin smiled bitterly. And she never expected things to develop in this direction. The money that Chin Feng earned was all after their divorce. If we don't have corresponding evidence, then his money has nothing to do with us. Who would have thought that Chun Feng could earn billions in just a few days after the divorce? This is not something a normal person could achieve. Look at the foolish things you did. Even if you were going to steal a man, why choose this time? Su Dahua, unable to contain his anger, vented it on Su Qing. This is billions. A person could never earn this much money in a lifetime. And yet, they lost it all because of the foolish things Su Qing did. Su Qing was full of dissatisfaction. Can this be blamed on me? Clearly, it was Chun Feng who returned at the wrong time. Yes, sister, if that money can't be retrieved, Qian Qian definitely won't marry me. Su Jiqiang couldn't help but interject. This is a very big deal. Given the current situation, it's only a matter of time before Zhao Qian breaks up with me. Hurry, contact the lawyer again. No matter how much it costs, we're willing to pay as long as we can get the money back. Yes, if the lawyer doesn't help. It's just because they think we don't offer enough money. Su Dahua and his wife nodded repeatedly. Su Qing, hearing this, didn't say much and took out her phone again. Lawyer Huang's office. He held the phone with a look of speechlessness. Lawyer Huang, is this really impossible? I'm 25 years old. My 75-year-old wife has passed away. Can't my 48-year-old son support me? No. How many times do I have to tell you? You're only 25. You can work for yourself. Stop thinking about these nonsense things all day. Lawyer Huang hung up the phone in frustration, realizing he had encountered all kinds of people. Just after hanging up, Su Qing called again, and Lawyer Huang was utterly speechless. Lawyer Huang, although I have divorced Chin Feng, how can I get his money back? You must have a way, right? No, that's already impossible, unless you have a child. Maybe you could claim some money through the child. Hearing this, Su Qing was suddenly overjoyed and said excitedly, "I am pregnant." Hearing this, Lawyer Huang finally relaxed a bit. Then it's no problem, at least you can get a share. But Lawyer Huang, this child isn't Chen Feng's. Will it affect the division of money? Lawyer Huang cursed. What the hell? You cheat on him and get pregnant with someone else's child. And now that you see your ex-husband has money, you want to divide his money, right? What kind of person are you? Can't you have a little bit of shame? He really felt sorry for Chun Feng, who ended up with such a shameless wife. You can't get money from the other party. Stop thinking about it. Lawyer Huang, is there really no way? I can pay you more, whatever you want. Suin immediately panicked. This isn't a money issue. The only way is to remarry him. Otherwise, it's hard to get another cent from him. After the call ended, Lawyer Huang didn't even want to have any further contact with Su Qing. A person like her is simply too shameless. Meanwhile, all of Su Qing's family focused their gaze on her. How is it? Is there any hope? Susikian Kiptaskin. If there's no money, Zhao Qian will definitely break up with me. Su Qing shook her head helplessly, feeling utterly disappointed. No way to get it back, unless we remarry. Otherwise, even the lawyer can't help. Upon hearing this, Su Dahua and his wife hurriedly urged, then hurry up, since remarrying can get back the money. What are we waiting for? Matsuelon quickly handed over the phone. Hurry, call him. As long as you say some good words, how could Chun Feng, that dog licking, not agree? Yes, we won't blame him for humiliating us or for hitting Jiqiang. As long as we can remarry, it's fine. Just treat him a bit better in the future, and we can give him a little more pocket money each month. The family discussed. And Su Qing hurriedly took the phone to call. After all, it's billions in assets, as long as she can get it back. Losing a bit of face is nothing to her. In a while, the call was connected, but as soon as it was connected, Su Qing couldn't help but frown. On the other end of the phone, there were obvious sounds of heavy breathing. They're all adults, just listening for a moment. It was easy to judge what the other party was doing. Chun Feng, what do you mean by this? You've gone to bed with that cheap woman while getting the documents, right? Su Qing scolded angrily into the phone. She saw that female salesperson, and her looks and figure were far superior to her own. She really couldn't compete. It turned out that they were genuinely going to get the documents. Who would have thought that the other party would be so shameless? Are you crazy? I can be with whoever I want. What right do you have to control me? Chun Feng was already too tired to complain. Was Su Qing really out of her mind? He now regretted it, and couldn't he understand how he was so foolish to marry Su Qing back then? Why don't you just finish your business first? Li Bingyao's face was flushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. Chun Feng was too much. He was still working. How could he still be on the phone? It's fine. Let us continue. We can't let an irrelevant person disturb our mood. Chun Feng said nonchalantly, while Su Qing was already furious. Her anger surged to the top of her head, but she still forced herself to hold it in. Once I get the money, you'll be in trouble. Chun Feng, I still like you. After so many years of feelings, it's impossible to just vanish. As long as you're willing to remarry me, I can forgive you for finding a woman today. Zhao Qian forced a smile, trying to keep her tone as calm as possible. Chun Feng, on the other hand, was utterly speechless. I'm worth billions now. Why would I be interested in a woman who cheated and got pregnant with someone else's child? What kind of fool do you think I am? You want me to remarry you and raise that bastard-ass child? Chun Feng said, and then hung up the phone directly. He was truly disgusted by Su Qing. After Su Qing hung up, Su Dahua and the others quickly surrounded her, asking what happened. He got involved with a female salesperson who sells cars. What? That shameless bastard. Let us go find him. Su Dahua and his wife rushed out without thinking. As this involved billions in assets, how could they just give up? Chapter 21. Can't you be a little less stingy? Can't you take a good rest? Looking at Li Bingyao slowly putting on her clothes, Chun Feng couldn't help but pull her into his arms. This girl must have been exhausted. Her movements were a bit slow. You still have to go to work. Can't you skip work? If you don't work, will you support me? Looking at Li Bingyao with sultry eyes and a look of grievance, Chun Feng couldn't help but laugh. It's not impossible. The world is about to end. He has stocked up so many things. Supporting one person is completely fine. Of course, Chun Feng would never let her have the chance to ambush him like Su Qing did back then. It's better for him to live alone in his safe house. Hee, Li Bingyao laughed, her demeanor lively, and said irritably, I don't want you to support me. You rich people never say a true word. Li Bingyao wasn't foolish at all. She had always aimed to win Chun Feng over, but never considered being completely with him. It's fine to play around with rich people, but to commit for life? That would be too foolish. All right, I'll take you to work. Chun Feng didn't dwell on the topic any further. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally understood what she meant. Just as he finished getting ready to leave, there was a loud banging on the door. The sound was so forceful that it seemed like the door might break open. You shameless thing, hurry up and open the door. Su Dahua was furious. How could Chun Feng use the money that should belong to them to support a woman? Who could endure that? Someone is here to trouble you. Li Bingyao looked at Chun Feng with some worry. It's fine, just a few lunatics. Chun Feng coldly snorted, went to the bathroom, filled a bucket with water, and carried it to the door, pouring it out as he opened it. Splash! The couple, who had been cursing loudly, were immediately drenched with cold water. Although it was summer, the sudden cold water caught them off guard. Chun Feng, you bastard! How dare you splash cold water on me? Are you rebelling? Ma Guidan, soaked like a drowned rat, was shaking with anger. Isn't this what you deserve? You came to my place to bang on the door. You. Ma Solon was furious and saw Li Bingyao behind Chen Feng, which made her even more enraged as she began to curse loudly. You shameless thing, actually keeping a vixen outside. How can you face my daughter? Everyone come and see. This dog thing not only abandoned my daughter, but also keeps a vixen outside. Ma Solon skillfully started to make a scene, but Chen Feng showed no mercy and splashed another bucket of water on them. Do you have any sense of justice left? Justice? Your daughter is pregnant with someone else's child and still thinks she can get my money? Do you really think I'm stupid? Chen Feng sneered continuously. If you keep making a scene, I won't mind cooling you off again. Saying this, Chen Feng went to prepare more water, scaring Su Dahua and his wife into scrambling away. They were typical bullies who feared the strong and bullied the weak. They had originally wanted to throw a fit to get Chen Feng to back down, but they didn't expect him to be so ruthless. He was nothing like the useless person they had bullied before. Not far away, Su Qing witnessed this scene, her fists clenched as she made a secret decision. She had to get the child. Once she had the child, she could remarry Chen Feng and live a life of luxury. After sending Li Bingyao to work, Chen Feng transferred $1 million to her card, which made her so happy that she gave him a kiss right there. Leaving the modification shop, Chen Feng continued his shopping spree, driving around to various restaurants. Along the way, he was also scouting the area, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Before the apocalypse hit, there was still a wave of zero-cost purchases to be made. He planned to visit the book-selling place again. After all, knowledge is humanity's spiritual food. He also noted down gas stations and similar places. Stocking up on fuel would be essential for surviving the apocalypse, ensuring he wouldn't run out of energy. And then there were the medicines, which were of utmost importance. In the event of any injuries during the apocalypse, everything could be fatal. He needed to have medicine on hand. Fortunately, their area had plenty of pharmacies with them lining streets. He was confident he could stock up on enough medications the night before the apocalypse. At that time, he would see if he could find a doctor. Otherwise, even if he had medicine, it would likely be useless. Chen Feng had already planned everything out, even making a list. Hello, Mr. Chen, your 100-table banquet has been prepared. Shall I send it over now? While Chen Feng was busy shopping, a phone call came in. Yes, just send it to the warehouse. I'll be back shortly. After shopping at another place, Chen Feng leisurely drove back to his residence. A group of people were busy, and with so many items, they didn't dare be careless. Mom, could you please not take those? These are Mr. Chen's orders, and I don't know how to explain it if you take them home. At the warehouse entrance, the hotel manager was communicating with an old lady and a child, looking very displeased. The old lady had a child beside her who was gnawing on a chicken leg, and it was one thing for the child to take food, but the old lady was holding 2 braised pork knuckles. Clearly, she had taken them from the dishes Chen Feng ordered. The moment Chen Feng saw this, his expression turned dark. Taking advantage of him, this old lady, surnamed Zhou, had a terrible reputation in the neighborhood. She relied on her delinquent son to take advantage of various situations in the community. Although everyone in the neighborhood was very dissatisfied with her, they dared not speak out. In his previous life, after the apocalypse hit, they had done many immoral things, and her son even killed several people in the neighborhood to establish his authority. Chen Feng had also suffered considerable oppression from them. What are you shouting about? I'm just taking 2 pork knuckles. What's wrong with my grandson having a chicken leg? He can't eat all this food anyway. Old Lady Zhou huffed, her sharp expression making it hard for anyone to respond. Anyone who didn't know would think she was taking her own things. Give me back the food. Chen Feng approached, his expression unfriendly, and spoke with an annoyed tone. He had been bullied by this old woman and her family in his previous life, and there was no reason to let her take advantage of him now. Xiaoqin, what do you mean by that? Old Lady Zhou's face showed displeasure. You ordered so much food for everyone, and I'm just taking 2 knuckles. It's not a lot. Can't you be a little generous? She spoke as if she were the victim, making it seem like she was doing him a huge favor. Chapter 22. Targeting I'm sorry. But I never intended to treat anyone. Chen Feng gave her no face. This old lady was shameless, and if the apocalypse hadn't come yet, he would have been ready to slap her across the face. What do you mean? I'm just taking 2 of your dishes. What's the big deal? Old Lady Zhou complained, raising her chin. I'm the head of the neighborhood committee. Consider making friends. She spoke with an air of arrogance. Crazy. Chen Feng was speechless. Did she really think she was someone important? Grandma, I want to eat lobsters. I want big lobsters. The chubby kid took a couple of bites of the chicken leg and then threw it on the ground, pointing at the big lobsters not far away. All right, if you want to eat, go get yourself. Uncle Chun has so much food, he won't mind. Old Lady Zhou directly ignored Chun Feng. Are you trying to morally manipulate me? Chun Feng sneered repeatedly. You've got the wrong person. Watching the chubby kid reaching for the lobster. Chun Feng didn't think twice and slapped his hand away. If you want lobsters, tell your grandma to buy them. The chubby kid was undeterred by the slap and tried to reach for it again. This is the little troublemaker in the neighborhood that even dogs avoid. And on top of that, Old Lady Zhou's son is a thug. Anyone who sees this kid tries to steer clear. But Chun Feng didn't hold back at all. He directly lifted the troublemaker and handed him over to Old Lady Zhou, conveniently snatching the pig trotters from her hands in the process. Chun Feng, what do you mean by this? He asked just a child. How much can he eat? Old Lady Zhou said, her face filled with displeasure as she began to scold Chun Feng. With someone as stingy as you, it's no wonder your wife ran off with a wild man. You deserve it. If you want to eat something, go buy it yourself. Always trying to take advantage. How can you be so shameless? Unable to win an argument against Chun Feng, Old Lady Zhou left with her grandson after saying, you'll see. Clearly, she was already plotting her revenge against Chun Feng. Mr. Chun, I'm really sorry about this dish. No worries, this isn't your fault. Chun Feng casually tossed the elbow he was holding to a large black dog nearby. And coincidentally, Old Lady Zhou, who had gone far, witnessed this scene. Her eyes grew even more resentful. You'd rather feed a dog than give me. Just wait. Old Lady Zhou returned home in a foul mood, her eyes darting around. After a while, she coldly took out her phone and sent a message in the owner's group. Dear homeowners, the owner of Villa number 3 is simply too much. The renovation is ongoing day and night, and the noise has seriously affected our daily lives. Shouldn't someone do something about this? As a community committee member, although not many people liked her, there were still quite a few responses when this issue arose. Yes, this is indeed excessive. They don't even rest at night. It's too disruptive. We should go and talk to him. If that doesn't work, we'll report him directly. Seeing that people were responding, Old Lady Zhou immediately smiled to herself and quickly sent a voice message. I want to talk to him about this issue today, but he, relying on his wealth, didn't take it seriously at all and even scolded me. Everyone, judge for yourselves. I'm just looking out for our community as common interest. After sending the message, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Kid, you think you can compete with me? You're still too naive. So what if you have money? I'll make sure you can't live happily in the neighborhood. As soon as she said this, it was no surprise that many people began to agree with her. This is too much. Can someone with money do whatever they want? We must report him, make them stop work. In fact, I don't think it's that big of a problem. The noise was only on the first day, and we hardly hear anything now. Someone couldn't help but speak up for Chun Feng. Clearly, not everyone thought Old Lady Zhou was a representative of justice. The truth was, there was only noise on the first day of construction, and after that, it was quite quiet. Old Lady Zhou was just seizing the opportunity to make a fuss. You live far away, what do you know? At such a time, you're still helping him. Are you trying to curry favor with him? Old Lady Zhou scolded angrily, sending voice messages that left the other party speechless. Who could win an argument against this old lady? She was impossible to out-argue. Seeing the group so lively, Su Dahua and his wife also couldn't help but send messages to scold. They hated Chun Feng to the core. This matter must have an explanation. The environment of the community needs our joint maintenance. Old Lady Zhou said, even tagging Chun Feng. You think you can compete with me? You're still too naive. Meanwhile, Chun Feng had just finished putting away the food and was lying down at home when his phone started buzzing with notifications. He picked up his phone to check the messages, and to his surprise, he had unknowingly turned Old Lady Zhou into a public enemy of the entire community. This old hag is really something. Chun Feng began typing angrily. Old Lady Zhou, what do you mean by this? You just brought your troublemaker of a grandson to steal from me, and now you're taking revenge on me? Seeing Chun Feng mention her directly, Old Lady Zhou was also infuriated. You're talking nonsense. My grandson just took a lobster from you. Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? He is just a child. Children don't understand. Shouldn't you be more understanding as an adult? Why don't you manage him? Stop talking nonsense. Your construction is affecting our entire community. You owe everyone an explanation. Chun Feng didn't back down and directly sent a voice message. Dear neighbors, I admit that the renovation is indeed my fault. I've been too busy rushing the schedule. Here's what I'll do. I'll send each of you a 2,000 yuan red envelope as an apology. As soon as Chun Feng said this, everyone in the group was stunned. There were 500 people in the group, and if he sent 2,000 to each, he was about to give away 1,000,000. That was incredibly extravagant. Just as old lady Zhou's sarcastic voice message was sent out, a red envelope appeared in the group. Clearly, it was sent by Chun Feng. Without hesitation, she clicked on it. How could she miss out on a bargain? However, when she clicked in, she found she couldn't claim the red envelope at all. Chun Feng, what do you mean? Why can't I claim the red envelope? Old lady Zhou immediately began to curse. Chun Feng sneered, what do I mean? Of course. I said it so you can't claim it. Do you think I'm stupid? In addition to old lady Zhou's family, Su Qing's family was also said to be unable to claim the red envelope. Chun Feng, don't think you're so great just because you have money. This noise problem in our community isn't over yet. I think their renovation isn't noisy at all. Old lady Zhou, are you sure you didn't miss here because you're getting old? As soon as old lady Zhou finished speaking, someone started to speak up for Chun Feng. Yes. Old lady Zhou, Mr. Chin hasn't done anything wrong. Can you stop looking for trouble all the time? Chapter 23. I'm too embarrassed to point out to you, wow, you guys really have no backbone. Old lady Zhou was instantly dumbfounded. This was ridiculous. Just a moment ago, a group of people was helping her condemn Chun Feng, but in the next moment, they all turned to speak up for him. How can they have any dignity? Don't betray your conscience by helping Chun Feng. If this issue isn't dealt with now, it will affect you too. Old lady Zhou said darkly. Old lady Zhou, please don't involve us. I live near villa number 3 and can't hear any noise at all. So don't make random accusations. Exactly. Mr. Chun has done very well. Your renovation was noisy for over 2 months, and when I came to remind you, you scolded me. He has only made noise for 1 day. What's the problem? As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed to awaken everyone's past painful experiences, and they were all indignant. Old lady Zhou was a typical person who only allowed the officials to set fire, but wouldn't let the commoners light lamps. Not many were satisfied with her. Even if a few people supported her in today's matter, after receiving Chun Feng's red envelope, they all fell silent. There was no helping it. Chun Feng knew how to handle people who would go against money. Chun Feng watched the one-sided comments with delight. You want to compete with me? You're still too naive. Old lady Zhou, why don't you send a red envelope to apologize to everyone? I'll send a fart. You want me to send red envelopes? Are you out of your mind? Old lady Zhou cursed into her phone, convinced that she could deal with Chun Feng. Just wait for me. There will be a time when it falls into my hands. Seeing this, Qin Yin, old lady Zhou's daughter-in-law, hesitated a bit but couldn't help but advise Mom, why not just let it go? They are so rich and haven't provoked us. Shut up, what do you know? Old lady Zhou immediately became furious. If you don't help me deal with that scoundrel, then don't create more trouble here. Go cook. Qin Yin wanted to persuade her further, but ultimately sighed helplessly and turned to walk into the kitchen. Useless thing, just looking at you is annoying. Old lady Zhou's expression was not pleasant as she picked up her phone and began to research again. She had to come up with a way to deal with Chun Feng. How infuriating. That scoundrel sent a red envelope of 1,000,000. That's our money. Su Dahua and his wife pounded their chests in frustration, while Su Qing next to them looked even more displeased. This money should have been theirs. But Chun Feng sent it directly to the neighbors instead. He would rather give it to those neighbors than to his own family. They couldn't even receive the red envelope. Wasn't this just disgusting them? No. The reason he won't remarry me is that I have Wang Hao's child. Su Qing's eyes grew increasingly resolute. I'll go get an abortion tomorrow, and then those billions will be mine. At Lin Feier's house, Xiao Lulu looked at the owner group on her phone, her heart racing. She had only planned to play at Lin Feier's house for a while, but after meeting Chun Feng, she insisted on joining the owner group to learn more about him. To her surprise, she discovered this scene. Buying 100 million luxury house and several million luxury cars was one thing. But to directly send a red envelope of 1,000,000 in the group was definitely a move only top tycoons could afford. She had to get her hands on him. That way, she wouldn't have to live a life as a struggling actress anymore. Xiao Lulu made a secret determination. As long as she could win over Chun Feng, she wouldn't have to live a miserable life in the future. In the following time, Chun Feng continued to stock up on ready-to-eat food. After the apocalypse, it would be hard to find a 5-star hotel chef's cooking. Of course, he didn't miss out on street stalls and barbecue stands either. After getting used to big fish and meat, having some junk food and gutter oil was also quite nice. Every day, he woke up to stock up, and when he was tired, he would wholly Bing Yao for a good rest. He was living a very fulfilling life. 10 days passed in a flash. And Chen Feng originally thought the house renovation wouldn't be completed on time. However, he ultimately underestimated the temptation of money. To make that extra billion, Gao Mingyuan had gathered everyone from the company to work around the clock, and they finally completed it on time. In fact, Gao Mingyuan was confident they could finish half a day earlier without even cleaning up. When Chen Feng arrived at the villa, the place had completely transformed. Built according to his design, the entire area had turned into a steel fortress. Mr. Chen, we have tested the solidity of this villa. In front of the titanium alloy reinforced walls, not to mention armor-piercing bullets, even bombs can't cause any harm. I can see that, not bad. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and pointed inside the villa. How are the various circulation systems inside? Gao Mingyuan immediately patted his chest and assured Mr. Chen, you can definitely rest assured about this. We added new insulation materials inside the walls, which can withstand extreme cold. There is a heating system, an air filtration system, an independent diesel generator, a fireplace, and even a water purification system. As Chen Feng inspected the interior, he had to admit that professional matters should be left to professionals. Not only had they met all his requirements, but the interior decoration was also luxurious. All right, I'm very satisfied. The money will be transferred to your company's account immediately. Chen Feng said this without any delay, transferring 1 billion on the spot. The remaining billion, I will follow the contract. No problem, right? Gao Mingyuan nodded excitedly. He had never met someone as straightforward as Chen Feng before. By the way, arrange a few more diesel generators for me. I want to keep them as backup. When Chen Feng sent Gao Mingyuan to the gate, he suddenly said, Mr. Chen, we have arranged 2 diesel generators for you. Even if one has a problem, the other will be sufficient. Do as I say. I'll buy them at market price. Although Gao Mingyuan didn't understand why Chen Feng needed so many diesel generators, he certainly wouldn't miss this lucrative business and directly agreed. After Gao Mingyuan left, Chen Feng looked at the villa in front of him and finally felt a bit of relief. From now on, even if the outside world was icy and snowy, he wouldn't have to worry. Chen Feng, has your villa been renovated so quickly? At that moment, Xiao Lulu walked over from a distance, clearly having been waiting for a while. She was wearing a very cool tank top today, her hot figure on full display, and her long legs made it hard for anyone to look away. Spend a bit more money to get them to hurry it up. Can you take me in for a visit? Looking at Xiao Lulu's delicate appearance, Chen Feng's mouth curled up. Visit the house. Do you think you can believe yourself? I'm almost too embarrassed to point it out. Chapter 24. I'm afraid Lulu will misunderstand. Chen Feng certainly knew Xiao Lulu's purpose for coming here. She merely wanted to take the opportunity to win him over and become the mistress of this villa. Using her looks to climb the social ladder was the most common tactic in her circle. Based on Xiao Lulu's display of advanced tea art skills, she must have done this kind of thing quite a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so skilled. Following the principle of taking advantage of a good opportunity, Chen Feng didn't hesitate and directly agreed. All right, however you want to visit is fine. Really? Xiao Lulu was instantly overjoyed, reaching out to wrap her arm around Chen Feng's, completely unconcerned about the immense pressure on him. To be honest, I've always really liked this decoration style, and it's just the right opportunity to communicate with Mr. Chen. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, but his heart raced uncontrollably. Although Xiao Lulu's looks and figure might not compare to Li Bingyao, her tea art was definitely impressive. All right, let's have a good exchange. As Chen Feng was about to lead Xiao Lulu back to the villa, a figure suddenly rushed over from outside, blocking their path. Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? Su Qing's face was filled with anger, and she showed no signs of concealing her hostility towards Xiao Lulu. What do you mean? I'm going home, and you're asking me what I mean? That's really funny. Chen Feng mocked as he looked at Su Qing, even provocatively wrapping his arm around Xiao Lulu's waist. Xiao Lulu, being a top tea artist, instantly understood the situation and leaned affectionately against Chen Feng's shoulder, sarcastically saying, Chen Feng, who is this big sister? Seeing the extremely beautiful Xiao Lulu beside Chen Feng made Su Qing extremely angry. But now that the other party was calling her big sister, it made her even angrier. Get out of the way. I'm talking to my husband. What right do you have to interrupt, you shameless thing? When others encounter this situation, they would probably back down on the spot. But Xiao Lulu is not an ordinary person. Instead of getting angry upon hearing those words, she laughed uncontrollably. You call me cheap? You don't even know who the real cheap one is. Cheating during marriage is one thing, but getting pregnant with someone else's child and expecting your husband to support it, then trying to find a way for him to leave with nothing when discovered. Compared to you, I really can't hold a candle to that. Su Qing's face turned ugly, dark as water. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a rebuttal and could only turn her gaze to Chen Feng. Honey, I know you're very angry. I know I was wrong. Can we just stop this and not make a scene? No, don't call me honey. I can't take it. Chen Feng hurriedly pushed away Su Qing, who was trying to hold on to him. Honey, I just made a mistake that every woman makes. Can you forgive me? Can you stop talking nonsense? I have no such hobby. It's one thing to act like a whore, but to take it for granted? You really have some thick skin. Xiao Lulu complained speechlessly. She considered herself well-traveled, but she had never seen someone as shameless as Su Qing. It's best if we don't meet again in the future. I'm afraid Lulu might misunderstand. Honey, stop it. This person doesn't truly like you. She asks only after your money. I've already aborted Wang Hao's child. We can have our own. Can we remarry? Suing grabbed Chen Feng, her whole demeanor filled with pleading, clearly on the verge of madness. Chen Feng did not expect that Su Qing would abort the child for money. If Wang Hao found out, he wouldn't know how furious he would be. You did it for money, and what about you? If I were a poor guy, would you even look at me? Chen Feng sneered repeatedly. Since we're both the same, why not choose someone with better conditions? Just look at how you compare to Lulu. Yes, sister, didn't you look in the mirror before daydreaming? Xiao Lulu said lightly, a hint of disdain and contempt appearing at the corners of her mouth. Comparing herself to Su Qing made her feel insulted. Chen Feng, I even aborted the child for you. What do you want? Suing screamed arcedi, her eyes growing increasingly resentful. Crazy, I didn't ask you to abort it. Don't come to my house again. Chen Feng pushed Su Qing away and walked into the villa with Xiao Lulu. Watching the other party's disappearing figure, Su Qing clenched her fists, her whole body trembling with anger. Chen Feng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being rude. After saying this with a dark expression, Su Qing immediately took out her phone and called Wang Hao. I have a task for you. Find a way to kidnap Chen Feng. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end of the line, and after a while, it finally responded. This is a bit difficult. Chen Feng has some connections with Tiger Yi. Why are you so useless? I didn't ask you to confront him directly. Can't you just find someone to ambush him? Wang Hao fell silent again. This thing sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. After all, Chen Feng was quite skilled, and it was illegal. Do you have any ambition at all? That is several hundred million. Don't you want it? Suing scolded angrily, looking like she was frustrated with iron not turning into steel. She really couldn't understand why she had ever liked Wang Hao, this useless thing. All right, I'll prepare right away. Although Wang Hao felt a bit scared, after hearing Su Qing's words, he no longer hesitated. Under Chen Feng's lead, Xiao Lulu wandered around the villa. Looking at the surrounding decor, her shock grew stronger. This villa was much more luxurious than Lin Feier's number 4 villa. She was also someone who had seen the world, so she could naturally tell that all the furniture in this house was luxury goods. How much did it cost to decorate it so well? Xiao Lulu clung to Chen Feng's arm and didn't let go the whole time, wishing she could stick herself to him. Not much, only about 300 million, Chen Feng said with a smile, and Xiao Lulu's eyes widened instantly. Even her breathing became rapid. Buying the house cost 100 million, and the decoration cost 300 million. This was too extravagant. Get him, we must get him. A voice in Xiao Lulu's heart kept echoing. Mr. Chen, don't you have the air conditioning on? Why do I feel so hot? Hot. Chen Feng looked around in confusion. It was summer, the sun was shining outside, and it was indeed hot, but he had plenty of insulation materials here, and he even had air conditioning. It shouldn't be hot at all. Damn, could it be that Gao Mingyuan cut corners? While he was suspicious, when he saw that Xiao Lulu's spaghetti strap had slipped down from her shoulder, exposing a spectacular view in front of him, he immediately understood what was happening. It turns out that luxurious mansions and luxury cars are the same. Their cooling effect is not that great. Chen Feng understood and wrapped his arms around Xiao Lulu's slender waist as they walked toward the bedroom. Chapter 25. You wait for me. Although Xiao Lulu was far inferior to Lin Feier, and even compared to Li Bingyao, she was still quite proactive. Chun Feng found it a bit hard to handle. As soon as they entered the room, she pressed right up against him. As for the little clothing she was wearing, it was unclear when it had fallen to the ground. Chun Feng looked at her. It was impossible for him not to have thoughts. He was a normal man. After all, however, just when he was about to embrace Xiao Lulu and take control, she suddenly used her index finger to block Chun Feng's lips perfectly. Mr. Chun, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Is that okay? I have to say, Xiao Lulu really was very skilled at playing her cards right. At such a critical moment, let alone one thing, even 10 things, it would be hard for a normal person to refuse. Moreover, at this moment, with her dazed eyes and alluring breath, who could bear to reject her? Chun Feng quickly regained his composure and sneered inwardly. You think you can play tricks on me? I've lived 2 lives. Can you really control me? If it's too difficult, I really can't help you. It's not difficult for Mr. Chun. It's simply a matter of a sentence. Xiao Lulu sat on Chun Feng's lap, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. A while back, I spoke up for you, and my good friend Lin Feier was very unhappy with me. I feel really embarrassed staying at her place. Can I move in with you? While saying this, Xiao Lulu put on a pitiful look. Chun Feng saw this scene and immediately realized her trick. She wanted to move in, but was putting on such a grand facade. He didn't believe that Lin Feier would do such things. I'm used to living alone. I'm not accustomed to having outsiders around. Chun Feng directly shook his head. There is absolutely no way he would let someone like Xiao Lulu stay in this safe house. She was even more changeable than Su Qing. If there was even the slightest imbalance in the scale of benefits, she would definitely be the first to betray him. Besides, even if the apocalypse didn't come, her appetite was terrifying. Did she really think she could become the mistress of a luxury mansion just by sleeping with him? If you don't want to stay at Lin Feier's house, I can rent you a place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu clearly became surprised. Clearly unexpected. Chun Feng actually refused her. Could it be that her charm wasn't enough? Impossible. Those directors, when they saw her, none could remain calm. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Lulu didn't hesitate at all and directly pressed herself against Chun Feng, her gaze flirtatious. Chun Feng, don't he want to keep you company? Chun Feng shook his head. Everything in the world has its price, but clearly, Xiao Lulu wasn't worth that price. What she meant was that she would be his personal exclusive, and he could do whatever he wanted. This time, Chun Feng didn't hesitate at all and pushed Xiao Lulu away. I can give you an extra 100,000 a month. If you're willing, we can continue. If not, I won't force you. Even though Xiao Lulu was completely exposed at that moment, Chun Feng felt completely calm inside. After the apocalypse, a loaf of bread could make someone do anything, and he wasn't anxious at all. There would be times when Xiao Lulu would seek him out in the future. 100,000. Xiao Lulu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this. Chun Feng casually sent a red envelope of 1 million in the owner group. He was even willing to follow the other party, yet he only offered her 100,000 a month. What was this? Did he consider her a cheap commodity? Though she was unhappy in her heart, Xiao Lulu didn't dare to show it on her face, slowly getting up to pick up her clothes from the floor, sticking out her, but in an alluring pose as she dressed in front of Chun Feng. Chun Feng, if you miss me, remember to give me a call. Xiao Lulu threw Chun Feng a wink. She wasn't willing to give up on this big fish, but she also didn't want to make herself seem so cheap. It wasn't until Xiao Lulu left the villa that Chun Feng hurriedly took a cold shower. After feeling a bit better, he called Li Bingyao. He needed to have a good battle tonight. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly rang with an alarm. This was the security system equipped in the villa. Anyone who approached would be locked in, and if they stayed too long, it would alert Chun Feng. Chun Feng took out his phone to check the surveillance, and immediately, Grandma Zhou and her grandson appeared on the screen. Outside the villa, Grandma Zhou was sneaking around with her grandson to check the situation. Ever since she was confronted by Chun Feng, she had been thinking of ways to trouble him. But after searching high and low, she found no issues at all. The renovations were quiet, and even the hygiene was well maintained. And today, checking in, the situation was even more absurd. All the workers had actually left. It really finished the renovations in just 10 days, leaving her with no opportunity to cause trouble. Grandma, I need a pee. Luo Xiaolong tugged at his pants, desperately wanting to relieve himself. Pee. Fine, go over there by the wall. Grandma Zhou sneered as she pulled Luo Xiaolong to the wall. This old hag really has no shame. Upon seeing this, Chun Feng instantly became displeased. He directly opened the gate's electricity and shouted through the loudspeaker. Grandma Zhou, are you going to manage your brat or not? Is he just going to pee on my wall? Grandma Zhou was startled by the sudden voice. But when she saw Chan Feng standing on the second-floor balcony, she smirked indifferently. My little dragon is just a child. How can I control him? Besides, you're already over 20. Why are you quarreling with a child? Can't you be more magnanimous? Seeing Grandma Zhou's unreasonable demeanor, Chan Feng sneered. It's fine if you let him pee by my wall, but I advise you not to let him do it at my front door. Or else don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Grandma Zhou got angry instead. She immediately told her grandson, Xiaolong, the guy didn't give you lobster last time. Go pee at his front door. Let us see what he can do about it. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong happily ran to the front door, unzipping his pants and peeing like a water faucet. Let us see if you dare not give me lobster again. I'll come here to poop in the future. Before the little brat could finish his sentence, his whole body suddenly trembled as if electrocuted, and he fell to the ground, convulsing. He hadn't even finished peeing when he was already lying down, wailing in pain. Wow, Grandma, this door is so itchy. Something is biting me. Chan Feng, you bastard. How dare you harm my grandson? Wait for my son to come back. You're dead. Grandma Zhou angrily grabbed her phone, yelling as she dialed. Chapter 26. Evil people have their own nemesis. Luo Xiaolong rolled on the ground, howling, while even Xiaoquan was still uncontrollably relieving himself. He couldn't control it at all, and this almost directly caused him to wet himself from shock. However, Chan Feng didn't care at all. The Zhou family was not good people. That kid was also a typical brat. Getting shocked was what he deserved. I told you not to come to my door to pee, yet you old hag didn't listen. How can you be so inhumane? Even putting your own grandson at risk for revenge against me? Chan Feng chuckled, bringing out a stool to sit on the balcony. Watching the scene as if it were a show, he enjoyed seeing that old lady get angry, but unable to do anything about it. The villa's gate and surrounding walls had electric nets, and the voltage was something Chan Feng could adjust at will. He had only set it to low voltage. It could cause pain but wouldn't pose any life-threatening danger. Chan Feng, you heartless bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Grandma Zhou's face turned exceptionally ugly as she raised her fist to smash the door, but the next moment, she collapsed to the ground. Not only did she foam at the mouth, but her whole body also began to convulse, continuously shouting, You bastard, just wait, you'll regret it. Many neighbors watching this scene were delighted. The entire neighborhood had no goodwill towards the Zhou family at all. Even seeing her fall to the ground, no one went to help. Evil people have their own nemesis. She was probably really in trouble this time. What evil person? Mr. Chun is our neighborhood's great benefactor. A group of people was excited but couldn't help but worry. After all, Grandma Zhou's son, Luo Zhongyan, was a thug, and he could be very troublesome. Could Chan Feng handle this? Not long after, a burly man with a fierce appearance rushed over, especially when he saw his mother and son lying on the ground. He instantly became furious. You bastard, get out here. Today, I'll make you regret it. Luo Zhongyuan had a violent temper, and given the situation, he naturally couldn't stay calm. What if Chan Feng was rich? When he came here, he had to lie down for me. Instead, Qin Yin, who hurriedly came over, quickly pulled Luo Zhongyuan, saying not to act impulsively. There might be some misunderstanding. Qin Yin looked nervous. If this escalated, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. Moreover, and more importantly, she knew without looking that her mother-in-law was definitely in the wrong. Get out of my way. Luo Zhongyan directly pushed Qin Yin aside, his face filled with anger. Misunderstanding, my mom and son are lying on the ground, and you still choose to speak for an outsider. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yin stood aside, feeling extremely wronged and at a loss for words after being scolded. Chan Feng shook his head as he watched this scene. In his previous life, he didn't have a good impression of Aunt Zhou's family, but he felt very sorry for Luo Yin. She was a very beautiful woman, one of the top beauties in the neighborhood, and the object of desire for countless male homeowners. If Lin Feier represented the youthful and cold, then Qin Yin could definitely be considered the embodiment of maturity and charm. Whether it was her graceful figure or her stunningly beautiful face, it was enough to drive men crazy. Unfortunately, she had bad luck after the apocalypse arrived. Luo Zhongyuan gathered a group of people and became a well-known leader in the community. To win people's hearts, he directly gave his wife to his subordinates to play with. It was said that Luo Yin ended up in a terrible situation, Unable to bear the stress, she became mentally unstable and eventually froze to death in the snow. You should listen to your wife, otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer later. Chen Feng said slowly. Shut your mouth. Get down here, or I'll make you regret it. Luo Zhongyuan yelled, smashing a stone against the door. Unfortunately, the door was made of titanium alloy steel, and it didn't show any signs of damage. Just wait. I won't let you off today. Seeing that he couldn't break open the door, Luo Zhongyuan called a few of his lackeys. Although the community had security, no one dared to intervene. Luo Zhongyuan's infamous reputation kept them from acting recklessly. So, you must take care of him. Xiaolong's Kuan was almost electrocuted. We were almost left without descendants. Old Lady Zhou cried out. Luo Zhongyuan's face turned dark. He had to deal with Chen Feng today. Kid, if you're a man, come down here. Don't hide like a turtle. Chen Feng looked at the group of people below without hesitation and immediately called Tiger Yi. Now, Chen Feng was Tiger Ye's prized possession, and when he heard someone was causing trouble for him, he rushed over without a second thought. Who dares to mess with my brother? As soon as Tiger Yi appeared, Luo Zhongyuan instantly wilted and hurriedly ran over with a smile. Tiger Yi was a genuine figure in the underworld, while Luo Zhongyuan was merely a small-time thug. There was a vast difference between them. Tiger Yi, this waste is bullying my mom and son. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Tiger Yi slapped him across the face. If Chun Feng's family is being bullied, then they deserve it. If you don't want to be dealt with, you better get lost. Tiger Yi's aura was overwhelming, and although Luo Zhongyuan was filled with resentment, he could only swallow his anger. All right, since he's Tiger Yi's friend, I'll give him some face. Son, what are you talking about? That bastard is bullying us, and you're letting him go. Old Lady Zhou couldn't believe it, unwilling to accept the situation. Mom, stop talking. Let's get out of here. You caused trouble and want to leave without an apology? Luo Zhongyuan trembled all over, though he was extremely reluctant. He still bowed his head and apologized to the approaching Chen Feng. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. Today's matter is my fault. In the future, I will manage my family better. Next time, it won't be so simple. Chen Feng said expressionlessly. Yes, this will not happen again. After Luo Zhongyuan finished speaking, he hurriedly left with his family in embarrassment. Once they returned home, Old Lady Zhou angrily exclaimed, Is that it? Are we just going to let it go? With Tiger Yi backing him, it's a bit troublesome to deal with. Let's call the police. What's the worst that could happen? Even Tiger Yi can't interfere with the law enforcement, and this time, we are in the right. Luo Zhongyuan shook his head gloomily. Don't call the police. I have a way to deal with that bastard. Even with Tiger Yi's help, he can't always protect him. One day, he'll get what's coming to him. Chapter 27. Taking the house, Chen Feng knew that the Zhou family wouldn't let things go easily, but he didn't care. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and he was too lazy to find trouble with them. If they really sought him out later, he would conveniently eliminate them. After all, he had obtained quite a few weapons from the United States, enough to wipe out their entire family. Chen Feng sat on the balcony, looking at the scorching sun outside, wondering who could have imagined that soon the world would be enveloped in ice and snow. Today was the day Tiger Yi was taking over the house. The retribution for the Su family was also coming soon. Murmuring to himself, he went down to the underground garage to prepare to stock up on supplies. Time was running out. Whatever he could gather, he would. As for the Su family, he couldn't be bothered with them. However, just as he entered the garage, a figure rushed at him from behind, a knife pressed against his neck. Be obedient, or even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng immediately recognized who it was. Wang Hao, if you want to cause me trouble, at least bring a few more people. He could clearly sense that there were only Wang Hao and two others around him, and Wang Hao's hand was still in a cast. Given the situation, they dared to come find trouble with him. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Haha, do you really think you're that impressive? Even in this situation, you're still arrogant. You'll regret it soon. Wang Hao said darkly. Now that a knife was pressed to Chen Feng's neck, he didn't think Chen Feng had any way out. Regret? I never thought about needing anyone to save me. Just you three useless fools think you can threaten me? Damn it. How can this bastard be so arrogant? Hurry up and take him down. Waste this loser. Wang Hao ordered, and the two beside him wasted no time preparing to teach Chen Feng a lesson. But just as they were about to make their move, they found their hands couldn't move at all. The knife pressed against Chen Feng's neck couldn't advance, even a millimeter. What's going on? The man's face turned pale with terror, filled with disbelief. However, The next moment, Chen Feng's fist came crashing down. The three of them had no chance to resist at all, only able to scream in agony, never expecting things to escalate to this point. In just a few breaths, the entire place was filled with cries of pain. Chen Feng, bro, I was wrong. Please spare me. Wang Hao, seeing Chen Feng approaching, didn't he dare to resist at all and immediately knelt down. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? How come you're begging for mercy now? Chen Feng sneered. I didn't know how powerful you were. I was blind. Please have mercy on me. Chen Feng kicked Wang Hao away, watching as he rolled several times before finally stopping, and then slowly said, "Get lost." Hearing this, Wang Hao hurriedly fled the scene. After he left, Chen Feng took out his phone and called Tiger Yi, letting them off. That's not going to happen. Tiger, when you go to collect the house today, remember to bring someone who has a good relationship with men to help me entertain a friend. Chen Feng, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Using force is illegal. Tiger hesitated a bit. He wasn't very willing to get involved in a lawsuit. Tiger, what you're saying is wrong. If a man uses force against another man, it's just a bit of education. How about this? I'll transfer you 500,000. Don't let the brother work for nothing. Upon hearing this, Tiger had no choice but to stop hesitating. After hanging up the phone, he directly found someone and started to explain the situation. Su family. Su Qing looked at Wang Hao, who had a bruised face with a dark expression. Useless. How can you be so disappointing? You can't even handle Chen Feng. What use do I have for you? Wang Hao looked innocent, while Su Dahua and others were all dissatisfied. It was Wang Hao's fault that led to Chen Feng and Su Qing's divorce. And he was also the culprit for them not being able to retrieve the villa and over 100 million in cash. Mom, what should we do? We can't get the money back. I can't even get married. Su Jiqiang had a face full of sorrow. Don't tell Zhao Qian about the money for now. No matter what, just stabilize her. Let's get the marriage done first. Su Dahua spat, and just as the family was discussing, the door was kicked open. What are you doing? I warn you, don't mess around. What are we doing? Of course, I'm here to collect the house. With a wave of Tiger's hand, a group of people rushed in. The owner of this house has already sold it to me. Are you leaving on your own? Or do you want me to throw you out? Stop. Let go of me. What you're doing is illegal. Get out. This is clearly our house. Don't go too far. Matsulan was about to make a scene, but Tiger's people were not to be trifled with and directly slapped her in the face, stunning her on the spot. You bastard, I'll fight you. Su Dahua roared, ready to grab a kitchen knife, but was caught and thrown out instead. What do you mean by this? We have no conflict, right? Su Qing furrowed her brow. When Tiger appeared, she knew this matter was definitely related to Chen Feng. Did Chen Feng send you here? That's right. He has already mortgaged the house to me. So please leave. Nonsense. This house is ours. He left with nothing, and the house has nothing to do with him. I don't care. I only recognize the property certificate. Get them out. A group of thugs gave them no chance to resist at all, and after driving them out, they pulled Wang Hao inside. Tiger, what are you doing? Wang Hao looked at a burly man approaching him with a lewd look, shivering all over. He had a bad premonition. This person is handed over to you. Don't cause too much trouble. The burly man nodded repeatedly, rubbing Wang Hao's arm with eager eyes. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Moments later. Wang Hao's heart-wrenching screams echoed in the room, and the Su family members who originally wanted to reason with him were frightened and ran away. Tiger was ruthless and merciless. He was not someone they could provoke. Call the police, hurry, and call the police. Ma Solon shouted angrily. Their house was robbed. And although the other party was very arrogant, they were in the right. However, when the law enforcement team arrived and assessed the situation from both sides, they directly shook their heads. It would be better for you to sue directly. They have a contract, and the problem lies in the property division during your divorce from Chen Feng. You will definitely be able to get the house back through a lawsuit. Upon hearing this, the Su family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su, we must sue. Chen Feng's actions are illegal. I want him to kneel down and beg me. Suing, furious, took out her phone and started contacting a lawyer. Chapter 28 Preparation before the end times after finalizing the lawyer arrangements. Su Qing directly rented a house in the Yudai Longting community to stay in. They needed to keep an eye on their house and guard against Chen Feng. The other party, casually mortgaging the house, had caused so much impact, and they had to bear legal responsibility. The only way to avoid being held accountable was to forgive the other party. When the time comes, if he doesn't bring out the money, he can forget about it. On Chen Feng's side, after receiving a video from Tiger, he couldn't stop laughing. Even through the video, He could feel Wang Hao's despair at that moment. Competing with me? You're still far from it. And this is just the beginning. Su Qing also sent a message, saying that he was doomed, and she had already found a lawyer. A court summons would be coming for him soon. To this, Chun Feng was completely unconcerned. The apocalypse was coming soon, and he had no time to deal with these matters. After receiving countless invitations, the Thunder Modification Shop also called, saying that the down jacket and warm silk quilt he ordered had arrived. These were what he had ordered before. The down jacket was a warm one that could be worn in Antarctica, and the silk quilt was extremely warm as well. Although his safe house had extremely strong heating capabilities, he still needed to go out occasionally. Without warm clothes, he would almost instantly freeze into a popsicle. Why isn't Bing Yao here to deliver the goods? Arriving at the warehouse, Chun Feng saw a man delivering the items and couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, it was Li Bingyao who was responsible for contacting him. Li Bingyao took a sick day today, so I brought it to you, Mr. Chun. Please check if there's anything missing. Oh, I see. Chun Feng nodded and signed the list. As for these items, they were originally Li Bingyao's responsibility, so he was quite relieved. Moreover, in his space, there were still a bunch of warm down jackets from the ugly country, so he was completely well prepared. After sending off the staff, Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang happened to walk over, chatting and laughing. Oh, ISNT this Chun Feng? What are you doing with so many down jackets on such a hot day? Are you out of your mind? Su Jiqiang looked at Chun Feng and said sarcastically. As for Zhao Qian beside him, she didn't even glance at Chun Feng. At this moment, Chun Feng was just a poor guy in her eyes. What's wrong? Have you been kicked out of your residence and still act so arrogantly? Haha, Chun Feng. Don't think that just because you found a couple of thugs to deal with us, you can be smug. What you've done is enough for you to pay a very painful price. We've already found a lawyer. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng smiled even brighter and looked at Zhao Qian beside him. The Su family won't get a single penny from me. They are even renting their house now. You have no benefits following him. Why not come with me? I'll give you 20,000 a month. Shameless. Zhao Qian snorted coldly, tilting her chin in disdain. Who cares about your dirty money? After saying that, she directly pulled Su Jiqiang's arm and swayed her hips as she left. Chun Feng, we'll see. Not far away, Xiao Lulu saw this scene and didn't know whether to be happy or angry. It seemed that in Chun Feng's eyes, everyone had a price. He was very lecherous but wouldn't act impulsively. I don't believe it. With my charm, I can't win you over. Xiao Lulu was very confident. The last time she didn't win over Chun Feng was just an accident, and next time he would definitely not be able to resist. Returning to Lin Feier's place, she was immediately shocked by the sight before her. The room was filled with food, including instant noodles, meat, fruits, and vegetables. A supersized freezer is already packed full. Faya, what are you doing? Xiao Lulu exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. It's all because of that scumbag. Lin Feier got angry just thinking about it. Chun Feng had monopolized all the takeout and banquets during this time, leaving her with no option to order food. Produce. She didn't want to run out to buy groceries every day, so she simply stocked up on a bunch. Since I won't be working for the next month, I won't go out. If you want to eat something else, you can go out by yourself. Lin Feier said as she curled up on the sofa and started binge-watching a show. For her, staying at home was the best way to relax when she wasn't filming. Xiao Lulu looked at her enviously. Only someone like Lin Feier, who was already famous and came from a wealthy family, could be so leisurely, unlike herself, who had to chase after directors and rich heirs. No, I must win over Chun Feng. After handling her own matters, Chun Feng finally drove to Li Bingyao's place. Seeing that there was almost nothing here, he went to the mall and bought a huge amount of food and daily necessities for her. Tonight, the temperature would drop sharply, so there was no need to worry about food spoilage. The door wasn't very sturdy, so Chun Feng took out welding equipment and steel to reinforce it. He did everything he could, and as for whether Li Bingyao could survive in the apocalypse, that depended on her. Li Bingyao was moved to tears when Chun Feng bought her medicine and a bunch of supplies, even giving her a pile of warm clothes. She insisted that Chun Feng experience a temperature of 38 degrees. Save these supplies. Don't trust anyone, understand? Chun Feng reminded her earnestly. You're acting like the end of the world has come. I just have a cold, right? Just remember what I said. If you run into trouble, call me directly. After giving her some final instructions, Chun Feng put on his clothes and left. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared, a noticeable chill that was out of season appeared in the air. Many people were particularly excited. The entire summer had been unusually hot, but today it suddenly became cooler. A large group of people was walking and enjoying the cool air downstairs in the community. No one knew that the temperature would soon drop to minus 40 degrees. By then, the sunlight would completely lose its warmth. Chen Feng, already aware of the impending doom, rushed to the library as soon as it got dark. This place operated from 9 to 5, and the staff had already gone home, so he slipped in and started hoarding books like crazy. Books are spiritual food that can help pass the long, boring days. After gathering all the books, Chen Feng headed to the warehouse of a chain pharmacy. The reason for choosing the warehouse over the pharmacy was simply that there were fewer people and there were surprisingly many medicines. This was much faster than hoarding medicine at the pharmacy. When Chen Feng came out of the warehouse, the temperature around him had dropped again, now down to 8 degrees. This abrupt drop in temperature undoubtedly heralded the arrival of the apocalypse. Chapter 29. The apocalypse arrives, however. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to this sudden drop in temperature. For them, it was just a matter of going home and putting on an extra layer of clothing. I need to hurry, otherwise I'll completely miss it, Chen Feng muttered as he rushed to various cold storage facilities. Following his plan, he had targeted quite a few places. Seafood market warehouses, vegetable warehouses, these were all on his list. Despite causing quite a bit of chaos with his actions, it was evident that no one could notice him in such a short time. By tomorrow, no one would care about these matters anymore. After all, when the temperature drops, hardly anyone would dare to go outside. After visiting all the warehouses, he ran to a large shopping mall. At 11:30, many stores had already closed, and due to the drop in temperature today, many stores that usually stayed open at night had also closed. He didn't hesitate. Qipao, silk skirts, black stockings, white stockings. All sorts of sexy and alluring clothing were gathered in a frenzy. I must say, my taste is much better than that of the ugly country. Just the Qipao alone can completely outshine them. By the time Chen Feng swept through the entire mall, it was already 11:50. He didn't linger, but quickly rushed home. The wind outside had started to feel freezing and was unusually strong. The biting cold would definitely make unprepared people catch a cold. When Chen Feng returned to the villa and stood by the window, watching the clock's hands point to 12, snowflakes began to flutter outside. The apocalypse has arrived. What kind of weather is this? It was over 30 degrees during the day. How can it be so cold at night? Su Dahua wrapped himself in a quilt, trembling all over. When their family was thrown out, they didn't bring anything with them at all. Plus, it was summer, and after renting the place, they had only bought some summer bedding. This sudden drop in temperature was unbearable for them. Even Su Dahua, desperately hugging his wife, was still freezing. Su Dahua and Su Jiqiang were okay. They could huddle together for warmth, but it was still quite cold. Su Qing was in a worse situation. At first, she stayed alone in her room to avoid suspicion, but later, wrapping herself in the curtains didn't help. So she quietly ran to Wang Hao's room to squeeze in with him. But even then, the whole family was still freezing, eventually gathering in one room, using hot water from the heater to barely keep warm. I can't take this. I want to go back. It's too cold here. Zhao Qian was extremely dissatisfied. She originally came to discuss the betrothal gifts, but who would have thought this would happen? But as soon as she opened the door, a wave of icy air pushed her back. The extreme low temperature nearly froze her bladder. Qian, you should stay here for now. I'll take you home tomorrow. Su Jiqiang quickly pulled her back. What kind of suffering is this? Wu Su Qing looked at her family, frozen like dogs, and her resentment grew stronger. Chen Feng, it's all that bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been thrown out and wouldn't be freezing like this. Thinking of this, she hurriedly picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, don't be so arrogant. The relevant authorities have started to handle this matter. Even if you don't end up in prison, you'll have to pay us a large sum of money. At this moment, however, Chen Feng was lying on a chair by the bed, holding a cup of coffee, gazing at the snowflakes swirling outside. In just a short half hour, the outside was already blanketed in snow, completely white. Qingzhou does get rain in winter, but it absolutely shouldn't snow at this time of year. Moreover, more importantly, the current temperature was already colder than in winter. However, Chan Feng's home was quite nice. Thanks to the insulation, it was still around 26 degrees. Perfectly comfortable for the human body. Whatever, I really don't care at all. Looking at the threatening message from Su Qing, Chen Feng responded with a cold laugh. To him, all the mundane rules had lost their threat at this moment. Laws and morals were all nonsense. They should worry about surviving first. Don't ask for trouble. By the time you come begging me, I want to let you off the hook. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let us move into the villa now. It's so cold outside. Why are you still daydreaming here? You should think about how to get through the long night. Chun Feng casually replied, and then simply tossed his phone aside. He was still thinking about begging her. They would be the ones suffering later. The chance for revenge had finally come. If they couldn't hold on now, that would be too disappointing for him. The snow outside was getting heavier, and Chun Feng was too lazy to stay any longer. Holding the loudspeaker, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Haha, the order of the old era has completely collapsed. Mortals, get ready to welcome your king. The loudspeaker's sound was exceptionally loud, and everyone in the community heard it clearly. After finishing his shout, Chun Feng didn't care about disturbing the peace and immediately laid back down on the bed. The indoor temperature was 26 degrees, but he still covered himself with a silk quilt. It wasn't that he was cold. It was just that he hadn't used the heating system in the room and was a bit worried that it might malfunction and leave him frozen. In the owner group of the Udai Longting community, even though it was already late at night, it was still bustling. What is going on? It's way too cold. Did you hear that? Someone just shouted in the community. What is going on? It's late at night. Can't we get some sleep? I think I heard someone shout about welcoming a turtle. Crazy, at this time of night. Are you frozen, silly? Some people were annoyed and typing angrily. This noise was caused by Chun Feng. He had a loudspeaker, and it was very loud. Old Lady Zhou was the first to stand up, aiming to direct her criticism at Chun Feng and even tagged him directly. Chun Feng, what are you making a fuss about? Can't you let people sleep? Unfortunately, Chun Feng had already turned off his phone and was completely unaware of the situation in the group. Early the next morning, Chun Feng was awakened by the heat. Drenched in sweat, the heating system in the room was working perfectly, and he was almost cooked silly under the silk quilt. Outside, the snow had reached a meter thick, and the entire world was covered in ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to minus 40 degrees. Without a doubt, the apocalypse had arrived on time. When he opened his phone, the community owner group was already in chaos. Chapter 30. Looking for Chun Feng at first. Some people were complaining about the noise disturbing their peace, especially old Lady Zhou, who seized the opportunity to attack Chun Feng relentlessly, almost wanted to take him down with her words. However, no one was there to support her. After all, a lot of people had received red envelopes from Chun Feng. They were reluctant to offend him. Moreover, everyone knew that old Lady Zhou was just looking for an excuse to deal with Chun Feng, and they were too lazy to help. After a round of scolding from old Lady Zhou and finding that Chun Feng didn't respond at all, she could only fall silent again. One person's scolding couldn't go on forever. Then, the conversation shifted to a group of people complaining about the cold weather, probably unable to sleep due to the cold, starting to vent their frustrations in the group. What is going on? How can it snow in the middle of summer? You must be joking. It's snowing in this weather? Are you out of your mind? Damn, it's real. The ground is covered in snow. No wonder I'm so cold. Has the apocalypse come? Do we still need to pay our mortgage? Stop talking nonsense. If you keep saying things like that, you'll get caught. We have to have faith in the authorities. After all, our emergency response capability is world-class. Looking at these messages, Chun Feng shook his head inwardly. These people were still too young. Their emergency response capability was indeed world-class, but it also depended on being able to save them. If problems occurred in one or two places, they could still coordinate from the surroundings. But if the whole world faced indiscriminate issues, then what could they do? There was simply no way. In the previous life, these people were also very calm, believing that rescue would come soon. It was precisely for this reason that they lost their last chance for self-rescue. Look, the relevant departments have sent messages overnight, asking us to stay home as much as possible and not to run around. Many people saw the message and immediately felt relieved. Shortly after, the relevant departments issued a holiday order, announcing that there would be no work the next day. The response speed was impressive and the sense of security was strong. However, not long after, a group of people, after calming down, couldn't help but start making noise in the group again. What is going on with this damn weather? I went out to pee and froze into an ice stick on the spot. You think that has something? My water pipes even let out water. Damn it. When I opened the fridge, the air that came out was so warm. The outside temperature was far below the fridge's cooling temperature. The extreme cold had completely disrupted the entire world's water supply. Everything was frozen solid. Where could they get water from? In this weather, they could only go outside to gather snow and bring it home. then melt it using the still operational electricity. But clearly, this was also very dangerous. At such low temperatures, staying outside for even a little while could lead to frostbite. If it lasted a bit longer, they could lose their lives. Moreover, more importantly, this was only temporary, because soon the entire world would face power outages due to resource shortages. After all, most places still relied on hydroelectric power, and now, under such extreme low temperatures, almost everywhere was frozen solid. Where would there be water resources for power generation? Only in their area, with several nuclear power stations, could they manage to have concentrated power supply for 1 hour each day. When that time came, it would be the beginning of the disaster. Damn, this is too exaggerated. Old Zhang went out to check the situation. He only walked more than 10 meters and was turned into an ice sculpture. Just before dawn, messages in the group turned serious again, making everyone's mood heavy. Someone has died. This means things are getting complicated. Not long after, someone in the group exclaimed again. 2 more people have turned into ice sculptures in the snow. Don't go outside. It's too cold out there. You'll freeze to death. Chun Feng went to the window and, through the glass, saw indeed 3 ice sculptures standing in the center of the community. They were standing in the snow, one in front of the other, with no signs of struggle. They must have been frozen as soon as they sensed something was off, without even a chance to regret it. Due to the heavy snow, half of their bodies were already buried. Sigh, they underestimated the power of nature. Logically speaking, minus 40 degrees shouldn't be able to freeze them to death instantly. But going directly from a relatively warm place to an extremely cold place would cause significant problems due to the drastic temperature difference. Chun Feng put down his phone, put on a tank top, and started making coffee and breakfast. Meanwhile, Su Qing's family was all huddled together cold. Zhao Qian's tears had dried up. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. She never expected that one day she would be driven to the brink of collapse by extreme cold. Originally, she planned to return to her own place this morning, but after last night's freezing incident, she dared not step outside. Break up. I must break up with this useless man. Zhao Qian silently resolved in her heart. This family had utterly disappointed her. It's bad enough that there were no heating supplies at home in such cold weather, but they only gave her a few curtains to wrap herself in. In fact, all the curtains in the room had already been taken down, and she had plenty wrapped around her. Because of Su Jiqiang, they even provided her with extra. At this moment, Wang Hao was hugging Su Qing, filled with resentment. Every time he thought about how he had lost everything because of Chun Feng, it was hard to suppress his anger. Chun Feng, one day, I will ruin you. Hurry up, I borrowed some clothes and blanket from the neighbors. Put them on quickly. The Su Dahua couple walked in, carrying some quilts and clothes. They had asked 5 or 6 families before managing to borrow these. Although the disaster came too suddenly, generally speaking, families would have such items. Only their family was particularly unfortunate, being kicked out by the Tiger Master just as the disaster struck. All this was Chun Feng's fault. How can this be worn? It's not only unattractive, but also provides no warmth at all. Zhao Qian looked at the clothes Su Dahua brought in and couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Qian, please make do with it. It's already good enough that we can borrow clothes now. Su Jiqiang hurriedly comforted her, wrapping the clothes around Zhao Qian. I don't care. I want to wear a down jacket. Zhao Qian kicked in dissatisfaction, and the expressions of Su Dahua and the others were not good. They had already given Zhao Qian the thickest clothes, and she still wasn't satisfied. However, because of Su Jiqiang, they didn't dare to say much. Qian, what do we have down jackets? Zhao Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly said, Ask Chun Feng. He bought several truckloads of down jackets and silk quilts yesterday. Chapter 31, A Bunch of Idiots, Are You Serious? Hearing Zhao Qian's words, not only Su Dahua and his wife, but even Su Qing was shocked and hurried over to Zhao Qian. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Jiqiang. He saw it with me. Yes, we even laughed at him at the time. We didn't expect him to stumble upon good fortune. Su Xiqiang looked displeased, unable to understand how Chun Feng could be so lucky. Are there really several truckloads? Su Dahua asked again, even if he bought clothes and quilts. It shouldn't be several truckloads. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Su Xiqiang nodded repeatedly, then suspiciously said he wouldn't have checked the weather forecast in advance, knowing it would get cold today, and bought so many clothes to sell. Would he? What nonsense are you talking about? I checked the weather forecast. It was supposed to be 35 degrees today. Wang Hao beside him looked displeased. How could Chen Feng have such good luck? He took all the benefits. Forget about the weather for now. Hurry up and have him bring us some clothes and blankets. Would he agree? We've already made things so tense. Su Qing's face was full of hesitation. She felt the chances were slim. Whether he agrees or not. That bastard caused us to suffer like this. It's his responsibility. Su Dahua cursed, and Matsuelan beside him quickly echoed. If he is willing to give us clothes and quilts, we might let him off easy. If he dares to refuse, he will have to pay dearly. Hearing this, Su Qing also felt it made sense and quickly took out her phone to contact Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was leisurely lying on a chair by the window, watching the snow scene outside, with a steaming cup of coffee beside him. Outside and inside were completely two different worlds. Even Chen Feng himself felt extremely excited. In his previous life, he almost couldn't survive the first night. At that time, the temperature dropped sharply, and Su Qing got angry with him for not buying her a bag, locking him outside, nearly costing him his life on the first night. And now, he could enjoy coffee while watching the snow. In comparison, it was like heaven and earth. Just then, his phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Chen Feng picked it up without a second thought. He didn't even need to guess it was Su Qing's. In the past, he would have been too lazy to answer. But now it was different. Chen Feng had plenty of time and energy and was eager to see the jokes of Su Qing's family. So he was naturally happy to answer. Chen Feng, it's me. Sure enough, as soon as he answered the phone, Su Qing's trembling voice came through, clearly unable to withstand the cold. Oh, you guys haven't frozen to death yet, which really surprises me, Chen Feng said with a smile, and there was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. It was clear that Su Qing was forcibly suppressing her anger. Chen Feng, I heard you have several truckloads of down jackets and silk quilts. Yes, there are quite a few. These things can resist the cold. What's the matter? Chen Feng asked knowingly. Can you give us a few sets? You have so many anyway. One person can't wear them all. My villa is so big. Why don't you come over and help me occupy a few rooms? Really? You're not joking with me, are you? Su Qing's voice became noticeably excited. Weren't you the one who started joking first? What is your family thinking every day? Asking for things right off the bat. Who do you think I am? What obligation do I have to give you anything? Chen Feng cursed and unleashed a tirade over the phone. In his previous life, if he had even slightly raised his tone, he would have been scolded by Su Qing. Now life was simply heavenly. Chen Feng, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that just because you've been away for a few days, we can't deal with you? At this moment, Matsuelan, who had been listening to the commotion, snatched the phone and began to scold. Is this your attitude when begging for help? Chen Feng sneered. If you had kindly asked me, I might have generously given you a few sets of clothes, but now, sorry, I'm too lazy to give you anything. Go find someone else. Chen Feng, you better think carefully. In a few days, you'll be facing a lawsuit, and you'll have to pay us a large sum of money. If you give us a few sets of clothes now, we might let it go. Matsuelan heard the sound of the call being abruptly hung up, and her face changed instantly. That bastard actually dared to hang up on me. Call the lawyer. He shouldn't get a single penny less. He must be heavily fined. Su Qing's expression turned troubled upon hearing this. Is the priority now about the other side paying? It's whether they can survive through this. In such cold weather, in this situation, they would probably freeze to death. A bunch of idiots. Chen Feng complained in silence, tossing his phone aside before turning his gaze back outside. The snow would only get heavier, and soon there would be 2 meters of accumulation. What is that? Chen Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed, sensing something was off. Not far below the building in the community, a black figure was darting through the snow. A dog. How is that possible? Chen Feng was extremely surprised as he looked at the figure, finding it hard to believe. In such cold weather, almost all living beings couldn't survive long outside. Anyone going out could freeze into an ice sculpture, yet that black dog seemed fine. Something was off. Chen Feng suddenly recalled something. During the apocalypse, there had been a black dog wandering around their neighborhood, a big black dog that had awakened ice-type abilities. Many people, starving due to a lack of food, had set their sights on that dog, hoping to have a meal of dog meat to improve their rations. Unfortunately, most of them never returned. Anyone who bothered, it would be frozen into an ice sculpture. If it was indeed that ice-type ability dog, it made sense after all. It wouldn't be afraid of the cold. Chen Feng got up, put on a down jacket, and wrapped himself up completely. This was a pet with special abilities. He needed to bring it back home. More importantly, dogs were much more reliable than people as pets, and Chen Feng wouldn't worry about betrayal. After dressing warmly, Chen Feng went to the underground garage. The yard was piled high with snow, making it inconvenient to go in and out, but the underground garage would be much better. However, when he opened the garage door, he found a large group of people from the neighborhood gathered there, discussing what to do next. Most of them had little understanding of the blizzard at this point and were relatively optimistic, believing it wouldn't last long. Just as he exited the garage, Chen Feng saw Su Qing's family rushing over from a distance, their demeanor aggressive and faces filled with anger. Chen Feng, give us back our house and money. Or don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 32, what does he want to do? Su Qing's family had come out in full force, determined to get something from Chen Feng. Even if they couldn't get their house back now, they needed some clothes and silk quilts. Otherwise, this matter would not end today. Chen Feng glanced at them. They were wearing several layers of ill-fitting clothes, stuffed with curtains, making them look particularly bulky. They seemed to have managed to get some clothes after all. Chen Feng smiled at them. It was still the beginning of the natural disaster, and human nature hadn't changed much. Many were still constrained by morality and law. Helping each other among neighbors was still common. However, in a few days, people would realize the value of resources, and no one would lend anything anymore. Su Qing and her family were lucky. They had borrowed quite a bit on the first day. Chen Feng, you are so cruel. Do you know he almost froze to death because of you? Su Qing gritted her teeth, filled with anger. The others around her also surrounded him, clearly indicating that they wouldn't let him go unless he gave them an explanation today. Isn't this what you deserve? You were so arrogant back then. Didn't expect to end up like this, did you? And you even put a green hat on me. I'd consider a bargain if I wiped out your entire family. Chen Feng was too lazy to pretend any longer. The world was already frozen. What was there to act for? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's family was taken aback, their expressions shocked. This was completely unlike the Chen Feng they knew, the one they could bully. Chen Feng, I never expected you to be such a cruel person. I misjudged you. Su Qing shook her head, while Wang Hao and Su Jiqiang beside her looked ready to act. Misjudged me? Hee, I truly misjudged people back then. Otherwise, my last life wouldn't have been so miserable. So now you want to fight, huh? Chen Feng squinted his eyes, his face showing indifference. If they really wanted to fight, he wouldn't mind directly crippling this group. Many people around also noticed the situation and were watching like it was a show. Look at the Su family, so shameless. They put a green hat on someone and still dare to come to Chen Feng for money. Exactly, they're all blinded by money, completely ignoring any sense of honor or shame. But Chen Feng is really ruthless. He actually used means to drive others out of their homes. That is not something an ordinary person could do. They deserve it. Hearing the whispers around them, Su Qing's family looked increasingly unhappy. Clearly, their reputation in the neighborhood was completely ruined. We're just taking back what belongs to us. What's wrong with that? Chen Feng, what you're doing is illegal. Enough. Stop wasting words with this waste. I must deal with him today. If he doesn't give us the house and clothes, I'll make him pay. Su Jiqiang said angrily, clenching his fists. You want to fight, huh? It looks like your hand is completely healed. Chen Feng's tone changed, his entire aura suddenly filled with menace. A killing intent erupting instantly. Surviving for 2.5 years in the apocalypse and being able to support a whole family wasn't just luck. In an instant, Su Qing and her companions were startled, their legs trembling. Chen Feng, if you agree to give us a few down jackets, I'll forgive you, okay? Su Qing lowered her voice, nervously asking. However, Chen Feng just rolled his eyes at her. He wasn't a fool to be tricked by such low-level words. Was her brain malfunctioning? Scanning the crowd, Chen Feng's gaze landed on Zhao Qian. Qian, why are you still hanging out with that waste? Zhao Qian couldn't help but snort coldly at that, but she could clearly feel that her previous arrogance had completely vanished. When she saw the down jacket on Chen Feng, she could tell it must be very warm. If it weren't for her pride, she would have definitely gone to ask Chen Feng for a down jacket. Chen Feng, what do you want to do, you waste? Su Jiqiang's face changed drastically as he pulled Zhao Qian behind him. Nothing. Just wanted to tell Zhao Qian that you won't get a single penny from me. The villa, the savings, all have nothing to do with you. Weren't you saying that your money was community property? Aren't you leaving with nothing? Zhao Qian quickly asked. Leaving with nothing is true, but that doesn't mean it's community property. You're not stupid. Think about it carefully. If my money were community property, wouldn't it have been frozen long ago? Would they still be waiting until now? Su Jiqiang, what is going on? Zhao Qian couldn't help but question him, her eyes filled with anger. Qian, don't listen to his nonsense. We have a house. Susikiangangshli pul saokian. Hee. If that house were yours, would you have been driven out? Chen Feng added fuel to the fire. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately became unhappy and angrily demanded to know what was going on. Su Dahu and his wife glanced at Chen Feng unwillingly, but ultimately had to join in persuading Zhao Qian. No matter what, they had to stabilize their son's girlfriend first. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was too lazy to continue this quarrel. He completely ignored the crowd pointing at him. Instead, his attention was suddenly drawn to Lin Fei and Xiao Lulu not far away. The other party was wearing a down jacket, but after all, they were a celebrity. Even in a down jacket, that aura couldn't be concealed. Big star, how about coming to my house for a visit? My bed is really warm. Chen Feng waved and greeted, but his unabashed words only made Lin Fei more disgusted. Shameless scum. Lin Fei snorted coldly, turning her head away. As for Xiao Lulu, although she didn't speak, her gaze was fixed on Chen Feng. She had seen this jacket before. It wasn't cheap at all, costing over 200,000. Chen Feng didn't pay much attention. Although he had a good impression of Lin Fei, he wouldn't fawn over her for no reason. In the apocalypse, he lacked many things, but what he had the most was beautiful women. Just as he reached the exit of the underground parking lot, Chen Feng felt an extremely strong chill hit him. It was clear that the outside temperature was too low. What was he going to do? A group of people looked at Chen Feng curiously, but when they saw him walk directly out of the underground parking lot, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Has this guy lost his mind? It's so cold outside. Doesn't he fear freezing to death?" Chapter 33. If a dog can live there, none of you can. This kind of person deserves to die. Old Lady Zhou looked resentfully at the exit of the underground parking lot, where only Chen Feng's footprints remained. In such cold weather, going out could lead to freezing to death. She had seen with her own eyes how those few people had frozen to death. Originally, she had planned to deal with Chen Feng, but unexpectedly, he ran off to commit suicide. Meanwhile, the noisy Su family members, upon seeing Chen Feng go out, immediately stopped their actions. Great. That kid is dead. His villa and house are all ours. Su Jiqiang hurriedly pulled Zhao Qian to stop her from making a fuss. Qian, if that guy is dead, his villa is ours. I'll make you the lady of the house. Yes. Although we didn't clarify the money issue with you. Now you can see his stuff is ours. Don't mention 2 million as a bride price. Even if it's 5 million, we have it. Su Dahua immediately became assertive. He didn't even want to go back to his own house anymore. Chen Feng's villa was right in front of him, so why not just go directly to the villa? Moreover, more importantly, there were down jackets and silk quilts in that villa. They urgently needed those. The group excitedly headed towards Chen Feng's parking space. Because it was a villa, Chen Feng's parking lot was in the basement of the villa. To enter the villa, they could just walk through here. A crowd watched this scene, their faces full of speechlessness. This family was simply shameless. While Chen Feng was still married, they exploited him in every way, putting a green hat on him and even wanted him to raise another man's child. After the divorce, this family was still eyeing his money. And now, after Chen Feng's death, they were again targeting someone else's villa. Truly bizarre. Not a family, not a door. Lin Fei looked on with disdain. She looked down on Chen Feng and, of course, had no good feelings towards his family either. As for Xiao Lulu, she looked regretful. Originally, this villa was her target, but Chen Feng died too quickly. Instead, it ended up benefiting this family. The Su family excitedly arrived at the parking space, but once they got there, they suddenly remembered they didn't have the keys. The group was immediately dumbfounded. What could they do now? The garage was locked, and if they tried to climb in from the outside yard, they would probably freeze to death immediately. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and open the door. Zhao Qian was already impatient, eager to go in and put on the down jacket. Qian, we might have to wait a while. We don't have the keys. Zhao Qian kicked Su Jiqiang in frustration. She had never seen such useless people who couldn't accomplish anything. A group of people around looked at this family with mocking expressions. Why not give it up? This villa has nothing to do with you. Someone couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? This is ours. That kid owes us. Su Dahua huffed, as if it were a matter of course. Oh, you? At your age, how can you be so shameless? Just then, a voice came from the side. The group looked towards the exit in confusion, and all showed expressions of disbelief. Chen Feng, surprisingly unharmed, had safely returned from outside, holding a dog in his arms. What the hell? How is he okay? Yeah, Those three were frozen to death today, not even able to last a few seconds, and he was out for at least 5 minutes. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, feeling it was too exaggerated. It's his clothes. That down jacket has excellent insulation and can withstand extreme cold. Finally, someone in the crowd reacted and recognized that the clothes Chen Feng was wearing were not ordinary. No matter how good they were, they couldn't possibly withstand minus 40 degrees, right? Other down jackets might not work, but this one was worn by Antarctic workers, where the temperature is similar to here. Immediately, a group of people couldn't help but stare at Chen Feng's clothes, many nearly drooling. With this thing, it's like having an extra life. I was wondering why he just walked outside without a second thought. It turns out he wasn't worried about the cold at all. Someone murmured, especially when they saw Chen Feng return holding a dog. They realized that he had gone out just to save a dog. Lin Feier's expression changed, clearly showing a significant shift in her attitude towards Chen Feng. Upon seeing Chen Feng come back, the Su family's expressions turned terribly grim. They never expected that Chen Feng could return alive, and now their inheritance plan was in jeopardy. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. You still want to enter my villa? Chen Feng scoffed. I'll let the dog live in, but I won't let you in. Get lost. Although the few were angry, they didn't dare to confront Chen Feng. After all, Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao had experienced Chen Feng's skills. However, just as the family stepped aside, Luo Zhongyuan came forward and directly blocked Chen Feng's path. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. They all knew about the grudge between Chen Feng and Luo Zhongyuan. Luo Zhongyuan was a ruthless character. With his vengeful nature, Chen Feng was likely in big trouble. What? Got something to say? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, his smile becoming even brighter. He had wanted to slowly torment these people, but if they were being unreasonable, he certainly wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Give me your down jacket. Luo Zhongyuan looked at Chen Feng with disdain, saying as he reached out, clearly intending to rob him of his clothes. Robbing for clothes was just an excuse. Dealing with Chen Feng was the main goal. Chen Feng wasn't foolish. He easily dodged Luo Zhongyuan's hand, looking at him with mockery. I advise you not to mess with me, or you'll regret it. You little brat. Who do you think you are to threaten me here? In this situation, even Tiger Lord can't save you. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the words, then laughed. You don't think my backing is Tiger Yi, do you? Nonsense. If it weren't for Tiger Yi, I would have taken you down last time. Luo Zhongyuan coldly stared at Chen Feng. You hurt my son, hit my mother. If you give me your clothes today and kneel down to kowtow a few times, I might spare your life. Sorry, you can forget about those clothes. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. However, before he could say anything further, Su Qing, not far away, interrupted him first. Chen Feng, you bought 2 big trucks of down jackets and can't wear them all at home. Brother Luo only wants one, and you won't even give him that. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to Brother Luo? As soon as these words were spoken, a group of people around all turned their attention to Chen Feng. Chapter 34. Don't you see if you are worthy? Just a single sentence instantly darkened Chen Feng's expression, realizing that indeed, women's hearts can be the most vicious. How could he not know Su Qing's intentions? This was not merely provoking his conflict with Luo Zhongyuan. The other party was inciting the emotions of everyone present, aiming to make him the public enemy. People are such strange creatures, always unable to bear to see others do well. Although Chen Feng had long known that these matters would be known to the neighbors, he never expected it would start from Su Qing. A few trucks? Did he really have that much stuff? Luo Zhongyuan squinted, staring intently at Chen Feng. Yes, Brother Luo. This is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes that day. Su Jiqiang, not at all concerned about making things worse, hurried forward and said to Luo Zhongyuan. His eyes even sparkled with mockery. Chen Feng, weren't you being arrogant? Let's see what you do later. If you don't give us clothes, I won't let you have a good time either. Now, not only Luo Zhongyuan, but even the other people present were staring at Chen Feng with fiery eyes, each one approaching him. Chen Feng, you have so many clothes. Can you spare me a few? Once this heavy snow stops, I'll return them to you. Luo Zhongyuan's gaze was predatory, and he was becoming increasingly arrogant, clearly ready to resort to violence if things didn't go his way. However, Chen Feng didn't care at all, merely sneering at Luo Zhongyuan, a faint hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. What are you? You come over and ask me for clothes. I'm not your dad. Why should I give you anything? As he spoke, Chen Feng placed the black dog on the ground, responding indifferently. This time, Before Luo Zhongyuan could say anything, the group of neighbors instead spoke up. Chen Feng, look, most of the neighbors haven't prepared winter clothes. Since you have so many, I suggest you share some. After all, everyone needs warm clothing. Old Lady Zhou took the moral high ground right away. Yes, you have so many clothes. Giving us 1 or 2 pieces wouldn't be a problem, right? That's right, Chen Feng. As long as you're willing to give me a down jacket, I will definitely thank you properly. A group of people chattered endlessly. Chen Feng himself looked at them in disbelief. You still want to morally blackmail me? How ridiculous. I bought these with my own money. Each piece costs hundreds of thousands. If you want them, go buy them yourself. Hundreds of thousands? Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, everyone became enraged. Old Lady Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and began to curse. Chen Feng, have you gone mad thinking about money? Are you trying to squeeze money from your neighbors? Don't you have any shame? Exactly, you're driving up prices. That's illegal. Don't go too far. I'm a staff member of the relevant department. I order you to hand over those clothes immediately, or I'll make sure you end up in jail. The emotions of the crowd were ignited. They had initially had a decent impression of Chen Feng, but now all goodwill was erased. Chen Feng, you deserve this. Su Qing's family secretly rejoiced. Chen Feng was doomed this time. Are you crazy? Chen Feng looked at the crowd. I just said these clothes are worth hundreds of thousands. When did I say I would sell them to you? Even if you had money to buy them now, no one would be foolish enough to sell them to you. The group fell silent, but their dissatisfaction grew. Are you just going to watch us neighbors freeze to death? Don't you have any conscience? Crazy. What happens to you? Or it not has nothing to do with me. Arrogant. Seeing Chen Feng so cocky, Luo Zhongyuan was quite pleased. At first, he was worried that attacking Chen Feng would draw the hostility of the surrounding crowd. But now it seemed that the other party was digging their own grave. And he had no such worries. At this moment, he decided to act, believing he was doing the right thing and following the will of the people. Today, you have to hand over the clothes to share with everyone, or don't blame me for being rude. As Luo Zhongyuan spoke, he directly approached Chen Feng, ready to grab him. However, Chen Feng suddenly dodged, evading him. Slap! Luo Zhongyuan hadn't even reacted before he was slapped in the face. You dare to hit me? Luo Zhongyuan covered his face in disbelief, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Chen Feng charging at him like a crow diving for food. You dare to be arrogant in front of me without checking if you're worthy. Chen Feng didn't hold back at all, throwing punches and kicks at Luo Zhongyuan with all his might. In this apocalyptic world, still pretending to be something in front of me. Do you really think I have no temper? Although Luo Zhongyuan was arrogant and had some skills, he was no match for Chen Feng and was beaten into a miserable state. The crowd watching this scene grew tense. They had planned to condemn Chen Feng, but who knew he would be so fierce? You dare to hit my son? I'll fight you. Old Lady Zhou was about to step up to help, but was instead kicked aside by Chen Feng, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Is there no justice? You even dare to hit this old lady. Everyone, judge for me. Crazy. Still being arrogant in front of me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Chen Feng spat, looking at the bruised and battered Luo Zhongyuan. Just as he was about to strike again, Luo Zhongyuan's daughter-in-law hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chen, please spare my husband. I'll apologize on his behalf. I have to say, Luo Yin was indeed a top-notch beauty. Even in bulky clothing, she still exuded charm. The clothes did nothing to hide her allure. I'll spare you for your wife's sake, but if there's a next time, I'll ruin you, Chen Feng said, ignoring Luo Zhongyuan's murderous gaze, holding the black dog and heading into the garage back to his villa. Meanwhile, in the basement, once the crowd saw Chen Feng leave, they turned to leave as well. That bastard, I'll make him pay. Luo Zhongyuan gritted his teeth, roaring in anger. Honey, maybe we should just let it go. Qin Yin nervously spoke up, sensing that Chen Feng seemed extraordinary. Let go. Your husband has been beaten, and you want me to just let it go? That guy's not easy to mess with. Luo Zhongyuan, looking at Qin Yin, slapped her without a second thought. Who the hell are you married to, you bitch? That you would defend that bastard? Just now, that person was stopped by you with one sentence, asking if you and he are having an affair. Luo Zhongyuan gripped Qin Yin's neck, seeming to want to unleash all his anger on this woman. All right, don't vent your anger on your own people. That Chen Feng is not simple. How do you plan to deal with him? Grandma Zhou asked unwillingly. Don't worry, he'll suffer later. Chapter 35. No one warned me in advance. I didn't expect Chen Feng to be so skilled. Back at home, Xiao Lulu sat in a chair. unable to help but mutter. Today's Chun Feng indeed gave her a considerable shock. Even that thug Luo Zhongyuan could be easily dealt with by him. He was so manly. So what if he's skilled? He's still a scumbag. Lin Feier snorted, criticizing Chun Feng, saying he was no different from a jerk, calling people to get into bed at the first meeting. What kind of decent person is that? You better not get too close to him. Try to avoid him as much as possible, got it? Lin Feier said, then directly burrowed into the sofa's blanket. Her family situation was not bad, with warm winter quilts. And everything she used was particularly high-end, keeping her warm. Although the weather outside was exceptionally cold, it wasn't a big problem. Got it, don't worry. Xiao Lulu responded and secretly sent a message to Chun Feng. Meanwhile, Chun Feng, back home, immediately sized up the big black dog in his hand. The more he looked, the more it resembled the black dog that had awakened ice powers in the apocalypse. I didn't expect us to be so fated. Chun Feng sighed. A few days ago, when he was collecting food, he often encountered this big black dog and would give it something to eat each time. Over time, the big black dog recognized him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have followed him back so easily today. From now on, we'll live together. As long as I have food, you won't be mistreated. Chun Feng kept examining the dog, looking at its head, tail, back, and belly. Finally, the big black dog shoved its butt close to Chun Feng as if saying, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you want to sniff, hurry up, don't pretend. Chun, I'm not that kind of person. Move your butt away. Since we're going to carve out a career together in the apocalypse and achieve something, we need a cool name. Looking at your all-black appearance, how about I call you Black Emperor?" Chun Feng said solemnly, but the big black dog looked like it had seen a ghost, for standing on end, trembling. "Woof, woof, woof. This name carries huge karma. I can't bear it. Are you trying to kill me?" Seeing the big black dog shaking its head madly, Chun Feng understood it was dissatisfied with the name and thought for a long time before saying, "How about I just call you Old Black?" The big black dog quickly nodded. Anything but the previous name was fine. Old Black, woof. Old Black, woof, woof, woof. One person and one dog were having a great time in the villa. In this cruel apocalypse, Chun Feng trusted no one. Having someone to talk to was already good. Regardless of whether it was that ability dog, raising it would prevent life from being too boring. After giving Old Black some food, Chun Feng returned to the sofa to read. His phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Xiao Lulu. "Chun Feng, do you really have that many down jackets there?" "Yeah, quite a few." Chun Feng did not hide it. After all, it was already common knowledge, and there was no point in concealing it. "Can you give me a set? This sudden drop in temperature has really frozen people," Xiao Lulu said in a teasing tone. "Of course, if you stay with me for a night, I can give you a down jacket." Xiao Lulu, who was originally quite confident, looked very displeased the moment she saw this message. She did want to win over Chun Feng, but she wanted to be the mistress of the villa. And what did Chun Feng do? He openly put a price on her, trying to brush her off with a down jacket. Was that a joke? The down jacket was indeed not cheap, but she wasn't lacking. Wearing Lin Feier's clothes here, she wasn't cold at all, though she was very angry. She couldn't express it and hurriedly said, "Mr. Chun, in such cold weather, don't you want someone to always be by your side to take care of you?" Seeing this, Chun Feng was too lazy to continue the conversation. Thinking about staying in his villa was laughable. Was he trying to get himself killed? He put his phone aside and continued flipping through the book in his hand. It was about traditional martial arts in China, with records of various techniques like Tongbei boxing, Iron Sampalm, and Five-Shape Fist. After living in the apocalypse for so long, Chun Feng knew that strength was everything. Although he had abilities and firearms, he still wanted to improve his skills. Following the boxing manuals and video tutorials had limited effects, but it could still enhance his abilities a bit. Since he had nothing to do, he thought, why not exercise and learn instead of just watching action movies every day? After finishing his food, Old Black came over, curiously staring at the book in Chun Feng's hand. "You won't be able to learn this. It's too difficult for you." Chun Feng laughed and teased seeing Old Black's confused eyes. Not long after, while Chun Feng was engrossed in his reading, his phone rang again. This time, it was a message from Zhao Qian. She had previously blocked him, but it seemed she had added him back. "Chun Feng, is it really true that the Su family has no money at all?" "Yeah, that should be about right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be renting a place." Looking at the message from Chun Feng, Zhao Qian was filled with anger. The Su family was too inhumane, deceiving her so badly. She had just returned home, had a fight, and made a fuss, but because it was too cold outside, She couldn't leave and had to lock herself in the bathroom to contact Chen Feng. It was just too cold here. She had never suffered like this in her life. Did you plan to trouble the Su family from the start? Digging holes for them behind their backs? Yes. You're so bad for not warning me in advance, making me get deceived so badly by their family. Looking at her reply, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. You're materialistic enough, but now you're blind too. Now that there's a problem, you're blaming me? Brother Chen, do you still mean what you said last time? What did I say? Chen Feng feigned ignorance. He had never seen someone as materialistic as Zhao Qian. Once he confirmed that she had no value, she didn't want to wait even a second. She was like this last time with him and was the same with Su Jiqiang now. Of course, you said you would marry me. Brother Chen, I agreed to be with you. And after going through so much, I've realized that I've always liked you. I'm coming to your house right now. Can you open the door for me? Seeing the series of messages from her, Chen Feng didn't think twice and directly tossed his phone aside. Rather than wasting time on Zhao Qian, he might as well play with old Blackmore. Meanwhile, at Grandma Zhou's house, Luo Zhongyin was holding a steel rod and a bunch of door pry tools, angrily heading outside. Honey, calm down a bit. What if something goes wrong? What'll we do then? Qinyan wanted to stop him, but was directly pushed aside by Luo Zhongyuan. Stop talking nonsense. I have to take him down today. Chapter 36. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Feng caused himself such great harm, losing all face. No matter what, this grudge must be avenged. Qinyan looked worried, but clearly knew she couldn't stop him and could only sigh repeatedly. But old lady Zhou not only didn't try to persuade him, but also scolded him angrily. Make sure to deal with that bastard and avenge me. She had been kicked by Chen Feng and was still in pain. Don't worry, Mom. I'll tie him up and bring him to you to apologize. Although he had just been beaten up by Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan didn't think he couldn't take him on. It was just a moment of carelessness that led to being ambushed. After so many years in society, how could he not handle a waste like Chen Feng? Ridiculous. Grandma, I'm cold. Luo Xiaolong shouted, wrapped in a thick blanket. Just wait a moment. I'll have your dad bring you some down jackets. Son, just wait. I promise to keep you warm. After saying this, Luo Zhongyuan grabbed some tools and went out. The entire underground garage of the community was empty, and he hurried to Chen Feng's parking space. As he approached the garage, Chen Feng received a notification on his phone about the alarm. When renovating the villa, the entire underground garage was equipped with various alarm devices and had also been specially modified. When he opened the phone surveillance and saw Luo Zhongyuan sneaking around outside his garage with tools, he couldn't help but laugh. The entire villa, including the basement, was protected by titanium alloy steel plates, and even the door was a double-layer door specially designed by Chen Feng, each door half a meter thick. Did they think they could break in with just those tools? How ridiculous! After trying to pry the door open for a long time with his crowbar, Luo Zhongyuan realized the problem. His attacks seemed useless. The door had been modified by Chen Feng and was extremely sturdy. Damn! What did this waste do to make the door so strong? He muttered, raising his iron hammer to smash the door. If he couldn't pry it open, surely he could break it with brute force, right? And at this point, he wasn't afraid of being discovered anymore. Bang! After one smash, the door remained unharmed, while his hand was left stinging from the impact. What kind of material is this made of? Luo Zhongyuan was truly shocked. Usually with a single hit, even if he couldn't break a door, it would at least get deformed. But this door was remarkably sturdy. Upon examining the spot he had just hit, he was stunned to find that there wasn't even a white mark. Just as he was closely inspecting the door, a sudden tingling sensation shot through his fingers, quickly intensifying. Electric shock? He was bewildered, then suddenly realized. Just as he wanted to pull back, the current surged, making him jump around like he was dancing. It wasn't until 30 seconds later that the electricity stopped, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Chen Feng, damn you! Who the hell has this kind of thing at home, even in the basement? As the basement door opened, Chen Feng leisurely walked out with Old Black. I thought who was making such a fuss. Turns out it's you. Chen Feng chuckled as he approached, unable to resist giving him a kick. What's this? You still haven't been beaten into submission? Do I need to hit you again? It's a misunderstanding. It's completely a misunderstanding. Chen Feng, I saw that your door seemed to have a problem, so I came over with tools to help you fix it. Luo Zhongyuan begged for mercy, not daring to provoke Chen Feng any further, at least not for now. Hee hee. Chen Feng sneered, waving his hand to Old Black. who happily trotted over to Luo Zhongyuan and lifted his leg, urinating on his face. Woof woof woof. I marked my territory. This guy's mine now. Old Black wagged his tail proudly as he returned to Chen Feng, leaving Luo Zhongyuan dumbfounded. Damn it. He just let a dog wash his face. Quickly go back. Don't catch a cold. The apocalypse is so boring. If you don't find me some entertainment, I'll be very lonely, Chen Feng said, seeing Luo Zhongyuan getting angrier, and kicked him away. He then returned to the villa with Old Black. Watching the garage door slowly close, Luo Zhongyuan's face twisted in rage. Chen Feng, you're something. Just wait. I will kill you sooner or later, Luo Zhongyuan yelled incessantly, attracting the attention of several passers-by who couldn't help but sigh. Evil people always get their comeuppance. Usually, no one dared to mess with this person. Everyone kept their distance. Yet Chen Feng was always dealing with him, and Luo Zhongyuan had no way to fight back, only to suffer. After lying in the underground parking lot for about 10 minutes, he was finally dragged home by Qin Yin, who had heard the news. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death in the parking lot. Looking at the now calm surveillance on his phone, Chen Feng finally exited the interface. Luo Zhongyuan probably wouldn't last long. After humiliating him like that, it wouldn't be long before he came looking for trouble again. Well, taking this opportunity to establish authority wouldn't be bad either, to prevent more troublemakers from trying to harm me. Woof woof. Old Black eagerly chimed in, pleased with how things turned out. That guy used to kick me a few times when he saw me. He no good. He deserves it. Just as Chen Feng exited the surveillance screen, people in the owner group began to tag him frantically. Chen Feng opened it to find Old Lady Zhou furiously messaging him, constantly threatening him. Unfortunately, Chen Feng wasn't buying it at all. Most of the other owners in the community were just there to watch the drama unfold. Chen Feng, you're committing a crime. After hitting my son multiple times, just wait for jail time, Old Lady Zhou yelled in her threats. But seeing that Chen Feng didn't reply, she could only reluctantly go silent. But just as Chen Feng was about to put down his phone, Old Lady Zhou spoke up again. Neighbors, does anyone have cold medicine? My grandson has a cold and fever and urgently needs medicine. After Old Lady Zhou's message, there was no response in the group for a long time. She hurriedly sent another voice message. Neighbors, can anyone give me some cold medicine? I will definitely be grateful. My grandson is really serious, and we can't go to the hospital without medicine. Something bad will happen, please. Unfortunately, Old Lady Zhou's family had a poor reputation, and no one was willing to help. Just when Old Lady Zhou was anxiously waiting for a response, Chen Feng sent a picture in the group. In front of Chen Feng, there was a towering pile of cold medicine. Old Lady Zhou, do you need this children's cold medicine, or this antiviral cold medicine, or this fever-reducing cold medicine? Chapter 37. Power outage ha ha ha. Chen Feng is clearly doing this to annoy Luo Zhongyuan's family. It's hilarious. Many neighbors laughed as they saw the photo Chen Feng sent, all chuckling through their phones. The entire neighborhood knows about the conflict between Chen Feng and Old Lady Zhou. Even if he had cold medicine, he felt he wouldn't give it to her. When Old Lady Zhou saw Chen Feng's message, she gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could kill him. However, since she needed cold medicine, she could only suppress her inner fury and started typing in the group chat. Chen Feng, if you give me the cold medicine, I'll consider letting you off the hook and won't report you. Are you crazy? After all this, it's still my fault? Chen Feng spat, too lazy to type, and instead used voice messaging to curse loudly. How's it not your fault? My son has been beaten by you twice. You are deliberately harming others, and so many neighbors in the community saw it and can testify. Old Lady Zhou coldly snorted, her tone righteous. Unfortunately, no one in the group spoke up to testify. I hate your son because that useless piece of trash deserved it. He wants to mess with others but is so arrogant. Yet the problem is, this fool has no ability. Chen Feng complained to his phone. If I had been beaten by him, you'd probably be overjoyed, but your son is useless. What can I do? Chen Feng, do you think you have a reason to hit people? I'm calling the police right now. When the enforcement team arrives, you won't even have a chance to regret it. I'm not afraid of you. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's best if you don't come to my house looking for trouble in the future, or I'll hit you every time I see you. At a time like this, the other party is still threatening him. Isn't that a joke? If the enforcement team were useful right now, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Old Lady Zhou listened to Chen Feng's words, her nose flaring with anger. She had never encountered someone who made her feel so powerless, unable to hit back, unable to win an argument. And even if she threw a tantrum, the other party completely ignored her. This hard-nosed character, who was impervious to reason, made her feel like all her punches were hitting air. Meanwhile, the neighbors in the group were secretly pleased, thinking this family had finally met their match. Knowing she couldn't argue with Chen Feng or get cold medicine from him, Old Lady Zhou could only continue to beg in the group. Can someone lend me 2 boxes of cold medicine? I will repay you by working like a mule. Old lady, what's the use of these empty promises? It's so cold now. Even if someone has cold medicine, they won't give it to you. Who doesn't want to keep it for themselves? Why don't you offer to pay? Chun Feng's words made those who initially wanted to help shut their mouths. Yes, with the temperature so low and heavy snow blocking the neighborhood, if someone caught a cold, they wouldn't be able to buy medicine at all. Helping Old Lady Zhou's family with medicine? Are you crazy? Isn't it better to keep it for themselves? Old Lady Zhou looked at Chun Feng, causing trouble, her nose flaring with anger. That bastard. I will definitely take care of him eventually. Son, you must help me vent this anger. After lying in bed for a while, Luo Zhongyuan finally reacted, saying in a deep voice, "Let me rest for a bit. I must deal with him. You message the neighbors privately to see who can give some medicine. Don't argue with him in the group." Hearing this, Old Lady Zhou hurriedly started private chatting. However, the situation was still not good. After all, Chun Feng had just said that almost no one was willing to help. Chun Feng, seeing that the group had not received any messages for a long time, was too lazy to wait around. But just as he was about to put down his phone, a friend request came in. It was Luo Zhongyuan's wife, Qin Yin. Interesting, he didn't expect this woman to add him. After accepting the friend request, the other party immediately sent a message. "Mr. Chun, do you really have that much cold medicine?" It was clear that Qin Yin was also after the cold medicine. In such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for them to get cold medicine. "Yes, I have a lot. I believe I have what you need. Can you give me 2 boxes? This stuff is really precious right now, but if you're willing to exercise with me, I can give you 2 boxes. Chen Feng replied in an extremely calm tone. Qin Yin was beautiful, and even in the entire neighborhood, she was among the top. Countless homeowners wanted to sleep with her. Chen Feng, being an ordinary man, was no exception. In this apocalypse, medicine was an extremely precious commodity, and he naturally had no reason to give it away for free. On the other end, Qin Yin didn't respond again. It was unclear whether she was angry or hesitating. However, Chun Feng didn't care at all. The group returned to lively chatter, with everyone complaining that the weather was too cold. Just then, a message suddenly caught Chun Feng's attention. "I have cold medicine here. Where are you? I'll bring it to you." This message was from someone with the WeChat nickname Peaceful Mind, and they directly tagged Old Lady Zhou. "Thank you, Doctor. He Jing, I'm in Building 2, Room 301. Thank you so much." Old Lady Zhou was overjoyed. She had asked around, and no one had responded, but unexpectedly, there were still good people in the group. "No problem. I'm coming over." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After Old Lady Zhou finished, she started to sarcastically comment in the group. "Look, this is what you call vision. Dr. He Jing has vision. When encountering such a big problem, we neighbors should help each other to get through this together. Unlike some people who hoard a pile of emergency supplies and refuse to share. Such people, even if they kneel and beg me when they have a problem, I won't help." Chen Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief and clicked on He Jing's moments, discovering that the posts were all about hospital promotions. Clearly, he was a doctor dedicated to saving lives. If he weren't a doctor, he probably wouldn't have helped in such a situation. Unfortunately, this kindness in the harsh environment of the apocalypse wouldn't yield any benefits and could instead endanger him. Chun Feng didn't blame the other party for ruining his plans. Instead, he thought to himself that if Dr. He Jing were beautiful, perhaps he could use that to his advantage and make her his ally. After all, in the apocalypse, doctors were very important. He had medicine, but lacked the ability to treat illnesses. For some complex problems, he had no way to handle them. He needed to find a time and opportunity to connect with her. In his previous life, he had only heard that there was a doctor in the community, but had little interaction and had no impression of He Jing. After eating something, he directly laid down on his bed to sleep. What happened outside was trivial to him, and he couldn't be bothered to care. Until the next night, when the lights in the room suddenly went out, followed by a restart 2 seconds later, Chun Feng got up and went to the window. Outside, the neighborhood was now completely dark. The neighborhood lost power, and the difficulty of surviving in the apocalypse increased again. Chapter 38. You don't have a generator, do you? What's going on? How did the power go out? This could be a big problem. I can't even use my little son now. In the neighborhood owner group, a bunch of people immediately stirred up chaos. Due to the extreme cold, they had long stopped using their air conditioning. But the little son could still be useful. They even had fast heaters and electric kettles they could use. But now that the power was out, they had no way to keep warm. A group of people started to panic. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Is it a joke to lose water and power in this situation? Even if we stay at home, we might freeze to death. Someone couldn't help but complain. What's the difference between this and murder for profit? It's probably just that some power lines are down. After all, with such heavy snow, it's normal for problems to occur. Yes, the repair crew is probably already on their way. Didn't you notice? Our mobile network is still functioning, which means the power supply to the signal tower is still ongoing. Someone reminded the group, and a crowd of people sighed in relief. It should be like that, nothing to worry about. Chun Feng saw these people's responses and couldn't help but shake his head. They were still too naive to think there was a chance during such a time. In about a while, there would probably be an official notice. Chun Feng recalled his experiences from his previous life, usually about an hour after the power went out. An official announcement would be sent to everyone's phones, completely shattering their hopes and expectations. Sure enough, an hour later, as a group of people continued to complain, their phones received text messages one after another. Due to the blizzard, electricity resources are scarce. Power will be concentrated for 2 hours starting at 12 noon every day. So please make arrangements for electricity usage. Concentrated power supply will be lifted after the heavy snow stops. The group, initially full of expectations, turned numb upon seeing this message. What the hell? 2 hours of power supply a day. Isn't that killing us? Someone angrily cursed. 2 hours a day means they would only have that time to cook. Will they only eat 1 meal a day? In such cold weather, with the power out, how can we stay warm? No, we need to call and complain quickly. Someone hurriedly spoke up, and the group immediately responded. But not long after, someone began to complain again. Damn it, the complaint hotline is shut down. Those people clearly anticipated this. Quick, find someone to report this to the relevant department, or we'll freeze to death. Someone said, and although they received agreement from the crowd, no one was willing to go out. In such low temperatures, going out would mean freezing to death. ISN Chun Feng, wearing a down jacket. He went out last time and was fine. Let him go find someone. Old Lady Zhou spoke up in the group at the right moment, directly targeting Chun Feng. Yes, let Chun Feng go find someone. You probably won't agree. Won't agree? This concerns the lives and safety of thousands of people in our whole community. How can he refuse? Old Lady Zhou stood on the moral high ground. If he is unwilling to share his down jacket, he should go out and find someone. Yes, I agree with Old Lady Zhou's suggestion. The crowd echoed, and then they frantically tagged Chun Feng in the group. But at that moment, Chun Feng had long since left his phone behind. He was wearing a short sleeve, playing with the big black dog in the living room. After dinner, he needed to exercise a bit to digest. Old Black, take this. Eat my iron horse formation. Woof. Watching Chun Feng, Old Black showed a serious expression. Chun Feng was impressive. He hadn't met such an evenly matched opponent in a long time. They had already battled for 300 rounds without either side falling behind. This person had the demeanor of a dog king. He even felt like he might need to pee. Damn it, don't pee in my living room. Go to your bathroom. Hearing this, Old Black hurriedly closed his mouth and scampered off to the bathroom Chun Feng had arranged for him. Remember to flush, or you won't get steak for a midnight snack. Woof woof. Hearing the response, Chun Feng finally sat down to rest, increasingly convinced that this was the extraordinary dog. How can a native dog have such intelligence? The scene of Chun Feng and the big black dog playing was captured perfectly in the eyes of Xiao Lulu, who was standing by the window, wrapped in a thick down jacket and blanket, her eyes filled with disbelief. The entire community was without power, yet Chun Feng's place had not gone dark. The whole community was pitch black, but Chun Feng's home was brightly lit. More importantly, he was only wearing a short sleeve, and his house wasn't cold at all. Xiao Lulu's heart raced. Ever since the power went out, she had felt incredibly cold. Originally, Lin Feier's house had an electric blanket and a small heater, so they could keep warm. But now, they could only rely on down jackets and quilts to barely stay warm. How great it would be to live in Chun Feng's villa. Without hesitation, Xiao Lulu sent another message to Chun Feng. Just as Chun Feng sat down, His phone rang frantically. He opened it and automatically skipped Xiao Lulu's message, going straight to the owner group. A large group of people tagged him, and many shamelessly urged him to go out and call for help. Among them, Old Lady Zhou was the loudest. Chen Feng looked at Old Lady Zhou, who was constantly claiming to think of the whole community, almost feeling sick. Old Lady Zhou, stop dragging me into everything. If you're so loud, why don't you go find someone yourself? He smirked. Oh, you have so many warm-down jackets, shouldn't you go out? If he had those things, he would certainly feel obligated. Speaking so nicely, aren't you just eyeing my down jacket? How can you be so shameless at your age? Chen Feng didn't hold back at all, unleashing a tirade in the group, causing Old Lady Zhou to be so enraged she couldn't speak. Chen Feng, the whole community is without power. How is your house still lit? Suddenly, a question silenced the group. Many people only then noticed through their windows that Chen Feng's house really did have electricity. What the hell? What is going on? Chen Feng, tell everyone about it. Many people in the community began to feel dissatisfied, clearly feeling unfair. Why does your house have power? Old Lady Zhou also noticed this issue and immediately coldly questioned. This kid was provoking public anger. However, it was also convenient, as it spared her from personally dealing with him. I have a diesel generator. Why would I lose power? Isn't this normal operation? Chen Feng didn't shy away, then sarcastically tagged Old Lady Zhou. Could it be that your house doesn't even have a generator? In such cold weather, having no electricity at home, wouldn't you freeze to death, you old hag? Chapter 39. The shocked Su family. Everyone was shocked. I will definitely take him down. Son, you must help me get back at him. Seeing Chen Feng curse at her in front of so many people, Old Lady Zhou's face turned green, and Luo Zhonghua was so angry his teeth were itching. He had never suffered such humiliation. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with him. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that Chen Feng had a generator and a down jacket was enough for him to take the other party down. He didn't know when this snow would stop. If it continued like this, he couldn't stand it, especially since he had a son to take care of. He had to get his hands on the generator and those things in Chen Feng's house. But it seemed difficult to get through to his house. This was a bit of hassle. Luo Zhongyan muttered to himself and quickly took out his phone to start contacting people. He had 2 friends in this community. When the time came, they would work together, and no matter how capable Chen Feng was, he would have to kneel. Mom, keep provoking him in the group. Make all the residents hate him, and let us see what he does. Okay, I'll do it right away. Grandma Zhou cheerfully picked up her phone. Qin Yin was still preparing to persuade her, but in the end, she swallowed her words. She knew the personalities of this mother-son duo. They were vengeful and probably wouldn't rest until they had taken a bite out of Chen Feng. In the group chat, everyone was shocked and lamenting that Chen Feng was indeed wealthy, having a generator at home. No wonder he could afford to live in a villa. Chen Feng, since you have a generator at home and the neighbors are short on electricity, I suggest you hand over the generator for everyone to use together, Grandma Zhou said immediately, proposing a very constructive suggestion. As soon as she said this, a crowd of people chimed in. That's right. You can't possibly use all the electricity from the generator by yourself, so share some with the neighbors. Yes, with only 2 hours of electricity. We can only have 1 hot meal a day. You can keep it in my house. I don't mind the noise. It would be convenient for the neighbors to use electricity. A large group of people started discussing how to divide Chen Feng's electricity, which left him feeling very speechless. Why don't you go ask my dad for money since he's so rich? Are you all crazy? So you want to forcibly occupy the generator? Grandma Zhou questioned angrily. Occupy? This is my stuff. How can you say occupy? Are you out of your mind? You old hag, do you want to get beaten? Chen Feng retorted, feeling that even cursing verbally was not satisfying enough. So he immediately switched to video mode and lambasted Grandma Zhou on camera. At the end, he didn't forget to pull Old Hay over to also curse a few words at the camera. Once he sent the video of him cursing, the group fell silent. They couldn't win the argument. They really couldn't. Even Grandma Zhou, who was known for being unreasonable and making scene, had no chance to retort. Just wait for your retribution, leaving so many neighbors in the cold. You'll have a hard time later. Fine, I'll wait and see who gets retribution first. Chen Feng didn't care at all. Watching the messages in the group, Su Qing's family was consumed by intense jealousy. Chen Feng's family actually had a generator. This thing was simply too precious. If I had known, I shouldn't have divorced him. Su Wan regretted it, especially when looking at Wang Hao next to her. She felt annoyed. How did I end up getting involved with him? Meanwhile, Zhao Qian next to her was enviously messaging Chun Feng in secret. Unfortunately, the other party didn't reply at all. If it weren't for listening to Su Jiqiang last time, I would have probably been enjoying life in his villa by now. She regretted it deeply. Now she could only rely on curtains and borrow someone else's down jacket to get by. This life was hardly livable. Something's off, look. In this loser-esque video, he's only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Suddenly, Su Jiqiang noticed something and exclaimed. The Su family picked up their phones to check, and sure enough, they hadn't noticed this problem at first. It's currently below -40 degrees outside. Water sprayed can freeze. Even indoors, the situation isn't good. And you have to wear thick down jackets to barely withstand the temperature. No matter if you're using a small heater or an electric blanket, you can't wear something so thin. What's going on with him? Could it be a fake video? It can't be. He definitely didn't tamper with it. I heard he specifically installed an insulation system during the renovation, so his house is probably really warm. Su Dahua's eyes lit up. He had asked carefully during Chun Feng's renovation. He had previously laughed at others, but in the end, he became a joke. Hurry, go ask him what's going on. A few people gathered together, urging Su Qing to hurry. Su Qing wasted no time and picked up her phone to ask Chun Feng for details. Chun Feng, how can your air conditioning work at such low temperatures? Originally thinking it would take a long time for the other party to respond, she was surprised when Chun Feng replied immediately. I'm not using air conditioning. I have an independent heating system that keeps my house at a constant 26 degrees. Chun Feng replied cheerfully. I just exercised a bit, and now I'm all sweaty, preparing to take a hot shower. As soon as this was said, the Su family was once again shocked. My God, in this weather, with water, electricity, and gas cut off, and an extreme cold, he could still take a hot shower. This is too exaggerated. Zhao Qian almost cried upon hearing this. This is the benefit of living in a villa. How could I have been so foolish back then? Su Qing excitedly typed a few more messages, but Chun Feng didn't reply again, probably having gone to take a shower. What should we do? Let's quickly say some good things to him and ask him to take us in, Ma Salon said nervously, unable to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Knowing that her place was too shabby, comparing it to Chun Feng's residence was like comparing heaven and earth. Useless. I've already said everything I needed to say. He won't agree anyway. Su Qing shook her head helplessly, feeling that Chun Feng had become a completely different person, someone she could no longer handle. Give him face, and he won't appreciate it. Prepare the tools. Since he won't let us in, we'll just force our way in. Su Dahua's voice was rough, and his gaze was fierce. I don't believe a loser like him can stop so many of us. Chapter 40, Why are we all lying on the ground? Is it a bit inappropriate for us to use brute force to snatch? Su Qing looked at her father, who was already searching for things, and started to hesitate. This issue might become very serious. Stealing from someone? Their whole family could end up in jail. What's stealing? We're just taking back what's ours. Su Dahua said with righteous indignation. During this time, Chun Feng had caused them too much trouble. He must pay for this, or they could never get rid of their anger. Right, this is what Chun Feng owes us. We have the moral high ground. Matsuelon quickly spoke up, as if to comfort everyone. Yes, let's quickly prepare things and take back our house. Even if something goes wrong, we can still call it an emergency measure. Wang Hao shamelessly said, starting to stir the pot. He hated Chun Feng to the bone. His own pain was still fresh, and he must take revenge. Once they took Chun Feng down, he would make sure a large group of people mistreated him, letting him experience the despair of being dominated. As for Zhao Qian, this time she didn't say much. She originally wanted to secretly inform Chun Feng to gain his favor. However, she thought better of it, recalling her previous mistake. This time, she couldn't afford to choose wrong again. She felt that Chun Feng couldn't withstand the attacks from his family, and it was very likely that he would be robbed of his house. If she wanted to find Chun Feng now, wouldn't that be betting on the wrong horse again? Qian, just wait, we're going to get the house right now, and then you can live in a villa. Su Jiqiang said excitedly as the family marched towards Chun Feng's villa. Even though the temperature dropped sharply as they stepped outside, it did nothing to cool their enthusiasm. No matter what, they had to move into the big villa today and enjoy a warm and comfortable sleep. Just as they were approaching their destination, Su Dahua suddenly stopped. In a moment, you go lure him out and we'll hide nearby. He knew that Chun Feng was not an easy character. Even Luo Zhongyuan had been dealt with by him several times. A direct confrontation might lead to problems. Yes, let us give him a chance. If he is willing to let us in, We won't hold it against him. Otherwise, we'll have to take him down. But what if he doesn't come out at all? What do we do? Su Qing asked nervously, clearly unsure about her ability to lure Chen Feng out. After all, the current Chen Feng was completely different from the past. What can we do? We could just pry the door open. Does he really think he can stop us with just a door? Su Dahua said darkly before hiding in a corner. Su Qing then went to the garage door and started calling Chen Feng. After the apocalypse began, Chen Feng had removed Su Qing from his blacklist. Receiving her message in real time made him feel much better. After all, he enjoyed seeing the Su family suffer. Husband, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry for the past years. What did you do wrong? I think you did the right thing. If you hadn't cheated on me, I would even be able to live in a big villa. Chen Feng responded while opening the video surveillance. He had just received a warning that someone was approaching, and upon checking, he happened to see the Su family. Su Qing stood at the entrance of the underground garage, while Su Dahua and the others were hiding nearby, armed with weapons. I knew none of them were good. Chen Feng was speechless. If he hadn't known Su Qing well, he might have believed her pitiful voice. As expected, a dog can't change its ways. Getting the Su family to admit their wrongs was probably harder than killing them. Husband, please don't be angry. If you forgive me today, we won't make you do laundry or cook anymore. We'll eat at the same table. Su Qing said pitifully, as if those words were her greatest sincerity. In the past, Chen Feng didn't even have the right to eat at the same table as them. Crazy. Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. What was going on? Did they really think of him as a useless person they could easily manipulate? Sorry, but you can play your games on your own. I can't serve you all. It's okay. We don't need you to serve us. We'll just hire a nanny later. You have plenty of money anyway. Chen Feng could clearly see that the Su family was still thinking about his money and villa. A bunch of shameless people. Fine, if you have nothing else, just hang up. I'm tired of wasting my breath on you. Chen Feng, you better think clearly. I'm giving you a chance. Su Qing, seeing that talking was having no effect, became furious. She even started to threaten him. Hang up. I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. Chen Feng said and hung up the phone. Su Dahua hurriedly came to Su Qing to ask what happened. He didn't fall for it. Let us take action. Su Qing huffed angrily, her eyes filled with resentment. Since you didn't seize the opportunity one gave you. Don't blame me for being rude. Just wait for me to make you kneel and beg for mercy. All right, you step aside. Su Dahua waved his hand. And Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao came forward with tools to start prying at the door. However, after a long time of prying, they couldn't budge it at all. The door was like it had been welded to the wall. What is going on? When did this door become so sturdy? Could it be steel plates? They suddenly remembered the materials Chen Feng had used during the renovations. Just then, Su Jiqiang felt a tingling sensation all over his body, like electricity. Oh no, there's electricity. Before he could finish his sentence, he was convulsed by an electric shock, and the others nearby also fell to the ground, rolling their eyes back and twitching. Dad, what is wrong with you? Don't scare me. Su Qing and the others rushed over, anxiously asking what was happening. There's electricity. Chen Feng electrified this door, that bastard. Su Jiqiang trembled in fear. Chen Feng, you son of a bitch, come out. I want let this go. Matsualan cursed angrily, venting all her frustration at the door. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Chen Feng walked out leisurely with old Hay. Oh, isn't this my dear father-in-law as family? What are you all doing lying on the ground? Chen Feng, how can you still say that? If it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't have been shocked. Yes, it was intentional. You wanted to deal with me, right? Now that I'm out, why are you all lying down? Chapter 41. Why are you so selfish? Chen Feng said as he stepped forward and kicked Wang Hao. You're really something. I treated you like a brother. You cheated on me with my wife. And now you want to kill me? You're truly heartless. As he spoke, he kicked again. Wang Hao cried out in pain, but his eyes were filled with confusion. I just slept with your wife. You let someone force me. I didn't plan to kill you. Killing is illegal. I don't have the guts. After cursing, Chen Feng couldn't help but look at Su Dahua on the ground, walking over with a smile. The strength of the electric shock he used wasn't too extreme. It would only temporarily incapacitate someone. If he had used a higher intensity, he could have electrocuted them all on the spot. After such a long apocalypse, it would be too boring to eliminate them all at once. Chen Feng, what do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. Maquidan trembled, nervously watching Chen Feng. With the men down, she had no way to stop him. Slap. Without thinking, Chun Feng slapped her. Don't babble in front of me. I'm not as patient as I used to be. After kicking one person, the anger of the others surged. Everyone's eyes were filled with fury, wishing to tear Chun Feng apart. When he reached Wang Hao again, his anger was still unquenched, and he stepped on Wang Hao's arm. Crack! With a heart-wrenching scream from Wang Hao, his hand was broken again, and this time the situation was clearly much worse than before. Without a doctor, the only outcome awaiting him was likely a severed arm. You actually ruined my hand. Wang Hao roared in extreme unwillingness, rolling around in agony. The others, including Su Qing, were initially very reluctant, but now they were too scared to say a word. They had never seen Chun Feng so ruthless before. Zhao Qian had originally wanted to befriend Chun Feng, but was directly frightened into silence. Chun Feng waved to Lao Hei not far away. Hurry up and get it done. Once you're finished, we need to get back quickly. It's freezing out here. Lao Hei hurried over to Su Dahua, skillfully lifted his right hind leg, and began to relieve himself. Su Dahua initially didn't understand what the other party was doing, but when the hot liquid poured over his head, he was completely stunned. You damn it. I must ruin you today, you dog. He hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw Chun Feng staring at him fiercely, his gaze glancing at Wang Hao's arm, and he wisely chose to shut up. After marking Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao's faces again, Lao Hei smugly followed Chun Feng back to the garage. As the garage door slowly closed, Atsalon hurried over to help. However, the smell of urine made her feel nauseous. Chun Feng, you are breaking the law. Just wait. I'll make sure you go to jail. Wang Hao shouted angrily. He never expected the other party to be this ruthless. Dad, that bastard seems to have planned this all along. This door is specially made, and we can't open it at all. What should we do? Su Jiqiang frantically wiped his face with his clothes, getting urine all over himself. In such cold weather, if he didn't dry off, his face could get frostbite. What to do? Isn't he arrogant? Su Dahua glared at the direction of the garage and coldly said, Let's spread the word about his family situation. I don't believe he can still be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, the others became excited. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? They hurriedly helped each other back, but Zhao Qian looked longingly at Chun Feng's villa. Qian, don't worry. I will definitely take revenge. He won't be arrogant for long, and then you can live in a big villa. Watching the family leave, Chun Feng didn't care at all. The apocalypse was still long. He wanted this family to feel complete despair. You worthless dogs, what I endured in my past life will be repaid 100-fold. Woof woof. Lao Hei looked at Chun Feng with dissatisfaction. Did the dog provoke you? Lao Hei, you know that's not what I meant. Chun Feng patted the dog's head and smiled. In the future, we should try to stay home as much as possible. It's too dangerous outside. Woof woof. Lao Hei, this year is my lucky year for romance, right? Woof woof woof. After playing with Lao Hei for a while, Chun Feng suddenly thought of Li Bingyao and wondered how she was doing. After all, she had still been running a high fever before the apocalypse hit. He picked up his phone to call her, but unfortunately, her phone was already turned off. Chun Feng tried to contact her throughout the evening, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach her. In the end, he simply gave up on continuing to call. He had already left behind food, supplies, and warm clothing. If she really couldn't hold on, that was her fate. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone was on edge, Chun Feng couldn't worry too much. However, during the time he was trying to contact Li Bingyao, the public opinion in the entire homeowners group directly turned to Chun Feng. It was obvious that Su Qing's family had actively spread the word about Chun Feng's situation. A group of people initially didn't believe it, but after checking out Chun Feng's video, they quickly realized that his home was indeed very warm. He was even wearing a tank top. Anyone would be unsettled by that. A group of people began to tag Chun Feng, and Grandma Zhou even directly proposed a constructive idea to let Chun Feng open his door and allow everyone in the community to move in. You old hag, how can you be so shameless at your age? Was it because I went easy on you when I kicked you a few days ago? Chun Feng cursed, directly attacking Grandma Zhou as soon as he logged in. This person was notoriously shameless. He had never given her even the slightest bit of kindness. Chun Feng, don't go too far. Everyone is suffering right now, and you are just enjoying yourself alone. It's not just me who is unhappy. The neighbors are unhappy too. The house and the generator are all my own things. Isn't it reasonable for me to enjoy them myself? If you have the ability, go get your own. Stop whining here. Chun Feng, I don't want to hear that. When I asked everyone to come to your house for shelter, was it for myself? It was for all of our neighbors. Besides, your villa is so big. What's wrong with letting some people stay? It won't kill you. Why are you so selfish? You shameless old hag. You're actually accusing me of being selfish? Chun Feng sneered repeatedly. You don't even know how many neighbors you've exploited and how much money you owe them. How can you have the face to call me selfish? Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhou immediately became displeased. Are you bringing up past events now? Besides, they know my character. It's precisely because they know that I want to scold you every time I see you, and you still have the nerve to come to me for trouble. Don't force me to slap you. The group chat was in chaos. Although many neighbors envied Chun Feng's living conditions, after all, it was his home. They didn't have as thick a skin as Grandma Zhou. Neighbors, does anyone have any food at home? Can you lend me some? I'll return it to you after the snowstorm. A homeowner suddenly spoke up, and instantly, the entire homeowners group shifted the topic to this. Before the natural disaster, it had been the peak of summer, and almost no one had the habit of stockpiling food. Now that the apocalypse had arrived for several days, heavy snow had completely blocked all access points, and they had no way to leave. Naturally, they couldn't buy anything. After a few days, many people had run out of food. We don't have anything left. We only have a little rice left, and we don't have any vegetables at all. We can only mix soy sauce with rice every day. You're better off. You still have rice. I've already eaten all the feng shui fish at home. The complaints in the group were endless. Clearly, their main concern was food. They needed to eat and drink enough before they could think about Chun Feng's villa. Even Su Qing's family was running low on food. If this continued, they would likely starve to death. Zhao Qian looked regretful, still secretly messaging Chun Feng, but unfortunately, she couldn't get any response. She had a feeling that Chun Feng's life was definitely not lacking in food and was very warm. Following Su Jiqiang, she was almost regretting it. It's simply the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Who would have thought that following Su Jiqiang would leave me hungry and cold? If anyone is short on food, you can come to me to buy some. I have instant noodles, 21 packs. Just as a group of people were complaining about not having anything to eat, old lady Zhou suddenly spoke up, catching everyone's attention. Even Chun Feng was surprised to see this. But upon reflection, he could understand the reason. Old lady Zhou had set up a small convenience store right at the entrance of the community, relying on her son's abilities. The goods in her store were piled up at her home, so it was normal for her to have some supplies. No wonder that in the last life, Luo Zhongyuan could gather a group of people and become the leader of this community. However, in this life, they absolutely should not have provoked her. Old lady Zhou, do you have any shame at all? You want me to give away the generator and the villa for free to everyone, yet you raise prices yourself. Do you really think everyone is a fool? Chun Feng didn't hold back and started cursing. I bought these instant noodles with money. Now that the neighbors have nothing to eat, selling them to everyone is already very generous. So what's wrong with adding a little markup? Old lady Zhou naturally responded in the group, sounding very displeased. Do you think I want to sell them? If it weren't for seeing everyone struggling, I wouldn't have brought them out at all. Are you saying my villa and generator just fell from the sky? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Old lady Zhou looked at Chun Feng, talking, and knew she couldn't win the argument, thinking to herself that he would suffer later. Aren't you so arrogant? When the time comes and you have nothing to eat, I won't sell you any. Neighbors, if you want to buy instant noodles, remember to contact me. 20 yuan per pack is too expensive. It's even more than the exorbitant prices at tourist spots. We're all neighbors. Can you lower the price a bit? Yeah. The original price is only 2 yuan per pack. Your cost price is probably only 1 yuan. Making such a huge profit, isn't your heart too black? A group of people started to complain, clearly very dissatisfied. 20 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Is this robbery? Hey, it's free market, huh? Old lady Zhou sneered, completely unconcerned about the criticism. How could she miss such a good opportunity to make money? If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, I won't force you. I won't sell to scum like Chun Feng. Let him go without even instant noodles. Chun Feng was still thinking of what to reply when he didn't expect this shameless old woman to start tagging him again. Wow. Does she feel like she can't do without being scolded? She even forced her way into my face to offer me experience. Chun Feng took a picture of the lobster on the table and posted it in the group. Yeah, how could I afford instant noodles? I can only eat this junk food to fill my stomach. The group nearly went crazy. They had nothing to eat, yet Chun Feng could still eat lobster. This is just too exaggerated. It's simply infuriating. Su Qing's family looked at the photo Chun Feng posted, and they were all drooling with envy, their stomachs rumbling. Even before the disaster, this was a rare treat. They couldn't have it more than a few times a year. Zhao Qian even cried out loud on the spot. If only she hadn't listened to Su Jiqiang back then, she could have been living in a luxurious villa without worrying about food and clothing now. How could she be living so miserably? Su Qing felt very uncomfortable, a myriad of emotions flooding her heart. Old Lady Zhou looked at the photo, and her eyes turned resentful. Her grandson just wanted to eat one of Chun Feng's lobsters, yet Chun Feng scolded them. This person is simply outrageous. She never expected Chun Feng would still have such a trick up his sleeve. After a moment, she sneered again, picked up her phone, and started sending a voice message. That big lobster can only last for 1 or 2 meals. Go ahead and show off, but once you finish those things, let's see what you'll do. Don't think I'll sell you instant noodles then. Upon hearing this, a group of people in the chat nodded in agreement. In this environment, the most useful things are still instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Although they're not tasty, they can last a long time. Lobster may be high-end, but one can only last for 1 or 2 meals. How much is one lobster? How much is a pack of instant noodles? Everyone could do the math. It's not that they don't want to eat lobster, but instant noodles are more cost-effective. What will you do after eating? Upon hearing this, Chun Feng immediately started recording a video and then posted it in the group, tagging Old Lady Zhou. What can I do? Of course, I can only eat hairy crabs, king crabs, giant squid, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers. If worst comes to worst, I can only eat steak to get by. Chapter 43. I'll treat everyone to instant noodles. The group fell silent. In Chun Feng's video, there was actually an aquarium with all kinds of seafood, even king crabs. Chun Feng's home had turned into a seafood market. He even had steak. My God, why can't we even afford instant noodles? Yet he can feast on seafood every day. Some people were heartbroken, lying in bed, almost unable to get up. Such luxurious food, so much of it, enough for him to eat for a long time. Chun Feng, can you sell me a king crab? I'll pay double the market price. Suddenly, someone who wasn't short on money spoke up in the group. In this situation, having anything to eat is already good, let alone king crabs from Chun Feng. This is a luxury feast. Chun Feng looked at the messages in the group and merely sneered a couple of times. Sell things? How could that be possible? The hairy crabs and king crabs, and all those lobsters at home were carefully raised by him. He had specially set up a room on the 2nd floor of the villa for this. But unfortunately, his skills were really poor, and in just 2 or 3 days, more than half of them had already died. Although his space has the property of preventing food from spoiling, sometimes he wanted to raise some live things, which is why he specially set up a place for aquatic products. But now it seems they won't last much longer. Forget it. Better put them all away to avoid them going bad. Chun Feng mumbled, waving his hand, and all the aquatic products were collected back into his space, ensuring they would remain in the freshest state. Woof woof. Old Black looked around the empty house in confusion, circling around Chun Feng several times. Where did the crabs go? How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? This is a long story. Wait until you have the strength to defeat me before you have the right to deal with such matters. Chun Feng looked at Old Black calmly, speaking earnestly, but unexpectedly. The big black dog immediately lunged at him. Damn, Old Black, you don't play fair, attacking me out of nowhere. Take this. Looking at Chun Feng's video, everyone in the community became restless, all of them green with envy. To say that the life of the rich is unimaginable to them. Who could raise so many aquatic products at home? The daily feeding costs are something ordinary people can't even imagine. And now, in this situation where food is scarce, it allows Chun Feng to live a carefree life without worry. Unfortunately, these people usually have no interaction with Chun Feng, and now it's almost impossible to find him to get anything. At first, Su Qing's family was gloating, feeling that Chun Feng was targeted by a group of people and that his good days were definitely over. However, after seeing Chun Feng's next video, their expressions became complicated. Who would have thought that Chun Feng had such skills and so much stockpiled? Damn it, that bastard has so many things and is unwilling to give us even a little. What's the difference from a white-eyed wolf? Su Dahua slammed the table, extremely angry. What's wrong with you? Why can't you even deal with that waste? And you said you would make Xiao Qing happy, so why are you so useless? You can't even compare to Chun Feng. Since Su Dahua couldn't find trouble with Chun Feng, he could only vent his anger on Su Qing and Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, both of their expressions were also extremely complex. Zhao Qian had already made up her mind to leave this group of people and be with Chun Feng. After these days of living with them, she realized that this whole family was a bunch of parasites. The reason they seemed so carefree before was entirely because Chun Feng was supporting them. Xiao Lulu and Lin Feier were curled up together on the sofa. Watching the video, Chun Feng sat, unable to help but show envious expressions. Although Lin Feier had accidentally stockpiled food, relieving their immediate food shortage, she started to economize after realizing the seriousness of the situation. Every day, they only ate 2 meals, and each time they ate very little, just enough to barely avoid hunger. This made Xiao Lulu feel very uncomfortable. Compared to the large meals at Chun Feng's house, the high-end 3 meals, what she was eating was worse than a dog's. Feier, didn't you buy steak? Can we have steak for lunch tomorrow? Xiao Lulu was already craving it. After living a life of luxury, how could she endure such hardship? Lulu, we don't even know when the snow will stop. We have to save as much as possible. Lin Feier found it. Feier, how can you be like this? Are you not even going to let me have a piece of steak? Is this how you treat your best friend? Xiao Lulu immediately started to cry in grievance. Lin Feier's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Lulu was eating her own food, wearing her own clothes, and living in her own house. And now, in such a difficult situation, she was throwing a tantrum. But after all, she was her best friend. So Lin Feier didn't want to get angry. Lulu, the whole world is frozen. Heavy snow has sealed the city, and we don't know when help will arrive. If we don't save, we might starve to death. Enough. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why do you have to exaggerate? Xiao Lulu angrily stood up and ran to the bathroom to hide. She realized what kind of person Lin Feier was. She clearly didn't want to share food with her, but spoke so grandly about it. What kind of best friend is this? Just a piece of steak made her see her true colors. She took out her phone and hurriedly sent a message to Chun Feng. No matter what, she had to move into Chun Feng's house, and when the time came, she would enjoy delicacies without giving any to Lin Feier. At that moment, Chun Feng was lying on the sofa, studying martial arts manuals. Old Hay was getting stronger, and he needed to brush up on some moves. Ding dong. His phone rang repeatedly. Chun Feng picked it up to see that quite a few people were trying to contact him. Xiao Lulu, Xiao Qian, and a friend request from a stranger. Additionally, in the owner group, Grandma Zhou had nearly tagged him to death. Upon careful inspection, this shameless old woman was actually asking him to share food with the neighbors. Chun Feng, don't pretend you can't see it. The neighbors are starving, and you have so much food there. Can't you share a little with them? Grandma Zhou shamelessly spoke again, trying to turn Chun Feng into everyone's enemy. Shameless thing, why don't you donate your instant noodles and sell them at a markup? How dare you ask me to donate? This is everyone's opinion. The neighbors want to eat something good. I think you want to eat, you shameless old hag. Chun Feng couldn't help but retort, then added, since everyone has no food, how about I treat everyone to instant noodles? Chun Feng skillfully sent out a red envelope of 1 million to the group. As usual, he set Grandma Zhou's family and Su Qing's family to prohibited from receiving. Chapter 44. How are they any different from seeking death? With 500 people in the group, that averages out to 2,000 per person. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun is generous. Kneeling from Mr. Chun, when I have time, I will work for you like a horse. Mr. Chun, do you still need a pendant? I think I can do it. A group of people expressed their gratitude in the group. Although Chun Feng had flaunted a lot of things, his reputation was much better than Grandma Zhou's. Look at Grandma Zhou. That dog is simply inhuman, trying to profit from the neighbors at such a time. This is simply shameless. Old lady, I at least took out money to solve the problem for everyone. You talk so much. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Seeing Grandma, Zhou had fallen silent. Chun Feng quickly tagged her. At home, Grandma Zhou saw this scene and was so angry her face turned purple. This bastard is simply asking for a beating. You all enjoy it. There will be a time when you cry. Grandma Zhou said, starting to make her sign. Instant noodles, 51 bags, no bargaining. At this moment, Luo Zhongyuan saw this and directly took a pen to change 50 to 2,000. So many. Will anyone buy them? Grandma Zhou asked with a face full of suspicion, while Luo Zhongyuan himself revealed a dark smile. Buy it if you want. If they don't buy it, let them starve. Besides, didn't Chun Feng just give them red envelopes? I want all the red envelopes he sends to come to us. Good, ha ha ha. And he doesn't let us receive red envelopes. Just wait until he gets so angry he can't take it. Chun Feng had no intention of continuing to pay attention to the messages in the group. That old lady was no match for him. Besides, by now, money was of no use. Sending red envelopes had no impact on him. After glancing at Zhao Qian and Xiao Lulu's messages, he couldn't help but smile coldly. Undoubtedly, they both came to try to curry favor, obviously wanting to move into his house. The appetites of these two women were too big. They were both thinking about becoming the mistresses of a villa. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with them. He would let them stew for a while longer and let their arrogance be completely crushed by the post-apocalyptic environment before discussing any transactions. Opening the friend request, he looked at the other person's profile picture. It was a very beautiful woman, comparable to Qin Yan, with a WeChat nickname of Jia Baby. Chen Feng had a deep impression of this person. Her real name was Sun Jia, a somewhat famous internet celebrity. Chen Feng had seen her a few times in real life. Her figure and appearance were impeccable, particularly beautiful. Online, she was a charming internet celebrity, playing the single persona, which had earned her a lot of tips from many unsuspecting fans. In reality, she and her husband used the money from internet big shots to buy a house in Yudai Longting, living a carefree life. Among the women Chen Feng knew in the entire community, aside from Lin Feier, Sun Jia and Xinyan were the most outstanding, almost every male owner's dream lover. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are women he hasn't seen before. After all, the environment of this community is quite good, and many wealthy people like to rent houses here to keep their mistresses. Chen Feng didn't think twice and directly accepted the other party's friend request. Brother Chen Feng, I've finally added you. As soon as they were added, he heard the other party's delicate voice. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is definitely a typical tea artist, and her tea skills are quite impressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to charm a group of big brothers through live streaming. I didn't see some things just now. What's up? Did you add me for a reason? Chen Feng replied with a cold smile. Brother Chen Feng, can you send me a few king crabs? I don't know what's going on with this terrible weather. I'm starving. The sweet voice came through, and without hesitation, Chen Feng immediately agreed. Sure, but how do you plan to repay me? What does brother want me to do to repay you? Sun Jia's voice was soft and full of deadly allure. Any homebody who hears it would probably be completely captivated. A steak, and keep me company for a good rest. That's my price here. If your skills are good, I can give you an extra king crab, Chen Feng said without hesitation, as he saw through all of this. Moreover, he wasn't a fool. A simple thank you. Brother wouldn't suffice. Brother, you really know how to joke. I'm not that kind of person, and am I really only worth a steak? There's nothing I can do. That's my price. If you can't accept it, go find someone else. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he directly exited the chat interface and just happened to see the old black dog flipping through a book with a serious expression. Hey, you old black, you're too cunning. Sneaking off to read behind my back. Woof, woof, woof. Instantly, the man and the dog started to play fight in the room. So did that person agree? In Sun Jia's residence, she and her husband Zhang Qiming were cuddled up under the quilt. It was simply too cold, and they could only stay in bed to keep warm. Compared to the countryside, this was the downside of the city. At least in the countryside, they could make a Kong, a heated bed. But in the city, once the power went out, everything for heating would instantly become useless. No, he actually asked me to sleep with him and said he'd only give a steak for it. Sun Jia's face was filled with displeasure, clearly quite angry. After all, she was a somewhat famous internet celebrity, and there were plenty of people chasing after her. Whenever she said a word, there would be a group of people scrambling to send her gifts. Who would have thought there would be someone as shameless as Chen Feng, who would ask her to sleep with him right off the bat? I know that Chen Feng, he's just a sycophant. You should take the time to talk to him properly. You can definitely win him over, and at worst, give him some benefits later. You heartless one, actually asking me to seduce other men. Sun Jia complained with dissatisfaction. The main thing is we are running out of food. Don't we often do this online? You won't suffer any loss. Zhang Qiming hurriedly comforted Sun Jia. This is the only idea I can think of right now. You're my wife. How could I bear to let you go hungry? Fine, I'll give it a try later. Sun Jia was still grumpy, but thinking about how she had sent benefits to the top supporter made her mood improve a lot. The next day, Chen Feng was woken up by a series of phone alerts. He opened the surveillance and saw a group of people gathered in the underground parking lot. In the center was Grandma Zhou's family, and they had started selling instant noodles. When Chen Feng saw the sign they were holding, he couldn't help but gasp. 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. How is this any different from seeking death? Chapter 45. Is there still any law? In the underground parking lot, a crowd surrounded Grandma Zhou, each with a very uncomfortable expression. You guys are going too far. It's just a pack of instant noodles. Why does it cost 2,000 yuan? The cost probably doesn't even reach 1 yuan. Exactly, Grandma Zhou. Just make some money. Don't be so exaggerated. 20 yuan is already a lot. A group of people was very uncomfortable. They were already unhappy when the price was 20. But now they found out it had risen to 2,000. Isn't this too outrageous? Don't they have a conscience? However, facing the dissatisfaction of the crowd, Grandma Zhou didn't care at all. If you want to buy, buy. If you don't want to sell, I won't force you. Bang! Luo Zhongyun slammed a steel pipe on the ground, glaring fiercely at the people in front of him. If you don't want to buy, get out of the way. Don't stand in front of those who want to buy instant noodles. Today, I'm charging you 2,000 yuan for this in a few days. It might not even be possible. Although the crowd was filled with dissatisfaction, they didn't dare to act recklessly in front of this person. This thug was not someone they could provoke. Only someone as ruthless as Chun Feng would have the guts to confront him. The crowd was full of complaints, but their stomachs couldn't take it anymore, so they could only pay and buy the goods. Watching their wallets getting fatter and their balance increasing, Grandma Zhou was all smiles. She even became somewhat smug. Chun Feng, you want to compete with me? You're still too young. Didn't you say I couldn't accept red envelopes? The money you sent is now in my pocket. Thinking of this, Grandma Zhou couldn't help but send a WeChat message to Chun Feng to show off. Chun Feng looked at the message and almost laughed to death. What time was it? And this old lady still thought she was clever. It was simply ridiculous. In the apocalypse, especially in a resource-scarce apocalypse, the other party's behavior was a joke in itself. Don't think that selling instant noodles for 2,000 yuan is a big deal. In a little while, they would realize that this was something that couldn't even be bought with money. In this era, money is just waste paper. Resources are everything. Moreover, what's even more important is that they would expose so many resources. They clearly don't understand the principle of having a gem brings about disaster. And they're not far from death. After all, not everyone has a safe house like Chun Feng. Even more amusingly, in the surveillance, Chun Feng saw Su Qing's family coming out to buy instant noodles, as well as Dr. He Jing, who had once treated Grandma Zhou's grandson. The Su Dahua couple was notoriously unreasonable, but when faced with Luo Zhongyan, they could only stare blankly and obediently take out their money. However, they were already poor, and it took several people a lot of effort to gather 10,000 yuan to buy 5 packs of instant noodles. But with 6 people sharing 5 packs of instant noodles, Chun Feng estimated that there would definitely be a big scene at their house. Dr. He Jing originally wanted Grandma Zhou to lower the price a bit, but the other party turned hostile, completely disregarding the past kindness. Dr. He, I really have no choice. Everyone is charging this price. If I give you a discount, how do I explain it to others? Don't you think so? After hearing this, Dr. He hesitated for a moment before choosing to buy 3 packs of instant noodles and then turned to leave. In a corner of the parking lot, Xiao Lulu saw this situation and was directly shocked, covering her mouth. She and Lin Feier had come out originally to buy instant noodles as well. Lin Feier thought that it was better to stock up a little, and since 20 yuan wasn't too expensive for her, it was fine to buy it in this environment. But who would have thought that when they arrived here, instant noodles had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan? How could they buy it now? Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu's eyes were rolling, feeling it was unbelievable. If a pack of instant noodles could sell for 2,000, then the things Lin Feier had stockpiled could also sell for a lot of money, right? She hurried to catch up with Lin Feier, her eyes rolling, not knowing what she was thinking. As for selling instant noodles, Chun Feng was completely uninterested. He knew that sooner or later, old Lady Zhou would face retribution, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. That very evening, old Lady Zhou started messaging in the group again. Neighbors, do you have any fever medicine? My grandson Xiaolong has a high fever and urgently needs fever medicine. As soon as this was said, the group of people who were originally dissatisfied with her began to secretly rejoice. It's about time. This old woman got her retribution so quickly, haha. It would be best if that brat died from the fever. Maquilan repter sel finaquit. Her face full of excitement. Clearly, she hadn't encountered anything this exciting in a long time. Not only had the other party cheated them out of 10,000 yuan, but they had only given them 5 packs of instant noodles, and the 6 of them had only eaten 3 packs all day. In Ma Suilan's mind, she had already regarded old Lady Zhou as a scoundrel like Chun Feng. Neighbors, I'm really begging you. Does anyone have fever medicine? If my grandson gets better, I will definitely thank you. Old Lady Zhou's voice trembled, pleading continuously. It was obvious that she cared a lot about her grandson. I have fever medicine here. 100,000 a box, do you want it? Suddenly someone spoke up, and old lady Zhou panicked as soon as she saw the message. Neighbor, this is a matter of life and death. How can you raise the price like this? Don't you have any conscience? Now I know what conscience is. Did you think of that when you were selling instant noodles? Anyway, take it or leave it. Old lady Zhou wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Luo Zhongyuan. I know where that person is. Damn it. How dare you negotiate with us? You're asking for death. After saying this, Luo Zhongyuan rushed out with a hammer. Chun Feng was unaware of these matters. He originally thought it was just a casual disturbance, that someone was teasing old lady Zhou. But unexpectedly, not long after, the group exploded with messages. Old lady Zhou, are you going too far? The person just said a couple of words. And you want to cause a death? What happened? A group of people asked, confused. Just now, the door next door was smashed open by Luo Zhongyuan. And then there were screams from next door. It was horrific. They probably lost their life. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, knowing that Luo Zhongyuan was a thug and not to be trifled with. But no one expected him to be so arrogant as to do something so ruthless. This is too much. Is there no law anymore? Is he a demon? Whoever causes more trouble, believe it or not, I will go to your house right away. Luo Zhongyuan suddenly spoke, and the crowd fell silent. Chun Feng looked at the messages and disdainfully shook his head, too lazy to care. But just as he was about to put down his phone, Luo Zhongyuan's call came in. Chun Feng, as long as you give me the fever medicine, I won't hold the previous matters against you. Luo Zhongyuan directly threatened Chun Feng as soon as he opened his mouth. Fine. Let your wife come over to keep me company, and I'll give it to you right away. Chapter 46. When I tell you to go, you go. Chun Feng. Do you know what you're saying? Luo Zhongyuan's voice suddenly turned grim, his tone lowered as if he was forcibly suppressing his anger. That kind of feeling was chilling to hear. Most people would probably be shocked to hear that. However, Chun Feng didn't care at all. He had encountered this kind of situation too many times to be surprised. Don't threaten me here. If you're unhappy with me, just come and smash my door. I won't stop you. Chun Feng appeared very relaxed, and the other end fell into silence. Since he had set up such a safe house, he naturally wasn't afraid of the other party, especially since Luo Zhongyuan had already suffered a setback last time. Chun Feng, I'm sincerely discussing this issue with you. As long as you give me the fever medicine, I won't trouble you again. You know the environment we're in. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Luo Zhongyuan spoke again, his tone noticeably softened. Friend? You want to be friends with me? Do you have a mirror at home? Yes, why? Look in the mirror, see what you are, and whether you are worthy. You. Luo Zhongyuan hadn't finished speaking when the call was directly hung up. What happened? Did that person give a medicine? Old lady Zhou nervously approached, asking anxiously. He won't give it, that damn thing, I must kill him. Luo Zhongyuan was covered in blood. He had gone to deal with that person earlier, and the other party was basically half dead with no chance of survival. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find any medicine in the other party's house. Tomorrow at noon, I'll take my tools and try again. Luo Zhongyuan took out a cutting machine from the house. When the electricity came tomorrow at noon, he would definitely go and cut open Chun Feng's door. He didn't believe that with these tools, he couldn't take the other party down. Husband, why don't we just let it go? Chun Feng is not easy to mess with. Qin Yin was genuinely worried, especially seeing the blood on him, which scared her. Shut up. Luo Zhongyuan glared at Qin Yin, remembering what Chun Feng had said, and was furious. You useless thing, they have bullied us to this extent, and you still speak for others. Who exactly is your husband? Old lady Zhou glared fiercely at Qin Yin. Go take care of Xiaolong. If anything happens to him, I will deal with you. Qin Yin wanted to say something, but ultimately had to leave reluctantly. In this weather, it was relatively friendly for fevers. When the body temperature rose, it could quickly drop in a low-temperature environment. But Xiaolong was still a child, and he needed medicine. That night, Chun Feng found himself added to another group, where there were fewer people, and most importantly, there was no old lady Zhou's family. He's dead. Wang Qiping is dead. That Luo Zhonghua is simply a madman. No way. I just went next door to check. He has no breath left, not only lost his life, but even his house was completely ransacked by Luo Zhongyuan. A group of people in the chat became tense, and Chun Feng couldn't help but feel emotional, realizing that it hadn't been long since someone had died. The most important thing was that this was different from someone freezing to death. It was directly killed by Luo Zhongyuan. The emergence of this situation indicated that the upcoming circumstances would become increasingly chaotic. In a cruel survival environment, humanity would gradually fade away when all laws and moral bottom lines collapse. That is the most terrifying time. When that happens, human life is as cheap as ants. Chen Feng didn't chat much in the group. Everyone was complaining about Luo Zhongyuan being too excessive, but no one thought about resolving the issue with him. Even if they continued to communicate, it would just be shouting slogans without any practical significance. The next day, when the power was turned on, Luo Zhongyuan, who had been waiting outside Chen Feng's garage, immediately took out the cutting machine and started cutting the door. However, after a minute of confident cutting, his expression began to change. What was going on? Why was there not even a scratch? Normally, metal should have issues when attacked by a cutting machine. What on earth was this thing? Luo Zhongyuan, unwilling to accept defeat, increased the force in his hands, but the next moment, the cutting blade shattered on the spot, breaking into pieces and nearly taking him with it. Ha ha, Xiao Luo, why don't you remember your lessons? If my door could be opened that easily, wouldn't my money have been wasted? Chen Feng mocked him with a loudspeaker, full of ridicule. I stand by what I said. If you want the fever medicine, send your wife over. Luo Zhongyuan clenched his fists, his entire body shaking with anger, but he had no way out. He couldn't even see the other party's face. How could he deal with him? Back at his place, after finally warming up, Luo Zhongyuan's mother walked over anxiously. How is it? Did you get the fever medicine? Xiao Long's condition is too serious. He must take the medicine immediately. Luo Zhongyuan hurried to his son, and sure enough, after a night and a morning, his son was almost delirious from the fever. No, I can't even cut through Chen Feng's door. What should we do? Grandma Zhou was almost in tears, while Luo Zhongyuan's gaze fell on his wife. Chen Feng said that if you accompany him for a night, he would be willing to give the fever medicine. You need to prepare. Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe it. You wanted to accompany someone else? Of course, if I tell you to go, you go. Don't you see my grandson urgently needs medicine? If anything happens to him, I won't let you off. Grandma Zhou scolded angrily, clearly in a state of desperate frustration. Mom, husband, I won't go. Can't we ask someone else? Qin Yan looked aggrieved. She really didn't expect both of them to ask her to do such a thing. Ask someone else? My son can't hold out that long. Husband, listen to me, enough. I'm just asking you to go and pretend to agree. Find a way to lure Chen Feng out, so I can take action. Luo Zhongyuan said, without hesitation, hurriedly pulling Qin Yan towards Chen Feng's villa. Grandma Zhou followed behind, determined to deal with Chen Feng today. When they arrived outside the garage, Luo Zhongyuan hid directly in the corner, and Qin Yan, under his hint, began to take out her phone to call Chen Feng. She wasn't sure she could win against Chen Feng in a direct confrontation, but with a sneak attack and her weapon, she believed they could take him down. Little did they know, their every move was clearly seen by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I agree to your conditions. Good, you stand back a little. I'll open the door. Qin Yan took a few steps back according to the instructions, and before she could react, a water pipe suddenly extended from above. Ice-cold water rushed directly onto Luo Zhongyuan, who was hiding in the corner, instantly soaking him to the bone. Chapter 47. No sneaky reading allowed the moment the ice water hit him. Luo Zhongyuan was completely stunned. He was just hiding there, but Chen Feng not only found him, but also drenched him as if he were a soaked chicken. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded? What's worse, the temperature was extremely low, and the water froze upon touching him. His clothes instantly turned into ice clumps. Chen Feng, you bastard. I'll ruin you. I swear I'll ruin you. Luo Zhongyuan, unwilling to accept defeat, desperately charged at the door with his weapon, smashing away like a madman. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. He left not a single mark on the wall. Ruin me? You should hurry back and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Chen Feng's mocking voice came from the loudspeaker. The underground garage was meticulously designed by him. Did they think they could hide in a blind spot and launch a sneak attack? Too naive. In this environment, even ice water could become the best weapon. After all, without doctors and medicine, even the slightest ailment could be fatal. Chen Feng, what do you want? Luo Zhongyuan was filled with unwillingness, yet he felt helpless. There was really no way out. What do you mean? I wasn't planning anything. Normally, I wouldn't even bother with you. You came to beg me, then thought about trying to kill me. I'm just defending myself. What do you want in order to give me the fever medicine? Luo Zhongyuan said angrily, struggling to suppress his rage. Didn't I say? Let your wife accompany me, and once I'm comfortable, I'll naturally give you the cold medicine. Chen Feng sat in the chair in his room, crossing his legs and sipping red wine. He didn't care about Luo Zhongyuan's thoughts. Whether he agreed or not was irrelevant. After all, just seeing Luo Zhongyuan suffer was already a victory for him. You, come here and get the medicine. Husband, how can you do this? I don't want to. Qin Yin was completely panicked, truly not expecting her husband to be willing to use her in exchange for a box of fever medicine. She originally wanted to avoid it, but Grandma Zhou directly grabbed her. If I tell you to go, then go. Stop talking back. If my grandson has any issues, you won't be let off either. Mom, stop calling me Mom. I've been taking care of you well. It's time for you to contribute to my family, so stop dawdling. Watching the family arguing outside, Chen Feng was also taken aback. He never expected that Grandma Zhou and Luo Zhongyuan would treat Qin Yin this way. It seemed that Qin Yin's situation at home was not much better than his. Seeing that Qin Yin was still hesitating, Luo Zhongyuan directly grabbed her by the collar and pushed her to the front door. Open the door and give me the medicine. Let her stay at the door. You all go back. After the matter is resolved, I'll have her bring the medicine back. Luo Zhongyuan's expression changed again, completely giving up. He didn't expect Chen Feng to be so shameless. Even in this situation, he wouldn't open the door. If you don't bring back the medicine today, don't come back, Luo Zhongyuan said to Qin Yin before turning away in frustration. His clothes had already frozen into ice clumps, and he was shaking all over, unable to hold on much longer. Watching Luo Zhongyuan and his son leave, Chen Feng finally opened the door to let Qin Yin in. As soon as she entered the basement, Qin Yin felt a bit lost, but she could clearly feel that this place was completely different from outside. Warm, so warm. She had just entered, and her icy hands were already warming up, making her feel comfortable all over. This place was simply a paradise compared to the outside. However, in this basement, she didn't see Chen Feng, and it was an enclosed space. The door leading upstairs looked even sturdier than the garage door. Clearly, even if someone managed to break into the garage, they would definitely not be able to harm Chen Feng. Take off your clothes. Chen Feng's voice came from the indoor speaker, causing Qin Yin to pause for a moment, her expression struggling and seemingly extremely reluctant. If you don't want to, I won't force you, you can go back, Chen Feng said, directly opening the first door to leave the basement. Seeing this, Qin Yin finally seemed to make a great decision, biting her lip and starting to remove her clothes. At this moment, she had clearly completely given up on resisting. Continue. I don't want to see any covering. Chen Feng continued speaking into the microphone, not because he enjoyed playing around, but because after Su Qing's betrayal, he had to be cautious. What if the other party hid something on themselves and suddenly attacked after getting close? That would be a real loss. Chen Feng stared at his phone, while Old Black stared at Chen Feng's phone, mouth wide open, just as it was getting to the critical moment. Chen Feng finally sensed something and pushed Old Black away. You're still young. You can't look at these things. Go to the third floor. Woof woof. Old Black tilted his head, looking at Chen Feng with confusion. Isn't it just that? I already knew. In the past, I was the handsome dog that everyone loved in the community, surrounded by a bunch of little female dogs. Go if I tell you to go up. Hurry up and go. Don't be a light bulb here. By the way, you're not allowed to sneak a look at books. After getting Old Black to the third floor, Chen Feng then leisurely opened the passage from the basement to the first floor. The moment he saw Qin Yin, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. She was really beautiful. No wonder she became the dream lover of all the male owners in the community. Whether it was her figure or her face, she was a top-notch beauty. Chen Feng naturally had thoughts about Qin Yin, but he didn't expect to be able to take her down so quickly. I really didn't expect that Luo Zhongyuan would use you to exchange for medicine for that brat. Chen Feng's gaze roamed over Qin Yin without restraint, while she buried her head, shy to the extreme, standing completely naked in front of a strange man. How could she remain calm? Do you want something to eat? Chen Feng pointed to a table not far away, and Qin Yin instantly became even more shocked. There was actually a table full of dishes, over 20 dishes, all steaming hot. In this icy environment, let alone eating such luxurious meals, even getting something steaming was extremely precious. Qin Yin swallowed hard, her eyes filled with anticipation. Go ahead, eat whatever you want. Only when you're full can we have the energy to exercise. Qin Yin's pretty face flushed, and she hurried to the dining table to start eating. These things were hard to come by even on normal days. Watching Qin Yin, who even maintained her image while eating. Chun Feng chuckled and slowly approached her from behind. Chapter 48. Although I'm not human. You can't treat me like a dog. Qin Yin truly deserved to be the woman that countless men in the entire community wanted to get close to. Compared to Li Bingyao's innocence, she had a mature charm that was simply enchanting. Chun Feng and she went at it for a full 3 hours before finally sitting down against the table. The driving experience was so fulfilling that Chun Feng felt a sense of incompleteness. Of course, if they continued, not only would he not be able to handle it, but Qin Yin would probably also be unable to withstand such torment. You are really good to your child. Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel. She was willing to devote herself for her child. That child is not mine. Then why? If I don't get the fever medicine back today, my husband won't let me off. You should know his methods. Hearing this, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Initially, he thought Qin Yin was not resisting because she was concerned about her child's illness, but he didn't expect it was for this reason. You really must be blind to follow that man. Qin Yin, hearing this, could only lower her head, not knowing how to respond. Where's the medicine? I should go back. Qin Yin stood up, her legs going weak and almost falling to the ground, taking a long time to finally adapt. Chun Feng took out a box of fever medicine and, after sending her away from the garage, slowly returned to the room. He didn't have much sympathy or emotion for Qin Yin's experiences. They were merely transactions, exchanging what they needed from each other. After sleeping for a bit, he wasn't foolish enough to help Qin Yin solve her family issues. He couldn't meddle in other people's affairs. However, judging by Luo Zhongyuan's situation, he estimated he wouldn't have many good days left. Having offended so many people, he probably wouldn't be able to be arrogant for long. Chun Feng swayed back to the 3rd floor, where Old Black was sitting on his sofa, pretending to read a book like a human. Hey, Old Black, how despicable of you to read behind my back. I'll compete with you. Woof woof. Old Black barked in response. Little Chun, Old Black, really want to improve. When Qin Yin returned to her place, she had just entered the door and hadn't even sat down when her mother-in-law rushed over. Where's the medicine? The fever medicine. Did you get it? Qin Yin felt very unhappy. She had spent so long at Chun Feng's place, yet he didn't care about her at all. Especially when she thought of Luo Zhongyuan sending her to accompany Chun Feng for a box of fever medicine. She felt even more dissatisfied. Here. Qin Yin took out the fever medicine, and Grandma Zhou immediately snatched it away, hurriedly running to give it to her grandson. Luo Zhongyuan, however, looked at Qin Yin with a gloomy expression. Was Chun Feng's villa really as warm as he said in the video? Yeah. What about the food? There is. You idiot. Can't you bring back more food? Qin Yin saw that not only did Luo Zhongyuan not thank her, but he also scolded her, making her feel even more dissatisfied. She had already given herself up to help him, and Luo Zhongyuan still cursed her. Was he even a man? Luo Zhongyuan cursed again before hurriedly picking up his phone to contact someone. He had decided on Chun Feng's villa. If he couldn't handle it alone, he would call people from the community to come together and deal with him. He didn't believe they couldn't take him down. While Luo Zhongyuan was contacting people, the community group chat became lively again. However, they had created another group, leaving Chun Feng out. Have you heard? Chun Feng actually made Luo Zhongyuan's wife accompany him just to get fever medicine. Could that scoundrel Luo Zhongyuan agree? I just saw his wife go into the villa, and when she came out, she was holding cold medicine and couldn't even walk properly. As soon as someone spoke, the group instantly erupted. Every man in the community was interested in Qin Yin. If it weren't for fearing Luo Zhongyuan, they probably would have tried to steal her long ago. No one expected that Chun Feng could easily take her down. They didn't expect that he could win over Qin Yin just with fever medicine. If I had known, I would have used fever medicine to exchange too. We have that at home. Someone looked regretful, as if they had missed out on a fortune. You? Don't joke. What if you end up losing out? Can you handle Luo Zhongyuan? Someone mocked from the side, and the group fell silent. They had desires but lacked the courage. Otherwise, they would have probably gone to steal her long ago. In the entire community, the only person brave enough to confront Luo Zhongyuan was Chun Feng. Luo Zhongyuan was truly ruthless. He would even abandon his wife for a box of fever medicine. Huang Lei, are you looking for death? Do you believe I will come to your house and kill you? Suddenly, a voice message was sent, causing a panic among the group, and they immediately disbanded the chat. It was clear they hadn't expected that Luo Zhongyuan's alternate account had been in the group all along. On Xiao Lulu's side, when she saw these messages. She was completely taken aback. She didn't expect these resources to have such uses. Even more unexpected was that someone would actually sell their body for fever medicine. She had seen Qin Yin a few times. Her looks and figure were undeniable, yet she would do such a thing. How shameless. Seeing someone enter Chun Feng's villa before her, Xiao Lulu was extremely displeased. After all, she was supposed to be the future mistress of that place. She mumbled to herself. Then suddenly her gaze shifted to the food hoarded by Lin Feier. Now that a pack of instant noodles was worth 2,000, and a box of cold medicine could be so precious, if she sold some food, wouldn't she make a fortune? She and Lin Feier were best friends. If she secretly took some food to sell, Lin Feier shouldn't be angry, right? Xiao Lulu's eyes kept darting around, and in her mind, she already had a perfect plan. At Sun Jiai's home, her husband hurriedly held his phone and said excitedly, "See, I told you this person is lecherous. You should contact him and use some tricks to get some food. There's food at home. Do you really want to flirt with that man?" Sun Jiai was extremely displeased. They had enough food for a couple of days, but her husband wanted her to flirt with someone else for better food. "Dear, I haven't eaten meat in days, and you're getting skinny too. I'm just concerned about you." Zhang Qiming smiled awkwardly, quickly taking out his phone and handing it to her, urging her to hurry. At Chun Feng's residence, he had just fought with the old black dog for 300 rounds, but the situation was dire. He was almost captured. He had narrowly escaped having his thigh bitten by the old black dog. "You're too despicable. You took advantage of my weakness to ambush me. One day, I will find 100 little female dogs to tire you out before ambushing you." Woof woof. The old black dog instantly felt a chill. "Old Chun, this is too despicable. How could you think of such a vicious trick? I'm not human, but you can't treat me like a dog." Chapter 49. I don't have the right to be arrogant, does it? While one person and one dog were still playing around, Chun Feng's phone rang again. It was a call from Su Qing. "Chun Feng, can we talk?" "Sure, come over." After hanging up the phone, Su Qing felt a surge of joy. She had thought Chun Feng would definitely give her a cold shoulder, but who would have thought he agreed directly? He still cared about me. Su Qing believed that after Chun Feng was with those women, he finally realized she was the best. With that thought, she couldn't wait any longer. She quickly tidied up and prepared to leave. "Daughter, you must get rid of that useless man. I can't stand this miserable life any longer," Ma Tsuelon said weakly. She was really struggling with hunger. "Don't worry. If Chun Feng had no feelings for me, he wouldn't let me go." After saying that, Su Qing turned and left, even taking a bit of perfume with her. Great. Our family's hard times are finally coming to an end." Ma Tsuelon was almost in tears. This was no way for a person to live. Quick, take out the 2 remaining packs of instant noodles. "Auntie, let's save a bit. If something unexpected happens later, we won't have anything to eat," Wang Hao pale-faced advised. The injuries on his hands, combined with not having eaten much, made him feel extremely weak. He sensed that things weren't that simple. Would Chun Feng let them off so easily? As for being reluctant about Su Qing, that was just ridiculous. Whether it was Li Bingyao or Qin Yin, none of them were less beautiful than Su Qing. Now that Chun Feng had so much food and such a villa, it was probably just a matter of a few words to make many women willingly offer themselves. Get lost. We're about to have a feast. What unexpected thing could happen? Don't be a jinx. After Ma Tsuelon finished speaking, she opened the instant noodles and started eating them raw. Without hot water, they could only eat them dry. "Mom, give me some too," Su Jiqiang said weakly. "You're still young. Don't compete with Mom. Mom has anemia. Just hold on a bit longer, and we'll soon have a feast." Meanwhile, after Chun Feng hung up on Su Qing, he threw his phone aside and went to sleep. As for Su Qing outside, he didn't care at all. When the next day arrived, Chun Feng got up slowly, made breakfast, and then took out his phone to check. A bunch of messages flooded in. There were messages from Xiao Lulu, Sun Jiai, and of course the most from Su Qing, who had called him countless times the night before. Chun Feng automatically filtered through these messages. The homeowners group was in an uproar. The main reason was that old lady Zhou had raised the price of instant noodles from 2,000 to 20,000. A group of people was furious and causing a commotion in the group. If only one person was dissatisfied, they might not dare to voice their complaints. But with a whole group unhappy, it proved that old lady Zhou had stirred up public outrage. Everyone was extremely displeased with her actions. Isn't this forcing everyone into a dead end? But old lady Zhou didn't care at all. She was simply taking revenge. When my grandson needed medicine, none of you helped. Now that I'm raising prices, what's wrong with that? If you can't afford it, it's your own fault. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu became even more excited. A pack of instant noodles for 20,000? This villain old lady Zhou had already taken advantage, so when she sells it, it would be completely justified. Moreover, she had meat here. Selling a steak for 100,000 wasn't too much, right? She felt that the supplies here were enough for her to make a huge profit. Even if Lin Feier got angry, she could wait for the snow to stop and buy it back for her. Just wait a little longer. The price might rise even more. While everyone was complaining about old lady Zhou's excessive behavior, several figures were sneaking up to Chun Feng's villa. It was Luo Zhongyuan with his friends. They had many tools in hand, including a bigger cutting machine and a hammer drill. Today, they were determined to pry open the door. Is there really food in Chun Feng's place? Someone asked suspiciously. Of course there is. My wife has been inside and said it's like a paradise, very comfortable. Once we move in, we won't have to suffer from the cold anymore. Luo Zhongyan appeared very gloomy, and those beside him couldn't help but admire how ruthless he was, willing to give up his wife for this. The electricity is coming. Everyone, hurry up. The group quickly began to prepare. At the stroke of 12, they suddenly started the machines and began working on the door. Luo Zhongyan knew there were cameras in the area, but at this point, they didn't care. After all, a group of people with tools would eventually be discovered. In order to prevent the other party from watering again, Luo Zhongyuan even brought a large umbrella. Every move they made was clearly recorded in Chun Feng's eyes. It was time to stretch a bit. Chun Feng rubbed his shoulders, got dressed, and walked towards the basement. To prevent Old Black from secretly reading, he brought Old Black along this time. Old Black seemed quite happy, wagging his tail and following Chun Feng. Hey, these people are really shameless. We have clearly given them so many opportunities, yet they still don't cherish them. Woof woof. Exactly. Just watch me later, when the time comes, whoever you want to mark. I'll go mark them. When Chun Feng arrived at the basement, the few people outside also felt that something was off. What's going on, Brother Luo? Why won't this door open? The cutting machine can't cut it, and the impact drill doesn't work either. What on earth is this made of? Someone was sweating profusely. Even with this temperature, it was clear they were anxious. If we don't get this door open soon, we're probably going to lose power. Damn it, let's change places. We can break a hole in the wall as long as we can get in. Who cares if it's a door or not? Luo Zhongyuan was visibly displeased. He truly didn't expect that. Even with everyone working together, they still couldn't get the door open. Hearing this, the others felt it made sense. As long as they could get in, who cares if it's a door? Just as they started working on the wall with their tools, suddenly a loud sound erupted, and a heavy door swung open. What happened? We didn't even damage the door. How did it open? Who cares how it opened? Let's go in as long as we can. Luo Zhongyuan was extremely excited and rushed in without a second thought. But as soon as he entered, he found a 3-meter-long corridor, at the end of which Chun Feng was smiling at him. Kid, weren't you pretty arrogant? Today, with the 4 of us working together, let's see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of us. Qualifications? If I don't have the qualifications to be arrogant, then does this thing have qualifications? Chun Feng said with a smile, slowly pulling out a weapon, aiming the gun directly at Luo Zhongyuan. Chapter 50. Bounty. In just an instant, the previously arrogant group fell silent, especially Luo Zhongyuan, who, at that moment, felt his legs go weak with fear. Although he acted domineeringly, he was just a thug. When had he ever encountered something like this? Being aimed at like this gave him an unprecedented sense of pressure, leaving him bewildered. The others behind him were also extremely tense, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Chun Feng, it's a misunderstanding. This is completely a misunderstanding. You can't act rashly. Luo Zhongyuan felt his voice trembling, and by now, he had tried his best to calm himself down. I'm asking you a question. Is this enough of a qualification? Enough. Enough. Completely enough. It was my fault just now. Chun Feng, you need to stay calm. We can't do anything illegal. Luo Zhongyuan was so scared he completely forgot what he was doing. Hearing this, Chun Feng almost laughed out loud. Was he joking? He was saying this here, but when he caused a fatality, he hadn't cared about these things at all. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can kneel down now. Chun Feng slowly spoke, and upon hearing this, Luo Zhongyuan suddenly froze. Just now, someone had quietly said something to him that felt very reasonable. In this place, how could there be so many weapons? It must be fake. As soon as this thought occurred to him, Luo Zhongyuan was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized. Right, this is a controlled item. How could it possibly be real? Chen Feng, don't think you can fool me just by pulling out a fake. To be honest, you can't deceive me at all. That's right. Even if you say it's fake, so what? Even if it's real, with the four of us together, you probably can't kill us all. Another henchman spoke up, appearing very arrogant. They had even started to walk towards Chen Feng. Hee, since you don't believe me, I'll let you try. Boom. As the few of them acted arrogantly, a huge sound erupted, followed by screams echoing through the place. My hand is ruined. Luo Zhongyan covered his arm, which was already bleeding profusely. As for the henchmen, they were directly paralyzed with fear at that moment. This is real. Chen Feng really has the real deal. Chen Feng, on the other hand, looked at his own hand in shock, then at Luo Zhongyuan's arm. His gaze shifting back and forth, filled with astonishment. So close, yet I missed? Damn it, the clown is actually me. Although he knew from the beginning that this thing needed systematic training to have accuracy, this was just too exaggerated. Old Black opened its mouth wide, its pupils suddenly constricting. It truly hadn't expected that Chen Feng had such powerful stuff. If he had used this against me during our fight, I would have died on the spot. No wonder he is recognized as my master. His power is terrifying. Chen Feng, you wait for me. This is illegal, and we will have the enforcement team catch you. Seeing that Chen Feng was still in a daze, the group no longer dared to stay, scrambling to drag Luo Zhiyuan away from the scene. At that moment, they were too preoccupied to care about Chen Feng's villa. Staying alive was the priority. Old Black shook its head, watching the fleeing group, and thought, "Why are you running? I haven't even marked yet." However, it was too lazy to chase them outside. It was too cold out there, and it was better to stay inside. After Chen Feng closed the door, he took Old Black back upstairs. Throughout the process, he held his weapon, looking very helpless. "I still need to practice more. I can't be so careless," Chen Feng said, then couldn't help but pull Old Black over, solemnly saying, "We need to be more careful from now on. For example, today, if there had been a problem with this thing in my hand, we would have been in danger." Woof woof. Old Black hurriedly shook its head, then showed its teeth, as if to say it was very fierce and that the opponent couldn't win against it at all. "I know you're strong. I fight with you every day. How can I not know? But that's all superficial. Can you understand?" Chen Feng earnestly said, "You mustn't think that just because you can fight back with me, you're formidable. The outside world is very dangerous. Those who can survive out there are all formidable individuals. You mustn't provoke them." Woof. Old Black tilted its head, looking confused. It had previously chased after people without seeing too many dare to fight back. "You cannot believe me. Didn't you see I almost got hurt just now? So, you mustn't keep shouting to go out. It's really dangerous out there," Chen Feng said earnestly, and only then did Old Black nod in confusion. "If that's the case, it really is too dangerous. I can't go out." "Exactly. When going out, remember to stay by my side, so I can help you when you're in danger." Just as Chen Feng was trying to reason with Old Hay, Grandma Zhou in the group suddenly started cursing at him. "Chen Feng, do you know what you're doing? You shot my son. That's against the law. Just wait to be arrested." Originally, everyone was just watching the excitement, as Grandma Zhou's family had already drawn public anger, causing a lot of resentment. But when they saw what she wrote, everyone present was shocked. Chen Feng actually had a gun? This was huge news, and they couldn't understand how Chen Feng could get his hands on something like that. In such an environment, who would dare to cause trouble for Chen Feng? These wealthy people were really impressive. They could even get their hands on those things. They would have to be more careful in the future. What are you afraid of? He hasn't been looking for trouble with anyone. Unlike Luo Zhongyuan, people have already been harmed because of him, and what happened today is completely deserved. Hearing this, many people couldn't help but nod, feeling that it was indeed the case. Compared to Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan was even more terrifying. "Chen Feng, if you don't give me an explanation today, we won't forgive you no matter what. Just wait to be locked up." Grandma Zhou couldn't help but curse again, clearly furious. "Your son has killed someone, and you're here talking about the law? Are you even ashamed? You brought people to trouble me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Chen Feng didn't hold back and cursed back directly. Then, without hesitation, he started sending messages in the group. "Neighbors, who can help me deal with this stinky old lady and that bastard Luo Zhongyuan? I'll give you 10 million. Chapter 51. Dog bites dog. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the group was stunned. 10 million. That's 10 million. For the wealthy. It might not seem like much, but it could buy a house directly. Anyone else hearing this news would be unable to remain calm. Upon seeing this message, Grandma Zhou was even more anxious and hurriedly started cursing in the group again. Chen Feng, don't think that having some money makes you great. What you're doing is against the law, and you'll face retribution. Old lady, stop trying to scare me with those words. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be doing this. Chen Feng complained helplessly. When they were causing trouble, they never thought about breaking the law. Just because he did a little something, she had to bring this up. Did she really think he was stupid? Although Chen Feng didn't care, many in the group were tempted but fell into hesitation. Almost no one responded. The money was indeed a lot, but if it meant breaking the law and getting caught, the situation could become dire. Having money that can't be used is useless. Everyone, don't worry. The owner was harmed by Luo Zhongyuan, and going to his house is just to make sure this criminal doesn't escape. We're on the right path, doing the right thing. Hearing this, expressions of surprise filled everyone's faces, and then they began to get excited. Yeah, we're just going to see if the criminal has escaped. There's nothing wrong with that. Exactly, we're contributing. They even stopped pretending and directly started discussing in the group, which made Grandma Zhou's face turn extremely ugly. I warn you, don't mess around. My son won't let you go. Grandma Zhou shouted angrily. Don't listen to this old hag. Her son is injured and probably can't even move. Chen Feng added, and after hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but say, by the way, I remember that Grandma Zhou's house has a lot of food. He stopped there and didn't continue. The fire had already been lit. Whether this group of people would take advantage of the chaos was up to them. However, Chen Feng believed that very few people would be indifferent. Even if they weren't tempted by 10 million, the allure of food would be hard to resist. With so many people hungry, who could resist the temptation of good food at a time like this? In his previous life, Luo Zhongyuan had built his power by hoarding supplies, but in this life, because of Chen Feng's appearance, he wouldn't even be able to survive long. Old hey, do you see? This is the power of knowledge. In the future, when we encounter such things, remember to think more. Chen Feng boasted in front of Old Hay. Spending just a little cost to take down Luo Zhongyuan was quite good for him. He hadn't put down his phone when Su Qing sent another message. In fact, she had been messaging him during this time, but Chen Feng had been too lazy to respond. Honey, are you okay? I heard Luo Zhongyuan went to cause you trouble. It worried me to death. Su Qing asked with false concern, and above the chat window, there were dozens of messages, all asking why he stood her up last night. I'm fine, I've already dealt with it. Seeing that Chen Feng finally replied, Su Qing quickly responded, and she seemed very excited. It was hard for her to describe this feeling. Clearly, she had been freezing outside for nearly half an hour and had been angry all night and morning. But when she saw Chen Feng reply, she became excited again. All of her initial anger and dissatisfaction vanished instantly. This mentality was like that of a sycophant. Su Qing suddenly realized this, but even knowing the situation, she still hurriedly responded again. It's great that you're fine. By the way, what happened last night? I waited for so long at your garage, and you ignored me. I didn't see you. Chen Feng replied casually, suddenly feeling that his tea skills seemed to have improved. Honey, can you open the door for me now? You've provoked Luo Zhongyuan's family, and it might be easy to get into trouble. I want my parents to come over. With more people, it would be safer. Su Qing expressed great concern. But to Chen Feng, it sounded like she was saying, I'm coming to suck your blood again. Safety? Relying on them for help. It would be lucky if they didn't stab him in the back. Well, you're so thoughtful. What would I do without you? Chen Feng said sarcastically. But Su Qing was overjoyed at the compliment. The whole family became excited. The hard days are finally over. Su Jiqiang hurriedly pointed at himself. And Su Qing understood and began to speak sweetly to the phone. Honey, now that our family is here, we can handle any troubles that come up. Don't waste money everywhere. Use that 10 million as a wedding gift for my brother. What the hell? Chen Feng's eyes widened immediately, and he felt overwhelmed. What kind of wolfish words were these? He couldn't understand how they came up with such ideas. How you plan to deal with Wang Hao? Chen Feng didn't respond to this question, but directly changed the subject. Su Qing's family looked at Wang Hao not far away, and Wang Hao himself looked extremely grim. He naturally knew that now that he was injured and these people had abandoned him, he would face serious consequences. If the heavy snow continues, he is likely to lose his life. Chen Feng, can you spare me for the sake of our past brotherhood? I can work like a horse. Wang Hao snatched Su Qing's phone and messaged Chen Feng, saying you guys strip him of his clothes and then give him a beating. And I'll agree to let you move into the villa. Chen Feng immediately sent a voice message, scaring Wang Hao into retreating hurriedly. Su Dahua and the others have been waiting a long time to move into the villa, and upon hearing this news, they immediately approached Wang Hao with fierce looks. "Do it yourself. Uncle, it wasn't my fault back then. Your daughter seduced me. Don't go overboard." Instantly, screams echoed in the place as Su Dahua began to attack while cursing loudly. "It's all your fault, you scoundrel. If it weren't for you, would our family have fallen to this point? Exactly. At a time like this, you still have the face to slander my sister? Do you think we're easy to bully? Everyone attack. Beat him." Su Jiqiang, in pursuit of the 10 million dowry, swung his fist without hesitation. Chapter 52, A Pack of Instant Noodles. No more than that the entire room was filled with screams in an instant. Wang Hao originally thought that even if they wanted to cause him trouble and beat him, it would just be for show to gain Chun Feng's trust. But who would have thought they were really hitting him without holding back at all? In fact, Su Dahua's family was extremely resentful of Wang Hao. If it weren't for the matter between Wang Hao and Su Qing, they wouldn't have to suffer like this. However, due to the heavy snow these days, they hadn't had a chance to vent their frustrations. But now, with Chun Feng's words, they instantly released their pin-up dissatisfaction. "No more holding back. We have to take this scoundrel down today." Su Jiqiang was also crazily swinging his fists, each punch representing his effort for the dowry. "Brother-in-law, I always thought you were useless. I'm helping you vent this anger." While hitting, Su Jiqiang didn't forget to record a video for Chen Feng. Chen Feng watched the video sent by them and revealed a gratified smile. This dog-eat-dog scene was truly spectacular. Hearing this, Old Black hurriedly leaned his head closer. "Woof, where's the dog?" Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him, thinking this guy must be the mutant dog from the apocalypse. No ordinary dog has this level of intelligence. He even seemed to match that of an adult. He suspected it might be due to awakening its powers, or perhaps its intelligence changed after awakening. "Not really a dog. I meant they are shameless," Chen Feng casually explained, causing Old Black to become displeased and shove Chen Feng. "Woof woof. Why do you use a dog to describe shameless things? Aren't you insulting me?" Chen Feng replied, "Dog brother, dog master, I'm sorry, okay? Later, I'll get you a steak to apologize, all right?" "Woof woof. That's more like it. Don't let it happen again." Old Black huffed, then flopped onto the sofa, skillfully crossing his legs while watching Tom and Jerry on TV. Seeing this, Chun Feng didn't bother with Su Qing's family anymore and quietly returned to the study to sneakily read a martial arts manual. He wanted to work hard secretly and surprise Old Black. Meanwhile, after beating Wang Hao, Su Qing's family hurriedly left. They were cold and hungry, but the thought of soon moving into Chun Feng's villa excited them immensely. Wang Hao, on the other hand, dressed himself with injuries all over, quickly locked all the doors, and hid under the covers. "You won't be arrogant for long. There will come a time when you need to beg me." Wang Hao trembled all over, filled with deeper hatred for Chun Feng. He couldn't believe that Chun Feng could easily forgive Su Qing's family. Indeed, when Su Qing's family excitedly arrived downstairs at Chun Feng's place, Su Qing found she could no longer contact him. "What is going on? Why isn't he opening the door for us? Yeah, I'm freezing to death. What is going on with Chen Feng?" Ma Tsulan rubbed her hands together, trying to warm herself, filled with complaints. Is it normal for him to treat his father-in-law and mother-in-law like this? Zhao Qian shrank to the side, her eyes darting around, as if she had guessed something. "I don't know. Maybe he didn't see his phone. Let us wait a little longer." Su Qing felt a bit anxious, constantly praying for Chun Feng to respond quickly. Otherwise, she might really freeze to tears. In this cold weather, standing here for so long, something bad is bound to happen. However, after another 10 minutes, she finally couldn't hold on any longer, and Su Dahua and his wife were already cursing loudly. "This scoundrel, is he playing us?" The furious voices echoed in the area, and Su Qing forced a smile. "No way. We helped brother-in-law deal with Wang Hao. He promised to give you the dowry." Su Xiqiang kept defending Chen Feng. "Are you out of your mind? If he wanted us to enter, would he make us wait so long? But maybe he just didn't see us? That scoundrel never leaves his phone. How could he not see?" Ma Tsulan, feeling extremely cold, yelled at Su Jiqiang and hurried home. However, when the family returned to their residence, they found they couldn't get in. The door was locked from the inside, and the key wouldn't work. Wang Hao opened the door. "Get out of my house." Su Dahua kicked fiercely, but there was no response from inside. At this moment, they realized they had truly been played by Chen Feng. Now, Wang Hao was also filled with anger towards them, leaving them unable to enter anywhere. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. I want tea, let this go. Even Su Qing couldn't help but curse directly. She couldn't understand why Chen Feng was so harsh on her. She had done anything wrong. That night, while Chen Feng was cooking steak, someone in the group was frantically tagging him. Grandma Zhou had cursed his ancestors for all it was worth, as harshly as possible. Carefully browsing the chat records, Chen Feng discovered that around 6 o'clock, a group of people had organized to break into Grandma Zhou's house, not only beating Grandma Zhou and Luo Zhongyuan, but also stealing all the instant noodles they had hoarded. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. He was not surprised by this outcome at all. After all, Grandma Zhou's family already had many enemies. And with Chen Feng's bounty and food involved, no one could resist the temptation in such a situation. If humanity hadn't completely degraded yet, Qian Yin would have faced serious problems. With her looks, she would undoubtedly become a tool for that group as venting. Chen Feng also didn't bother to pay too much attention to Grandma Zhou. There was no need to waste time on her. Not long after, a person named Zhao Tianhu added him as a friend and directly sent a video of the cleanup at Grandma Zhou's house regarding Luo Zhongyuan. This is for the bounty. Chen Feng directly transferred 10 million to him. Money has no meaning to him now. Being able to do something with it is already quite good. Boss Chen is generous. If you need help in the future, remember to call me. Zhao Tianhu sent a message in the group, and instantly everyone became excited. No way. Is he really giving money? 10 million, just like that? Of course, it has already arrived. Zhao Tianhu laughed. As expected of Mr. Chen is generous. Chen Feng looked at the group messages, shook his head, and smiled, but suddenly received a message from Xiao Lulu. Chen Feng, I'm a bit short on money recently. Can you give me 10 million? From now on, I will be yours. Wow, she really thinks highly of herself. Even negotiating with me? Chen Feng was speechless and quickly typed. A pack of instant noodles, no more. Chapter 53. Old Lady Zhou pleads. Xiao Lulu stared at her phone in disbelief, her eyes wide open. She had already been so proactive and even tried to get close to him, but who would have thought he would be so excessive? Isn't this just mocking her? Is 10 million too much? For an ordinary person, it might be a lot, but for Chen Feng, it's very simple. After all, he had just given out red envelopes of 1 million in the group and had just directly given away 10 million. Did she want 10 million? What she wanted was just an attitude. She was willing to devote herself to him, and he wouldn't even give her an attitude. That is too much. He would rather give 10 million to a stranger than to her. Does she really think of herself as a cheap item? After all, there are plenty of people pursuing her. But after a moment, she finally calmed down and forced herself to continue. Chen Feng, you're so bad. How can you joke like this? As she spoke, she took a photo of the supplies in the room. Women are always willing to give rich men another chance. When Chen Feng saw the photo, he was also surprised, clearly not expecting Xiao Lulu to have so much stock. In the entire community, besides himself, she was probably the richest. However, thinking about it, Chen Feng roughly guessed the specific situation. Xiao Lulu was living in Lin Feier's house, and these things were obviously stockpiled by Lin Feier. Well, as expected of a woman I have my eye on. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. If he had to choose someone to live in his villa, Lin Feier would undoubtedly be the first. After all, her reputation was very good in his previous life, and coupled with her beauty, sexiness, and cold charm, just her aura easily instilled a desire to conquer her. Of course, Chen Feng only recognized her. It was nearly impossible to let her live in the villa. At least not now. Chen Feng didn't respond to Xiao Lulu anymore, given her personality. She would eventually come back to ask him, and he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, even if Xiao Lulu didn't want to sleep with him, Chen Feng didn't care. He wouldn't be short of women in a situation. Lin Feier glanced at Xiao Lulu, who was fixated on her phone, and couldn't help but take a look. She immediately saw the photo that Xiao Lulu sent to Chen Feng. Lulu, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to say we have food? Lin Feier suppressed her anger. She had just emphasized this issue, but Xiao Lulu didn't listen at all. Isn't this putting her in danger? Xiao Lulu was so startled by the sudden shout that she felt wronged. Feier, you actually yelled at me for a photo. Woo woo woo, Xiao Lulu said, and tears immediately started to fall, looking very aggrieved. Lin Feier was dumbfounded, but couldn't complain too much, so she continued. Lulu, you can see the situation now. Old Lady Zhou's family has been robbed. If people find out we have food, we'll probably be robbed too. You're clearly dissatisfied with me. Who would rob for a bit of food? Old Lady Zhou's family was robbed entirely because Chun Feng offered a reward of 10 million. Xiao Lulu pouted angrily, looking very unhappy. Lulu, what time is it now? And you're still thinking about money? Money is already useless. Lin Feier wasn't stupid in the past few days. She had figured out the current situation through friends from various countries. The whole world is snowing. The whole world is frozen. What does this mean? It means there will be no rescue, and the most precious thing next will be food, not money. In a desert, having 100 million or a bottle of mineral water, everyone knows to choose the mineral water. The current situation is entirely because those people haven't reacted yet. What are you talking about? How can money be useless? Forget it. Just remember what I said, and don't tell anyone, okay? Otherwise, you'll have to find a place to live. Lin Feier's tone was firm, and after a moment of shock, Xiao Lulu started crying again. Lin Feier felt helpless and could only try to persuade her. After comforting her for a long time, Xiao Lulu finally forgave her. Feier, if you yell at me again in the future, I'll really be angry. All right, then I want to eat steak for the next meal. Chun Feng was living a carefree life at his place, reading books, working out with Lao He, and making something to eat when he was hungry. He wasn't worried at all about the situation outside. The current situation is still okay. People's long-established moral bottom line has not yet been broken. After waiting a while, when everyone is out of food and desperately trying to survive, that will be the real chaos. Early the next morning, Chun Feng saw Old Lady Zhou calling for help in the group. Neighbors, please help my son. If anyone helps my son, I want to hold it against you for stealing my food. Otherwise, you'll all have to stay in jail for a few years. Old Lady Zhou's tone shifted from pleading to threatening, but unfortunately, instead of helping, the group had more people mocking her. The reason is simple. At the beginning, because of Luo Zhongyuan, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Many had suffered bullying but dare not speak out. But now, with Luo Zhongyuan turned into a sick cat, who would still endure? Old lady, don't threaten us. We didn't rob you, and we have no reason to help you. Exactly, you're the typical ingrate. Look at Dr. He Jing. Last time she helped you, how did you treat her? You wouldn't even give her a pack of instant noodles? Instead, charging her 2,000 for a pack. Seriously, am I out of my mind helping you? Looking at the group full of mockery, Old Lady Zhou's mouth twisted in anger. She hadn't done anything wrong. Why were they saying such things about her? However, those people not helping her did remind her that she could go find Dr. He Jing. She was a professional. Old Lady Zhou left immediately and went straight to Dr. He Jing's place, crying and pleading. He Jing, just a recent college graduate, wanted to refuse but didn't know how to say it, so she eventually followed her to Old Lady Zhou's house. However, after a look, He Jing shook her head. I can only help stop the bleeding. Next, you need anti-inflammatory medicine and antibiotics, and those things are only with Chun Feng. She had seen a lot of anti-inflammatory medicine when Chun Feng was showing off cold medicine last time. Isn't there any other way? Old Lady Zhou was in tears, desperately pleading, but He Jing could only shake her head helplessly. Chun Feng. Old Lady Zhou gritted her teeth and suddenly had an idea. She hurried over to Qin Yin and said in a fierce voice, "Go get medicine from Chun Feng." Mom, how could he possibly give me medicine? Let's talk. Doesn't he want to sleep with you? Hurry up. If anything happens to my son, I won't spare you. Chapter 54. This is my home, Mom. I don't want to go. Qin Yin felt wronged, but Old Lady Zhou slapped her. If you don't bring back the medicine today, don't call me Mom. I don't have a useless daughter-in-law like you. That's right, useless. Get out of here. Hurry up. Little Luo Xiaolong also scolded Qin Yin, completely not treating her as an elder. In this family, she was the only outsider. I don't care what method you use today, whether you beg or sleep with someone. If you don't bring back the medicine, you can forget about staying in my house. Old Lady Zhou cursed while pushing Qin Yin out the door. Seeing this scene, He Jing felt helpless. Finally, just as Qin Yin was about to be pushed out, she spoke up. All right, I have a little medicine left here. You can use it for now. Old Lady Zhou was instantly overjoyed, no longer caring about Qin Yin, and excitedly approached He Jing. Great, hurry, I knew doctor. You wouldn't just stand by and watch. You're so much better than those cold-blooded neighbors. He Jing sighed and took out her last 2 boxes of medicine. This was what she had kept at home for emergencies, and she didn't expect it would be so useful at this moment. She originally just wanted to give Old Lady Zhou half. After all, in her opinion, The person in front of her had no hope at all. Without systematic medical means, even a little medicine was just a drop in the bucket, utterly useless. Giving it all to her would just be a waste. To her surprise, before she could even put the other half away, it was snatched away by old lady Zhou. My son's illness is too serious. Even if I borrow this medicine from you, I will return it when the snow stops. He Jing, return? Even if he Jing was naive, she knew the other party would never return it, but she didn't know how to ask for it back. In the end, she could only sigh and say softly, I've already bandaged his wounds simply, but it's really hard to recover. The most important thing is to quickly supplement his nutrition. Perhaps he can still be saved. Old lady Zhou nodded repeatedly, indicating she understood, then directly yelled at Qin Yin, who was not far away. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go find something to eat. The food at home had already been depleted, and they had no choice but to go out and search. Qin Yin wanted to say something, but seeing old lady Zhou's malicious glare, she could only wrap herself in her clothes and go out. But after all, it was a freezing environment, and nearly every household had no surplus food left. Qin Yin asked several families in succession, but the result was the same. No one was willing to give her anything to eat. More importantly, old lady Zhou had been so ruthless these past few days that even Qin Yin's friends had no intention of helping her at all. Qin Yin, I heard you're borrowing food. At this moment, Zhao Tianhu sent her a message. He was the one leading the charge against Luo Zhongyuan, and he had taken the most food, making him one of the relatively wealthy people now. Can you give me some? I will return it later. Return? No need to return. As long as you come over and keep me company, I guarantee your family won't go hungry. Besides, I have over 10 million in cash now. You can totally come with me. Isn't that better than suffering at Luo Zhongyuan's house? Qin Yin looked at the message, instantly furious. She had encountered several people like this. Completely shameless. If she were to sell herself, she might as well find Chen Feng. Suddenly, Qin Yin thought of Chen Feng. His house should be warm, right? Thinking about going back empty-handed and inevitably getting scolded again. Qin Yin hesitated in the cold wind for a long time before finally deciding to head to Chen Feng's underground garage. This time, she seemed quite familiar with the process, especially when it came to taking off her clothes. She didn't even let Chen Feng speak, completing it herself. Here to return the anti-inflammatory medicine and antibiotics. Chen Feng looked down at Qin Yin, clearly aware of the messages in the group. After old lady Zhou inquired about the situation in the group, Qin Yin came here again, and her intentions were quite obvious. Qin Yin shook her head. I want food. Chen Feng's eyes clearly showed a hint of surprise. But in just a moment, he nodded and said, okay, you can choose to have a good meal here. The standard is the same as last time. Or you can choose to take 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 sausages back. Can't you give me a little more? Qin Yin approached Chen Feng barefoot, almost pleading. If she went back empty-handed, she would definitely be scolded by her mother-in-law, but she also wanted to eat something warm. Those are the only 2 choices. If you're not satisfied, you can go back now. I won't force you. Chen Feng turned to leave, but after just a couple of steps, she came to his side and grabbed his hand. Chen Feng smiled slightly. It was obvious she had made her choice. Go take a shower first. Chen Feng patted her on the backside, pointing to the bathroom not far away. Due to power issues and water shortages, this place had hardly any conditions for bathing. Most people had gone to get food when the electricity was on. As for water, they had to go downstairs to collect snow and bring it back to their homes to heat it up, which was extremely dangerous. When water resources were so scarce, who would even think about taking a shower? When Qin Yin heard she could take a shower, her eyes instantly lit up. After so many days without washing, she felt uncomfortable all over. When she mentioned wanting to shower at home, she was scolded by her mother-in-law, but unexpectedly, here, her wish was fulfilled. Soaking in the bathtub, feeling the warm water around her, Qin Yin was very satisfied. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Chen Feng walked in, catching Qin Yin off guard. How did you get in? The door was clearly locked. This is my home. Locking the door doesn't work on me. Chen Feng chuckled, coming to the bathtub and pulling the panicked Qin Yin into his arms. Let's wash together. Instantly, the temperature in the entire bathroom rose a few degrees again. It must be said that Qin Yin was truly an existence that could enchant any man. Chen Feng felt no sense of weariness with her at all. After battling for 300 rounds, although he won, it was only a Pyrrhic victory. The enemy was too strong. There was no way around it. As soon as Qin Yin returned home, Old Lady Zhou rushed over to search her. Where's the food? I couldn't borrow any. You useless thing. What good are you to me? Old Lady Zhou was furious, her eyes filled with rage. Mom, that doctor, he should have some. You could try looking for her. Luo Zhongyuan had regained a little strength. Right, how did I not think of that? Old Lady Zhou suddenly realized, just a while ago. The other party said they had no medicine, but didn't they take out 2 boxes? I'm going to find her right away. Chapter 55. What do I gain from this? The moment Qin Yan heard this, she was almost stunned. She never expected her mother-in-law to set her sights on Dr. He Jing. It was well known that the latter was Luo Zhongyuan's savior. Without her, it was clear that Luo Zhongyuan would be dead. She wanted to speak up to stop it, but the words were swallowed back down. She had no authority in this family, so there was no need to make herself uncomfortable. You better take care of my son and grandson. If anything happens to them, I won't spare you. Old Madame Zhou didn't forget to lecture Qin Yan before leaving. However, shortly after she went out, she returned with a helpless expression. Why are you back so soon? Luo Zhongyuan asked weakly. Although Dr. He Jing had given him simple treatment and even removed the bullet, it was still a serious injury. It's because her family is also dirt poor. I really don't understand how a young family could have nothing to eat. Old Madame Zhou couldn't help but spit in frustration, feeling thoroughly displeased. She had managed to barge in under the pretext of inquiring about her son's condition, but there was nothing to be found aside from the bed and clothes. The kitchen had not seen meat in what felt like years. What are you looking at? It's all your fault for being useless. Otherwise, why should I be the one out looking for food? Old Madame Zhou was infuriated when she saw Qin Yan staring at her. Grandma, I want to eat meat. Luo Xiaolong came over, clutching his stomach. He hadn't eaten in a long time and was starving. If there's nothing to eat, how can there be meat? I don't care, I want to eat. If you don't give me meat, I swear I'll hit you. Luo Xiaolong ran up, ready to throw a tantrum. Spoiled since childhood, he was too afraid to act out when things didn't go his way. All right, I'll go find you some meat. Luo Zhongyuan got up from the bed and weakly walked into the kitchen to grab a knife, leaving with a gloomy face. Qin Yan was filled with suspicion. She didn't know where he was going, but had a bad feeling in her heart. Chun Feng, on the other hand, had no time to pay attention to these matters, but he could feel that the external environment was becoming increasingly harsh. Residents were starting to exhibit more extreme behaviors. Things they wouldn't dare do normally, they were now willing to try, as there was simply no other choice. They were starving, and if they did nothing, they would die of hunger. A group of people gathered to discuss going to the supermarket outside the community to find food. After all, for days, all residents had been too scared to leave their homes, so there should be plenty of supplies at the supermarket. With one call, everyone agreed, and several people were given heavy clothes so they could go out fully armed. The few who went out didn't freeze to death as they were bundled up, but they didn't return. Chun Feng stood by the window, keeping his eyes on that direction. Not only did the group not come back, but even their phones couldn't be reached. Something must have happened. Chun Feng muttered to himself. Similar events had occurred in his previous life, where people from a community went to the supermarket for supplies but never returned. After the temperature rose slightly, when someone went to check, they found that the supermarket had long been ransacked, and the bodies of those who had gone in search of food were found outside the supermarket doors. Clearly, they had been attacked, but no one knew the specifics. Either the supermarket had been taken over, and those who wanted to avoid being discovered killed anyone who got close, or those who went out turned against each other, leading to conflict among them. It's truly dangerous outside. We can't just go out casually from now on, you know? Chun Feng spoke earnestly to Old Hay. Woof woof. Old Hay quickly responded, saying he would never go out. This place was great, with food, drink, and books to read. He had been so poor before that he couldn't even read. A bunch of people in the group were asking what had happened to those who went out, but unfortunately, no one responded. Meanwhile, the female streamer Sun Jiai found Chun Feng again. In fact, she had been looking for him for days, but Chun Feng had ignored her. Chun Feng, please reply to me. Sun Jiai was getting a bit impatient, but she had no choice. A few days ago, she had some food at home, but now her supplies were almost gone. Even if her husband didn't call her over, she would have to find Chun Feng herself. What is it? Chun Feng replied casually. Chun Feng, you finally replied. I sent you so many messages, and I thought you were angry. Sun Jiai quickly sent a voice message in her soft voice when she saw Chun Feng respond. No, I was busy cooking Buddha jumps over the wall just now and didn't see the messages. You know it takes several days to prepare Buddha jumps over the wall. Chun Feng said, sending a photo of his dish to Sun Jiai. Instantly, both she and her husband were drooling. This is just inhumane. Is there no justice? Now everyone in the community can't even have a hot meal, and he.s. eating Buddha jumps over the wall. They knew that this dish not only took time and effort, but also required a lot of ingredients, making it a challenge to prepare even one meal. How could Chun Feng eat Buddha jumps over the wall in this environment? Quick, you should ask him to make us a pot. Zhang Qiming exclaimed excitedly, drooling. Even without Zhang Qiming, Sun Jai Wun Ti stay calm. She hurriedly sent a message to Chun Feng. Wow, brother, your cooking skills are amazing. Can you give me some? I want to try your cooking too. What do I gain from this? Chun Feng asked directly, and the moment Sun Jai and her husband saw this message, they couldn't help but smirk. The bait had been taken. After a moment, Sun Jai began typing on her phone. Brother, can I invite you to join my fan club? There are benefits. As she spoke, she sent Chun Feng a somewhat proper, yet teasing photo. Chun Feng, are you crazy? It's the end of the world, and you're talking nonsense about a fan club. If you want to join the fan club, just bring me a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall and 2 king crabs. Once you're in, we'll have weekly benefits. Huh, with that level, you think you can reel me in? Crazy. I don't want to join your fan club. If you want food, come down and keep me company. I'll give you a pack of instant noodles, that's all. Chun Feng shot back without a second thought. Chapter 56. You must give me an explanation originally. Sun Jai thought she would definitely win over Chun Feng today, but the moment she saw his message, she became dissatisfied. She never expected that Chun Feng would say such a thing. Many people were pursuing her, and several wealthy men were willing to spend lavishly just to meet her. Yet Chun Feng was saying he wanted a pack of instant noodles in exchange for companionship. This person was simply absurd. She was feeling extremely upset, wondering when she had become so cheap. Moreover, more importantly, she had only asked Chun Feng to give her a bit of Buddha jumps over the wall and crab. Zhang Qiming, who was next to her, was ready to have a big meal, but he noticed his wife frowning and hurriedly approached her to ask what was wrong. Did that simp get played? No, that bastard actually said that I should go sleep with him for a pack of instant noodles. Sun Jai looked very gloomy and was even quite angry. Although she already knew that no man was good, Chun Feng was particularly annoying to her. Even if you want to sleep with me, show some sincerity, be my #1 big brother, and throw money at me. I'm not someone who won't give you a chance. Is there something wrong with your communication? Quickly send him some sexy photos. Zhang Qiming was suddenly anxious. How could the Buddha jumps over the wall he had at hand fly away? This can't be a joke, right? If it really doesn't work, just go accompany him. At least you can eat something good, and it won't be a loss for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Jai became furious and kicked Zhang Qiming. Do you even have a shred of humanity left? I'm your wife, and you want me to go accompany someone else? Get lost. Chun Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention anymore. Given this situation, Sun Jai would probably be taken down by him soon. A streamer who survives on the edge. He didn't believe the other party could hold out for long. When the time comes, she would naturally come to him for help. Although the other residents in this community had food, like that Zhao Tianhu, the food they had was ultimately junk compared to his delicacies. As long as Sun Jai wasn't foolish, she would gradually fall into his hands. This life was much better than the last one. In the last life, he only guarded Su Qing, but in the end, she had stabbed him in the back. In this life, they would only act like wolves. Lao He looked at Chun Feng suspiciously, his eyes sizing him up. Woof, this doesn't look like a wolf. What's wrong with this guy? Always talking nonsense. No matter how hard you try, you can't become a dog in this life, you know? The positioning is wrong. Effort would be in vain. Chun Feng noticed Lao He looking at him with a lewd expression and quickly moved to the side. This desire for food and lust. This dog won't take a liking to me, right? I'll make sure to find you a few little female dogs when I have time. Don't worry. I'll keep this in mind. Chun Feng solemnly promised, but Lao He quickly shook his head. You're such a despicable guy, trying to use wine and women to numb me. I'm not falling for that. While Lao He and Chun Feng were fooling around, the phone rang again. Right now, Chun Feng's life was quite comfortable, with plenty of free time every day, all thanks to these neighbors. He picked up his phone and saw that Zhao Qian had sent him another message. You guys are still okay? Chun Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that they could hold out until the evening. Logically speaking, after they went out, Wang Hao, who had been beaten up, would definitely hold a grudge and lock the door to keep them out. According to Chun Feng's plan, Su Qing's family would either freeze to death or desperately beg him. And Zhao Qian, who was following them, wouldn't have any good outcome either. But now Zhao Qian had contacted him, proving that Su Qing's family should be fine. Chun Feng, you're really bad. You didn't even tell me in advance when dealing with Su Qing's family, causing them to almost catch a cold yesterday. Zhao Qian's tone was playful, but carried a hint of grievance. If it weren't for Su Jiqiang giving her warm clothes yesterday, she would have probably caught a cold for real. Of course, in such cold weather, Su Jiqiang naturally ended up catching a cold himself. Wang Hao let you guys in? Yeah. Su Qing talked for a long time, and only then did Wang Hao not hold a grudge and let us all in. Looking at her response, Chun Feng's understanding of Wang Hao went up several levels. This guy was becoming more and more complicated. He couldn't be left alive. He wanted a dog-eat-dog scenario. Yet Wang Hao could actually suppress his anger and let them back in without holding a grudge. Chun Feng knew it definitely wasn't because Su Qing's words worked, but because Wang Hao knew he couldn't last long in this environment alone. Chun Feng, can I come over? I feel like Wang Hao is leering at me. He obviously has improper intentions towards me. Zhao Qian sent another message. Not sure if she was trying to play the pity card or if she was genuinely being targeted by Wang Hao. Let me see your legs. Zhao Qian instantly became overjoyed, looking around the room to ensure no one was paying attention to her before heading to the bathroom. In the bathroom, she felt helpless. As she had too many clothes on, she couldn't capture the feeling she wanted. Finally, she made up her mind, pulled down her pants, and sent a picture of her long legs in black stockings to Chun Feng. There was no other way. It was just too cold, and she had worn everything she could. All right, come over. Zhao Qian was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly got dressed. This terrible place was somewhere she never wanted to return to in her life. She was extremely excited, feeling that her days of hardship were finally coming to an end. However, just as Zhao Qian was collecting her emotions and thinking about how to find an excuse to go out, she suddenly realized that Su Qing's family was all staring at her at the bathroom door. Each of them looked unfriendly, making her heart race and her expression tense. But the more they acted like this, the more Su Qing and her group felt something was off. What are you doing in the bathroom? Su Qing looked at Zhao Qian displeasedly. What else could I be doing? Of course, I'm using the bathroom. Do you think I would sneakily eat something in the bathroom? Zhao Qian replied with a displeased face, trying to divert the topic elsewhere. But just as she was about to walk out, her phone was suddenly snatched away by Su Dahua, and then their faces changed dramatically, filled with fury. How could you, while we are here freezing and starving, be secretly flirting with someone else? Ma Xiaolong couldn't help but start cursing upon seeing the chat records. Do you deserve my son? These days, he saved food for you and gave you his clothes, and you actually flirted with Chun Feng. Su Jiqiang, seeing this, also became furious, unable to hold back his anger as he shouted, "What is going on? Qian, you must give me an explanation today, or don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 57. Mistakes must be punished. Su Jiqiang was genuinely angry, his whole body trembling with rage, wishing he could come over and deal with Zhao Qian on the spot. And Zhao Qian, after a brief moment of panic, became enraged herself. Yes, I contacted Chun Feng, but so what? I sent it because of your incompetence. What? Our family gave you everything good, and you dare say this? Do you even have conscience? Su Jiqiang was about to make a move. But Zhao Qian not only didn't dodge, but instead stepped forward. Go ahead, kill me if you want. I want to see how you go to Chun Feng's place after that. Zhao Qian's voice was loud, making everyone immediately confused. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? You all have used so many methods for so long and still can't get to Chun Feng's villa. You're all so useless. Do I have to wait to die with you? Zhao Qian snatched the phone and pointed at the message, angrily scolding. See? I just used a few words to deceive him completely. I originally wanted to wait until I had him under control before telling you this news, but unexpectedly, you still doubt me. Why is my life so hard? Zhao Qian immediately burst into tears, kicking Su Jiqiang as she spoke, leaving the whole family bewildered. Even Su Jiqiang was stunned, filled with guilt. Qian, don't you really want to be with him? Of course not. If I really wanted to be with Chun Feng, would I still be following you? Would I need to endure so much suffering here? Zhao Qian felt as if she had been greatly wronged. It's my fault. My fault. Qian, I'm sorry. Su Dahua hurriedly apologized, feeling like a terrible person. Ma Zuelon quickly grabbed the other person's hand, constantly saying it was their fault and they shouldn't have been so impulsive, even doubting her. Only Su Qing looked at Zhao Qian as a woman herself. She didn't believe it would be so simple. However, she clearly didn't know what to say. Whatever she said now would be useless. So what should we do next? Su Jiqiang asked suspiciously. What to do? Of course, we tricked Chen Feng into opening the door. Then we go find trouble with him together. As long as he opens the door, we can easily take him down. Su Dahua clenched his fist and sneered repeatedly. They had completely abandoned the idea of negotiating with Chen Feng. If they caught even the slightest opportunity, they would definitely not let him go. Let's not do that for now. Su Qing shook her head, immediately rejecting the idea. Don't forget how Luo Zhongyuan got injured. Those few thugs couldn't take down Chen Feng. If we go, we probably won't have any chance either. Most importantly, he has a gun. As soon as this was said, the others indeed became hesitant again. That was a gun. If there were any accidents, they might even lose their lives. So what should we do? We can't just do nothing, right? Looking at the opportunity right in front of them, no one wanted to let it slip away. Chen Feng was too cautious. Getting him to open the door was really too difficult. At this moment, Wang Hao approached and handed a small vial to Zhao Qian. After you go in, find a way to make him take this medicine. Then he will be weak all over and at our mercy. Zhao Qian, surprised, took the vial. And the others were also shocked. They clearly didn't expect Wang Hao to have such a thing. However, although they were dissatisfied with Wang Hao, they didn't want to say much at this moment. Now is not the time for arguing. After I take him down, I will let you in right away. After tidying up a bit, Zhao Qian went directly to the entrance of Chun Feng's underground garage. Since everyone knew Chen Feng had surveillance, they couldn't go in with her. Zhao Qian also played a little trick, throwing the vial into a corner. Letting the Su family in? Wasn't that a joke? Being with Chen Feng in a world of two was much better than hanging out with all of you. Zhao Qian wasn't stupid. The Su family was truly shameless. And she didn't want to be with them. When Chen Feng saw only Zhao Qian, he directly opened the door. In an instant, Zhao Qian felt a warm breath coming from inside, making her eyes light up. It was a two-layered door. After the garage door opened, there was another door 3 meters away. Even if someone opened the first door, there was still a more difficult one behind it. Was this his confidence? Zhao Qian couldn't help but marvel at how amazing Chen Feng was for building such a solid fortress. After entering the garage, she still didn't see Chen Feng. Take off all your clothes. Chen Feng's voice came from the speaker, instantly making Zhao Qian's face blush. However, she didn't hesitate at all and instead appeared very composed. She was even more relaxed than Qin Yan, who had come here for the second time. After all, she initially wanted to take Chen Feng down. They had already been honest with each other. If it weren't for Su Jiqiang's phone call, she probably would have moved in by now. But now it was fine. After taking so many detours, it was considered a successful conclusion. Zhao Qian thought Chen Feng was eager to take her down, unaware that he was actually just afraid of dying. If he hid something in his clothes and used it at a critical moment, wouldn't that mean he was done for? After seeing that she posed no threat, Chen Feng finally let her up. Zhao Qian, already shocked, became even more astonished when she got upstairs, her face filled with disbelief. Even though she wasn't wearing any clothes, she felt no chill at all, and Chen Feng's home was filled with luxury brands. This excited her even more. Seeing Chen Feng sitting on the sofa, she walked over without saying a word. Go take a shower first. Chen Feng frowned and pushed Zhao Qian away. In fact, he had no interest in her at all, and after recently battling with the stunning Qin Yan, he had even less desire for Zhao Qian. In terms of appearance, figure, and sensuality, Zhao Qian was not even close to Qin Yan. If it weren't for wanting to annoy Su Jiqiang, he wouldn't even bother with this. After Zhao Qian finished showering, she eagerly leaned over. Weren't you so arrogant before? You even teamed up with Su Jiqiang to trouble me. Why are you looking for me now? Chen Feng looked at Zhao Qian with a blank expression. Chen Feng, I was wrong before. I was at fault. Could you forgive me? At fault? If you're at fault, you deserve to be punished. Chen Feng said, glancing at his lower body, making Zhao Qian's face flush. She gave Chen Feng a knowing look and slowly bent down, burying her head. Chapter 58. Do you have a problem with your brain? Although he had no significant interest. Given the situation, Chen Feng didn't hesitate much and directly took action. An hour later, Chen Feng sat on the sofa, feeling bored. In front of him, Zhao Qian still looked charming, one hand resting on his shoulder. Chen Feng, don't you want me to accompany you like this every day in the future? Zhao Qian said, her fingers tracing in front of Chen Feng. Although she was full of allure, in Chen Feng's eyes, she appeared very ordinary. The sage mode had already been activated, and he was immune to all temptations. Of course, if it were Qin Yin or Li Bingyao, he could still engage in a fierce battle. Every day, Chun Feng shook his head lightly. No. Chun Feng, don't you want someone to be by your side, serving you at all times? Zhao Qian continued without hesitation. She was confident in her charm, although she couldn't compare to Qin Yan. She was obedient, and her skills were much better than Qin Yan's. If Chun Feng knew her thoughts at that moment, he would probably slap her right away. Are you kidding? On what basis do you think you can compare to Qin Yan? If you were willing, you could have a nice meal and then take 3 packs of instant noodles home. You could come back next time, but if you are unwilling, then there's no need to come again. After Chun Feng finished speaking, he pointed to the food not far away. These items had already been prepared for her, still quite sumptuous, mainly to create a psychological contrast for Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian wanted to say more, but Chun Feng had already stood up and walked a short distance away. The enthusiasm in her eyes had turned gloomy, especially when looking at Chun Feng. She seemed to be gazing at a heartless man. After the meal, Zhao Qian initially wanted to try again, but Chun Feng's attitude was exceptionally firm. Qin Yin couldn't stay here either, hoping you have some self-awareness. If you want a nice meal in the future, you can come find me. Zhao Qian was filled with reluctance, but ultimately left with the 3 packs of instant noodles that Chun Feng had given her. On the way back, she picked up the discarded medicine bottle. Chun Feng, since you were so ruthless, then don't blame me for being impolite next. Zhao Qian's heart was completely filled with rage. Since Chun Feng wouldn't agree, she had no choice but to eliminate him. Once she seized the villa, she could do whatever she wanted. She also did not intend to let the Su family in. How did it go? Did you get him? As soon as Su Jiqiang got home, he rushed over, looking at Zhao Qian with anticipation. No, I didn't find the opportunity. Have you taken a shower? Susiqiang push sao qian. His gaze fixated on the instant noodles in her hand. What did you do at his house for so long? Even a fool could guess what had happened. Honey, let me explain. He didn't do anything to me. He was supposed to be inappropriate, but he couldn't perform. He came out before he even went in. Zhao Qian hurriedly reassured him, but Su Jiqiang still didn't believe her. Next to them, Su Dahua quickly took the instant noodles and started eating. All right, no matter what. He did that for our family, so stop being suspicious. 3 packs of instant noodles for 5 people. Although it still couldn't fill their stomachs, it was still somewhat useful. Su Jiqiang kept urging Zhao Qian to find Chun Feng more often since the other party was useless. The family tacitly avoided mentioning Zhao Qian's matter, while Su Qing, standing nearby, already knew the situation. She was Chun Feng's ex-wife, and the other party had fallen apart. There was no problem at all. Moreover, she could roughly guess that Zhao Qian had gone to curry favor with Chun Feng, but he refused and then kicked her out. After all, Su Qing felt assured letting Zhao Qian go find Chun Feng, as she had already prepared herself. If a beautiful woman like Qin Yin wasn't kept by Chun Feng, she felt Zhao Qian didn't have that qualification either. Now that Zhao Qian had been kicked out, it confirmed her speculation. So, what are you planning to do next? Su Qing asked as she approached Zhao Qian. Next time, if I get the chance, I will definitely take him down. Zhao Qian coldly huffed and continued, saying, I must deal with this person so that you all can move in. Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was leisurely cleaning up the battlefield, while Old Hay was sniffing around. When he saw the whip on the ground, he couldn't help but step back a few paces. Woof, is a dog coming? Or are you planning to fight me with weapons? That's so unethical. Chun Feng replied, This isn't meant to deal with you. That woman just used it. Woof woof. The big black dog looked disdainful. You guys are really twisted. Even dogs shake their heads at this. Let's stop talking about that and spar a bit. Chun Feng said, glaring at Old Hay as he swung his fist. There was no way around it. Since he hadn't exhausted his energy just now, he had to find a way to release it. That night, the official announcement finally came again. A heavy snowfall had completely occurred globally and would last for a long time. Everyone was urged to take care of themselves. This statement was very straightforward, almost directly telling everyone to take care of themselves with no rescue coming. In the coming days, it would all depend on them. Many people fell into despair upon seeing this news, and soon after, prices skyrocketed. At this point, people had realized the importance of food. A pack of instant noodles could no longer be bought for 20,000 yuan, and some even directly exchanged a Rolex for 2 packs of instant noodles. When Chun Feng saw this news, he felt an immense sense of emotion. For ordinary people, the real disaster might just be beginning. Supplies were extremely scarce. And with so many people, next, people would trample on dignity, humanity, and law without hesitation. In the next 2 days, Chen Feng received another piece of news from Qin. Luo Zhongyuan was not dead. In fact, he had managed to get the people he once killed and had eaten them. Because of the nutritional supplement, although Luo Zhongyuan's arm was disabled, he was temporarily out of danger. Qin couldn't eat that stuff and had to come find Chen Feng every day. If there's any news, remember to inform me in time. I won't treat you unfairly then. When Chen Feng saw Qin off, he noticed Xiao Lulu sneaking around with something in the underground garage. Like a streetwalker, a man approached her, and after scanning with his phone, Xiao Lulu took out 2 packs of instant noodles from her clothes to give to him. Quite interesting. In this situation, she was still selling food. Isn't she a bit out of her mind? Chapter 59. Angry Lin Feier, what's that? After selling 2 packs of instant noodles, Xiao Lulu happened to see Qin coming out of Chen Feng's villa, and she instantly became displeased. She had at least proactively shown goodwill and expressed her stance. But Chen Feng repeatedly belittled her. And now, he was with Qin, a married woman. Was there something about her that was inferior to others? Extremely displeased, she sold the things in her hand and angrily returned to her residence. Xiao Lulu thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why she lost to Qin. Although the other party's looks and figure were slightly better than hers, she was ultimately secondhand. At least she had never been married. Could it be that Chen Feng just like that? Lulu, where did you go in this cold weather? As soon as Xiao Lulu entered the house, Lin Feier looked at her suspiciously. It was too boring at home. I went out for a stroll. Xiao Lulu replied absent-mindedly. But Lin Feier immediately became nervous and hurriedly reminded her, it's chaotic outside now. Many people have started to loot. Be careful, and don't go out if you don't have to. All right, I got it. Xiao Lulu perfunctorily replied and wrapped herself in a blanket, curling up on the sofa. What is wrong with this girl? She hasn't even provoked her, yet she is full of anger. When Chen Feng returned to his residence, he sat by the window, looking at the nearby number 4 villa. He could guess that Lin Feier had stockpiled a large batch of supplies for some reason before the heavy snow. But now they had been sold out by Xiao Lulu. This situation may directly lead to Lin Feier encountering problems, either shortage of food or being targeted by a group of desperate people. In his previous life, Chen Feng only knew that Lin Feier's fate was tragic, that she was mistreated by a group of people, but he didn't know the specific reasons. It was necessary to remind her. Chen Feng mumbled to himself. Just as he picked up his phone to send a message, Xiao Lulu started contacting him instead. Chen Feng, have you hooked up with Qin? She opened with a question, as if he had betrayed her. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this a joke? Why do you have to ask me? None of your business. Chen Feng, how can you do this? I took the initiative to contact you, yet you humiliate me like this. And in the end, you want to be with that shameless Qin. Am I not as good as Qin? What do you think you can compare to her? Chen Feng saw this message and was instantly speechless. Xiao Lulu was not only foolish, but also lacked self-awareness. What gave her the confidence to compare herself to Qin? Her looks, figure, and gentle, intellectual temperament were all far superior to hers. Am I not younger than her? She has never been married. How can you compare me to that second-hand product? Chen Feng? Crazy. Chen Feng was also speechless. He really couldn't understand how Xiao Lulu could say such things. With her tea skills, let alone second-hand, she probably didn't even know how many people she had slept with. Of course, Chen Feng wasn't the type with a mental cleanliness obsession. As long as someone looked good, he wouldn't think too much if they came onto him. But Xiao Lulu was truly disgusting. Not only was her ambition enormous, but she was also foolish and shameless. Back then, to win his favor, she had even spoken ill of Lin Feier, and now she was saying things about Qin. You can come, but accompany me well, and in return, I'll give you a pack of instant noodles. Xiao Lulu was already full of dissatisfaction, and when she saw Chen Feng say this, she was even angrier. Am I worth just a few packs of instant noodles? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Thinking of this, Xiao Lulu coldly huffed and directly sent a screenshot of her bank balance. 10 million. This was the money she secretly made from selling food today. The prices had skyrocketed. She had just sold a little bit of meat and made so much. See, this is my money. Don't think that with a little bit of cash you can do whatever you want. In the future, I'll make you unable to reach me. Xiao Lulu typed coldly, her whole demeanor filled with pride. In just one day, she had already earned 10 million. If she continued like this for another 2 or 3 days, she would complete her dream of becoming a wealthy lady. By then, she wouldn't even bother with Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw the screenshot, he was also filled with surprise. He didn't expect the prices to have risen to this extent. No wonder Xiao Lulu was selling it. After all, she was such a greedy person that she couldn't resist such a huge temptation. It was just a pity for Lin Feier, as she had been working for Xiao Lulu all this time. He didn't hesitate and directly sent a friend request to Lin Feier. However, just 2 minutes later, he was rejected. Chen Feng, you woman, I'm trying to save you. Chen Feng submitted the request again, and this time the verification message directly stated, Xiao Lulu is selling food outside. After doing this, he didn't bother with it anymore. He wasn't a simp and didn't need to humbly beg for help. He had already given the necessary warning, and whether Lin Feier could make the right choice was up to her. What if Xiao Lulu's idea of selling food was Lin Feier's? Chen Feng couldn't manage that. When Lin Feier first received Chen Feng's message, she was very disdainful. However, when the second verification message came, she was taken aback. Although she had always had a poor impression of Chen Feng, she immediately went to check her food stock. To her surprise, there was indeed a significant decrease in her supplies. Seeing this, Lin Feier's mood instantly soured, and she felt a surge of anger. You, Xiao Lulu, I took you in during this weather, and instead of being grateful, you actually took my food to sell. She directly approached Xiao Lulu, yanked the blanket off her, and shouted angrily, Lulu, are you going too far by selling my things? Xiao Lulu was already unhappy from arguing with Chen Feng, and now being scolded by Lin Feier made her even more upset. Feier, I only sold a few packs of instant noodles and some meat. You won't die without those things. How can you scold me over such a trivial matter? Xiao Lulu was so angry she was stomping her feet, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly wronged. I even considered you my best friend, and you never let me eat enough, and now, when I sell a little food, you scold me. You really make me feel heartbroken. Lin Feier was completely dumbfounded. She clearly didn't expect Xiao Lulu to say such shameless words. After all this, I'm the one at fault? Fine. You're uncomfortable, aren't you? Aren't you so capable? Now get out of my house and don't stay here anymore. Lin Feier was furious and directly opened the door to let Xiao Lulu leave. Chapter 60. Isn't this going to cost me my life? Xiao Lulu looked at Lin Feier, her face filled with disbelief, clearly not expecting the other person to say such things to her. Fine, if you want me to go, then I will. But if I leave, even if you beg me to come back, I won't. Xiao Lulu stomped her foot and angrily walked outside, but just as she reached the door, a gust of cold wind hit her, making her instantly regret her decision. If she left this place, where'd she go next? It was freezing outside. She would probably face huge problems if she stepped out for even a short time. More importantly, almost everyone was in a state of food scarcity. If she went out, she would have no way to find someone to take her in. Thinking of this, she immediately broke down in tears and turned to grab Lin Feier's hand. Feier, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I just saw the prices rising so quickly and wanted to earn some money for you. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Feier was also a soft-hearted person, thinking that if Xiao Lulu left her house, even if she didn't freeze to death, she would end up in a very tragic situation. She finally relented. Lulu, don't you understand? Money is worthless now. The whole world is in crisis. Food is the most important thing. As long as you promise me not to sell food anymore, I won't hold this against you. How could it be that serious? Xiao Lulu looked disbelieving, feeling that Lin Feier was exaggerating. If it were really that serious, wouldn't it mean the end of the world? If you can do that, then we're still sisters. If you can't, then you could go to someone else's house. Lin Feier's expression was very serious, as if she was giving her a final ultimatum. This time, Xiao Lulu no longer had any temper left. She immediately conceded, pulling on Lin Feier's arm with a forced smile. Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you. Although her face was filled with smiles, inside, she was very dissatisfied. Lin Feier is simply too much. It's only in difficult times that you can see a person's true character. Isn't it just about selling some food? What did I do wrong to deserve this? I even considered you my best friend. On Su Qing's side, the family gathered around Zhao Qian once again. Just moments ago, Chen Feng finally agreed to let Zhao Qian go to his villa, which was undoubtedly good news for them. After all, they were starving and desperately needed food. If Zhao Qian couldn't win over Chen Feng, at least she could get some food from him. If the plan fails, remember to bring back more food. Su Jiqiang's weak eyes were filled with excitement because he knew food was on the way. Meanwhile, Su Qing hurriedly reminded Zhao Qian to be careful and to win over Chun Feng quickly. With so many women around him, he would surely get tired of one eventually, and your chances are limited, so remember to seize the time. Su Qing was also worried that Zhao Qian would end up liking Chun Feng and be with him, so she had to take precautions. Zhao Qian herself had her own thoughts. After parting ways with the Su family, she hid the medicine on her body and rushed towards Chun Feng's villa. Do you think Zhao Qian will betray us and be with Chun Feng? Matsu Elan asked nervously. She, as a woman, could see that Zhao Qian had something on her mind. The other party definitely had concerns. Impossible. How could Qian like that loser? She is my girlfriend and promised to marry me. Su Jiqiang quickly spoke up, clearly unwilling to believe this. The others did not rebut. But Su Qing said, no matter what, it's better than now. As long as Zhao Qian isn't foolish, she definitely won't keep Chun Feng. But whether or not they let the few of them into the villa is another matter. However, Su Qing felt that Zhao Qian was easier to deal with than Chun Feng. Zhao Qian arrived at the villa. This time, she was even more decisive than last time. Without waiting for Chun Feng to speak, she directly removed her clothes. The warm environment made her determined to give it her all. However, before making a move, she still wanted to give Chun Feng a chance. If Chun Feng agreed to her, everything would be negotiable, and she could spare his life. But if he didn't agree, she couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Go take a shower first, Chun Feng said without thinking, directly addressing Zhao Qian. Beside him, the old black dog looked at Chun Feng with suspicion. What do you mean? You don't even want to hide from me in a situation like this? I'm afraid you'll secretly learn martial arts. Last time, I didn't see you for a moment, and you want to learn all my moves. Chun Feng's eyes were fixed on the old black dog. This dog was becoming increasingly clever, and he couldn't guard against it at all. In just a few days, his dog fighting skills were no longer effective. We'll eat together later. After the meal, you stay in the basement. Don't go to the study, got it? Woof woof. The old black dog was clearly unhappy. If you don't let me improve, isn't that asking for my life? Before long, Zhao Qian finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom, completely unclothed. She didn't care at all and directly wrapped her arms around Chun Feng's arm. Who are you talking to just now? This dog is a bit disobedient. I'll scold him a bit. Chun Feng enjoyed Zhao Qian's massage. One of his hands also began to misbehave. The old black dog directly covered his eyes with his paw. I can't bear to see this. It's shameless. Dear, I really don't want to go back. The Su family treats me particularly poorly. I just want to be your woman, Zhao Qian said pitifully, breathing softly in Chun Feng's ear. She could manipulate others' hearts. No man would want his woman to be taken by someone else. If Chun Feng didn't care about this, she'd really have to take action. I'm still saying what I said last time. If you want to eat well, I have no problem with that. But if you want to live here, you'd better not think about it. Hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression suddenly turned cold, but then she quickly forced a smile. All right. I'll listen to you. Can we eat first? After eating, I'll serve you well. Chun Feng nodded and stood up to walk towards the wine cabinet not far away. When he was in Ugly Country, he had directly taken over a winery. And with the large amount of wine he had bought before the apocalypse, he had plenty of high-end red wine at home. Today, he planned to try drinking and driving. As Chun Feng turned to get the wine, Zhao Qian quickly took out a small vial and poured it into the chicken soup in front of Chun Feng while the old black dog looked on in confusion. Chapter 61. Do you think I'm stupid? Woof. What are you doing? Do you think I don't exist? The old black dog came closer, looking at the chicken soup, and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qian. This woman was completely out of line, doing such sneaky things. Zhao Qian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the old black dog in front of her. She was just happily administering the drug, completely immersed in her joy. Once she took down this place, she would definitely kick this dog out. That look was just uncomfortable. Woof woof. The old black dog stared at her, feeling suspicious again. Are you cursing me in front of my face? Isn't that a bit too much? Unfortunately, Zhao Qian couldn't decipher the old black dog's expression. By the time Chun Feng returned with a wine glass, she had already prepared everything. Chun Feng, you actually have La Fight here? Zhao Qian pretended to be shocked and eagerly approached Chun Feng to take the wine. Yeah, I stocked up a bit in advance. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy, Chun Feng said with a smile. Let's drink a bowl of chicken soup first. It warms the stomach, so you won't feel uncomfortable later, Zhao Qian said as she handed the chicken soup to Chun Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng had no doubts and drank it all in front of Zhao Qian. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qian's heart immediately blossomed with joy. I want to see how arrogant you can be. Soon you'll be begging for mercy. But even if you do, it will be too late. Because I don't have the antidote. What are you thinking? Why so happy? Nothing. I just feel happy because I could be with you soon. Zhao Qian patted Chen Feng's shoulder and then sat down a chair, crossing her legs and shaking her wine glass in enjoyment. At that moment, she felt like a noble mistress. Of course, she didn't care whether she had clothes on or not. Chen Feng, do you think if I hadn't received Su Jiqiang's call back then, would you have been with me? Zhao Qian asked slowly, her tone no longer submissive, filled with a sense of control over the situation. Of course not. You had no interest in me at all. You just followed whoever had more money. Chen Feng didn't hide it at all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's demeanor turned displeased. Is it wrong for me to pursue a better life? Of course it's not wrong. Chen Feng shook his head indifferently. It's a normal phenomenon for women to like wealthy men. I don't even think it's materialistic. It's something ingrained in our genes, all for the better living environment for the next generation. Men are the same. They like young and beautiful women, which is also to ensure better genes for their offspring. There's nothing wrong with the behaviors you've exhibited. Zhao Qian stood up directly, clearly becoming more dissatisfied. If you think there's no problem, why are you unwilling to be with me? Didn't Ti say that in the absence of any emotional foundation, men want young and beautiful women, and you, well, you're still quite far from that. Chen Feng said slowly, and besides, the current environment is not good at all. I naturally can't let someone who might betray me at any time stay by my side. Zhao Qian was infuriated. It turned out that Chen Feng had never looked at her seriously. That's fine. It saves her from feeling regret after getting rid of him. Chen Feng, you are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, today you are doomed. Don't be so arrogant in your next life. Are you going to make a move on me? Chen Feng looked at Zhao Qian with a smile, as if he were watching a joke. Surely, she must be a fool. Do you think you, as a woman, are better than those people like Luo Zhongyuan? I certainly am not as good as them. But in the soup you just drank, there was poison I added. Now, you are already poisoned. Zhao Qian's lips curled slightly as she approached Chen Feng, her fingers hooking under his chin, looking very pleased with herself. Don't you feel weak all over and your limbs softening? Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. After a while, he finally reacted, his body twitching as he collapsed to the ground. I feel so weak all over. My limbs are so soft. You are ruthless. Chen Feng's acting was extremely exaggerated. But Zhao Qian didn't notice at all, becoming very smug as she looked down at him. Lao He hurriedly came to Chen Feng's side, constantly checking on him. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, what happened to you? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Look, you got hit. Lao He kept circling around him, thinking about jumping up to give Chen Feng chest compressions. Chen Feng was almost stomped to death by Lao He. Now, this Lao He had the strength of an adult's punch. You can only blame yourself for not cherishing the opportunity. If you had just let me stay here, you wouldn't have ended up dead today. Zhao Qian hummed slowly. In her eyes, Chen Feng was already a dead man. Chen Feng completely ignored Zhao Qian. After Lao He jumped up and slammed down again, he finally couldn't help but crawl up. Stop messing around. I'm fine. If you keep this up, you're going to kill me. Zhao Qian? Lao He, you fat. You're fine. Why didn't you say so earlier? Look at how worried I am. My face is black with anxiety. Lao He glared at Chen Feng angrily, while Zhao Qian became incredulous. She clearly saw Chen Feng drink the poison. How would it be fine? What is going on? Why is this happening? Why aren't you poisoned? She was filled with disbelief. Could it be that Su Qing's family set her up? But thinking it over, she immediately dismissed her thoughts. After all, Su Qing's family also wanted to deal with Chen Feng, and wouldn't do something like this. Why? Did you really think I would drink what you handed me? Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Feng looked speechless. In this apocalyptic world, he wouldn't trust anyone. But I clearly saw you drink it. Zhao Qian shook her head frantically, unwilling to believe this reality. I told you, but you didn't understand. Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief. The soup and tea even reached his mouth before it was directly absorbed into space. But Zhao Qian, as an ordinary person, didn't notice at all. But I don't understand. Your clothes are gone. Where did you hide the poison? Chen Feng suddenly looked at Zhao Qian's legs, his mouth agape in disbelief. How are people so fierce nowadays? And Zhao Qian was now panicking, her eyes scanning around, ultimately landing on the dining knife on the table. Without saying a word, she picked it up and charged at Chen Feng, seeking death. Chen Feng sneered, just as he was about to unleash his spatial abilities to take her down. Who knew Lao He rushed over first. Suddenly, he shook his body violently, and in an instant, countless ice pillars shot up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qian was frozen inside one of the ice pillars. Chapter 62. Luo, Zhong Yuan's target. Wow, wow, wow. Chen Feng looked at the scene in front of him, completely dumbfounded. Zhao Qian, who had just been about to attack him, was now completely sealed inside the ice pillar. She might be dead now, or she might still be conscious but unable to move. But it was clear that from the way she was still in a position to attack Chen Feng, Zhao Qian had no chance to resist at all. She hadn't even realized what had happened before she was frozen. Lao He, how did you become so powerful? When did you awaken your abilities? Chen Feng hurriedly turned his gaze to Lao He beside him. He had guessed correctly. It was indeed the powerful ability dog in the apocalypse. But he didn't expect that it could awaken ice-type abilities at this time. But thinking about it, Lao He was a farm dog. If it hadn't awakened abilities, how could it have survived in the icy environment for 2.5 years? Woof woof. Lao He was also looking at the ice pillar in front of him in shock, his eyes full of confusion. I don't know. Who knows about this stuff? Lao He, you're amazing. In the future, we can cooperate and become invincible. Chen Feng was extremely excited. Woof. Really? Am I really that powerful? Absolutely. You're simply incredible. In the future, if anyone dares to trouble us, we can just freeze them. Let us see who would dare to bother us. Chen Feng chuckled and waved his hand. Regardless of whether Zhao Qian was dead or not, a spatial rift appeared, directly sucking her inside. Even if she wasn't dead, going into Chen Feng's space would mean her end. Let us go. I'll make you a big meal, Chen Feng said as he threw away all the food on the table. Although he knew Zhao Qian had simply put poison in the soup, Chen Feng was a cautious person. What if Zhao Qian accidentally dropped the poison somewhere else, taking out a king crab from the space? Chen Feng went to the kitchen to start preparing. Lao He, bring me the knife. Woof, woof, woof. Lao He felt that although he had acquired a powerful ability to freeze things, he still had a certain gap compared to his master. After all, his master could casually create food, something he wouldn't even dare to think about. When would he be able to be as impressive as Chen Feng? Look at him. He can even cook. Meanwhile, Su Qing and her group had been blocking for a long time, yet Zhao Qian and the others hadn't returned, and their faces had changed from anticipation to anger. I told you that woman is no good, but you wouldn't believe me. Sudawas kouldi susikyang bisaidim. Dad, maybe something unexpected happened. Qian can't possibly be lying to me. Impossible? Matsuelon's face changed with anger. She felt her son's mind must be completely messed up. How could he still defend Zhao Qian at a time like this? She must have gotten used to living in Chen Feng's house, enjoying the environment, and forgotten all about us. I thought from the beginning that this woman was no good. Ma Tsuelon cursed, and Su Qing was even more helpless. It was obvious she had bet wrong. Zhao Qian had betrayed them. What should we do next? Wang Hao rarely spoke up, and he was still injured, which, while not affecting his mobility, was painful. The family had been hungry for a long time, and, if they didn't eat soon, they might not only fail to deal with Chen Feng, but might even lose their lives. What do we do? Ask other people, find a way to survive. Su Dahua said, cursing loudly as he started to get dressed and look around. Although he knew it was difficult to find food now, there was no other way. They had to ask. Chen Feng had no interest in the Su family situation, but could guess a thing or two. After all, they had run out of supplies. And at this rate, they wouldn't last long. Life in the apocalypse would only get harder. Only the two of us could calmly watch the turmoil in the neighborhood and face the treachery of human nature. Woof, woof, woof. Ah, invincibility is truly lonely. In such a large neighborhood, only you can spar with me a few times. Come on, let's have a match. Woof, 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 Chen Feng said, pouring a bit of red wine into Old Black's bowl, and both man and dog drank it down. Just then, Chen Feng's phone vibrated. He opened it to see a WeChat message from Qinyan. Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan is looking for people to join forces against you. He has recovered? Chen Feng asked curiously. He had shot this person, yet he was still causing trouble. A normal person would have to stay in a hospital for 10 days or half a month after such an injury. Yet this guy was only lying down for a bit before he was back to causing trouble, which was unexpected. I'm not well. but I can get out of bed and walk around. I called a lot of people, saying you have food and clothes at home. As long as they can take you down, they can eat and drink well. Now, many people are willing to help. Hearing this, Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Luo Zhongyuan used to be a thug and had some skills. Although he had offended many people during this time, under greater temptation, many were willing to set aside their grievances. Got it. Just take care of yourself. Chen Feng didn't take these clowns seriously. His heavily fortified safe house had no problems at all. Not to mention they couldn't break in. Even if they did, so what? With him and Old Black. Two powerful abilities. Why would he be afraid of them? However, Chen Feng could clearly sense that Qin Yin had probably become very dependent on him. Between Luo Zhongyuan and himself, she had chosen him. At this moment, in the underground garage, a group of people was gathered, led by Luo Zhongyuan. Everyone should know the current situation. Chen Feng's house had a lot of food, and it's particularly warm. We can only get through this crisis by going in. Luo Zhongyuan calmly analyzed the pros and cons, and the group around him nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, this was the only way. Not far away. Su Dahua's family exchanged glances, and then they all became excited. Hurry, hurry, this is a huge opportunity. A group of people is looking for trouble with Chen Feng. Let's quickly contact him. Su Qing also reacted quickly, hurriedly pulling out WeChat to send a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, right now Luo Zhongyuan is looking for people to prepare to attack your villa. They have more than 20 people. You definitely can't hold them off alone. We can come in to help you deal with him. When Chen Feng saw the message, he immediately sneered. Do you think I'm out of my mind? Or am I just stupid? Are you helping me? Or do you want to take over my place? Chapter 63. This is too cunning. It's fine, let them come. Anyway, I don't care. Chen Feng replied slowly. In his place, even if they wanted to stir up trouble, they couldn't get in. However, seeing Chen Feng's response, Matsuelan became anxious. At this moment, they didn't even have food to eat. They had to get as close to Chen Feng as possible and find a way to gain his forgiveness to have even a slight chance. She hurriedly snatched Su Qing's phone, anxiously saying, Chen Feng, your situation is really dangerous. Luo Zhongyuan is a thug, and now he has gathered a large group of people. Your chances of holding out are 0. We are your relatives. We should unite at this time. Yes, let's not hold past grievances against each other, okay? Whatever problems there are, I apologize to you. Let us all get through this cold winter first. Su Dahua also urgently spoke up. The whole family wanted to rely on this method to get Chen Feng to open the door for them. After all, once they got in, the days ahead would be much easier. However, they didn't know that Chen Feng didn't take this situation seriously at all. I advise you not to be hypocritical. Not holding past grievances? Is that possible? Chen Feng shook his head and sneered. I don't lack anything right now, nor am I afraid of any trouble. You should take care of yourselves. Just don't die too early, or I'll be very bored. Watching Chen Feng refuse his suggestion again. Su Dahua had prepared himself, but still couldn't control his temper. Damn it, Chen Feng, I'm trying to help you. Can you stop acting like this? Do you really think you're so important? I'm telling you, we will soon join forces with Luo Zhongyuan, and then we'll definitely finish you off. Exactly. Even if you beg us on your knees, we won't let you off. All right, I agree with you. Let us deal with Luo Zhongyuan together. Chen Feng slowly spoke. Really? Then hurry up and open the door for us, so we can eat first. Yes, I want steak, I want pork knuckle. Matsuelan immediately got excited and started ordering. Chen Feng, lying on the sofa and watching this, couldn't help but sneer. Let you in? Am I crazy? Why would I let you in? Saying this, Chen Feng directly sent the chat record with them to the neighborhood owner group. Old Black, did you see that? This is wisdom. Without bloodshed, I can defeat the enemy. Isn't that impressive? Woof. Old Black looked at Chen Feng, clearly not understanding what he meant. Even though his intelligence was quite high, grasping these concepts wasn't something he could do in a short time. Let me give you an example. If other dogs are fighting you for a bone, what would you do? Hearing this, Old Black immediately bared his teeth. What can I do? Of course, I'll fight him. You think I'm easy to bully? See, that's falling into a low-level trap, isn't it? How can we fight? We should call over his enemy dogs and let them fight each other. That way, we can conveniently reap the benefits. As soon as these words were spoken, Lao He immediately opened his mouth wide, looking incredulous. Woof, woof, woof. This is too treacherous. How come I didn't think of this? He looked at Chen Feng, feeling that there was so much he needed to learn. Meanwhile, after waiting downstairs for quite a while, Su Qing's family finally realized something was wrong. Wang Hao had already discovered Chun Feng's screenshots in the group. Let's go, we're in big trouble. Without thinking, Wang Hao grabbed Su Qing and prepared to leave. When Su Dahua and his wife saw the screenshots, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. That bastard was really too much. How could he treat us like this? Even if they were foolish, they could clearly understand what was about to happen next. Not far away, a group of people discussing how to deal with Chen Feng had already started to look at them intentionally or unintentionally. It wasn't until a few of them left that Luo Zhongyuan realized that the conspiracy his group had planned had been leaked by those few people. Wasn't this deliberately going against them? Brother Luo, what should we do? Having a spy makes things difficult to handle. Someone hesitated to speak up. Chen Feng has weapons. And now the other side is prepared. The subsequent situation could be troublesome. Follow me. Luo Zhongyuan's face darkened as he led his men straight towards the residence of Su's family. Mom, what should we do? What should we do? With Luo Zhongyuan's vengeful personality, we're definitely going to have a huge problem. Su Jiqiang was terrified. He knew Luo Zhongyuan's methods all too well. Not only had he killed someone, but he had also reportedly been eating that kind of meat recently. He was definitely a ruthless character. Why are you scared? What are you panicking for? Does he dare to barge in and harm us? Exactly. Even if he's arrogant, we haven't provoked him. Why would he come to trouble us? Angry voices echoed in the room, as if this place could provide them with immense security. Bang! However, just as their words fell, the door was kicked open with tremendous force, and a group of people rushed in. What do you want? This is our home. Get out. Matsuelon panicked immediately. She had never seen such a scene before. Each of these people looked fierce and terrifying, scaring her greatly. Get out? Huh, who do you think you are? Luo Zhongyuan immediately slapped Matsuelon. He had no patience to waste time with these people. Still reporting to others. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? With a wave of his hand, a group of people coldly laughed and surrounded them. Brother Luo, we were wrong. To be honest, we have a grudge against Chen Feng too. We can join forces to deal with them. Su Qing was still trying to persuade, her whole demeanor filled with flattery. Luo Zhongyuan looked at the woman in front of him, but he just sneered. You have some looks. If you can keep my brothers entertained today, I'm willing to help you deal with Chen Feng. Su Qing's face changed drastically, and she immediately wanted to escape, but the next moment, she was blocked. Girl, you still want to run? Do you think so little of us? Someone laughed heartily, pulling Su Qing towards the room. You beasts, you're truly a bunch of beasts. Let go of my daughter. Su Dahua roared continuously, but what greeted him was a steel rod. Beat them up. Take care of this bunch. In an instant, screams, wails, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the room. Chapter 64. Strong attack that night. Chen Feng received a message from Qin Yin again. The Su family had been dealt with. After Luo Zhongyuan learned of the Su family's leak, he directly led a group of people over and wreaked havoc at their home. Su Dahua and Wang Hao were continuously screaming, and the situation was said to be dire, while Su Qing was being used as a tool for venting by a group of people. Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but show an expression of obvious understanding. Clearly, the other side's fate had been almost predetermined from the start. After all, Luo Zhongyuan was notorious for being ruthless. At the beginning, with moral and legal constraints, the other party might have held back a bit, but now that he had seen the situation clearly, he naturally would show no mercy. Generally speaking, only people like him could thrive in such a cruel environment. Su Qing had already been brought to our home, and now Luo Zhongyuan had tied her up. Anyone who listened to him could enjoy her for free. Su Qing sent another message, and Chen Feng, upon hearing it, was even more astonished. On one hand, he was lamenting Luo Zhongyuan's ruthlessness, while on the other, he felt pity for Su Qing's plight. In his previous life, he had protected her well, but Su Qing had been ungrateful, looking down on him and constantly causing him trouble, and in the end, even teamed up with Wang Hao to kill him. In this life, without his protection, her downfall was well-deserved. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me. Chen Feng smiled faintly, casually telling Qin Yin to take care of herself before putting down his phone. The Su family's current predicament was entirely their own fault. Given this situation, they likely wouldn't survive for long. Old hey, in this environment, you can't trust anyone, you know? In my last life, I was killed by that woman. It was terrible. I was even asleep when they came at me with a knife. It hurt so much. Woof woof. Old Hay opened his mouth wide, looking at Chen Feng with admiration. That's incredible. You can even remember things from your past life. Unlike me, I find it hard to remember things from before. Chenfeng thought for a moment, and then took out a small notebook from his space and began to write it down. Survival rules for the apocalypse. Rule number 1. Never trust any outsiders. This had to be written down and reminded to himself every day. From now on, we need to read this every morning when we wake up. Understand? This world is too dangerous. If we're not careful, we might even lose our lives. Woof woof. Of course, whatever you say goes. Old Hay nodded in agreement, then lay down on the ground to study the notebook, thinking about whether there was anything else to add. At the Luo Zhongyuan family, a group of people gathered together, chatting and laughing, all very satisfied. Although Su Qing's looks were average, she was still a woman. This venting had relieved their pent-up frustrations for quite some time. Everyone had fun, right? Luo Zhongyuan sneered a couple of times, tying up Su Qing and throwing her into the room. Ha, just a bit lacking. Average looks, terrible figure. Someone commented, but their gaze unintentionally drifted towards Qin Yin not far away. Compared to Su Qing, Qin Yin surpassed her in every aspect. Qin Yin clearly felt the gaze directed at her, hurriedly lowering her head and leaving. As for Luo Zhongyuan, being a shrewd person, he instantly understood the intentions of the other party and patted the man's shoulder with annoyance. He wasn't angry. Instead, he coldly said, "Once we take care of Chenfeng, if you really want to experience it, I have no objections at all." In an instant, everyone in the room became excited. How could they not want it? With Qin Yan's looks and figure, she could be said to be the dream of everyone in the entire neighborhood. Really? Brother Luo, if you can really get your sister-in-law to spend a night with me, I'll help you with anything in the future. You tell me to go west. I absolutely want to go east. Yes, me too. Don't worry, what I say counts. Luo Zhongyuan sneered inwardly. He didn't care that others had their eyes on Qin Yan. On the contrary, as long as he could use Qin Yan to win people's hearts, he would choose this method without hesitation. Luo Zhongyuan was very clear that in this situation, the only chance was to strengthen the team. Get ready. We're going to find Chenfeng right away. So soon? Of course, our main strategy is to catch him off guard. Chenfeng probably won't expect us to go find trouble at this time. As Luo Zhongyuan spoke, he immediately started to call for action. After they left, Qin Yan fell into a state of tension. She heard Luo Zhongyuan's words clearly. Initially, she still had a glimmer of hope for them, but now it was completely gone. Isn't this a joke? They actually treat her as a tool to win people's hearts. Giving her away at will? This place seems a bit tricky. Didn't you guys try using a jackhammer last time? Someone looked at the underground garage, showing a hesitant expression. If it were easy to get in, Luo Zhongyuan would have barged in long ago. This place is already covered with titanium alloy steel plates. Ordinary things can't break in at all. Let us not waste time here. Luo Zhongyuan looked at the door with a gloomy face. He had tried many times, but each time ended in failure. What should we do? Don't just think about here. Let us go outside. I saw that there are glass windows at his house. As long as we can break the glass, we can get in, Luo Zhongyuan said. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but admire, thinking of such a method. However, moments later, someone reacted. It's too cold outside. We'll freeze to death. Yes, in this icy weather, it's too difficult to attack from the outside. A group of people became troubled. Isn't this risking their lives? Don't be so useless. Luo Zhongyuan coldly snorted and continued, although it's cold outside. As long as we dress warmly, there's absolutely no problem. Plus, think about it. The other side's residence is a warm place with endless food. Isn't it worth taking this risk? Once these words were spoken, everyone no longer hesitated and immediately started putting on more clothes, wrapping themselves up warmly before hurriedly heading outside. The first floor was basically covered with snow, enduring the cold. They successfully climbed to the second floor of Chenfeng's villa and immediately smashed against the glass without thinking. However, the next moment, their faces froze in shock. What the hell? This is actually bulletproof glass. The expressions of the few people changed directly. They had never thought that someone could be so afraid of death. This is a home. Who installs bulletproof glass at home? It was one thing for Chenfeng to install titanium alloy steel plates in the basement, but to have bulletproof glass as well? Anyone who saw this situation wouldn't remain calm. What should we do? What to do? Someone was already getting anxious. They had worked hard to get here, but who would have thought that right from the start, their plans had gone completely awry? What can we do? Let us break the wall next to it. I don't believe it. We come with weapons, and we can't break through. Someone muttered and immediately swung a heavy hammer at the wall beside them. Although they were dressed warmly, they were exceptionally vigorous while smashing. After all, Chun Feng's residence was truly a paradise, not only equipped with electricity and heating devices, but also with food. Just looking through the glass made them uneasy. No matter what, they had to get in today. However, after smashing a few times and seeing the metallic sheen on the exposed wall, their faces changed again. What the hell? How afraid of death can one be? Even in this place, they used titanium alloy steel plates? Some people's faces turned anxious. I could tolerate the titanium alloy steel plates in the underground garage, but why are the walls of the entire house made of this stuff? How afraid of death are you? At this moment, the group realized what Chun Feng had been doing during his renovations. After a long time, the other party had simply reinforced the entire villa. Fair, look at that villa. Aren't there few people prying at the wall? Xiao Lulu sat by the window, vaguely seeing several people on Chun Feng's villa. His villa still had electricity, always brightly lit at night, and Xiao Lulu naturally felt envious. She often glanced in that direction, and, just now, she happened to see a group of people on his property. Lin Feier was taken aback for a moment, then took out her phone and sent a message to Chun Feng. What are you doing? Didn't you hate that guy? Seeing this, Xiao Lulu seemed a bit displeased. Especially when she saw Lin Feier had already added Chun Feng as a friend. She became even more unhappy. After all, they were neighbors. She should remind him. It wouldn't help to remind him. He has already drawn everyone's ire, and a group of people is looking for trouble with him. He can't handle it. Xiao Lulu was a bit gloating. Chun Feng looked down on her so much, and seeing him get into trouble made her happy. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was sitting by the window, calmly drinking coffee, watching the busy figures outside. Because of the cold weather, they had already changed twice. But the situation still hadn't improved. They couldn't break into his house at all. After all, this was a place built with a lot of money. Walls that even bombs couldn't break open wouldn't just be opened with such simple means, right? Can your ability be used? Chun Feng pointed to a person not far away, asking Lao He to give it a try. His own ability had distance limitations, only able to open a spatial rift within 3 meters, and he wanted to see if Lao He could do it. Don't make too much noise. Just quietly freeze their feet. Now is not the time to reveal abilities. Lao He hurriedly nodded, then narrowed his eyes, staring at the few figures outside. It seemed like he was holding back a lot of strength, then suddenly exerted force. In an expression of high expectation from Chun Feng. Lao He, let out a fart. Lao He, even if you fart, can you not point your butt at me? Do you believe I'll slap you with a dog punch until you cry? Chun Feng quickly stepped aside, while Lao He looked speechless. Clearly, it was you behind me. What does it have to do with me? Meanwhile, the people outside seemed to notice something was wrong. Why did the temperature suddenly drop so much? Someone's expression changed drastically, feeling that something was off. I don't know, oh no, what is going on? I can't move my legs. The person lowered their head and saw that their feet had already been frozen. If they stayed like this, there would surely be big problems. Let's go. We can't stay any longer, they said, hurriedly using a hammer to break the ice on their feet before starting to retreat. So they think they can run? Chun Feng coldly laughed as he watched them from outside, immediately activating a mechanism. Suddenly, several pipes filled with hot water were aimed at them and began to spray water wildly. The hot water quickly cooled in the extreme cold, but managed to drench the few people thoroughly. Immediately after, their clothes froze into ice clumps. Chun Feng, damn you. If you have the ability, come out and fight us one-on-one. An angry voice echoed in the area, and a group of people cried out in despair, scrambling back to the basement. What's wrong? Luo Zhongyuan looked at the few who returned and noticed their grim expressions. That Chun Feng, his walls are made of titanium alloy. We can't break through it all, and more importantly, he is spraying us with water. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the group changed instantly. It sounded funny, but in such extreme low temperatures, it was deadly. Chun Feng, wait for us. Luo Zhongyuan's eyes darkened. But just as they were discussing what to do next, a door suddenly opened with a loud sound. Everyone looked over and found that Chun Feng's underground garage had opened. Wow, it actually opened by itself. Have you admitted defeat? Someone exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward that direction without a second thought. Although Luo Zhongyuan was also somewhat skeptical, he knew not to miss this opportunity. Even if the opponent had some skills and even if they were strong, they had opened the door, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At least there was still a chance. Charge! No matter what, let's get in first, Luo Zhongyan shouted as he led the charge toward the door. Bang! Just as the group was filled with excitement, a sound like a firecracker rang out, and instantly, Luo Zhongyuan was shot in the chest, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding group was immediately shocked. The previous momentum vanished, and one by one, they scrambled back in a panic. Clearly, the gunfire that had just erupted had terrified them. How could they continue to act arrogantly as they had before? TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad this time. Not a single shot went astray. Chun Feng leisurely hummed as the garage door slowly descended and closed again. Chapter 66. Counteraction. What is going on? What on earth is happening? When a few people carried Luo Zhongyuan back, old lady Zhou was completely stunned, clearly not understanding what had happened today. How could her son be covered in blood after just going out for a short while? It was Chun Feng. He had a gun and attacked us directly. We had no way to counter it. Someone said in a panic nearby, their faces filled with tension and fear. The modern weapons brought them an overwhelming sense of oppression. Most people would probably struggle to even stand in such a situation. What? It was Chun Feng again? Old lady Zhou was furious, then desperately grabbed a man in front of her, her eyes red as if she were enduring great anger. You all went together. Why are you fine? But my son is in trouble? She roared in extreme unwillingness, while the group felt awkward and didn't know how to respond. After all, Luo Zhongyan was practically fighting for his life now, and they couldn't say much. They hurriedly wished him well before turning to leave. A bunch of useless scoundrels. When something happens, all they know is to run away. Old lady Zhou cursed angrily, wishing she could grab that group and give him a beating. Grandma, what happened to my dad? Xiaolong, be good and go play over there. Your dad is just a little unwell, old lady Zhou said, quickly turning her gaze to Qin Yin beside her. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find Dr. He. The angry shout echoed in the area. And only then did Qin Yin react, rushing out to find Dr. He. However, after seeing Luo Zhongyuan's injuries, Dr. He also shook her head, indicating she was helpless. Dr. He, you must save my son. In the future, I will do anything to thank you. Old lady Zhou desperately grabbed Dr. He, as if she wouldn't let go until she got a promise. It's no use. The wound is in the chest area. Even in the hospital, it will take time and effort. And right now, there's not even any medicine. Dr. He sighed. She truly had no way to save him, as the person in front of her was already in a dying state. There's medicine. Whatever medicine you need, I'll go find it right away. You must save my son today. Old lady Zhou's state felt like she was about to go insane, dragging Qin Yin beside her, saying fiercely, Quick, go get the medicine. If you can't find it, you can forget about living today. Dr. He wanted to say something to persuade her, but since taking medicine would have no effect now, Qin Yin had already been kicked out by old lady Zhou. Dr. He, hurry, help my son stop the bleeding. Whatever you need help with, I'll assist you. Old lady Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, and she was clearly completely frantic. Stop the bleeding? He probably doesn't even have a life left. And you want to stop the bleeding? Back at his residence, Chun Feng lay on the ground, starting to summarize the day. After I was mentally prepared today, the bullets that went out didn't deviate much. Old Black, what can you glean from this? Chun Feng looked at Old Black beside him, who was lying there, staring blankly at a small notebook. Suddenly asked by Chun Feng, he became a bit dazed. Woof, could it be expressing the bullet's homesickness? He hesitantly barked a couple of times, but Chun Feng immediately darkened his face. What nonsense are you talking about? What homesickness? This tells us that practice is needed. Everything requires practice, understand? Practice makes perfect, got it? Upon hearing this, Old Black hurriedly nodded. Chun Feng was indeed Chun Feng, able to explain such profound truths in such an easily understandable way. You still need to practice well, understand? Just as Chun Feng was lecturing Old Black, the surveillance reminded him that someone was approaching. Qin Yin, why is she here at this time? Chun Feng suspiciously opened the door. When she came in, took off her outer clothes, and approached, Chun Feng asked with a puzzled expression, Are you here to get medicine for Luo Zhongyuan? His condition can't be saved by medicine right now. No, I came here to have a good meal. Qin Yin said expressionlessly, her heart deadened. She had completely lost feelings for that family. As for changing the medicine, ridiculous. She would rather Luo Zhongyuan die immediately. All right, you go take a shower first, Chun Feng said thoughtfully, instantly guessing the general idea. However, he didn't care at all about Qin Yan's thoughts and feelings at this moment. They came here to exchange for food, so as long as they satisfy each other, that's enough. As for the rest, they couldn't be bothered. After another 2 hours of indulgence, Chun Feng felt that this time Qin Yan was putting in more effort than before. He couldn't tell if she was trying to please him on purpose or if she was using this to vent her dissatisfaction with Luo Zhongyuan. Wanted to take revenge on him. It was only after Qin Yan was full and satisfied that she slowly left Chun Feng's villa. If we talk about maturity and charm, along with that graceful figure, few could compare to Qin Yan. Chun Feng was left with lingering thoughts and deep emotions. His presence in this life had essentially saved her. After all, in the last life, she had become a tool for Luo Zhongyuan to win people over, and her ending had been very tragic. Forget it. These matters are not for me to think about. Lao Hei, come on, let's practice. When Qin Yan returned to her place, Luo Zhongyuan was already out of breath. After all, he was seriously injured and had no conditions for rescue. There was only one way ahead of him, and old lady Luo immediately scolded her harshly, seeing her as useless for not being able to handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you? Get out, get out. Old lady Luo kept hitting Qin Yan with a broom, while Qin Yan remained indifferent. Eventually, old lady Zhou got tired of hitting her and returned to Luo Zhongyuan's side, crying loudly. In such a family, you shouldn't stay any longer. They never regarded you as a person. In the room, Su Qing, who was tied up, spoke to Qin Yan. What do you want to say? Now that Luo Zhongyuan is dead, but his mother won't let you go, and she's just an old woman. She might even use you to exchange for food. At that time, your fate will be no different from mine. Su Qing was desperately trying to persuade her. And in fact, her words did have an effect. Qin Yan was already wavering. If you just let me go, I can get my family to come and help you deal with that old woman. We can protect you. You? Qin Yan looked at her suspiciously. Yes, we are both unfortunate women. I can understand your pain. We should help each other. Hearing this, Qin Yan finally couldn't hold back and walked over to Su Qing to untie her ropes. Don't worry, I will definitely thank you properly. Su Qing quickly got up, her eyes now filled with resentment. She was so miserable, having been mistreated by Luo Zhongyuan and his group. This humiliation would be hard for her to forget for a lifetime. That scoundrel deserves it. He had it coming, Su Qing said as she hurriedly picked up her phone to contact Su Dahua and the others. No matter what, she had to take revenge for this grievance. Luo Zhongyuan's death was still not enough to satisfy her. She didn't want to let that vicious old lady Zhou go either. After receiving his daughter's message, Su Dahua rushed over with his entire family. This family is full of demons. I will help you deal with them, Su Qing said while comforting Qin Yan, mainly out of fear that the other party would turn against her at a critical moment. I truly feel sorry for you. You've given so much to this family, and they treat you like an animal. Just then, during their conversation, old lady Zhou sensed something was wrong and hurriedly rushed to this room. Qin Yan, what are you talking about with that lowly woman in there? The angry voice came from outside. When old lady Zhou found that she couldn't even open the door, she sensed something was wrong. Qin Yan, come out. If you don't come out, I won't be polite. The sound of banging on the door continued from outside. Both Qin Yan and Su Qing were quite frightened. Qin Yan had long been under her mother-in-law's control and had a psychological shadow. As for Su Qing, she was completely frightened during this time, but then they thought about it again. Now that Luo Zhongyuan was dead, there were only old lady Zhou and her grandson left in the whole place. What were they afraid of? Even if it were just Su Qing alone, she would be completely unafraid. Thinking of this, without saying a word, she kicked the door open. Old lady Zhou didn't even react before she saw a woman with disheveled hair rushing at her like a madwoman. A barrage of attacks fell upon her like raindrops. You old hag, weren't you so arrogant? Now that your son is dead, I want to see who can help you. Su Qing showed no mercy as she pounded her fists toward the opponent, seemingly wanting to vent all her grievances. Qin Yan, you scoundrel, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help me. Old lady Zhou wailed continuously. Even while being beaten, she couldn't help but curse her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Qin Yan had completely lost hope in her. After a while, Su Dahua and the others also arrived. Seeing this scene, they jumped into the fray without saying a word. In their eyes, this family deserved to die. Let go of my grandma, you bastards. Xiaolong saw a group of people breaking into his home and attacking his grandmother, and he rushed over with his fists raised. Get the hell out of the way. Wang Hao kicked him directly, sending him flying down the stairs, where he rolled a few times and died on the spot. At this point, they had no time to care about whether they had killed someone. Fight! Beat this scoundrel hard. Matsuelan, covered in injuries and in pain, couldn't help but kick a few times from the side. With Luo Zhongyuan dead, they vented all their anger on the now vulnerable old lady Zhou. The screams gradually weakened, and after a while, even old lady Zhou lost her breath. Only then did the group feel completely relieved. Daughter, what on earth happened? How did that scoundrel lose his life? Su Dahua sat on the ground, panting heavily. The recent fight had exhausted him. It was Chun Feng. Luo Zhongyan brought people to find trouble with Chun Feng, but unexpectedly he was counter-killed by him, Su Qing replied, and the expressions of the others instantly turned sour. Their anger towards Chun Feng was hard to express in words. Our current predicament is all because of that scoundrel Chun Feng. We must find a way to take him down. Wang Hao pounded the table in frustration. Although old lady Zhou's family was already dead, they were still furious. Yes, we need to find an opportunity. We must find a way to take him down. Su Dahua was equally furious, and Su Qing beside him had a similarly dark expression. Her own experience could not be described in words. She and Chun Feng had completely severed ties, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Even if Chun Feng wanted to make amends now, she wished to tear him apart. Don't be anxious. Revenge is not something that can be done in a short time. Let's quickly clear out everything here. Sudawa Mumblith. They hadn't eaten in a long time and were almost starving, while Luo Zhongyuan's family still had food. This was something he hadn't expected. After all, they'd been robbed not long ago. Look, there's still meat. Their family actually has meat. Su Jiqiang exclaimed excitedly as he went to grab a piece of meat to put in his mouth. The family didn't waste any time and quickly began to eat. At that moment, who cared about what kind of meat it was? Moreover, old lady Zhou's family had already processed the meat, so ordinary people wouldn't recognize it. Only Qin Yin, standing nearby, nearly vomited and hurried back to her room. She didn't know if it was wrong to help this family. There was always a tense feeling in her heart. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yin nervously opened the door crack. Is there something you need? Su Jiqiang held out a few pieces of meat with a malicious smile on his face. You haven't eaten in a long time, have you? Qin Yin quickly shook her head, saying she wasn't hungry. However, just as she tried to close the door, Su Jiqiang pushed it open, his eyes shamelessly sweeping over her body. Even though she was wearing thick clothes, Qin Yin still felt as if she were being scrutinized. That bad premonition intensified. What do you want? Get out, I need to rest. On such a cold day, don't you feel cold and uncomfortable resting alone? Let me keep you company. What do you mean? Qin Yan's expression changed instantly, and she angrily said, I helped you all out, and this is how you repay me? Oomph. You and Qin Feng are already in cahoots, aren't you? Pretending in front of me? Su Jiqiang, filled with resentment towards Chun Feng, who had not only caused his family immense trouble, but also stolen his girlfriend, was determined to sleep with the woman in front of him today. He lunged at Qin Yin, but in the next moment, she kicked him hard between the legs. In an instant, Su Jiqiang fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Dad! Sister, quickly catch that stinky bitch. Chapter 68. Do you really think I have no temper? Originally, Su Dahua and the others were happily eating, but suddenly hearing such a shout stunned them. Before they could react, they saw Qin Yin hurriedly escaping. Not good. Hurry and catch her. Su Qing exclaimed, and Wang Hao, without hesitation, dragged his inconvenient body and rushed after Qin Yin. Ma Sulan and her daughter entered the room and saw Su Jiqiang rolling on the ground, one hand covering his groin, clearly having just been attacked. You useless thing. Weren't you supposed to calm Qin Yin down? Su immediately scolded angrily. Qin Yin is an important piece in our game. She has been to Chun Feng's villa several times. If we can turn her to our side, our chances of taking down Chun Feng will increase significantly. But who would have thought that Su Jiqiang would cause trouble here and provoke her? With this, their subsequent plans would likely become even more difficult. Sister, she almost kicked my egg into pieces. Why are you blaming me? Am I not your real brother? Su Jiqiang wailed, filled with unwillingness. The heart-wrenching pain from his groin had already left him desperate, and now his sister was scolding him. He felt wronged. Oomph. You useless thing. All you can do is this kind of thing. Do you know she's our money tree? Now that you've scared her away, what will we do in the future? Su Qing scolded in frustration. All right. What fault does Jiqiang have? It's all that Qin Yan's fault. She's just a bitch. My son being able to look at her is his blessing. How dare she act out here? Quickly bring her back. Matsuelon interrupted with dissatisfaction. We're all family. How can we create a ruckus over an outsider? Hurry up. Although Su Qing was full of dissatisfaction, upon hearing this, she hesitated not at all and hurriedly ran out. The most important thing now was to bring Qin Yin back. Regardless of whether she was willing to help deal with Qin Feng, she would still be of great use. Although Qin Yin had fled outside first, she was ultimately a woman, and after escaping, she had nowhere to go. After wandering around for a while, the Su family members quickly caught up with her. She looked around and hurriedly ran towards Chen Feng's villa. At this moment, it was the only option she had. If Qin Feng wanted to save her, she would have no worries. However, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Would Qin Feng save her? Everything that had happened before might have just been a transaction in Chen Feng's eyes, and he might not help her at all. But now, she had no choice but to take this gamble. Qin Yin arrived outside Qin Feng's underground garage and desperately knocked on the door. Qin Feng, help me. While knocking and calling for help, her heart raced. Don't delude yourself into thinking he can save you. At a time like this, if he dares to come out, I'll take care of him too. Wang Hao sneered as he approached. It seemed he had anticipated her coming here and was waiting. In his heart, Wang Hao had already scolded Su Jiqiang countless times for being useless. Even if he wanted to sleep with this woman, he could have handled it better. Now, causing these troubles was only adding to his own problems. However, as his gaze moved over the woman in front of him, he was filled with satisfaction. Once he took her back home, he intended to enjoy himself. Qin Yin struggled desperately to break free, but it was futile. Within just a few breaths, the Su family members had all arrived, each with an unfriendly expression. Stinky bitch, you dare to hit me and still run away? Do you really think I have no temper? Su Jiqiang gritted his teeth, limping over. You thought coming here to let Qin Feng save you would work? Do you really think he's that great? He's just a coward. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, do you think he'd dare come out? Su Dahua boasted arrogantly, having somehow found an iron rod, smashing it against the ground. Take her back. I will teach her a good lesson. Su Dahua is norteth coldly, secretly wondering if he could enjoy himself later. With the entire world frozen over, his wife should have no objections, right? Qin Yin looked at the still closed door, her heart sinking. Just as a group of people were pulling Qin Yin away, the door behind them finally made a noise. Then, to Qin Yan's excited gaze, that man slowly walked out. He really opened the door. He really came to save me. Qin Yin was filled with excitement, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. For her, it was simply unbelievable. Seeing Qin Feng had come, Su Dahua's eyes lit up. During this time, he had tried every means to force the other party out, but the person had never fallen for it. Now that the other party had actually come out, how could he not be excited? Although Qin Feng had come out before, he felt he had been holding back, allowing the other party to be arrogant. This time he would go all out, and he truly didn't believe Qin Feng could continue to be arrogant. Let her go, Qin Feng said lightly, looking at the people in front of him, a coldness instantly making them shiver. Qin Feng, don't you see the current situation? You're still here acting so arrogantly. Who do you think you are? Su Jiqiang was extremely arrogant, and Su Dahua rushed over with a weapon, ready to take down this waste. Bang! However, before the opponent could get close, a loud noise suddenly rang out, startling everyone into stopping their actions. The weapon in Chen Feng's hand was still smoking, and not far away. Su Jiqiang had a bloody hole in his chest, looking unwillingly at Qin Feng before falling straight down. I told you to let her go. Now who still wants to try? Su Dahua and Wang Hao didn't dare to make a move and retreated. You go in first. Qin Feng pulled Qin Yin and let her enter first, while Su Qing, witnessing this scene, immediately became unhappy. Qin Feng, what do you mean by this? You even targeted my brother to save her, and you won't let me into your villa for a stranger woman. Su Qing was furious. But Qin Feng looked at her with disdain. She's much better than you. Think about the stupid things you've done. You're even bullying me. Do you really think I have no temper? Qin Feng picked up his weapon and aimed at Wang Hao not far away, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 69. Another bounty. Seeing Qin Feng's actions, Wang Hao was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that he would meet his end today. But after waiting for a moment, nothing happened, and he looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Qin Feng was also quite helpless, not expecting that he had run out of bullets. I should have checked properly before using them. Qin Feng muttered as he turned and walked towards the villa. I'll let this group go for now. Letting them suffer a bit is fine. They can't be let off so easily. It wasn't until Chun Feng returned to the villa and closed the door that Su Dahua realized that the other party must have run out of bullets. Damn it. I missed such a good opportunity. That bastard really deserves to die. He crazily pounded on the door, but even though his hands hurt from the impact, he couldn't break through it all. Damn it, damn it. Su Dahua kept shouting in anger. The chance he had worked hard for had suddenly disappeared. How could he not feel despair? Dahua, hurry, our son is in big trouble. He's not breathing. Ma, Sulan cried out, pulling Su Jiqiang, and Su Dahua finally reacted, rushing over to check the situation. Su Jiqiang's heart had already been pierced, and his breathing started to weaken. Given the situation, it was very serious. Oh no, this is bad. Hurry and take him back. The group didn't dare to delay and quickly carried Su Jiqiang back home. Meanwhile, Qin Yin, who returned to the villa, sat on the sofa somewhat at a loss. It wasn't until Chun Feng returned that she finally let out a sigh of relief. Chun Feng, are you okay? I'm fine. Just a few small fries. Chun Feng waved his hand, looking Qin Yin up and down before quickly pulling back. You go to the basement and take off your clothes first. Qin Yan's face immediately flushed red, but she said nothing more and hurried to the basement to remove her clothes. I can't be blamed. I've learned this lesson before, and I have to be a bit cautious, right, Old Hay? Wong Wong. Old Hay nodded repeatedly, thinking his master was really impressive, and he would definitely live a long time following him. Qin Yin returned upstairs, blushing, and Chun Feng pointed to the sofa where he had prepared a qipao for her. You put this on. There's several sizes. Pick one that fits you. Qin Yin was surprised, never expecting that Chun Feng would have these things. There were even women-esque clothes available, and they still had the tags on, completely new. Once Qin Yin changed into the clothes, Chun Feng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Qin Yin was indeed a stunning beauty, her curves showcased perfectly by the qipao, especially those long legs, TSK, TSK, TSK. Just looking at them made one drool. Wow, not only are the legs stunning, but there isn't a single flaw on her body, and more importantly, she exuded an intelligent, mature charm, absolutely a deadly poison for men. Chun Feng, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I don't know what kind of torment I would have faced in their hands. Qin Yin said shyly while brushing her hair. She could clearly see Chun Feng's fiery gaze, but she was prepared to be here. More importantly, Chun Feng was much better than those ruthless people outside. In the current situation, if a woman didn't have a strong backing, the outcome would be very tragic. Just like Su Qing, she was even violated by a group of people. If it were her, she probably wouldn't even survive. It's nothing, just a small effort. Chun Feng smiled lightly, starting to think about the next steps. What are your plans next? Upon hearing this, Qin Yin hurriedly got closer, pressing her body against Chun Feng. I have nowhere else to go. Can you take me in? I can take care of you here. Qin Yin said sincerely, her eyes looking pitiful enough to break one's heart. Chun Feng shook his head directly, refusing without a second thought. Living in a villa is definitely not possible. I still want to live a bit longer. It's not that he didn't trust Qin Yin. It's just that a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. There is no need to gamble on a person's kindness. Keeping a distance from the start is the best. After all, one careless move could cost him his life. Qin Yin immediately became extremely disappointed, not knowing what to say. It was true. He was just attracted to her beauty, just like other men, wanting to sleep with her. Now that she was in trouble, how could he possibly help her? Just when Qin Yin was in despair, Chun Feng slowly spoke again. You definitely can't stay at home anymore. I've rented a room in the neighborhood, and it's still empty. You can stay there. I'll prepare good food and warm things for you. Chun Feng said, walking to a room and taking out a down jacket and a silk quill from a space. These items, in the indoor temperature, would definitely allow Qin Yin to live comfortably. Really? Thank you, Chun Feng. Qin Yin was so excited that she kissed Chun Feng on the cheek. At least he was willing to help her, unlike those heartless people. Tell me what happened. Why were you targeted by Su Qing's family? Qin Yin didn't hide anything and directly told Chun Feng everything that had happened. Unexpectedly, she was quite capable to have escaped. Chun Feng smiled, telling Qin Yin to rest first and that he would let her move over once he was done. Not going together? Qin Yin's eyes were filled with affection. Even though they had just been intimate, Chun Feng couldn't help but pull her onto the sofa. Wong? Old Hay saw the two getting all cozy and quickly covered his eyes, scurrying upstairs. I can't watch. How shameless. You guys don't even know to inform someone in advance when doing this kind of thing. Lao He kicked the door shut without saying a word, then picked up a book on the technique to break the dog punch and started reading. He studied to defeat Chun Feng. A thrilling battle lasted for 2 hours. And finally, with Chun Feng's powerful offensive, victory was achieved. Now, Qin Yin was completely smitten with him, unlocking 100 different poses, making Chun Feng extremely excited. It wasn't until Qin Yin gradually fell asleep from exhaustion that Chun Feng took out his phone to check. Su Jiqiang was already dead, and the couple Matsualan was cursing him in the group, vowing to eliminate the murderer Chun Feng. Su Qing was also not idle, bombarding Chun Feng with threats, telling him to wait and see. Various vicious words continued to come from the other party's phone. Seeing this, Chun Feng only smiled coldly. Fight with me? Aren't you asking for death? Without a second thought, he directly started sending messages in the group. Su Qing had dealt with old lady Zhou and had also robbed their family of supplies, which included a lot of meat. Can everyone help me deal with them? Chapter 70. Settling Qin Yin. Upon seeing this, the group instantly became agitated. Chun Feng was not asking for help to deal with them at all. The other party had revealed the situation of Su Qing's family, and they had supplies, which was clearly telling others to hurry up and loot. Originally, there were no supplies left in Luo Zhongyuan's home, but considering the situation where the group could rally people to attack Chun Feng's residence, they all speculated that the other party had obtained a lot of supplies. And now, all of it had fallen into Su Qing's hands. This was not something ordinary people could resist. Moreover, more importantly, Su Qing's family was less intimidating than Luo Zhongyuan's family. A group of people began to stir restlessly. After seeing Chun Feng's message, Su Qing's family was even more furious and cursed loudly. That bastard Chun Feng, is he seeking death by pushing us to the brink? Su Dahua's eyes were bloodshot. He had just lost his son, and now this situation arose, all of which was instigated by Chun Feng. Sooner or later, I will make him die, leaving no place to bury him. Unlike Su Dahua, Su Qing quickly turned her eyes, unwilling to see this situation arise. But since it had really happened, there was no way to avoid it. She had to find a way as much as possible. Only by surviving could she take revenge. As for Chun Feng, after finishing these matters, he quietly dressed up and armed himself, heading towards his rented house. He not only wore an extremely warm-down jacket, but also put on a bulletproof vest underneath. Safety always came first. The door of the rented house had clearly been opened by someone, and the things inside had been rummaged through, with all the warm items disappearing. Chun Feng had long anticipated this situation because the anti-theft door was practically useless. A few hammer strikes could easily break it open. Taking out the door he had acquired, Chun Feng quickly installed it, then took out a welding tool to reinforce it with steel plates, let alone a hammer. Even a cutting machine would take some time to get through. Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction. Even if there were a cutting machine, he could definitely arrive in time at a critical moment. Besides, in this situation, who would use a cutting machine to break into an ordinary person's door? It would be more appropriate for a villa. After securing the door, Chun Feng left plenty of warm items and food for Qin Yin, enough for her to live on. If she needed anything, she could come to his place. Once everything was set up, Chun Feng called Qin Yin over. Upon seeing the place, she was taken aback, especially when she noticed that the door had been specially reinforced. Her heart instantly warmed. Although this place couldn't compare to Chun Feng's villa, it was sufficient, especially since there was plenty of food. He had put in a lot of effort. It's important to know that these things were very precious in this environment. The door was reinforced, and ordinary people couldn't pry it open. The supplies here were enough for you to live on. If you need anything, come find me. After giving his instructions, Chun Feng also left a bulletproof vest for Qin Yin, reminding her to wear it under her down jacket when going out. Once these matters were settled, Chun Feng hurried back to his residence. The atmosphere in the entire community was extremely tense due to the food shortage, and a careless mistake could lead to huge problems. It was even possible that your neighbors or relatives might betray you. This situation was not something ordinary people could handle. Chun Feng also didn't want to stay in such a situation any longer and quickly headed towards his villa. Although he was very strong, if an accident happened, it would be a loss. Just as he arrived at the underground parking lot, preparing to go home, he suddenly saw a figure. Xiao Lulu was sneaking around in the underground parking lot, like a streetwalker. However, what she was selling now was not her body but food. Chen Feng initially thought that after the last incident, Lin Feier would definitely stop Xiao Lulu, but unexpectedly, he had overestimated Lin Feier. Given the current situation, Xiao Lulu was able to come here to sell things again, either because Lin Feier approved it, or Xiao Lulu was secretly selling food behind her back. Regardless of the reason, Chen Feng thought Lin Feier was too naive. He had always treated Lin Feier well, and since Luo Zhongyuan had attacked him this time, she had helped him by sending a message to warn him. After going back, he would remind her once more. As for how she would respond, it had nothing to do with him. As for Xiao Lulu, upon seeing Chen Feng, she immediately raised her chin with a sense of pride. She appeared very smug, as if showing off. Now, apart from her living conditions not being as good, everything else was very favorable. She now had a whopping 2 billion in her account, all obtained from secretly selling food, with prices soaring to a terrifying level. She didn't care about Lin Feier's warnings and secretly brought out some items to sell again. The gains were remarkable. Some people were even willing to trade a house for a piece of meat the size of a palm. If you still look down on me, now I'm rich. I don't even bother to look at you, Xiao Lulu muttered, her words filled with disdain for Chen Feng. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Feier. If she knew I made 2 billion, she would probably regret not listening to me. Xiao Lulu eagerly waited for the next customer, and just then, a plump man approached. You are Xiao Lulu? The man was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Lulu, and Xiao Lulu felt the same. Director Qian, what are you doing here? Xiao Lulu's heart raced with excitement. The reason she came to Lin Feier was to get close to this person, hoping to create an opportunity for a chance meeting and then ingratiate herself to him for some roles. However, after seeing Chen Feng, she had overlooked this side, and due to the heavy snow, she hadn't been able to encounter him. I never expected to run into you now. It seems like heaven is rewarding my efforts. As long as I can win over the other party, who knows, I might even become a hot star. There's nothing to eat at home, so I came out to take a look, and I can't believe I ran into you. Director Qian said, nothing to eat? I have some here. If you're short on food, I'll give you these. Xiao Lulu excitedly took out instant noodles, and there was even a piece of meat, which made Director Qian swallow hard. Thank you so much, Lulu. By the way, I have a film project in hand, and I'm looking for a female lead. If you're interested, we can go back and discuss the plot in detail. Chapter 71. You're so despicable interested? Of course, I'm interested. Xiao Lulu became extremely excited. How could she not be interested? She came here just to connect with Director Qian and make herself famous. She never expected that the big director, who used to be so high and unattainable, would offer her the chance to be the female lead just for a little food. Without thinking too much, she directly linked her arm with his. Director Qian was quite satisfied. Not only could he eat something today, but he could also treat his Kuan to a seafood feast. Looking at Xiao Lulu in front of him, although her looks were just above average, her figure was indeed good. He had been feeling pent up for a long time. If he had known that Xiao Lulu was also here, he would have gone to find her earlier. The two turned to leave, while Chen Feng, who had already returned home, stared at the surveillance footage. He ultimately sent a message to Lin Feier, warning her to keep an eye on Xiao Lulu. After a moment, Chen Feng sent a clip of the surveillance footage over, and how Lin Feier decided to handle it was up to her. After doing all this, Chen Feng grabbed Old Black and began a summary session. Old Black was speechless. I was just studying, and you pull me down. That's wasting my time. Chen Feng was serious, taking out a notebook and starting to write on the floor. Survival rule of the apocalypse, rule 2. No matter when, always be prepared. While writing, Chen Feng began to talk to Old Black. Do you know how dangerous this time was? When I was halfway through a fight, I found I was out of bullets. That's extremely exaggerated for anyone. Woof. Old Black opened his mouth in disbelief, feeling that his owner could not possibly make such a simple mistake. You don't know, often the most inconspicuous things are the deadliest. If I had encountered a strong enemy in that situation, I might have lost my life. Huh? So dangerous? Of course. Otherwise, I would have brought you here for a meeting. We need to learn from this lesson. Do you understand? This cannot continue like this. We must be on guard in the future. Do you know? Old Black hurriedly nodded, indicating he understood and would definitely be cautious in the future. Since you said that, if I don't follow through, wouldn't that mean I wasted your good intentions? Chen Feng wrote the 2 survival rules on 2 slips of paper and stuck them on the mirrors of both himself and Old Black, ensuring he would see them first thing every morning while getting ready. To remind himself, at all times. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, after seeing Chun Feng as reminder, quickly began rummaging through her food. Sure enough, a lot was missing, even though Xiao Lulu was very secretive about it since the last issue arose. Lin Fei had been keeping detailed records of all the supplies, so it was obvious how much was missing. She immediately became furious and called Xiao Lulu. However, at that moment, Xiao Lulu was lying in Director Qian's arms, flattering him, saying how amazing he was. Director Qian, don't worry, the female lead is yours. From now on, you're the exclusive female lead in my films. Really? I love you. Xiao Lulu excitedly gave him a kiss, her heart blooming with joy. She had only spent a few minutes with him, and she managed to secure such a precious spot. How could she not be excited? Once she had money and fame, oh, the good life would be so comfortable. Once the electricity came back, after eating a little with Director Qian, Xiao Lulu remembered her phone. She picked it up to find not only a bunch of missed calls, but also countless messages from Lin Fei. After glancing at it, Lin Fei was very angry about her secretly taking food and told her not to come back. Seeing this, Xiao Lulu couldn't help but coldly snort and sent a message back with a screenshot of her balance. If I don't come back, then I won tea. Who cares? Fei, I've seen through you. It's just a little food, and you actually scolded me like this. I was truly blind back then. See? This is the money I've earned recently. I could buy a villa myself. Who needs to live in your house? She had now climbed up to Director Qian, and surpassing Lin Fei in the future would be easy. Who would still be her close friend? After eating the only piece of meat, Director Qian couldn't help but glance at Xiao Lulu again. After being full, it was natural to do some exercise. Then, without thinking, he hugged Xiao Lulu and headed toward the bed. Ugh, Director Qian, how can you be ready again? Lin Fei was already furious, and when she saw the message from Xiao Lulu, she became even angrier. After all this, she found herself in a position where she was neither here nor there. If that's the case, then don't come to my house. Lin Fei coldly huffed and hurried to lock the door, not allowing the other party to come in, even if they had a key. Chun Feng was wrestling with Old Black. Daily sparring was essential, but he always felt that Old Black had done something behind his back. Now he couldn't even gain the upper hand. The dog fist had become ineffective, and he had been bitten by Old Black twice. Old Black, honestly tell me, did you sneak up to the third floor to read while I was sleeping? Chun Feng questioned angrily. If he lost due to talent, he wouldn't care, but losing due to such underhanded tactics was unacceptable. Woof. Old Black, realizing he had been discovered, quickly shook his head, indicating he hadn't done anything. I was sleeping the whole night. Nonsense. You stayed up so late you have dark circles under your eyes, and you think you can fool me here? You're so despicable. Woof woof. Old Black was confused. It hurried to its mirror, wondering where it had dark circles since its whole body was black. Just as Chun Feng was about to find trouble with him, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Lulu. The other party was very smug, not only flaunting how rich she had become, but also boasting about having found a director boyfriend who was much better than you. In response, Chun Feng could only look down on her. A director? With your miserable contributions, you'll probably never see a return in this lifetime. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. In his previous life, there seemed to be information about this director. He was also a ruthless character, using the women around him to attract people. As long as someone was willing to follow him, they could intimately interact with beautiful female stars at will. However, because that woman had previously interacted with numerous directors and screenwriters to climb the ranks, she had long been ill and now went out to accompany others, directly infecting a group with syphilis. This incident had even caused quite a stir in the community, with a group of people wanting to find trouble with the director. Damn! Suddenly, Chun Feng looked confused and terrified as he stood up. Damn, that sick woman can't be Xiao Lulu, right? Chapter 72. How about I dance for you? Chun Feng felt uneasy. Although he hadn't had much contact with them in his past life, given the situation, it seemed highly likely. After all, the only woman he had a good relationship with was that one. It's worth noting that he almost had a relationship with Xiao Lulu back then, just a little bit away from being taken down by her. My God, she even took off her clothes back then. If it weren't for my strong will, I would have probably been infected by her. Given my lingering fears, I felt the need to add another rule for survival. Never get too close to women. I almost fell into her trap. After all the effort I put into surviving in this apocalypse, almost losing it all just like that. I have to be careful in the future. Chen Feng was filled with emotions and then recalled the matter concerning that director and Lin Feier. He remembered that Lin Feier was ruined and ultimately killed because of that director. Chen Feng muttered as he picked up his phone to message Lin Feier. From the current situation, it was clear that Lin Feier was targeted by the director because of Xiao Lulu. Be careful of Xiao Lulu and that director. Their words aren't worth a single punctuation mark. Lin Feier, who was still fuming, suddenly saw Chen Feng's message. After saying thank you, she didn't reply further. She didn't want to deal with Xiao Lulu anymore, but she didn't have any good feelings towards Chen Feng either. And Chen Feng didn't care at all about Lin Feier's lack of response. Whether she replied or not had nothing to do with him. Let us go. I'll get you some roast duck today, and I guarantee you'll love it. Chen Feng patted the nearby Old Hay. Woof. Old Hay was suspicious. Having been a drifter for most of his life, he didn't even know what roast duck was. Can that thing be eaten? Fine. Today I'll let you open your eyes. That roast duck skin is so crispy, and the meat is incredibly delicious. If you dip it in some sauce, wow. It's so satisfying. Hearing this, Old Hay's mouth watered. Please, stop talking and hurry up and make it. I'll help you. Although there were countless roast ducks in his space, Chen Feng didn't take them out. The ones made by others had great flavor and aroma, but what he made would be even more meaningful. After all, in this apocalypse, he had plenty of time and resources to make these things. He couldn't just fight every day and watch action movies to learn moves, right? While he and Old Hay were wearing chef hats and aprons roasting duck, his phone rang again. Woof, woof, woof. Someone is looking for you. Why don't you check? It's been vibrating for a long time. Chen Feng glanced at his phone, then at the brightly colored roast duck in front of him, and immediately gave Old Hay a whack on the back of the head. What time is it? How can you still be distracted by your phone? That's disrespectful to the food. Old Hay looked wronged, and his eyes were fixed on the more than 10 roast ducks. Can you blame me? It's clearly too noisy over there. I can't ignore it even if I wanted to. Eventually, Chen Feng, feeling a bit impatient with his phone, reluctantly opened it. It was the internet celebrity Ho Sun Jiai, who couldn't hold back anymore and sent him a bunch of messages. It was obvious that she had run out of food, which was why she had to come looking for him. Judging by the time, it was about right. Even if Sun Jiai had some supplies at home, they should be running low. After all, people like Lin Feier who hoarded supplies were extremely rare. What is up? Is there something wrong? Chen Feng smiled knowingly. Brother, you finally replied. I thought you had blocked me. No, how could I bear to block you? It's just that you Haven T come to find me for so long. I didn't want to disturb you. Sun Jiai, who had been extremely anxious, became excited upon seeing this. Who said my charm was useless? Chen Feng was just pretending before. I just had to be a little polite, and he still came to please me. Brother, what are you doing? Making roast duck. No big deal, just learning to cook. Chen Feng said, while sending a picture to her. Sun Jiai, who was about to praise Chen Feng for being amazing, was instantly frozen upon seeing the photo. She truly did not expect that Chen Feng had so much food at home. There were king crabs and lobsters, and now he had more than 10 roast ducks. The duck skin was already a bright red, and the sheen made her unable to resist swallowing. She had been hungry for several meals, and before this, she had only eaten some random stuff. It had been a long time since she had any meat. The photo Chen Feng sent her was undoubtedly irresistibly attractive. What's worse, Chen Feng was wearing thin clothes, which made her envious. Zhang Qiming, beside her, could even smell the aroma through the screen. Hurry, let him get us some roast duck. Sun Jiai quickly started messaging. Brother, you're so thoughtful. Knowing I'm starving, you even personally cooked roast duck for me. Love you. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Did she really think she could take advantage of me? Did she really think I was one of those naive top supporters? Fine, but what will you give me in return? I don't have anything good here. How about you dance for me? Gong Difa? Chen Feng saw this and almost thought he heard wrong. It had been so many days since the apocalypse started, and she still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Dance? What the hell kind of dance? Sorry, but those ducks are for Old Hay. Chen Feng said while sending her a video. It was a clip of Old Hay eating roast duck. Sun Jiai was dumbfounded. She never expected that he would feed the roast duck to a dog. Such precious food could easily be worth millions in this environment. Yet Chen Feng was feeding it to a dog. This was such a waste. Brother, I'm really hungry right now. Can you give me a roast duck? I will definitely thank you properly. Sun Jiai began to use her best vocal tactics. She didn't believe that he could remain calm in this situation. Sure, If you really want to eat roast duck, come to my villa and dance for me in front of me, and I'll give you a roast duck. Chen Feng replied without even thinking. Chapter 73. Zhang Qiming's suggestion. Sun Jia could have figured out what he meant even if she used her feet. Go to your villa to dance? Aren't you afraid that while dancing, you'll end up in bed? Although she also knew that men were not to be trusted. Almost all of them were focused on her body. But those top supporters were just online loudmouths. And Chen Feng? He was clearly taking advantage of the situation. You go find someone else. I have no interest in this. Fine, if you want, you can come find me anytime. Chen Feng directly exited the chat interface. He had no thoughts of dealing with such matters. Moreover, given the current situation, Sun Jia wouldn't be able to hold out for long before coming to find him. In the apocalypse, dignity meant nothing at all, and more importantly, wanting to enjoy good things without giving anything in return. Isn't that a joke? He wasn't a fool. As Chen Feng spoke, he sliced a piece of meat from the nearby roasted duck, wrapped it in a pancake, added cucumber and green onion, dipped it in sauce, and then put it in his mouth. This series of actions left the nearby Lao Hei dumbfounded. What the heck? Can eating something be so complicated? He mumbled, unable to help but make faces at Chen Feng. Let me try it too. I've never done this before. Do it yourself. I've already roasted it for you. Do you really want me to feed it to you? Do you think I'm your servant? Chen Feng retorted unhappily. Hearing this, Lao Hei slowly started to use his mouth and paused to try it out. However, being a dog, he was clearly lacking in this aspect, and after a bit of messing around, he got the table all messy. Get that away, don't dirty mine. Woof, woof, woof. Lao Hei was instantly dissatisfied. Aren't we good brothers? I don't mind you, yet you complain about me. On the other side, after Chen Feng sent that message, Sun Jia was so angry that she threw her phone aside. Chen Feng was simply too much. Doesn't he know that girls need to be coaxed? How could he be so heartless? What is going on? Why aren't you chatting anymore? Zhang Qiming looked at Sun Jia anxiously. This was roasted duck. How could she treat it with such an attitude? I don't want to chat anymore. Sun Jia said with a displeased expression. Can you stop throwing a tantrum? We don't have any food left. Hurry up and contact him, say a few nice words, and this matter will be settled. He wants me to sleep with him. Why should I go? Sun Jia almost exploded with rage. However, she thought this would definitely infuriate the other party. Yet it only made Zhang Qiming respond as if it were the most natural thing. What's the big deal about sleeping with him? But we can eat delicious food. Don't you think it's worth it? Zhang Qiming said very seriously, without a hint of guilt, while Sun Jia looked at him in disbelief. You can say such a thing. Am I still his wife? It's as if I'm just a tool for food. If you want to go, go yourself. I'm definitely not going to sleep with him. Sun Jia kicked Zhang Qiming away and buried her head in the blanket, crying. I actually want to go, but he doesn't like men. Dear, listen to me. You won't lose anything in this matter. Get lost. You. Zhang Qiming was shut out by Sun Jia and could only sulk off to the side. But the hunger in his stomach made him think of various ways to get food. After thinking for a moment, he quickly took out his phone and contacted Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I'm Sun Jia's husband. Can we talk? He initially didn't hold much hope for this message, as there were definitely a ton of people trying to contact and flatter Chen Feng given his current situation. He didn't think he could get a response. However, to his surprise, Chen Feng actually replied to him immediately. What's the matter? Zhang Qiming glanced at the still sulking Sun Jia and quickly typed. Don't you want to sleep with my wife? I can help you. Inside the villa, Chen Feng was completely stunned. Looking at his phone, he fell into silence. He initially thought the other party was coming to scold him, but who would have thought they were eager to have him wear a green hat? How to help? Chen Feng replied speechlessly. After all, he didn't like to force others, and he didn't have to find Sun Jia at all. He was living quite well with Qin Yan. I have some medicine here that can make my wife fall asleep. You can do whatever you want then, Zhang Qiming said nervously, then hurriedly added that he only needed one roasted duck. Hiss. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp, completely not expecting that Zhang Qiming would do something so shameless just for food. Indeed, the most dangerous people are those closest to you. He couldn't help but sigh. This kind of thing isn't about gender. Those who sell themselves are often the ones closest to you. However, Zhang Qiming's behavior made him very unhappy. Before the apocalypse, he relied on his wife to make a name for himself online, pleasing those big shots to earn money. He was a complete freeloader. Chen Feng didn't find this particularly repulsive. After all, being a freeloader was a skill in itself. However, who would have thought that after the apocalypse? He was still thinking of using Sunjai to exchange for food. This kind of person not only had no gratitude, but was even trying to squeeze the last bit of value out of someone. What was the difference between him and Su Qing's family? Chun Feng didn't bother to respond anymore and directly exited the chat interface. He wished he could get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Sigh, you're the best. You won't betray me. Woof woof woof. Lao He quickly nodded. He never thought about those things. Now that they had good food and drink, why would he betray? Burp. After one duck. Lao He's belly was so full that he hurriedly drank a few sips of water. The survival environment will only get worse. We need to work hard to improve our strength. Do you know? The enemy is becoming more and more cunning now. We can only survive after we improve our strength. Upon hearing this, Lao He hurriedly nodded, but before he could react, Chun Feng charged forward and directly punched him. Hey, take this, eat my 8 extremes dog punch. Woof woof woof. You're so sneaky, attacking me when I'm not paying attention. The playful fighting continued until late at night, and just as they were about to sleep, Chun Feng received a message from Zhao Tianhu. After receiving the bounty last time, the other party hadn't contacted him again. What is the matter? Mr. Chun, I heard you encountered some trouble. I might be able to help you. Zhao Tianhu said faintly. I can help you deal with those from the Su family. Chapter 74, Trap. Speak, what are your conditions? Chun Feng asked straightforwardly without hesitation. It was clear that the other party had come to find him for a reason. Whether it was money or something else, the other party definitely had demands. Simple. I'll help you solve this trouble. You give me supplies. This condition didn't surprise Chun Feng at all. What is wrong? Don't you want money now? Chun Feng couldn't help but ask, and Zhao Tianhu had a helpless expression. He hadn't expected the devaluation of money to be so exaggerated. He should have asked for supplies from the start. Now he had 10 million in his bank account, but what use was that? It was completely useless. If I had asked for supplies from him back then, I would probably be living more freely now. However, discussing past matters with Chun Feng at this point clearly goes against social etiquette. He couldn't break into Chun Feng's residence and could only swallow his grievances. Money isn't of much use now. If possible, give me some supplies. Sure, what do you need? Chun Feng didn't refuse, thinking that if the other party could really handle things, giving him some supplies wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he wasn't lacking. 1 king crab, 10 steaks, 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 10 boxes of cold medicine, 2 sets of down jackets, and 5 boxes of instant noodles. Zhao Tianhu listed off these items like a shopping list, and Chun Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, clearly not expecting the other party to treat him like a supermarket. Such a big ask left him speechless. Did he know the value of these items was quite exaggerated now? Those people from the Su family weren't worth that much. If you want king crab, fine. But you can choose either the king crab or 1 box of anti-inflammatory medicine and 1 box of cold medicine. And I can only give you 2 packs of instant noodles at most. This was already the most Chun Feng could offer. Moreover, it was a friendly price, considering they had cooperated before, and he wanted to give a bit more this time, as there might be future opportunities for cooperation. As for the down jackets, those were too precious. He couldn't give them to anyone else. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhu was silent for a long time before finally agreeing to take the instant noodles and medicine. I will have people tie them up outside the underground garage. And I hope you remember to give me the supplies. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. After Chun Feng replied, he didn't bother to say more and went straight to sleep. He didn't care at all whether the other party could take down the Su family. If they could, they would get the supplies. If they couldn't, then he would need to reassess that person, as this clearly showed a lack of capability. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu sat on the sofa, his thick clothing unable to hide his fierce aura. This Chun Feng was too arrogant. Did he really think of me as cheap labor? He was furious, visibly displeased. Beside him, the Su family quickly put on fake smiles. Chun Feng really deserved to die. Tiger brother, we can't keep him alive. Wang Hao quickly spoke up, his attitude overly ingratiating. In this situation, they could only rely on the other party to protect themselves. Otherwise, they might even lose their lives. Don't worry, I'm already dealing with him. As long as you cooperate well with me, Chun Feng will definitely be doomed. Good, but how do we cooperate? The family suddenly became extremely excited. Although they all knew Zhao Tianhu was also eyeing Chun Feng's villa, they couldn't care less about that now. As long as they could take Chun Feng down, everything would be negotiable. When the time comes, you just need to cooperate with me. As if you were captured by me, and then once we lure him out, will strike directly. I don't believe he can escape. Zhao Tianhu shared his plan, and upon hearing this, the Su family was instantly thrilled. This was a perfect plan, far more sophisticated than what Luo Zhongyuan and the others would do by prying open doors. Moreover, based on the current situation, he didn't believe Chun Feng could survive their sudden attack. As expected of Tiger Brother, if he had acted sooner, Chun Feng would have probably already died at your hands. Wang Hao flattered him, and Su Dahua and the others couldn't help but smile. However, Zhao Tianhu's gaze fell directly on Su Qing. Everyone go rest. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow, Zhao Tianhu said, pulling Su Qing towards the bedroom. Tiger Brother, what are you doing? She is my girlfriend. Wang Hao's expression immediately turned uncomfortable, feeling that the other party was trying to put a hat on him in front of his eyes. Too much. What? Do you have a problem with it? Zhao Tianhu's face darkened, his gaze displeased as he stared at Wang Hao. It seems I need to reconsider tomorrow's plan. After all, I have no grudges against Chun Feng, and I have no reason to trouble him for your sake. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone changed. And Su Qing reacted first, quickly grabbing Zhao Tianhu's arm. Tiger Brother, what are you saying? Can't you help me with him? You must help me deal with Chun Feng. After saying this, Su Qing didn't bother to explain to Wang Hao, taking Zhao Tianhu towards the bedroom. Wang Hao, on the other hand, had red eyes and clenched fists. No matter what, after taking Chun Feng down, he had to deal with this person. Otherwise, it would be hard to quell the anger in his heart. The next afternoon, after Chun Feng had just finished lunch, he received a message from Zhao Tianhu. They had already captured them. The other party sent a video showing Su Dahua and his companions covered in injuries, clearly beaten badly. Bring them to the underground garage, Chun Feng said, directly pulling up the surveillance from the underground garage. Sure enough, shortly after he sent the message, Zhao Tianhu brought a few people and dragged Su Dahua's family to the garage. Moreover, Su Dahua and the others were tied up. Throw them on the ground, and you all step back 10 meters. Chun Feng transmitted the order through a speaker. Although Zhao Tianhu cursed inwardly, he still complied and hurriedly retreated with the others. This person was simply too afraid of dying. After doing all this, the door to the underground garage slowly opened, and Chun Feng's figure walked out. Upon seeing him, everyone couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This time, let us see how he escapes. Chapter 75. You're too green to compete with me. I didn't expect you all to have the ability to bring them over. Chun Feng looked at the bound individuals, a smile spreading across his face. These enemies probably didn't expect such an outcome. Mr. Chun, since I promised you, I will handle it immediately, and they're not very strong. Taking them down was quite easy, Zhao Tianhu said with a smile, just as he was about to take advantage of the good mood. But Chun Feng stopped him on the spot. Just stay there, don't come near me. You are too dangerous. I can't take such a big risk. Hearing this, the other party couldn't help but twitch his lips. Chun Feng was too afraid of dying. Given the current situation, he was still being so cautious. Wasn't he that ridiculous? However, he didn't say much, just smiled awkwardly and stopped in his tracks. I wonder if the items you promised me are ready? Don't worry, they have long been prepared. I may not have much else, but I do have integrity. Chun Feng chuckled. And then Lao He pushed a small cart out from the villa. On it were the items Chun Feng promised to give Zhao Tianhu, and they were all there without a single item missing. Chun Feng himself didn't lack these items, so naturally, he wouldn't tamper with them. You can take a good look and let me know if there are any issues. Chun Feng picked up a box of medicine and couldn't help but exclaim, You are quite a character, knowing to choose medicine instead of king crab in this situation. Mr. Chun chuckled. Since you have let me choose between king crab and medicine, I certainly can't choose food. In this environment, only these emergency supplies hold great value. Zhao Tianhu slowly opened his mouth, his gaze gradually sharpening, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Chun, I have one more thing I want to ask for your help with. What is it? As long as it's a reasonable transaction, I'm very willing to do it. A calm voice echoed in the place. I want your villa. Whoosh. As soon as Zhao Tianhu's words fell, Chun Feng hadn't even had time to react when a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a sharp arrow flew towards him at an incredible speed from a nearby location. The speed was astonishing. In an instant, it directly pierced Chun Feng's heart. Damn, these people! Chun Feng was struck by a tremendous force and immediately flew back, crashing to the ground. Woof woof. Old Black looked bewildered. What's going on? This wasn't part of the plan. Quick, finish him off. Zhao Tianhu was clearly the type of person who never hesitated, even upon seeing Chun Feng knocked to the ground. He didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately shouted for people to rush over. The Su family was even more proactive, rushing towards Chun Feng as soon as they broke free from their ropes. For them, being able to take down Chun Feng at the first opportunity was the most important thing. As long as he wasn't dead, there would be significant problems. Chun Feng, you never thought you'd end up like this today, did you? Wang Hao's gaze was ferocious, his wild grin unabashed as he finally could take revenge. He had waited for so long to eliminate his enemy, Chun Feng. However, just as several people were rushing towards Chun Feng, preparing to take him down, they suddenly felt their feet slip and all fell to the ground in unison. Ouch! Why is the ground so slippery? My God! Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. Looking at Chun Feng right in front of him, he desperately wanted to get up and cause trouble for him, but after moving a couple of times, he fell straight back to the ground. Not just him. Several figures nearby were in the same predicament. It was hard to even get up from the ground. I underestimated you. Chun Feng slowly stood up, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. He had originally thought that Zhao Tianhu was cooperating with him, realizing his position. But who would have thought that this bastard would directly unite with the Su family to come looking for trouble? How is this possible? Zhao Tianhu looked at the arrow still lodged in Chun Feng's heart, but saw that he was completely unharmed, and he was immediately startled. Is this a joke? That was an arrow shot from a compound bow, its power even surpassing that of a regular gun. No matter how strong Chun Feng is, he shouldn't be able to withstand that arrow, right? There are many impossible things. Chun Feng's face was filled with cold laughter, but he was still somewhat apprehensive. If he hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest, he might have lost his life right there. It was close, just a little more, and he would have capsized in the gutter. Go deal with the archer. Don't hold back. Chun Feng lightly instructed Old Black beside him. He felt uneasy with a bowman secretly targeting him. The opponent aimed for his heart, but if they had aimed for his head, he would have likely lost his life on the spot. Old Black barked and quickly dashed toward a spot not far from the garage. At critical moments, I still have to rely on myself. After a while of scrambling, several people finally got back on their feet, their eyes glaring at Chun Feng. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu's hidden helpers also rushed out at that moment. Chun Feng, so what if you have luck on your side? Let's see how you escape this time. Zhao Tianhu darkly waved his hand, and more than 10 people surrounded Chun Feng. In this situation, he was not afraid of Chun Feng at all. A crowd could easily overwhelm him. Bang! Seeing the attackers coming, Chun Feng showed no hesitation, pulling out his gun and shooting at the nearest person. Instantly, a figure collapsed to the ground. Under the attack of modern weapons, almost no one could withstand it. And the group of people that had been so aggressive just a moment ago was now visibly frightened. Don't be afraid of him. If we don't get food, we'll starve to death anyway. Hurry and take him down. Yes, either way it's death. We might as well fight him. The sounds of furious shouting echoed at the scene, and Zhao Tianhu desperately encouraged the surrounding group, who indeed felt motivated. Even the Su family was preparing to charge over again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in succession, and the people at the scene fell one by one. Su Dahua and Ma Tsuilon collapsed to the ground, blood blooming from their chests, unwilling to accept their fate. Even Zhao Tianhu was knocked down at that moment by his own attack. Fight me? You all are still too inexperienced. Chun Feng looked at the surrounding people, who no longer hesitated and scrambled away in panic. Chapter 76. Don't come looking for trouble in the next life. If they didn't run now, wouldn't that be irresponsible for their own lives? In almost 2 breaths, aside from a few injured and dying people, the rest had vanished without a trace. Even Su Qing and Wang Hao had disappeared at the first opportunity. So, what else do you have up your sleeve? Chun Feng coldly approached Zhao Tianhu, who was now ashen-faced. What had seemed like a guaranteed win suddenly turned on its head the moment he saw Chun Feng walk out of the villa. He felt he would soon be the villa's owner. But who would have thought things would develop in this direction? This was completely contrary to his expected plan. Third brother, hurry up. Zhao Tianhu still unwillingly shouted towards the back, but unfortunately, no one answered him. Third brother, what are you doing? Hurry up. Chun Feng looked coldly at the person in front of him and contemptuously said, the person you're calling is the one who ambushed me, right? I suggest you don't pin your hopes on that person. Zhao Tianhu looked at Chun Feng suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. However, the next moment, he saw the black dog dragging someone over. That person was one of his own, still holding a compound bow, but had already lost consciousness. Even worse, his head was inexplicably encased in a large chunk of ice. What on earth happened? He had no idea, but, judging by the situation in front of him, the person was completely lifeless. Did the dog kill him? An unbelievable thought suddenly entered Zhao Tianhu's mind. Under normal circumstances, he would never believe this. But the scene unfolding before him forced him to question and doubt. Other than this conjecture, there is really no other possibility. However, he no longer had the heart to care about how the other party had died. His last resort had already been dealt with by Chun Feng. So what was he supposed to do next? Thud. Zhao Tianhu didn't think twice and directly knelt down to Chun Feng. Chun Feng, I was wrong. It's my fault. I shouldn't have troubled you. Please forgive me. You were magnanimous. Zhao Tianhu endured the severe pain in his legs and kept bowing his head to Chun Feng, pleading for mercy. Forgive you? Are you kidding me? Chun Feng looked at him in disbelief, slowly raising his weapon, pointing it directly at the person before him. I originally thought of you as a qualified partner, but it seems I was too naive. Chun Feng's face was filled with disappointment, and even his eyes were full of anger. He had finally trusted the other party. But who could have imagined that the other party wanted to kill him? Chun Feng, I'll be your dog from now on. I'll do whatever you say. Please spare me. Zhao Tianhu was completely regretful, wondering what had possessed him to trouble Chun Feng. Wasn't it better to live his life peacefully? Woof woof woof. Old He didn't hold back at all, biting down hard on Zhao Tianhu's leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Every day you learn nothing good. Do you know that my master's dog can only be me? You dare to compete for his favor? I'll make sure you don't survive. Old He scolded, unable to resist, biting again. Zhao Tianhu didn't dare to say anything, not even a scream, while Chun Feng just shook his head. Go on. Don't come back to trouble me in your next life. Chun Feng sighed and pulled the trigger, sending the other party on his way. After moving the body a short distance away, Chun Feng coldly glanced at the place before quickly bringing Old He back to their residence. Damn, the outside world is really terrifying. I want to come out easily again. Hurry, hurry, let us go back and summarize. We almost lost our lives today. It was too dangerous, Chun Feng said nervously. If it weren't for his bulletproof vest, and if the other party hadn't aimed for his head, he probably wouldn't have survived. It wasn't until he locked the door completely that Chun Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally survived. Meanwhile, the person who had fled to a distance breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chun Feng return. Finally got rid of that demon. If Chun Feng had come after them, not a single one of them would have survived. After all, Chun Feng had such terrifying weapons in his hands. In such a situation, ordinary people would only have a dead end. Quick, quick, let us go check the situation. Su Qing saw her father still moving and hurriedly wanted to run over, but she had even taken 2 steps before being stopped by Wang Hao beside her. If we go over, we might be taken down by Chun Feng directly. He might be waiting for us. But my dad is still alive, Su Qing said anxiously, her entire demeanor becoming frantic. She couldn't just watch her father get into trouble and remain indifferent. Help me, help me. Su Dehua crawled towards Su Qing's direction, wanting them to save him. Unfortunately, she was held back by Wang Hao and couldn't get closer. It's useless. In today's situation, there is no way we can help him. He is already severely injured. In this environment, we can't save him. Although Su Qing was filled with unwillingness, she understood that the other party wasn't lying. Getting shot and still wanting to survive was almost impossible. What is most urgent now is to go to Zhao Tianhu's house. He has food there, enough for us to survive. And we can even gather quite a few people to help, Wang Hao said, quickly searching Zhao Tianhu's body for the keys. Without a second thought, he hurriedly pulled Su Qing away. Now is not the time to be sad. We must quickly gather supplies from his house. That is the only chance we have to take revenge. Su Qing had no choice but to follow him out of there, her heart filled with hatred for Chun Feng. Sooner or later, she would make that bastard Chun Feng pay. When Chun Feng returned home, he immediately started summarizing the situation, analyzing where the problem lay. Woof woof woof. We shouldn't have gone out. Old He quickly spoke up, expressing his opinion. Wrong. The act of going out itself was not the problem. The problem was being careless, negligent. Chun Feng directly dismissed Old He's statement. They would eventually have to go out. That was a given. Next time we go out, You should also wear a bulletproof vest, and we'll get helmets too. We can't trust anyone. Old Hay quickly nodded, feeling that his master was being overly cautious. With such measures, who could hurt them? Just then, Chun Feng's phone rang again. He was originally a bit impatient, but when he saw who it was, he became interested. He Jing, is actually me? Chapter 77, Sun Jiai bows down. Logically speaking, Chun Feng had not expected He Jing to contact him. She was the type of person who held herself in high regard, completely not in the same category as him. After all, He Jing was very displeased with how he had previously made things difficult for others with food and medicine. Is there something you need? Chun Feng instinctively asked. He still respected this doctor quite a bit. After all, he might need to seek her help if he fell ill one day. In this era, doctors were in high demand and scarce. Can you give me some food? He Jing looked very nervous. She was truly out of options and had searched everywhere, but unfortunately, in this era, no one was willing to share their food with her. Moreover, most people couldn't even fill their own stomachs. In her helplessness, she had to come to Chun Feng. Sure, come down and take it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Feng agreed. When dealing with He Jing, he couldn't treat her like he did with others. For anyone else, whether it was Qin Yin or Lin Feier, he wouldn't need to beg them for anything. He had no demands of them at all. But He Jing's situation was different. He might find himself at her mercy someday. If she took the opportunity to retaliate, that would be troublesome. Whether sincerity could exchange for sincerity depended on fate. But Chun Feng had no other options. It seems we need to learn some medical knowledge. We can't just fight, Chun Feng said seriously, pulling Old Hay's paw. Woof, woof, woof. Why should I learn that? If I have a problem, I can go find herbs myself. Aren't you joking? Should I go find something to boost your kidney? Seeing this, Chun Feng became even more serious. You can't say that. Look, it's freezing outside, and all the herbs have long since died out. Where can you find them? Woof, woof. Old Hay stood up immediately, looking incredulous. It seems to be true. In such cold weather, it can freeze a person to death. Where could there be any herbs? From today onwards, you're not allowed to secretly read books at night. We will learn medicine together, read medical books. Do you understand? In this society, living long is the way to go. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, we cannot go out. Before going out, we must protect ourselves well and not get too close to those people. Chun Feng sighed, realizing that this big mistake was entirely due to his failure to strictly adhere to the rules he had set for himself at the beginning, which led to a huge loss. Tomorrow, when we get up, we will read it twice. No one can take it lightly, understand? Hearing this, Old Black nodded immediately, indicating he understood. I'm your dog now. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. Just as they were talking, the alarm from the surveillance system went off. He Jing had arrived. Chun Feng wasted no time and directly took out a few bags of food, heading towards the basement. He Jing stood at Chun Feng's door, looking extremely nervous. Near Chun Feng's underground garage, there were a few corpses, judging by the situation. They were also killed by the other party. She never imagined that one day she would come to seek help from such a person, especially when she thought about how Chun Feng had used food to make those women sleep with him. She felt a strong aversion. But the hunger in her stomach was unbearable. Under such circumstances, she made a huge decision to come here. Suddenly, the main door began to shake, and a figure wearing a helmet appeared in her sight. Chun Feng didn't hesitate and immediately put down the food in his hands, quickly distancing himself from the other party. There's what you need on the ground. Take it home. You can come back to find me when the food is scarce next time. But don't let others see it. You know many people are fighting for these things now. After saying this, Chun Feng prepared to close the door. But He Jing looked extremely surprised. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She had already prepared to sacrifice herself for food. Yet Chun Feng directly gave her food. Did she misunderstand him? Don't you have any other thoughts? He Jing suddenly spoke, leaving Chun Feng momentarily stunned. And then he looked at her with suspicion. Didn't you come to me just for food? No, I'm just surprised. I heard them say that getting food from you comes with conditions. Chun Feng stared at He Jing for a long time before realizing that she had come to exchange for food, but his generosity had shocked her. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. But if you insist, I don't mind too much. Upon hearing this, He Jing's face turned red instantly. No. Thank you for the food. I'll head back now. After saying that, He Jing hurriedly left with the food. When Chun Feng returned to his place, he took off his helmet, feeling quite speechless. How could trying to do something good lead to such speculation? Is there still any law? Am I really seen as such a worthless person in your eyes? Old Black, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Old Black looked Chen Feng up and down, recalling the few women who had come to his house before. Woof, woof, woof. Do I even need to say? You are just that kind of person. Chen Feng, nonsense, take this punch. Chen Feng immediately threw a punch at Old Black. It's certain that now, just food can make people pay any price. Many in the past had sacrificed for a bit of food, and that time has come again. Woof, woof, woof. Old Black wasn't convinced, asking why when you gave food to the first two women, you had to have a shameful encounter with them. But this time you just gave it away? Didn't I tell you? Dr. He Jing is a technical talent. Think about it. When we don't understand something while learning medicine in the future, who are we going to ask? Hiss woof. Old Black's eyes suddenly filled with admiration. Chen Feng was too clever. How could I not have thought of that? Truly my master, simply amazing. Just as Chen Feng and Old Black were joking around, Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang again. This time, it was the streamer Sun Jiai. Obviously, she couldn't hold out any longer due to hunger. What is up? Chen Feng asked knowingly. Chen Feng, I accept the conditions you mentioned last time. As long as you give me food, I'm willing to come over and keep you company. Chapter 78. Zhang Qiming Chen Feng saw this message and became interested. Sun Jiai was exceptionally outstanding. Since she was willing to come to him, Chen Feng wouldn't miss the opportunity. He originally thought she could last at least a couple more days, but unexpectedly, she couldn't hold out any longer. Chen Feng sighed, remembering that Sun Jiai had looked down on him before, treating him like a sycophant, thinking she could control him. Even when Chen Feng mentioned his requests, she had a condescending attitude, completely dismissive. Who would have thought that so soon? She would be slapped in the face by the law of true fragrance. All right, come over. Chen Feng directly replied, agreeing to her request. After all, she was ready to offer herself, so giving her some food was only fair and not excessive at all. Chen Feng, let's talk about the reward first. She paused, and then spoke again. I agree to accompany you, but you must give me a roasted duck, plus 2 boxes of instant noodles for 3 days. And 1 king crab. I can agree to the roasted duck, but forget the rest. You know how precious food is now. If you're unwilling, that's fine. After all, there are many who want to make a deal with me. Chen Feng replied calmly, and on the other end of the phone, there was silence again. It was unclear whether she was weighing her options or doing something else. After a long while, she sent another message. Chen Feng, I have a proposal. I don't need that roasted duck anymore. In the future, I'll come down to accompany you and live in your house. You can do whatever you want with me. Chen Feng looked at this scene, filled with surprise, feeling something was off. This didn't sound like something Sun Jiai would say. However, he didn't care. Whoever said it, if they wanted to make a deal, then let them. If they were unwilling, he wouldn't force it. After all, it was no loss to him at all. Is it really that simple? Also, my husband. You must bring him down and let him stay in your villa. Just give us some food every day. It doesn't have to be too good. I'll let you do whatever you want in the future. Once these words came out, Chen Feng instantly understood what was going on. On the other end of the phone, it was probably Sun Jiai's husband chatting with him. Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed that the other party was still hiding this from Sun Jiai while chatting with him. Hee. After all this, it turns out it's not Sun Jiai. How happy I am. Chen Feng shook his head speechlessly and directly said, I advise you not to have such thoughts. Coming down to accompany me. I'll give you food. That is already the best choice. Staying at my place? That is simply impossible. Think it over yourself. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention anymore and continued to discuss martial arts with Lao He. His current goal was very simple, to improve his skills and find a way to learn medicine. If that didn't work, he could always call He Jing to come and teach him. At worst, he could let her teach him some medical knowledge every day in exchange for some food. Chen Feng believed that she would be very willing to do these things. After all, she wouldn't have to serve anyone else. On the other side, Zhang Qiming was upset when he saw that Chen Feng had directly rejected him. He even felt like smashing his phone in frustration. That Chen Feng was simply unyielding. His attitude had already been so low, yet the other party remained indifferent. Just then, Sun Jiai walked in from outside and became suspicious when she saw him holding her phone. What are you doing? What can I do? Just using your phone to send a message. Zhang Qiming hurriedly wanted to take the chance to delete the chat history, but it was too late. Sun Jiai snatched the phone and, upon seeing the messages, became furious, glaring at her husband. Do you have any shame? Trading your wife for food? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Sun Jiai was almost in tears. She had already exposed herself online before. And not only had she let him live in a nice house, but she had also improved his life significantly. And now he actually had the audacity to target her, shamelessly wanting to use her for food. Did he see her as just a commodity? Wife, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how hungry you are. If this goes on, my heart aches for you. Zhang Qiming said with a sad expression, trying to persuade Sun Jiai. You know the situation. Chen Feng is the only one with food. I just wanted to move in and win him over so we could live in a villa ourselves. Who would have thought he would be so unyielding? Really? Sun Jiai looked at Zhang Qiming suspiciously, glancing at the chat records, which did prove something. Isn't that true? But wife, now you have to go to his villa. If you can win him over, we might have a chance. There are so many people watching him now. The allure of beautiful women on him is decreasing. If we wait too long, we won't even have a chance. You make it sound good. What if I go and he mistreats me? Sun Jiai looked displeased. Wife, listen to my analysis. In this situation, even if you spend a few nights with him, it's fine. As long as I can mix in and win him over later, it's just a dead man. Others won't know what happened between you. Zhang Qiming said seriously, leaving Sun Jiai stunned, clearly not expecting him to say such things. But now, she was indeed so hungry she couldn't bear it. We've done this before. Just treat it as accompanying a big brother. Don't worry, no matter the outcome, I won't despise you. But, wife, no matter what, we have to conserve our strength. Otherwise, how will we get through the even harder days ahead? Half an hour later, Sun Jiai could no longer withstand Zhang Qiming's persistent pleading and, with a nervous and uneasy heart, arrived outside Chen Feng's villa. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiming also sent a message to Chen Feng, letting him do whatever he wanted with Sun Jiai, but not to forget to roast him a duck. Chen Feng looked at Sun Jiai, who had already appeared outside the villa, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. So beautiful, what a pity. Such a hard life, and meeting the wrong people. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng opened the underground garage door, allowing her to enter his villa. In an instant, Sun Jiai felt an unprecedented warmth, something she could never experience outside. Chen Feng's place was really so warm. Just as she was about to go upstairs, Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out, making her stop in her tracks. Take off all your clothes and leave them on the floor. I don't want to see you in any clothes in front of me. Chapter 79. There are indeed problems. Sun Jiai, who had initially been excited, was instantly frozen in place. She thought that once she got closer to Chen Feng, she could still do something, like using a hidden weapon to launch a surprise attack. But who would have thought that Chen Feng would say such a thing, rendering her hidden tactics useless? No matter what she had on her, she couldn't hide it anymore. This person was too cautious. Even though she was a girl, he was so guarded. What about others? Chen Feng, I'm weak all over right now. Why don't you let me eat something first before we continue? Sun Jiai said sweetly, her tone extremely alluring. This was her usual tactic that had helped her win over countless big brothers in live streams, making them willingly spend money for her. If you want to go upstairs, do as I say. If you don't want to go upstairs, you can leave right now. Chen Feng didn't hesitate at all, clearly showing that he was very firm in his stance. He was no longer the kind of person who couldn't move when faced with beautiful women. He could handle the situation easily now. Moreover, more importantly, the events of the past few days had made him cautious. This was about his life. Sun Jiai saw that the door behind her was already open and understood Chen Feng's attitude. He clearly had no intention of continuing to communicate with her. If she didn't agree, she would really have to leave. She wanted to turn around and leave, but the hunger in her stomach made her reluctant to move. In the end, she gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes. Although her face was flushed with shyness and the removal of each piece of clothing made her feel extremely embarrassed, she still didn't want to leave. Watching Sun Jiai on the surveillance, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and opened the door to go upstairs. Once upstairs, Sun Jiai didn't even have time to feel shy. She felt as if she was in an even warmer environment, with no chill at all. Chen Feng, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, constantly scanned her with his eyes. Sun Jiai was indeed one of the two prettiest girls in the community. Compared to Qin Yin, she might not have that mature charm, but her figure and looks were definitely top-notch. Not only was she well endowed with long legs, but her proportions were also perfect. If she didn't say anything, no one would guess that she was married. Go take a shower first. After you finish washing up, I'll arrange some food for you, and when you leave, I'll let you take a roasted duck with you. Can I still take a shower? Sun Jiai was instantly more incredulous, but upon thinking about it, it seemed understandable. After all, the temperature here could maintain at 26 degrees, and there was no power outage, so taking a hot shower was naturally very easy. While Sun Jiai went to the bathroom, Chun Feng didn't idle either. He hurried to the basement to rummage through her clothes. Lao He looked at Chun Feng with disdain. Woof, I've been with you for so long. How come I didn't know you had this kind of hobby? What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I'm just doing this for safety, Chun Feng said irritably, and sure enough, he found a dagger from the other person's clothes. Woof woof. Old Black was completely stunned, his mouth wide open in disbelief. This woman is too sinister, hiding a weapon. Fortunately, Chun Feng is wise and powerful. Otherwise, he would have been taken advantage of. After a brief moment of confusion, Old Black looked at Chun Feng with admiration. He was increasingly impressed by this person. There was definitely something wrong. I felt it the moment this girl arrived. Woof woof. Old Black howled twice. So what should we do next? Should I take her out? How can I let my brother take such a risk? Don't worry, just leave it to me. She must receive some education today, Chun Feng said, silently returning upstairs, telling Old Black to stay on the second floor while he faced the danger alone. When Sun Jiai came out after washing up, her entire demeanor had completely changed. She was no longer the disheveled person from before. A rare beauty. The only word Chun Feng could think of to describe her was this. She had a different kind of beauty compared to Qin Yan, making one's heart race just by looking at her. And upon seeing the table full of delicious dishes, Sun Jiai disregarded her shyness and began to eat ravenously. Chun Feng, with a smile, came up behind her and started to act indecently. Hey, I'm still eating. It's fine. You eat yours, I'll play with mine. Chun Feng chuckled, ignoring her resistance, and immediately made his move. Faced with such a beautiful woman who was actively approaching him, Chun Feng certainly couldn't refuse. They spent a full 2 hours eating, and after Sun Jiai was a bit tired, Chun Feng finally carried her to the sofa, away from dangerous utensils like knives and forks. Even now, Chun Feng could feel the dissatisfaction and hostility hidden in her eyes. Obviously, judging from her behavior of coming down with a knife, Sun Jiai was definitely thinking about how to deal with him. Chun Feng saw through her intentions, but chose not to expose them. They were too inexperienced to try and play with him. I should go back. What about the roast duck you promised me? Sun Jiai stumbled to her feet, filled with guilt, trying to distance herself from Chun Feng as much as possible. Don't rush. Let me show you something, then you can reconsider whether you want to take the roast duck home. Chun Feng pulled up the chat history with Zhang Qiming. Initially, Sun Jiai thought Chun Feng was having second thoughts, but upon seeing the chat history, she was completely stunned. Clearly not expecting to be sold out like merchandise by Zhang Qiming. Everything about suffering a little first, working together to take down Chun Feng, it's all fake. Especially when she saw that a few days ago, Zhang Qiming wanted to make her dizzy so Chun Feng could do whatever he wanted. She was instantly furious and tears streamed down her face. She had already sacrificed so much for her family, yet the other party was not satisfied at all, showing no gratitude, even planning to use her to trade for food. Just for a roast duck, she was sold out by her husband. Her heart was shattered. So, are you still planning to take the roast duck back to him? Chun Feng smiled at Sun Jiai, but as soon as he finished speaking, she unexpectedly came close to him. A waft of fragrance rushed in, and her red lips sealed his mouth. Chapter 80. Seeking external help if Sun Jiai was half-hearted before. Now she was completely taking the initiative. Chun Feng never expected such a drastic change in her attitude. After another hour of struggle, Chun Feng finally sent her off against the wall and returned to the sofa. He originally just wanted to stir up their relationship, but didn't expect to achieve such a good effect. It was evident that Sun Jiai liked her husband very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been coaxed into trading herself for food. Of course, it was also clear that the deeper the love, the greater the hate. The more she loved before, the more disappointment accumulated. The message he sent her was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Given the current situation, Sun Jiai might not immediately sever ties with Zhang Qiming, but it was foreseeable that their relationship wouldn't remain good for long. As long as he added more fuel to the fire, he could definitely create a rift between them. This way, he wouldn't have to live so cautiously anymore. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to guard against the other party every day. Attacking the city is for the lower hand. Attacking the heart is for the upper hand. Just like with Qin Yin now. Although Chun Feng still didn't dare to let her stay in the villa, at least he didn't have to guard against her like a thief. He needed to take a good rest, Otherwise, his body might not be able to handle it. Chun Feng murmured. Fortunately, Qin Yin didn't come today. Otherwise, he would have really been in trouble. Meanwhile, Sun Jiai, even when given a choice by Chun Feng, ultimately chose to take the roast duck home. When Zhang Qiming saw the roast duck, he didn't say a word of concern and directly snatched it, then began to eat it greedily. Great. I didn't expect that idiot would really give me a roast duck. This is extremely precious in this environment. Zhang Qiming, while eating, was excited and smug. In his eyes, he had completely regarded Chun Feng as a fool. Wife, you should go accompany him again tomorrow and get more food from him. We can sell it and definitely make a profit. With the current inflation, Zhang Qiming felt that a roast duck could definitely be traded for a top-notch sports car. Taking this opportunity to accumulate wealth, once the heavy snow stops, he would surely be very rich in the future. Such opportunities are rare. When Sun Jiai heard this, her eyes widened in disbelief. She even doubted whether she had heard wrong. Do you know how much I had to pay to get this food? You want to use it to exchange for money? Sun Jiai was visibly displeased. Of course I know, but you need to eat too. Go accompany him. What's wrong with getting more food? Zhang Qiming looked at Sun Jiai with irritation, unable to help but ridicule her. Besides, you went and had fun for several hours, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Sun Jiai was utterly disappointed. She no longer held any hope for this person. Although Chun Feng was unclear about what would happen when Sun Jiai returned, he was in a good mood. After resting for a whole night, he started to study with Old Black. At their current level, they could only treat a cold. Moreover, it was just taking medicine. They had almost no means for other complex illnesses, especially those specialized terms in medical books. They couldn't understand even if they racked their brains. This isn't going to work. We must seek external help. If we keep studying blindly, we won't make any progress. Woof woof. I think so too. What on earth is this sildenafil? The name is so hard to pronounce. Old Black had a long face, wearing glasses on his nose, holding the book in his hands, looking utterly distressed. Chun Feng didn't think twice and directly called He Jing, asking her to come over to teach him, offering food, but no accommodation. The moment He Jing received the call, her heart sank. What medical advice? It was just an excuse, wasn't it? It seemed she had overestimated Chun Feng. It had only been a day, and he had already shown his true colors. She didn't know what he had been pretending for yesterday, but thinking about how her food supply wouldn't last long, she ultimately compromised. She didn't know when the heavy snow would stop, and she would still have to rely on Chun Feng. She understood that if this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the outcome for them, the vulnerable group, would be dire. If there was no strong protector, it would be a big problem. Rather than being mistreated by a crowd, it was better to follow Chun Feng. With this thought, she set off toward Chun Feng's residence, her heart filled with apprehension. 2 hours later, He Jing, holding a medical book, looked at the man and dog sitting 5 meters away, both taking notes, and fell into deep contemplation. Clearly, this situation was beyond her expectations. He was really studying medicine, especially when she saw that black dog holding a little notebook and scratching away with its paw. She was truly bewildered. So, the diseases that our medicine can actually cure are very few, and even common colds can't be cured? Chun Feng looked at the notebook in his hand, skeptically asking He Jing. Yes, most of it relies on the body's self-healing. He Jing nodded. Wow, did you hear that? Old Black, it seems we need to strengthen our physical fitness. We used to only exercise for 2 hours a day, which is a bit insufficient. We need to add another hour. Woof woof. Shouldn't we add more? Every day, I feel like I have so much energy. Let's go, learn, exercise, and maintain our health. We need to develop in all areas. Dr. He, you've worked hard. Go have a meal, and remember to tell me when you come tomorrow. He Jing felt that this situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu was lying in Director Qian's bed, dreaming of being the star, when she was suddenly awakened. Lulu, there's no food left. We need to go out and find something to eat. Director Qian rubbed Xiao Lulu, who let out a soft hum, her alluring voice making him excited, and he rolled over, pinning her down. After 3 minutes of tussling, Director Qian got up satisfied, while Xiao Lulu wore a face full of resentment. We need to hurry and find food. Can we still find something at Lin Feier's place? Director Qian mumbled, staring intently at Xiao Lulu. She has plenty at home, but I've already fallen out with her. Director Qian's eyes lit up at her words. You two are best friends. Find a way to get her to give us some, and if that doesn't work, we should just steal some food. Chapter 81. Lynn Fayer in distress, is it really okay? I've already fallen out with her. Even if I go, she might not let me in. Xiao Lulu hesitated, having just made a harsh statement to Lynn Fayer, and now she was going to beg her? That would be so embarrassing. Plus, when she heard Director Qian's later words, she felt a bit scared. Steal? If we go and take her stuff, wouldn't that be illegal? All right, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just make sure I can get in, and I'll handle everything. Director Qian firmly decided and urged Xiao Lulu not to hesitate any longer. We have no food left. If she doesn't help, it just proves she doesn't consider you a friend at all, and I can take action myself. Xiao Lulu was still hesitant, but Director Qian directly wrapped his arms around her, smiling. I'm just worried about you. You've lost weight. If this continues, even as a director, I might get eliminated for not looking good enough. What can I do? After hearing this, Xiao Lulu immediately stopped hesitating, got dressed, and left with the director. When they arrived at the basement, they happened to be seen by Chun Feng, who was sending Qin Yin away. They were headed towards Lin Feyer's villa, right? Chun Feng frowned. He wasn't in the mood to deal with these trivial matters, but thinking about Lin Feyer's tragic fate in his past life. He picked up his phone and sent her a message. He didn't know if he could help Lin Feyer, but if he did what he was supposed to do and she still had problems, then it would be her fate. Neither the director nor Xiao Lulu were easy to deal with. At that moment, Lin Feyer was still snuggled up in her blanket sleeping. Despite experiencing Xiao Lulu secretly selling her things twice recently, her life was still quite carefree. After all, Xiao Lulu had only secretly taken a few things and hadn't managed to sell much. She still had plenty of supplies. Given this situation, as long as she saved some, she should be able to last for a long time. However, just then, she received a message from Chun Feng saying that Xiao Lulu was bringing someone her way and advised her to be careful. The moment she saw this message, Lin Feyer jumped out of bed, dressed warmly, and went to the door to look outside. Sure enough, Xiao Lulu had arrived, accompanied by a man, Director Qian. Just one glance, and Lin Feyer understood what was happening. It was definitely Director Qian using his resources to deceive Xiao Lulu. She knew very well what kind of person Director Qian was. He had slept with many female artists relying on his director status. Feyer, it's me, Lulu. Please open the door. The voice came from outside, and Lin Feyer was filled with dissatisfaction. Xiao Lulu was becoming more and more outrageous, even bringing someone to her place. You can leave. You're not welcome here. Feyer, we were best friends. Please forgive me. Last time was my fault. I will never secretly sell your food again. Lin Feyer couldn't be bothered to respond. The fact that Xiao Lulu had done this twice proved she was the type who would never change. If she let her in again, it would surely bring her a pile of trouble. Seeing there was no response from inside, Xiao Lulu glanced at Director Qian, then bit her lip and pleaded again with a tone of jealousy and frustration. Feyer, I haven't eaten anything in a long time. Please pity me. If this continues, I think I'll starve to death. Hearing this, Lin Feyer felt quite conflicted. After all, they were sisters, and she couldn't bear to see something happen to her. Do you really want to come in? Will you really only listen to me from now on? Yes, I won't act recklessly again. The other day I was just being foolish, but I understand now. All right, I can agree to let you in, but only you. The meaning was clear. Only Xiao Lulu would be allowed in, not Director Qian. Okay, thank you. Director Qian is worried about me being in danger on the way, so he brought me here. He won't come in. Upon hearing this, Lin Feyer finally sighed in relief and cautiously opened the door. Feyer, I knew you were the best of me. As soon as Xiao Lulu entered, before Lin Feyer could even close the door, she rushed up to her and gave her a hug. Right after that, Lin Feyer watched helplessly as Director Qian squeezed in from outside. Director Qian, what are you doing? This is my place. Please leave now. Lin Feyer wasn't foolish. Given the current situation, no one was trustworthy. Feyer, I just want to take a look at Lulu's living environment. Don't worry, I'll leave after just a glance. As he spoke, Director Qian walked directly towards the villa's kitchen and even started rummaging through the cabinets in front of her. What are you doing? Get out of here. Lin Feyer wanted to stop him, but she found that Xiao Lulu was tightly hugging her, preventing her from moving. At that moment, she finally understood that Xiao Lulu had actually teamed up with Director Qian to come and steal from her. Xiao Lulu, I treated you as my best friend, and this is how you repay me? Lin Feyer's eyes turned red with anger, despite treating her so well. The other party had actually colluded with an outsider to trouble her. Best friend? Spare me. You don't even give me a piece of meat normally. Do you still consider me a best friend? Xiao Lulu pushed Lin Feier onto the sofa, while Director Qian had already packed up all the food and approached Xiao Lulu, staring intently at Lin Feier. Do you want me to teach this person a lesson? Hearing this, Xiao Lulu frowned, clearly understanding that the other party had taken a liking to Lin Feier. Enough, don't waste any more time here. Lin Feier, this is what you deserve, don't blame me. Xiao Lulu huffed in dissatisfaction, dragging Director Qian out with the food. Lin Feier was filled with hatred, realizing she had been blind to recognize the other as a best friend. If I had known, I should have listened to Chun Feng. Looking at the now empty refrigerator, Lin Feier once again burst into tears in despair. Chun Feng sat on the sofa at home, staring motionlessly at the computer screen. It wasn't until he saw the figures of Xiao Lulu and the others leaving with the things that he couldn't help but smile. This girl, everything else is fine, and she is quite excellent, but her only flaw is that she is too kind-hearted. If it were a normal time, her background might allow her to live well. But in this apocalypse where it's either you die or I live, kindness is a fatal flaw. Chun Feng took out his phone and cheerfully sent a message to Lin Feier. Big star, need any help? Chapter 82. The arrogant Xiao Lulu. Lin Feier, who was originally still angry, felt even more wrong the moment she saw this message. If she had listened to Chun Feng from the very beginning and kept her distance from Xiao Lulu, she definitely wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Now that everything in her home had been taken by Xiao Lulu, she had no idea how long she could last. But she could imagine that it wouldn't be long before her fate would be very tragic. Chun Feng, I misunderstood you. It's okay, as long as you're fine. Do you need any help over there? Chun Feng asked curiously. All my food has been taken away by them. Can you give me some food? Lin Feier said with a choked voice. Sure, don't mention just food. Even if you want to come on my bed, that's fine. You should know my rules, right? Chun Feng was completely unreserved and appeared very calm when discussing this matter, as if it were a very normal topic. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by a very dissatisfied, angry shout. Get lost. I don't like your stuff. You all get lost. The angry shouting was mixed with a sobbing tone, and before Chun Feng could react, the other party had already hung up the phone. TSK, 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 what a temper. Chun Feng pouted and couldn't help but mutter. I'm not overflowing with sympathy. Why do you think I would help for free? He said this and was too lazy to care anymore. After all, judging by the current situation, Lin Feier wouldn't last a few days before she came looking for him on her own. If she didn't come looking for him, then her fate would either be starvation or, like in her previous life, being mistreated to death. Improve yourself, train hard, learn medicine, and respect the fate of others. Woof, woof, woof. Old Black, in this world, only you understand me. Let's take a couple of laps. Woof, woof. Old Black immediately picked up the bowl and bumped it against Chun Feng's, drinking all the water in it. Originally, it had started to like red wine these days. But since Yi Jing had taught them various knowledge, Chun Feng decided to quit drinking. And of course, it couldn't lag behind. Drinking had numerous downsides. How could it let itself be depleted by such things? Alcohol and lust ruin a person's body and mind. Quitting drinking was entirely necessary. That same day, Chun Feng received a message from Qin Yan. Su Qing and Wang Hao hadn't settled down at all. They had already started recruiting people. Just like Zhao Tianhu back in the day, they had already gathered a few people. Do they have that ability? Chun Feng couldn't help but sneer. Wang Hao had no ability at all, and Su Qing was just a woman who flattered others. Where did she get such ability? They have already gotten their hands on Zhao Tianhu's supplies, and now they are at Zhao Tianhu's house. Su Qing is even willing to accompany people. So there are already several willing to join. Qin Yan hurriedly told Chun Feng to be cautious. Did my bounty go unnoticed by anyone? Chun Feng looked puzzled. He had also sent messages to those people in the group, saying that the two had meet, and logically, they shouldn't have a good ending, because after you killed Zhao Tianhu last time, not many people are willing to believe you anymore. Plus, with Su Qing fanning the flames, your credibility is almost gone. Chun Feng was completely baffled. He never expected to end up in such a situation. A lifetime of reputation was just ruined like that. And those pieces of meat. Su Qing was also willing to share, so now almost no one was causing them trouble. Hearing this, Chun Feng didn't bother to dwell on the topic any longer. The other party wouldn't achieve much. Both of them were people who relied on others, and they wouldn't cause any major problems. Let them make a fuss. I can't be bothered. Just be careful, and remember to contact me in time if there's any problem. After saying that, Chun Feng didn't pay much attention. He could just stay at home. Even if the other party brought 100 people over, they couldn't harm him at all. Besides, he still had modern weapons here, which could definitely send that group of people back to their reincarnations. For the days to come, all he needed to do was to lay low. It had been so many days. He didn't know how Li Bingyao was doing. Chen Feng muttered as he looked at his phone. He had sent messages and called. But unfortunately, there was no response at all. It was as if the other party had evaporated from the world. Ding dong. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Lulu sent a WeChat message again. Chen Feng, how much did you buy that villa for? The sudden question caught Chen Feng off guard, leaving him completely baffled and unable to react. Why do you care? Chen Feng, don't be so aggressive. I don't lack that little money from you right now. Just give me a price. I'll buy your villa. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Did you drink too much fake alcohol? However, upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu was not angry at all and said directly, 10 billion. If you agree, I will transfer it to you immediately. And you can come to where I am living now. 10 billion? Chen Feng was stunned, clearly not expecting the other party to come up with so much money. But the next moment, he understood. Xiao Lulu had a history of selling food, and she had stolen so much food from Lin Feier. Damn, I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone this stupid. Chen Feng really didn't know how to describe what was happening next. After getting so much food, she actually planned to sell it. Forget it. You should just take care of yourself. You think you can buy my house? You must be out of your mind. Chen Feng, don't push your luck. I'm giving you a chance now. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being rude. The indifferent tone made Chen Feng feel even more bewildered. Are you threatening me? Yes, to be honest, even if you don't agree, I can use this money to buy your life, so you better be careful. Xiao Lulu was full of pride, her whole demeanor radiating confidence. Previously, Chen Feng ignored her, but now she was no longer someone he could easily reach. What's the situation? Did he agree? Director Chen hurriedly leaned over to check on Xiao Lulu's situation. No, but he won't be able to hold out for long before he comes to beg me. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Lulu's lips, but a moment later, her phone rang. See? He clearly can't sit still. Let's pressure him a bit. Don't let that kid get off easy. Director Chen was also very excited. He was about to move into a warm big villa. However, when Xiao Lulu opened her phone to check the chat messages, her face immediately darkened. Chen Feng was not only offering a bounty on them, but also spreading information about the abundance of food at their home.